If you could modify your relationship with others, what would you do? Change yourself into the illegitimate child of the richest person, and turn the national goddess into your girlfriend. You come from an ordinary background, work hard to get a good education, but still get squeezed out by those with connections during interviews. Your girlfriend also looks down on you, breaks up with you in a cold and violent manner, and 5 seconds later, she gets into the boss's BMW. When you are on the verge of collapse, a voice suddenly rings in your mind. Ding! Character relationship modification system bound successfully. You are shocked. Your own cheat code? Modify character relationships? How exactly? Just by looking at a person's photo, image, or the person themselves, you can freely change the host's relationship with them, including spouses, lovers, friends, classmates, mentors, partners, fathers, and so on. Currently, the system has only activated the lover relationship, and as the host becomes happier, more relationships will be unlocked. You are excited. Your cheat code is too powerful. Even if only the lover relationship is available for now, it is enough. You look at the poster on the wall. That's the national goddess Zhang Nuanan. A video released by a certain music platform can instantly get tens of thousands of likes. The comments below are all words like goddess, wife. She is the goddess in the hearts of all men. Isn't she just a girlfriend? Lu Zhu. If you break up with me, I can find someone better. System. Modify my relationship with Zhang Nuanan. Your current relationship with Zhang Nuanan is that of strangers, because now it is only a lover relationship. After modification, it will become your girlfriend. Do you want to modify it? Modification successful. The relationship between the host and Zhang Nuanan is that of lovers. Memories related to you will be automatically generated in the other party's mind. Being lovers will create very beautiful memories. At this moment, your phone rings, and when you answer, you hear a familiar voice. My dear, I've taken 3 days off from the set. I'm flying to your city tomorrow. I really want to see you as soon as possible. This time, I'm bringing you a gift that I think you'll love. Your heart races with excitement. To make sure, you turn on the video call function. The other person quickly answers and appears on the screen. It's the stunning face of the national goddess, Zhang Nuanan. Oh, I don't want a video chat. My face is a bit dirty after filming the fight scene. Your beauty cannot be hidden even by dirt. You quickly calm the excitement in your heart. How far is the place where you are filming from me? Quite far. Over 2,000 kilometers. But no matter how far, I will go to see you, because you are my only one. By the way, have you guessed what gift I want to give you? What is it? It's me. You think it's too sweet. This is not something you can experience with that woman at the Willow. My assistant called me. I have to work first. Dear, see you tomorrow. Okay, when you arrive tomorrow, call me and I will come to pick you up. I will be right downstairs. Okay, bye. You feel happiness comes too suddenly. You looked at your rented house. Only a dozen square meters. A double bed, a wardrobe, and a bathroom. It's not easy to work outside. Having such a small house to shelter you from wind and rain makes you quite satisfied. But having a golden finger would make things better. You haven't activated other relationships yet. Will Zhang Nuanan look down on you after she comes? After all, that kind of star is high above, like a swan in the sky, while you are like a toad in the mud, struggling at the bottom, full of bitterness. At least clean up first, rest early after finishing the work, get up early the next day, tidy yourself up, buy flowers, come downstairs. A black luxury business car arrives, stops in front of you, and the electric side door of the car slides open slowly. Darling, I miss you so much. Zhang Nuanan got out of the car and hugged you directly, feeling a bit stiff in place, at a loss, thinking that Zhang Nuanan is your girlfriend. You hugged her, feeling so good. Let's go home first. There are too many people outside. Alright, I'll take the suitcase. The moment the door of the rental house opened, you were still worried if Zhang Nuanan would mind? Not at all. As soon as the door opened, she happily ran into the room. By the time you closed the door, turned around, Zhang Nuanan had already taken off her hat, mask, and windbreaker, presenting herself in front of you in a carefully dressed manner. Do I look good? Zhang Nuanan turned around as if showing off herself, asking you. Your eyes were fixed on her. Can she not look good? She looks 100 times better than on TV. Of course it looks good. My girlfriend is the most beautiful. I dressed up specifically for you. Do you think it's worth it to have such a beautiful woman dress up carefully for yourself once in a lifetime? It feels like it's worth it in this lifetime. Did you come by yourself? Yes, the assistant was supposed to come with me, but I insisted on not letting her. She just wants to spend 3 wonderful days with you alone. We agreed. Today we break that last barrier. After Zhang Nuanan finished speaking, his face turned red, and you naturally understood in an instant. Your heart pounding. Zhang Nuanan yawned, hurried over, and didn't rest well all the way. You asked, shall we take a nap now? Zhang Nuanan lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. Even in his sleep, a happy smile was on his face. At noon, after waking up, you went to eat, and Zhang Nuanan walked out of the room arm in arm with you. Don't you wear sunglasses, masks, or hats? Aren't you worried about being recognized by others? I don't want to wear them. If they recognize me, so be it. If they want to take pictures, let them. Anyway, I want to make our relationship public. You can imagine how sensational it would be to have a relationship with someone of no status like yourself. Topping the hot search list is inevitable, but with such a golden finger, you are destined to be extraordinary. Darling, I'll buy you clothes, and I'll get you a bigger house. No need. I'll rely on myself. I know you work hard, but it will take some time. Don't be polite to me. It will happen soon. Trust me. Although you can live off someone, how can you with such a golden finger? Look at that beauty. So pretty. Like a star. Her aura is so good. She feels like my goddess. Zhang Nuanan. How could a star of this level possibly come to our small town? She just looks like her. That man must be very rich. He looks like he's dressed casually. Low-key luxury. After dinner, Zhang Nuanan dragged you to buy clothes. Don't refuse. Can only men spend money on women? Can't women spend money on men? Who made the rule? Do you feel extremely happy? After eating, drinking, and playing all day, you both returned somewhat tired in the evening. Curiously, you asked, have you had a boyfriend before? No, you are my first love. Ding. Host, happiness value increased. New relationship unlocked after 24 hours. What kind of relationship are you looking forward to? How will you know the relationship after it is unlocked? Suddenly, Zhang Nuanan stood up and walked to the middle of the room. Have you seen me dance before? Yes, in the video. What I said was in reality. Let me dance for you. Okay. Zhang Nuanan played a guzheng piece on his phone and danced along with the music. It was a classical dance with graceful movements. As she danced, she slowly approached you, her slender fingers gently brushing your face. You stood up, ready to continue, but at that moment, a knock on the door interrupted the atmosphere. Which day's evil spirit is knocking on the door at this time? Who is it? It's me. Open the door. I didn't take a few pieces of clothes yesterday. I'm here to take them back today. As soon as you heard it, you knew it was your ex-girlfriend. Lu Zhu. Who is it? My ex-girlfriend. Just as I was about to go to the bathroom, you opened the door. Outside the door were Lu Zhu and a 40-year-old man. This is my new boyfriend, accompanying me to pick up things. Lu Zhu was very pleased and proud. Quickly take your things and leave. Don't waste my time. What's your attitude? With your kind of man, it's strange that any woman would like you. You deserve to be single for life. After speaking, she walked into the room on her own, opened the closet, and took her clothes. You didn't want to say much, just wanted her to quickly take her things and leave. Young man, you're already in your 20s, still living in a rental house like this. The conditions are indeed a bit poor. Lu Zhu said you don't have a car yet, riding a shared bike to work every day. You'll need to work harder in the future. Aren't you just a rag picker? I don't want it. You can take it as a treasure. Young people nowadays, I advise you to watch your words and not get so angry. Can't young people have a temper? At this moment, Lu Zhu was packing up and getting ready to go out. Her eyes fell on a pair of white women's high heels in the corner of the room. Whose high heels are these? They belong to my girlfriend. Your girlfriend? Those are the latest style for the spring and summer. More expensive than the watch my boyfriend bought for me. They just appeared at the new product launch event. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy them. You didn't buy them for me, did you? And then ask me to get back together with you? Can you stop being so presumptuous? Is it abnormal for me to have a new girlfriend? With your looks, can you even attract a girlfriend who can afford to wear these shoes? Are you dreaming? Who is your girlfriend? Where is she? Call her out and see. Then you'll know you're just bragging. Look at his loser appearance. He can't even get a girlfriend. I am in the clothing business and know about shoes. These shoes are obviously authentic. I suspect he stole them from somewhere. At this moment, Zhang Nuanan came out and said, enough, I won't allow you to insult my boyfriend anymore. These shoes are mine. Lu Zhu and Wu Gan were shocked and stood there dumbfounded. As it turned out to be Zhang Nuanan. Zhang Nuanan is his girlfriend? The great beauty who is known as the goddess of all the people and a popular movie star on the silver screen. Surprisingly, she was Zhang Ji's girlfriend. To the duo, this was even more shocking than the sky falling. It was unbelievable. Zhang Nuanan continued. This pair of shoes, it's the brand that begged me for me to wear them. There's no need for me to buy them myself at all. Unlike some people, who can't even buy them with money. Zhang Go such a good man. I want to thank you for letting him to me. In the future, please stay away from my boyfriend. Zhang Nuanan said, directly hugging Jiang Ji's arm, as if she was afraid that someone else would snatch him away. The two of them, Lu Zhu and Wu Gang, were already shocked beyond words, and at the same time, they were also deeply subdued by Zhang Nuanan's aura. She was particularly feisty when she launched her temper. Please leave my home and that of my boyfriend. Immediately, Zhang Nuanan gave an eviction order to the duo. Lu Zhu walked out, his pace a little sluggish. Still not over the shock, she wondered if Ginger could have some amazing hidden identity, a treasure he himself had missed. She suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of regret, the kind of regret that made her want to strangle herself. Ginger pulled the door shut with what should have been a bang. The door closed with a bang, but it was blocked by a hand. Wu Gang's hand. He blocked the door with one hand and pulled out his cell phone with the other, surprisingly trying to take a picture of Zhang Nuanan in the room. Ginger snatched his cell phone away from him and saw that he hadn't taken a picture yet. The phone had just turned on the camera and hadn't pressed the shutter yet. Ginger turned the camera off and threw the phone hard to the ground outside the door with a bang. The slammed the door shut. Hey, my cell phone! Wu Gang's roar came from outside the door. You boys pay for my cell phone. Alright, let's go. It was the sound of Lu Zhu pulling Wu Gang away. Just you wait, this is not over. Wu Gang's voice was getting farther and farther away, and after shouting the last one, there was no movement outside. Ginger opened the door and looked around. The hallway was deserted. Annoying guy, finally gone. Ginger closed the door behind him and went back inside. Then without a word he sat down on the bed. Seeing this, Zhang Nuanan came over and gently comforted. What's wrong? Still angry? Nah, just a little annoyed by them. Well, don't bother. They're all gone, aren't they? Honestly, that guy just tried to take a picture of me and it scared me. So it's a good thing you protected me. You looked so brave protecting me just now, and the way you slammed his cell phone at the end was such a relief. Zhang Nuanan gleefully depicted the scene she had just witnessed, and Zhang Gu was coaxed into a better mood by her. With a girlfriend like that, who can coax you when you're angry? Ginger's depression won't last at all. Ha ha. I even gave him a punch just now. I used to practice Muay Thai, and it was a pretty solid punch. So I guess that idiot's nose was crooked. You're so violent. But I like it. Zhang Nuanan sat beside Zhang Gu, his hands raised on his chin, tilting his head to look at Zhang Gu with a look of adoration, as if Zhang Gu was his hero. Ginger laughed and rubbed her head. You looked scary when you were angry just now too. Oh, so angry. Zhang Nuanan tilted her head and said with a haughty face, Humph, I'm not one to be messed with. Whoever messes with me I'll let him see what it means to be a woman. As for the momentum, it's actually from the time I was filming with some of the actors. In fact, it is the time to shoot with some actors seniors learn. Those old actors acted out the drama. The momentum that is called a fullet. I have the opportunity to take you to experience it up close and personal. Ginger nodded. Aha. He stood up and looked out the window as if he'd thought of something and, I think that guy is definitely going to be looking for more trouble. I bet he'll be back looking for a chance to sneak a picture of you after he's had a good look at your nose. And if he catches the two of us in the act, it's going to be another big story for him. It's okay. I'm not afraid anyway. I'm willing to expose our romance. Zhang Nuanan was indifferent. No way. I'm still not ready for that kind of fame, Ginger said helplessly. Zhang Nuanan asked, so what do we do? At this time, Ginger's cell phone rang. Hey mom. Ginger answered the phone. It was his mom who was in the country calling. Jianga, when are you going to take a break? Come back home. Your third aunt has introduced you to a girl from their village. I heard she's very nice. She's very down to earth. Everything else is pretty good. Just a little fat. When are you coming back to meet? Zhang Ji's mother's voice came over the phone. Mom, why are you introducing me to someone again? Didn't I say I'm not dating anymore? Zhang Gu said helplessly into the phone. You don't want my third aunt to introduce me. What did you introduce me to last time? It's as long as a small landmine. Zhang Gu's mom was a bit annoyed. You child, what are you talking about? Your third aunt introduced you to someone because she cares about you. Who cares about you? Besides, our family is in such a condition that it's good that the girl is willing. Why are you still picking and choosing? When it comes to Ginger, mom can't help but nag me. Look at the next door Lin Lin. With you since childhood. People talked about a girlfriend, led to the home. His mother is not willing to, after the separation of this year again led home to a. If you're capable, you can bring one home yourself. I don't want to worry about it. You're just stupid. You're not like Lin Lin, who can talk well and coax other girls. Ginger hated it when his mom compared him to others, and every time she said that he had an indescribable irritation. Zhang Linlin, a flamboyant and deceitful person who cheats on his feelings, is what Zhanga dislikes, and Zhanga has long since had no dealings with him. I don't know why he is so good in his mom's mouth, 100 times better than him. Mom, can you stop talking? You don't even know what kind of person Linlin is. He got pregnant outside and played disappeared himself. He's an extremely irresponsible scum, you know? Also, there are a lot of things he does outside that you guys don't even know about. None of us at the same age are willing to play with him now. How can you compare me to him? Ginger said into the phone with some exasperation. But across the room came such words from his mother. It's people who can knock up girls who are good at it. If you're good at it, you can knock one up too. Zhang Ji's blood pressure spiked when he heard this. Being a mom always has a kind of magic power. Can a sentence directly make Zhang Ji's blood pressure burst? His mom didn't used to be like this, but at some point, she changed. It probably has something to do with the current climate. I don't know when honesty became a pejorative term. Synonymous with stupidity. People are not ashamed of being greasy. They are proud of it. People want to raise their kids to be bad and greasy. No one ever wants their kids to be kind, honest, sincere and simple. Ginger also knew that such a person, the probability is that he will suffer in society. And I do not know where the problem is. Seeing that Ginger didn't say anything, his mother's voice continued to come over the phone and, how'd it go with that Yanajisu? Ginger was silent. It was really a pot calling the kettle black. Mom continued. I knew that Luju was not down to earth. Last time you brought her back to see me she was not willing. If she truly followed you, could she not be willing to come to see me? You, or honestly come back to the blind date? Zhang Ge glanced at Zhang Nuanan next to him, covered the phone and asked, are you willing to go home with me to meet my parents? Zhang Nuanan immediately nodded her head with a happy face, like a chicken pecking at rice. Of course I'm willing, Ginger said into the phone. I broke up with Luju a long time ago and found a new girlfriend. I'll bring it back to you guys this afternoon. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Nuanan came closer and looked at Zhang Ge. Are you really going to take me to see your parents? Zhang Ge nodded and replied, well, we'll go in a while. Our village is not far from here. It's only an hour's ride by tricycle. There's not much to do in this county, so it's just as well that I'll take you back to our village to play. The scenery there is great. You can also go to the small river to fish and catch crayfish. Ginger paused, then said, just in time to avoid that Wu Gang, so he doesn't get his picture taken. Zhang Nuanan was delighted and a bit nervous. I'm not prepared at all. Ginger laughed at this and said, what, you're still nervous? Zhang Nuanan covered her face. Of course I'm nervous. What if Auntie isn't happy with me? Zhang Ge smiled and comforted. Don't worry. You're so good my parents must be satisfied. To have a daughter-in-law like you. My mom wouldn't burn incense every day. Zhang Nuanan laughed and nudged Ginger's head. You're the one who can talk. Then let's go now. Take your suitcase and let's stay at home for 2 days. Ginger said. Okay. Zhang Nuanan nodded and started to pack up her things and put them inside the box. Mainly all those cosmetics she took out. Soon, after packing, Zhang Nannan changed into her high heels again. Zhang Ge pulled the suitcase. Zhang Nannan took his arm, and the two of them went out the door. When he got downstairs, Ginger put his suitcase on the bucket of his car and, this cart of yours is quite convenient. You can even load things in the back. Well, Zhang Nannan praised the cart for a while. Zhang Ge said with a proud face, that's right. This car can also be driven to the ground, pulling corn and wheat. It can also be used to pull machines and pumps when watering the fields. Zhang Nuanan seemed like a little fangirl, letting out a wow. Amazing. The two of them got on the tricycle again and traveled towards the countryside. Out of the county. Walking on the asphalt road to the countryside. Both sides are green wheat fields. The afternoon sunlight slanting down to the upper layer of the wheat field gilded with a layer of golden yellow light. The breeze blowing the waves of wheat. The distant village quiet and peaceful. Zhang Nuanan brought a smile towards looking at the scenery outside the window and couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful scenery. Is that a leek? What a big piece. Ginger was shocked. That's wheat. It's wheat. Zhang Nuanan covered her mouth and laughed in embarrassment. I'm sorry. It's my first time meeting my. Seriously? Ginger said. Really, when I was a kid growing up in the city, when I was on vacation I was always either taking dance lessons, or piano lessons, and English tuition classes. All kinds of tuition classes. Never saw wheat. I'm so ashamed to actually think of my as a leek. Zhang Nuanan's face turned red. Nothing to be ashamed of. Growing up in a different environment, Ginger said. If you are ashamed, it should be me. You learn this and that. I know all day to catch fish and shrimp. Zhang Nuanan seems to be very interested in the life of rural children. I think rural children's childhood is really happy. My childhood when I recall. In addition to study is the competition. Can be boring. Zhang Ge glanced at her. Suddenly felt that childhood she is also quite pitiful. Who knows how much effort and hard work she has put in exchange for behind the glittering and glamorous. Sometimes Ginger feels that the happiness of everyone's life is constant. You suffer in childhood and enjoy happiness as an adult. You are carefree in childhood and have to bear the hardships of life when you grow up. Zhang Ge said to Zhang Nuanan, that's not easy. Go to the village and I'll take you to experience the joy of a rural child's childhood. Yes, Zhang Nannan agreed with a delighted face. As the tricycle traveled down the road, Zhang Nuanan suddenly seemed to remember something and let out an exclamation. Oops crap, I forgot something very important. What is it? Ginger asked with a puzzled look on his face. Zhang Nuanan said with a serious face, I forgot to prepare a gift for my aunt and uncle. It's all your fault. You left too quickly. I forgot about such an important matter. Zhang Nuanan's tone was slightly complaining. It was obvious that she really cared about what Zhang Ji's parents thought of her. Fearing that they would be dissatisfied, Zhang Ge gently patted Zhang Nuanan's back and comforted. It's okay, they're already happy that you can go. That won't do. You have to give a gift. Zhang Nuanan said somewhat stubbornly. This is the first time we've met. I have to perform well. I can't leave a bad impression on my uncle and aunt. Or else. Or what? Ginger asked. Zhang Nuanan's expression was a bit shy. Or what if there is a mother-in-law-daughter-in-law conflict in the future? Ginger froze. You're thinking a little far ahead here. Far from what? Have you not considered marrying me? Zhang Nannan fainted. No. Ginger stirred a strong desire to live. Didn't I think I could take you home to meet my parents? That's more like it. Zhang Nuanan instantly revealed a smile on his face. Then she fretted a little. What about the gift? Ginger casually replied. Why don't you go to the supermarket in town and buy some random stuff? Originally, Zhang Nuanan didn't feel too good about it because the town supermarket didn't have anything upscale. But under Jiangge's persuasion, he agreed. The tricycle traveled all the way to the biggest supermarket in town. Zhang Nuanan asked Zhang Ji's opinion. Knowing that Zhang Ji's father likes to drink, the supermarket sells the most expensive wine is Wuliangye. Zhang Nuanan bought 6 bottles at once, all let the salesman with a gift bag, and bought some fruit and milk. After all, the town supermarket on these things, nothing special. As for Ginger's mom, I'm ashamed to say that Ginger didn't know what her hobbies were. Zhang Nuanan said mysteriously that there was no need to buy. She had the right gifts inside her suitcase. Jiangge didn't know what it was. He felt that such a daughter-in-law to lead back is his parents' biggest happy news. Gifts and other things are not really important. After buying the gifts, the tricycle drove down the forested path into the village, and when he reached his house, the gate was open, and Jiangge rode the tricycle directly into the yard. But he didn't notice a silver sedan parked far away on the far side of his house, its occupants watching the tricycle enter the gate. A dirt yellow dog in the yard was especially happy to see Zhang Ji's car, wagging its tail and running over, while the chickens in the yard were scared and ran far away. Mom, I'm home. Zhang Gu opened the car door and took Zhang Nuanan out of the car. The dog kept sniffing around Zhang Nuanan. Go, step aside. Zhang Gu gently pushed the dog away with a kick and walked to the door of the house with Zhang Nuanan carrying a large bag. Mom, Zhang Gu looked toward the house. It turned out that next door Linlin mom is also there. The two are chatting. No wonder they did not hear him call. Your family Jiangge, people can be honest, is a good boy. Unlike our family Linlin, all day and night not tune. So there are still girls to pursue him. I do not know what to figure. You see, this is not the new girl. Also gave me a bracelet. Linlin's mom disliked it on her lips, but actually rolled up her sleeves and fiercely showed Jiangge's mom the emerald bracelet, which was not of good quality. Zhang Ji's mom was envious. It's still your family Linlin who has the ability. With this daughter-in-law, you'll be blessed in the future. Our Jiangge is honest and truthful, but nowadays society doesn't eat this kind of thing. Jiangge walked into the house and interrupted their conversation. Auntie is here too. Mom, let's stop talking for now. Didn't I tell you to bring my girlfriend back this afternoon? Why don't you prepare for it? When Jiangge's mom heard this, she asked, your girlfriend? Really? Where is it? Behind Jiangge. Zhang Nuanan walked in and politely said, hello auntie. Jiangge's mom and Linlin's mom froze as soon as they saw a great beauty like Zhang Nannan. For a moment, it was Ginger who broke the ice and said, Mom, people are calling you. Why don't you say yes? Oh, hey, oops. Quickly come in. Quickly come in. Zhang Ji's mom instantly looked a little overwhelmed, and greeted Zhang Nuanan with a face full of joy as she entered the house. The enthusiasm was more than meeting his own daughter. After entering the house, several people sat on the sofa. Zhang Gu and Zhang Nannan sat on one side. Zhang Ji's mom and Linlin's mom sat on one side, but the two seemed to only have Zhang Nannan in their eyes, as if Jiang Gu didn't exist. Ahem, let me introduce you. This is my mom. Jiangge then introduced Linlin's mom and said, this is auntie next door. Just call her auntie. Then he introduced Zhang Nannan. Her name is Zhang Nannan. My girlfriend. Hello auntie. Hello auntie. Zhang Nannan politely greeted again. Linlin's mom's eyes were full of envy, and her mouth couldn't stop praising. Hello, hello, Aya. What a good daughter. She looks like a TV star. This is much prettier than the girlfriend Lin found. Your Jianggu is really capable. He's got such a good girlfriend. Seeing Lin's mom like this, Ginger's mom's heart was instantly satisfied. She scrutinized Zhang Nuanan, and the more she looked at her, the more surprised she felt. And after a few moments, she cautiously asked, "Girl, why do I see that the more I look at you, the more you look like that TV? What was that idol drama called?" Ginger laughed a little at that, not realizing that her mom watched idol dramas. "It's called manhwa." Ginger's mom finally remembered. "Is that you?" Zhang Nuanan nodded with some embarrassment. "Auntie, manhwa is the one I played." At that moment, shock once again filled the eyes of Jiangge's mom and Lin's mom. Lin's mom stared wide-eyed and said incredulously, You're really a big star, aren't you?" Jiangge actually talked about a celebrity girlfriend. Ginger's mom, on the other hand, stood up with a face full of joy. "I can't believe it's really you. Gosh, you played manhwa so well. I love it so much, and upright and kind. Oh my god, I'm your fan. Auntie, don't dare. Hahaha. Zhang Nuanan was instantly less nervous, and it was like Zhang Ji's mom had turned into a little fangirl. Zhang Nuanan secretly rejoiced. The future mother-in-law is a fan of her own, so there shouldn't be any mother-in-law-daughter-in-law conflicts in the future. Ginger was also confused about this, and he didn't know that his mom was even a fan of Zhang Nuanan. Rural women, however, are not so fanatical about chasing stars. They simply love a character or an actor. Sometimes they don't even know the person's name, but they just love to watch that person. The kind that doesn't change the channel once they see it. "Where's my dad? Playing cards again?" Jiangge commented that his father was full of bad habits. Smoking, drinking, playing cards and bragging, watching videos and turning them on super loud, and not washing his feet. Other children take their father as a role model. He is from junior high school on his father as a negative example to look at. So Jiangge to the present does not smoke, do not drink and do not play cards. There is also only occasionally, but also pay close attention to foot hygiene. Watching videos also never affect others. So it has to be said that his father really played a key role in his development. "Your dad. There's a family building a house on the East End. Your dad went to give them a hand. I'm calling him back. Don't let him do it." Jiangge's mom replied and was about to head outside. Lin's mom stepped forward. "You have a guest at home, so get ready. I'll help you call his father." "Okay." Jiangge's mom sent Lin's mom out of the house, and then walked towards the chickens raised in the house. These chickens are raised. Usually only on New Year's Day she can afford to kill a few of them. One for her own family for the New Year's Eve dinner, and the rest for entertaining her relatives. Home-raised chickens eat vegetable leaves and grains every day, much more delicious than the chickens bought outside. Jiangge usually crave. Jiangge's mother cannot kill, but today, she's going to kill a chicken to entertain Zhang Nuanan. Zhang Nuanan held something in his hand towards Kong Ji's mom. "Auntie, meeting you for the first time. This is a small gift for you. It's a little token of my appreciation. I hope you'll like it." Then Zhang Nuanan handed that box to Ginger's mom. Ginger's mom picked it up, opened it, and was filled with shock. Inside the box was a strand of pearls that were worth a lot of money at first glance. A total of 32 pearls are threaded together, each one round, full and flawless. "Ouch, I can't accept this. It's too expensive." Although Jiangge's mom didn't understand it, some expensive things were worth a lot of money at a glance. Zhang Nuanan hurriedly persuaded, "Auntie, this is a piece of my heart. Just accept it." Jiangge's mom excused herself for half a day, but in the end, it was not good to refute Zhang Nanan's face and took the pearl necklace. But the village people are concerned about the return of gifts. She also pondered, with about the same value of things to give Zhang Nuanan. Jianggu also did not know how much the string of pearls was worth, thinking to ask Zhang Nuanan later. At the east end of the village, Zhang Ji's father is building a brick wall on the scaffolding. In addition to him, there are 5 or 6 workers working together. These people are from the village or neighboring villages. The village building project is not big. 5 or 6 people are enough. Don't underestimate these people. Some of the big cities and the skyscrapers, they were once involved in building. Construction of the craft is not to say. Zhang Ji's father is one of them. When he was young, he was also a good hand at bricklaying, but also worked as a foreman. And then because of health reasons, cannot support the high intensity of labor, only to choose to return home to do some odd jobs. Everyone was working and casually gossiping about something, talking and laughing. "I say, old how? Your son Jiangge is 24 or 25 years old, isn't he? Why hasn't he gotten married yet? Look at the ones his age. Their kids are running away." One of the workers in camouflage uniform said. "This person is also from this village. Because his name has the word mountain in it, people call him Old Mountain. The vernacular is the same sound as Lao San. People also call him Lao San. Anyway, the pronunciation is the same. Zhang Ji's father helplessly shook his head and smiled. 24. Zhang Go I cannot control he loves how it is. He can find what kind of. This child I too high. Matchmaking phase a number of did not hit. After all, the son with the father well. High vision normal. The people working together were speechless for a while and laughed. And Old Mountain added, what, with your family's condition, you still want to find one to be a model? Zhang's father is not angry. Hey, you don't say. Don't look at the poor conditions. There are the kind of willing to follow. Old Mountain laughed. You gentlemen are even thinking of beautiful things. The people around them laughed and got involved in the discussion. You don't say. Our honest family, looking for a daughter-in-law can't find the kind of too good-looking. You didn't see the former Jiang village two-bald son. His eldest son, found a dancer. Just body good, what's the use? He got married in 2 weeks and ran off with someone else. Yes, the second bald man saved up his whole life to give his son this daughter-in-law. And he didn't get a penny of the 180,000 dowry back. The second baldy should be even balder this time when he can't sleep at night. Ha ha ha. At this time Li Lin's mother came trotting over with a big smile on her face. The neighbor's family had a happy event. And she was really happy too. Ginger's dad, come on. Don't do it. Come home now. Your son has brought you back a daughter-in-law, a TV star. Big star? With a puzzled look on his face. Ginger's father climbed down from the scaffolding. The workers working together stopped what they were doing and looked on curiously. Not far away from the bottom of the wall, sitting on a group of old women. Do not look old. The village of what cannot escape their ears. Listen to Lin Lin mom so shout. They are also curious shouted, Lin Lin mom, come over on this side. Lin Lin's mom walked over quickly and told them about it with an excited look on her face. The story that Ginger had led a big star back to the village just went viral. Zhang's father greeted the proprietor. Xiao Wu. Then I'll go back first. Just give me a half-day's labor credit today. The proprietor who built the house was a few years younger than Zhang's father. And this house was renovated for his elderly parents. The previous mud hut was too dilapidated and unsafe to live in. He waved his hand towards Zhang's father. Brother, go back to see your daughter-in-law. I'll give you credit for a full day's labor today. At home, Zhang Ge, Zhang Nuanan, and Zhang Ji's mother are chatting in one piece. Zhang Ji's mother has placed cut fruits, melon seeds, sugar, and peanuts all over the coffee table, which is already the highest treatment for guests in the house. So it can be seen how satisfied she is with this daughter-in-law. This will be Jiangga mother is talking about Jiangga childhood embarrassing. Winter wearing cotton pants step winter. Fell into the ice hole to a cotton trouser leg wet. Do not dare to go home. Can only bare legs in the ground to light a fire roasted cotton pants? The Zhang Nuanan amused giggle. Mom, can you say something nice about me? Ginger protested. Jiangga's mother said, did you ever do anything good when you were a child? Stealing peaches planted by the old lady. You caught a tree to pick a tree all picked up for others. Angry old lady to find the family. You say you hate people, and you go to school on the way. There are family members planted saplings. You go to and from school every day to pull and then inserted a row of saplings to the scourge of the dead. The people of the people also wondered how the good saplings all dead. Did you do it? And our village street lamps. You take a slingshot. The lamp and lampshade all broken. And then live inside the bird. Ginger listened to a moment of silence. God. I want to strangle my childhood self when I hear that. Zhang Nuanan, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Ge with shocked eyes, the corners of his mouth with a stifled smile. I didn't even know that you were so lacking in virtue as a child. For you to grow up so big, not only do you have to thank Auntie for raising you, but you also have to thank Auntie for not killing you. Ginger smiled a little ashamed. I thought to myself that this is really my own mother. Speaking about my own black history is without reservation. Wouldn't this really ruin her image in Zhang Nuanan's mind? The good thing is that Zhang Nuanan looked at Jiang Ge from time to time. His eyes were smiling and full of love. So that Jiang Ge put down his heart. Talking about what? So happy. Ginger's father walked into the house. Come back. Because of something that happened before when Jiangge's father got drunk. Jiang Ge didn't really like to call his dad. And his dad said all day long that he was an unfilial son who didn't even call his dad. Hello uncle. Zhang Nuanan immediately stood up and politely greeted Zhang Ji's father. Ginger's father was equally shocked. And what a star. Uncle, do you know me before? Zhang Nuanan asked. Recognize. Don't see that I don't watch much TV, but I often watch the short video segment on my cell phone. I didn't see the video you made yourself, but there's a TV show commercial with you in it, right? I swipe to that commercial video from time to time. Ah yes. Zhang Nuanan smiled in embarrassment. I'm sorry uncle. My advertisement affected you to brush the video. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter. That ad was also cast by your company. Not that you personally cast it right, Ginger's father said. Zhang Nuanan nodded. Yes, uncle, do you know anything about this piece as well? Ginger's father was about to start white-knuckling it again. This piece don't look like I'm in your business, but all this stuff in there is pretty much the same. Yes, that's right, Zhang Nuanan answered with a smile. Zhanga saw that his father was going to start talking in vain again. This person really can talk to whoever he wants, and hurriedly stopped and said, eat melon seeds or not? Zhang Ji's father waved his hand. I won't eat. You guys eat. I just come back from work and haven't washed my hands yet. You guys chat first, I'll go wash my hands. Zhang Nuanan acted like a good daughter-in-law and said with concern, Uncle, then you take your time. Come over and eat some melon seeds and fruits after washing your hands in a while. Okay. Ginger's father turned around and went out to wash his hands. Zhanga spat at Zhang Nuanan about his dad. My dad is a man who loves to make up white lies. Zhang Nuanan touched Zhang Ji's head. How can you say that about your own father? I think it's quite nice. Much more affectionate than my dad. Anyway, I quite love talking to uncle. In the evening, Jangle's mother called Jangle's aunt, who had married in the same village, to come and see her nephew-in-law as well. In the evening, a big table was made, and Zhanga's grandparents came over, and the family sat down to eat dinner together. At the dinner table, the family naturally praised Zhang Nannan. How did you two meet? Aunt Ginger asked. Ginger froze, a question he didn't really have an answer for. Zhang Nuanan, who was sitting next to Zhang Gu, replied, it was when their company approached me for cooperation that we met. Ginger breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the system was quite complete. Even the memory of how they met was there. Zhang Ji's company is a relatively famous cosmetic company, under the banner of several well-known brands, which also has a very high-end cosmetic brands, and Zhang Nuanan cooperation is not impossible. But Zhang Gu was definitely not present when the cooperation took place. He was just the lowest level salesman of a branch, and he didn't even know when there had been cooperation. But because of some reasons, my cooperation with their company was cancelled. But I took this opportunity to meet Zhang Gu. Zhang Nuanan continued to speak with a happy smile on her face. Ginger's aunt nodded. Oh, so that's it. As if there was something else she wanted to say, she hesitated and began to speak. Hot Xin. You're such a famous and big star. You must know a lot of excellent people. How come you're looking at our family's Zhanga? Auntie didn't mean any harm. She just asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Aunt, what are you saying? How come you can't look at me? Am I that bad? Ginger spat helplessly. Zhang Nuanan, however, gently hugged Zhang Ji's arm and replied somewhat shyly. Zhang Gu is different from all those people. He is especially, how can I put it? Anyway, I'm especially relaxed with him. Especially comfortable, but also very secure, which is what no one else can give me. Zhang Nuanan continued. Actually, I really think that Zhang Gu is great. He's especially real, not hypocritical at all, and he's also especially kind and upright. And these are the most valuable qualities. Okay, don't praise. If you praise me again, I'm going to go to heaven. Zhang Gu somewhat vainly joked that he himself did not know that he had so many advantages. But then again, Zhang Gu felt that she was right. He was treating people especially real. Never play the false head of that set. If you want to talk about kindness, Ginger even fed roasted sausages to stray dogs. How's that for kindness? There are fewer and fewer people as kind as me these days. Ginger thought to himself. A meal to eat. Zhang Ji's family are all joyful, satisfied with Zhang Nuanan to the point of not being able to pick a single fault. When it was time to go to bed at night, Zhanga's mom carefully asked the two of them, which room are you two going to sleep in? She pointed to Zhanga's room and said, there's a room over here, and I've packed up the east room for you, with new quilts, so you can sleep in whichever room you want, okay? Her words were mainly asked to Zhang Nuanan. After all, she didn't know how far the two of them had progressed in their relationship. So she prepared 2 rooms for the two of them, which was a basic respect for girls. Zhang Nannan nodded. Thank you, Auntie. Mom, you leave it alone. Go to bed and go. Ginger interrupted. Ginger's mom nodded. Okay, I'll go to bed then. You guys have an early night. Aha, good night, Auntie. Watching the lights in his parents' room turn off, Zhang Gu held Zhang Nuanan's hand and turned off the lights in the living room, walked out of the living room and closed the door with his backhand as well, and passed through the yard to the east room. The east room is where you usually keep some of your stuff, and it has a double bed in it that can be used as a guest room if necessary. The east room was especially cleaned up today, and the sheets and covers were all new and red, making it look like a wedding. Zhang Gu pulled Zhang Nuanan to sit on the bed. Let's sleep in this house at night. It's far away and won't be heard if we make any noise. The light in the east room was a tungsten bulb that gave off a cozy yellow warm light. Zhang Nuanan's face became more and more moving under the light. Her face was a little blushing, and she nodded her head as if she understood. The lights were off. The cool, silvery white moonlight poured in through the windows, and the rural night was quiet and a damp sound of waves lapping against the reef came faintly. And again it seemed vaguely as if a nightingale were singing with a euphonious sound. In the air, the scent of the sea, a brave petrel weaving back and forth through the dark clouds. Shuttle, shuttle, shuttle again, keep going back and forth. Let the storm come harder. Wow! Torrential rains pouring down. The storm knocked the brave petrels wet, and the brave petrels still weaved their way through the storm. The next day, the two of them woke up only at 9 o'clock, cleaned up. Zhang Ji's mother brought the hot porridge kept warm in the rice cooker to the table. It was also thoughtfully prepared with some small dishes. The two sat on the table. Zhang Ji's mother said to Zhang Nuanan, "This porridge is this year's new stick flour simmering. Can be fragrant, drink more. It's coarse grain, not fattening. Yesterday, I saw how little you ate. I was heartbroken." Zhang Nuanan revealed a happy smile. "Thank you, auntie." She happily drank 2 bowls of cornmeal porridge and ate a small nest, which Zhanga's mom had gotten up early to steam for her, knowing that she wanted to stay in shape. In addition to this, they also went to dig up some wild vegetables in the early morning, and Zhang Nuanan ate them and exclaimed that they were delicious. Spring wild vegetables are indeed quite delicious, tender and slightly bitter, natural and pollution-free. I heard that it can also cure diseases, but you can eat so many days a year. Is this for rabbits? I want meat. Ginger protested. You love it or not? Protests are invalid. Zhang Nuanan enjoys the difference in treatment from Zhanga's mom and is full of happy smiles. After eating a full meal, Zhanga took Zhang Nuanan and carried a shovel out the door. What are we going to do? Zhang Nuanan asked. Don't you want to experience your childhood in the countryside? I'll take you to experience it. Let's go digging earthworms and fishing. Zhanga said. Yes. Zhang Nuanan bounced twice happily. Next to the vegetable patch, Ginger dug down with a shovel and unearthed several earthworms, wriggling their bodies and trying to burrow into the soil. This is the first time I've seen a real earthworm. I've only seen it in textbooks before. Zhang Nuanan bent over and watched the earthworm run away. Zhanga squatted down, broke the clumps of earth with his hands, grabbed the earthworms inside, put them into a prepared plastic box, and put some more dirt in to prevent the earthworms from drying out, while saying to Zhang Nuanan, "Do you want to help catch them?" Zhang Nannan shook his head repeatedly and took a few steps back. No, don't. I'm afraid. Zhang Nannan was actually afraid of earthworms? Zhang Ge was a bit surprised, and at the same time felt that her little girl look was a bit cute. Alright then, I'll catch it myself. Zhanga finished catching the earthworms and led Zhang Nannan to the edge of the bay on the south side of the village. The east side of the bay is a piece of reed. The scenery is very beautiful. There are wild ducks in it, and occasionally you can see mandarin ducks. There are a lot of fishing on the edge of the bay, but invariably all men, not a woman, let alone a beautiful woman like Zhang Nuanan. Zhang Ge found a shaded fishing spot ready to rod. Around the fishing all looked toward this side. There is a guy drifting fish did not see. A look is not qualified fisherman. A real angler's first thought if an alien spaceship fell in the river in his face would be that the nest had spooked. Zhang Ge rod down. The fish is very facetious. Not long after the fish float up and down 2 times. Zhang Nuanan is very happy to shout in a small voice, "There are fish coming! There are fish coming! Quickly fish!" Ginger waited until the float topped up, lifted the rod and hit the fish, caught the fish up and it was a palm-sized carp. "Show me, show me, show me!" Zhang Nuanan stamped her foot in great excitement. Ginger took the fish off the hook, pumped some water into the small bucket and dropped the fish inside. Zhang Nuanan squatted down to look at the fish, and after looking at it for a while, she somewhat leaped forward and said to Zhanga, "Fish for me for a while?" "Okay." Ginger nodded and gave her the rod. "I'll help you load the worms." With that, Ginger hung a worm on the hook, looking at the fish hook piercing the earthworm's body and still twisting. Zhang Nuanan said, "I feel so poor for the earthworm." "It's okay, early death," Ginger said, hanging up the worms. Zhang Nannan happily fished. Maybe this fishing thing really has a novice protection period. Zhang Nuanan once caught. Soon there are fish to eat. Not long to catch several carp. This bay just has a lot of carp. The more Zhang Nuanan fished, the happier he became, and by noon, he had caught a dozen carp and a few small chubs. "It's noon. Let's go home for dinner." Zhang Ge called Zhang Nuanan home. But who knows, Zhang Nuanan seems to be addicted to fishing. Reluctant to give up and said, "We will come back to fishing in the afternoon. Okay?" Ginger smiled and nodded. "Yes, of course." The two returned home with a bucket, and Zhang Nuanan is very happy to show off her fishing catch to Zhanga's mom, who praises her for a while, making Zhang Nuanan happy. At noon, Zhang Ji's mother fried the carp, served up a fragrant plate. Zhang Nuanan originally did not eat fish, could not help but eat too. The fish they caught is delicious. The next time, Jangga took Zhang Nuanan to the small river north of his home to fish for crayfish, took food to the grove for a picnic, went to the wild to dig up wild vegetables, looking for gudi, which is a kind of grass core that can be eaten, and also took Zhang Nuanan digging to dig up thatched grass root, boiled sweet water, went to look at the freshly bloomed apple blossoms inside the apple tree field, took a walk along a thin dirt road in the middle of the wheat field, and watched the sunset dyeing the sky red. A generation of goddess, Zhang Nuanan, was almost brought up as a feral child by Ginger, but she was happy about it. On the third day, Zhang Nuanan finished dressing up, packed her bags, and after saying goodbye to Jangga's mom and dad, Jangga used his cell phone to call a limousine to take her to the city airport. Avoiding the corner of the crowd, Zhang Nuanan pulled Zhang Ji's hand reluctantly. I'm leaving, you have to miss me you know? Jangga smiled and nodded. I know, wait for a while, maybe I'll visit your theater group. It should be fine for me to visit the class, right? Zhang Nuanan knew what Jangga was worried about and said with a mischievous smile, it's okay, I'll just say you're my cousin. Ha ha, I think it's fine. Ginger smiled and asked, how much is that pearl necklace you gave my mom worth? Zhang Nuanan replied, it's one I bought from an auction, and it cost $2 million. Ginger was shocked when he heard, what, $2 million? Zhang Nuanan said indifferently, why do you care how much money? Auntie likes it, it's only $2 million, it's not much. Jangga was speechless. According to his salary of $5,000 a month, $2 million to earn how long? You're quite the little rich girl, Ginger said, pulling out a pocket made of velvet from his pocket. A purple pocket with a cluster of flowers embroidered on it. Pulling the pocket open, inside was a jade bracelet with a warm texture. This is for you. I just don't know if it's worth anything. My mom had it appraised but didn't tell me how much it was worth. Ginger said. What kind of bracelet is this? Zhang Nuanan asked. Jangga took the jade bracelet and said to Zhang Nuanan, my mom put it in my pocket when I was leaving and asked me to give it to you. This is our family's ancestral bracelet, passed down from my grandmother to my grandmother to my mom. I heard my grandmother say that it was from the time of the famine, when a man exchanged it with my old grandfather for a bowl of millet. Zhang Nuanan's eyes went straight when she heard it. Really? Auntie is really going to give it to me? Do you want it? This is something my mom kept to pass on to her daughter-in-law, and I don't know if it's worth $1. $2 million. What are you babbling about? Auntie's approval of me is what matters, Zhang Nuanan proudly said. This shows that Auntie has recognized me as her daughter-in-law. If you dare to bully me in the future, I'll tell Auntie so she can clean you up. Then Zhang Nuanan smiled slightly shyly. Give it to me. She opened her hands to Ginger. Ginger smiled and put the jade bracelet into Zhang Nuanan's hands. Zhang Nuanan happily put it on her wrist. What a beautiful jade bracelet. The airport beeps urging boarding. I'll leave first. Zhang Nuanan waved with Janggu and happily jogged towards the boarding area with her bracelet on. Jangga watched her enter the inside of the gate, turned around and walked out of the airport, took a taxi, went straight back home, and after talking to his mom and dad, rode his electric tricycle to his rental house in the county. The county is actually geographically close to the bustling downtown area, and I've heard it's going to be zoned, but not yet. Ginger's village is on the south side of the county and the downtown area is on the north side of the county. Riding the tricycle, Jangga thought on the way that he needed to get more money. He was now a person with a system, and didn't want to live the poor days of the past. Almost to the rental, through a small road. The village here has just been demolished. On both sides of all the dilapidated houses, the village has also long been no one. In front of a group of people who do not look like serious people standing there, all 20 or 30 years old, all with inch hair, a few wearing short sleeves, tattoos on the arm, and a few carrying sticks in their hands. Jangga used to walk this road often, did not encounter anything, this time did not think too much, thought it had nothing to do with him, continue to go forward. But to the front, a few people stopped on the road. The tricycle stopped. One of the slightly older, taller, flower-armed men knocked on the window of Ginger's tricycle, looked inside, and said, "It's Ginger, isn't it? Come down. We've been blocking you for days." Ginger got out of the car and 5 or 6 men surrounded him. The tall, flower-armed man made a phone call. "Brother gang, the people are jammed. Just tell me what to do with them." On the other end of the phone, the person who answered the phone was none other than Wu Gang. "People are blocking me. I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, the men kept blocking Ginger. Within moments, a blue BMW arrived. The car stopped in the middle of the road with a kick of the brakes, and Wu Gang stepped out of the car. "Boy, I finally got you, didn't I?" Ginger couldn't help but smile when he saw that Wu Gang still had gauze wrapped around his nose, so it looked like his punch was really light. Wukong had seen Ginger laughing at him and couldn't help but get even more furious. "And you're laughing? you're going to get it today. Get him for me. The tall, flower-armed man waved his hand, and all the surrounding youths walked towards Jiang Ling with sticks. Ginger could tell that the punks were listening to the tall, flower-armed man, not to Wu Gang. It looks like this flower-armed guy is the head of the gang. The surrounding people had already surrounded them with their sticks, and Wu Gang had a smug smile on his lips, as if he had already seen the tragic image of Jianggu being brutally beaten. Today he was finally able to take a breath. However, Ginger was not panicking and had already come up with an idea. System, change my relationship with this flower-armed man. Okay, may I ask what relationship to modify it to? Ginger thought for a moment. Just cousin would be good. With that, the system's pleasant voice came in his head. Ding, character relationship modification successful. The tall, flower-armed man is called Chen Tao. Chen Tao was looking on coldly, when his little brother's stick on the side had already swung over towards Jianggu. But suddenly, he looked at Ginger and suddenly seemed to remember something. By this time, Ginger had dodged a wooden stick that smashed into Ginger's car, shattering the front light. Pop, there was a shattering of glass. The wooden sticks in the back continued to greet down towards Ginger's body. Chen Tao, however, immediately shouted, stop it all. He was so agitated that he walked towards Ginger and kicked one of the youths who had just almost hit Ginger to the side. The guy was depressed. Didn't you tell me to call? Anyway, everyone stopped down. Chen Tao looked at Jianggu and said with delight, you're Jianggu, I'm going, my cousin, we haven't seen each other in how many years? I didn't even recognize you just now. Ginger laughed darkly, but pretended up on the surface. And you are? Chen Tao, your cousin, don't you remember me? We used to play together when we were kids. Oh, I remember, cousin Chen Tao, it's really been a long time. I didn't expect to meet in this way. What's this Wu Gang's relationship with you? Chen Tao heard immediately full of apologies to Jianggu apologized, I'm sorry cousin. I just almost beat you. This Wu Gang. I'm not familiar with him, just met a few times. This time he said to take some money. Let me bring a few brothers to help him block individuals. I did not expect this as you are. Chen Tao patted Jiang Ji's shoulder. Don't worry, brother, I'll take care of Wu Gang for you. In the future, with my brother here, no one can fucking move you. One side of Wu Gang people are stupid. What is this situation? How did it become a cousin? Is that such a coincidence? Feeling a little bad, he got in the car and tried to drive away, but he just parked in the middle of the road. This road is narrow, and it is not good to turn around, but where a little bit of the side can also be good to turn around a little bit. Just as he was backing up, Chen Tao had already told people to surround his car and couldn't even move. Chen Tao brought a wooden stick from the people he brought, walked to the front of the car, pointed at Wu Gang and shouted, get off! If you don't get off the car, I'll smash your car. Wu Gang 10,000 times opened the car door and walked down. Brother, Chen Tao immediately interrupted. Who the hell is your brother? Wu Gang directly changed his words with a bitter face. Brother Tao, my mistake. I really didn't realize he was your cousin. It's not too late to know. Come over here, old brother. You say how to get him today. Break an arm or a leg. Your word. Ginger walked over to him, and Wukong was already shivering in fear. Broken arms and legs won't be necessary. Keep him away from me from now on. I don't want to see him again. Chen Tao immediately pointed at Wu Gang's nose and scolded. Do you hear me? Stay away from my cousin in the future, or I'll kill you. Wu Gang could only nod repeatedly. Ginger added, I'm a reasonable person. I just had my headlights smashed, so you tell me what to do. Wu Gang now can only concede, blame me. The lamp I give you compensation. You see, I compensate $1,000 okay? Wu Gang thought that Jianggu is a poor boy. An electric tricycle lamp can be worth a few $dozen. He would be happy to pay him $1,000. But I didn't expect Ginger to shake his head. I don't want you to pay for it. You broke my headlights and I smashed yours. Fair enough. When Wu Gang heard, he said, I'm a BMW car lights. This is compared with the lights of the electric tricycle. Fair but he could only think about it in his mind, but didn't dare to say it. Chen Tao cannot care about those aside. Directly commanded the little brother. Brothers heard it. All give me smashed. Those youths carried wooden sticks and smashed them against Wu Gang's headlights. Snap, there was a sound of headlights shattering. Don't smash it, Wu Gang screamed in pain. Where do those people care about him? Not long after the headlights and rear lights were smashed, one of the boys wasn't having any fun and picked up a rock to dry shatter the front windshield. Another guy dented the car door with his foot. Anyway, it's not just the lights that got smashed, it's the whole body that suffered. This can really put Wu Gang heartache bad. He is usually very cherish their own car. Even scrape a little bit of heartache for several days? This kind of smashing is simply smashed in his heart. Don't smash. I beg you not to smash it. I really know it's wrong. Brother Jianga, It's me who's sorry. I promise you'll never see me again. Please don't smash it. Seeing that the effect was almost complete, Jiang Ge glanced at Chen Tao, who made his minions stop. Seeing that Wu Gang had tears in his eyes, Jiang Ge walked up to him and said to him, "This time is considered to be a little bit of a lesson for you. If you dare to mess with me again, I guarantee that it won't be as simple as this time. Still, I don't want to see you again in the future. You go away." Wu Gang nodded repeatedly, got into his car and drove off. His new BMW is now a broken BMW. Jiang Ge really do not want to get too entangled with him. He is a person with a system. What is the point of competing with this minion? As for Chen Tao and the others, Jiang Ge didn't want to have anything to do with them in the future. Jiang Ge said to Chen Tao, "Thank you, I have something else to do. I'll leave first." Instead, Chen Tao acted enthusiastically. "Don't cousin, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Brother invited you to eat kebabs, let's catch up." Jiang Ge politely refused. "There's really something going on this time. Next time, let's get together next time we have time." Chen Tao nodded with some regret. "That's fine, then you go back and ride your bike slower. And if that Wu Gang finds you in trouble again in the future, just give me a call. Brothers surely help you to settle. Hey right, you leave me a phone number." In the end, Jiang Ge left a phone number of Chen Tao, and then rode his own bike back to the rental house in the county. Looking at his little rented room, Ginger's mind was now on getting some money first. As for exactly how to screw it up, he'd have to think about it. Walking outside for a casual stroll, thoughts running through my head as I walked. Without realizing it, I walked up to an electric pole and saw a reward notice posted on it. A photo of the suspect was printed on it, and Jiang Ge took a closer look at the bounty amount. Good guy, the bounty is actually as high as $500,000 for those who provide significant clues. Jiang Ge flash of light, the way to make money, this is not here. Not only do we make money, but we're also doing the people a favor. This is a good deed. Look closely at the contents of the bounty notice. Suspect Zhang Mao-san, age 45. Suspected of armed robbery and murder, bombing, armed and extremely dangerous. Please report to the police at the first opportunity if you have any clues. A reward of $200,000 for a valid tip, $500,000 for a major clue. Good man. What a dangerous man. This kind of person is not caught early. A day later maybe a few more people are victimized. Jiang Ge looked at the suspect's photo. Bearded, eyes superficially calm, but deeply hidden a ruthlessness. At first glance, it is a ruthless and indifferent to life. As for what constitutes a major clue, Ginger understands it to be the exact location of the person. Ginger let out a deep breath and communicated with the system in his mind. System, change my relationship with this person. Ding, what relationship should I change it to, please? Ginger thought about it. To get the location of where he was, he had to be able to connect with him and get the location out of him itself. Then this person's relationship with him has to be one that he trusts. What man could deserve the trust of such a criminal? Ginger thought for a moment that it would be to become his accomplice. Accomplices. Ding, human relations modified successfully. Currently your relationship is accomplice. System, can you give me his contact information? I need to give him a call. Ding, the other party has no fixed contact information. When Ginger thought about it, being a fugitive, it made sense. Hiss, how am I going to get in touch with him on this? Ginger thought about it, and it looked like she would have to wait for him to call of his own accord. They were now accomplices, so Zhang Maosan would have remembered his cell phone number, just as Zhang Nuanan had been able to take the initiative to call him before. Although Zhang Maosan has no fixed contact information, he should have a way to contact him. Contact him, an accomplice, and say what's up. As for what to say when the time comes, Ginger will just have to improvise. After all, there were memories of them that would form in the other person's mind after the change in relationship, but Ginger herself was unaware of them. Then the only thing to do next is to wait. Ginger's mood was more than a little apprehensive. If a word slipped out, it would definitely cause the other party to be wary, and then it wouldn't be so easy to get a clue. This kind of fugitive must be very cautious, or else he couldn't have escaped until now without being caught. It's not going to make him come running to me, is it? With that thought, Ginger panicked a little. Fortunately, the system gave an explanation. Don't worry, in order to protect the host, all your addresses will be blurred in the other party's memory. He doesn't know your detailed address, and depending on the closeness of the relationship, at most he can only know the city you are in. That's okay. Ginger was slightly relieved and prepared to go to the next supermarket to buy a bottle of water to drink first. But just then, the cell phone in Ginger's pocket rang. Janga's heart tightened and he pulled out his cell phone to see an unfamiliar number. It's not going to call me so soon, is it? I'm not mentally prepared for it yet. Ah, this is too sudden. Thinking about it, but actually receiving a phone call from a possible murderer. Who wouldn't panic? although panic, but Jungga no, must be quick to pick up. A second later maybe the other side hung up. The opportunity is fleeting. Ginger had pressed the answer button while he was thinking. The cell phone was at his ear, and across the room, there was a silence. Hello? Ginger did his best to calm down and make his voice sound natural and tried to feed. Still no sound from across the street. Ginger listened to the silence in the receiver and heard the sound of her heart beating so fast. The silence lasted for a full minute or so before a hoarse voice suddenly came over the phone. Where's the stuff? Jungga thought, you fucking this is asking the human language? Not say anything, just a sentence where the thing. I fucking know what the hell don't even know what it is. But Jungga was certain in his mind that the other party was that fugitive Zhang Mao-san. Who else but him would talk like that? At this point, Ginger calmed down instead, his brain working extremely fast, and instead of answering his question, he asked back, are you safe now? The other was silent for a moment and replied, it's safe, no one knows where I am. Quickly tell me where the stuff is. I need it urgently. By now. Ginger still didn't know anything about anything, but he couldn't ask, and if he did, he'd reveal himself. But at the very least, the other party was able to talk back to him, which was a good start, proving that the other party had some trust in him. Ginger said, I'm afraid it's not safe to keep things elsewhere, so tell me the location and I'll send it to you. So saying, the other was silent again. Jungga then just wanted to give him a punch through the phone. Cannot you give a quick sentence? Silence, silence or silence? The other seemed to be thinking. Ginger didn't care now and continued. What, you still don't believe me? The other party finally had a reply. It's not that I don't believe you. This is my last hiding place. I won't tell anyone. Moreover, I saw the wanted notice. Ha, lousy is now worth $500,000. Tell you, you 10,000 to sell me. What do I do? Before Ginger could answer, the other party continued. You put the stuff in the center park. Come in through the south gate, inside the third trash can, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Then, the other party said with a slight scoff, you still want to inquire about my location? Ha, unless you are my own son. I won't tell anyone, but the old man has been unmarried all his life and doesn't have a son at all. Ha ha ha. With that, the phone hung up. Ginger thought to herself, should I report the location that the other person said, and tell the police? After thinking about it, it didn't seem prudent. He didn't even know if and when the other guy would be there. Even if it was reported, this doesn't seem like a significant enough lead to get $500,000. Doing things has to be perfect. Jungga remembered Zhang Maosan's last words before he hung up the phone, and with a fucking clench of his teeth, he was ruthless. Force me, right? For the people to get rid of the harm. I fight. System, modify the relationship between me and Zhang Maosan. Change it to father and son. Ding, who's the father and who's the son? What's the point of asking? How can I be the father of a 45-year-old man in my 20s? He is the father, okay? If I succeed in this wave, directly called the righteousness of the family, if it doesn't work out, it won't be a loss. Anyway, it won't be a piece of meat missing. I'll admit it. He. I know. Just teasing. This system is naughty. Ding, mission relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is father and son. Just a short while after the successful modification, Jungga's phone rang. I can't believe it's not the same number as just now. Ginger pressed the answer button directly. Hello? The tone was very posh. After all, in this society nowadays, the son is the father, and the father is the son. Son, woo-woo, the opposite side cried out directly. Jungga could hear them. This is Zhang Maosan's voice. Jungga now more or less with a bit of emotion in it, crying. Why are you crying? Did you kill someone and break the law? I've seen the wanted notice. How could I have a father like you? What a shame. You don't deserve to be my father. After a spray, Jungga heart pain, but Zhang Maosan cried more sad. Not only did he not get angry, but he hugged and apologized. Son, it's father who is sorry for you. Alas. Zhang Ji's tone changed and went into acting mode. Alas. Father, things have come to this. I want to see you one side, call you a father in person, give you a kowtow. After all, how to say, it is also you who raised me. Father, where are you now? The person on the other side of the phone hesitated for a moment and said, son, if you can think like that, Dad really didn't raise you in vain. I am now wanted. Cannot go out. You come to me. Let me tell you. Father hid this location well. They can't find it in 10 lifetimes. This made Ginger very curious too. Where the hell are you? On the phone. Zhang Maosan said somewhat proudly, I'm in your grandfather's grave. I dug a pit here, blocked with stones. No one can see. This is all a cemetery. And occasionally there are still come to the grave, with some offerings and so on. I have meat and wine here than at home to eat all good. I'll leave you to it. Hurry up and come over. Bring some paper money with you, and when people ask you what you're doing, just say you're visiting your grandfather's grave. Good. Hanging up the phone, Ginger was inwardly thrilled. Finally, I know where you are. Although Ginger didn't know exactly where the graveyard he was talking about was, the police must have known about it, and this was something that could be found out as soon as it was checked. Ginger dialed directly to report the incident. Hey, I want to report a crime. I saw the wanted notice you guys put up, and I know Zhang Mao San's exact location. It's in his father's graveyard. The call was immediately noticed, and the operator immediately notified the relevant personnel, and then immediately 4 police cars left for the cemetery. The phone is still connected. Can you tell us the specific information? May I ask if you saw Zhang Mao San at his father's gravesite with your own eyes? For the rest, Ginger can't say much. It's not easy to explain this stuff, but Ginger is not afraid to investigate. Just any investigation. Ginger is not related to the criminal. Janga then said, "It was a friend of mine who told me, and my friend was too timid to report it to the police. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but anyway, I told you guys. Can you please provide your friend's contact information then? This side would like to get in touch with him. Don't worry, it's just a simple question. My friend is timid. He won't let me talk about it, and he doesn't want to be involved in anything." Oh, well, we understand and respect you and your friend's choice. And police forces have been sent over here to the place you mentioned. Please leave a contact information. If the clues you provide are true and effective, we will give you a bonus according to the amount on the wanted notice. Just this cell phone number will do. Okay, may I have your name please? Don't worry, we will keep all your information confidential. Ginger. After leaving his name, Ginger hung up. By the time the next day, Janggu received a call from 110, or the same operator's sister's voice yesterday. Said the suspect Zhang Mao San has been arrested. Janga was also very happy to hear this. This is a piece of merit. Then the other party asked for Janga's bank card number. Hung up the phone. Not a moment later, Janga received the transfer information. Your account with tail number 2108 incurred. Interbank real-time inward remittance transaction, 500,000 renminbi. 00 at 9:12. With an available balance of 500,209 renminbi. 01 in the account. A 10 million, 100 million, 100,000. $500,000 straight to the bank. Great guy. This kind of efficiency shocked Ginger. This is too swift. $500,000 in one go. Which is not much for some rich people. But for Ginger, it's a lot of money. At 4,000 or 5,000 a month. It would take him 10 years of work to earn that much. And practically speaking, after taking away the living expenses, there is nothing left in January at all. Basically it's the moonlight, and it's really hard for him to save such a sum of money. But now, just a few phone calls and it's so earned, and it's perfectly legal. Not only is it legal, it's still a worthwhile thing to do. Ginger opens his cell phone and a local news story pushes through that the suspect, Zhang Mao San, has been apprehended. Ginger opened it up and looked at it, and it just looked like a deep, happy feeling. After watching for a while, I still feel like I can't get enough. Bookmark the news and read it every day from now on. He then looked at the wanted man's picture and changed the relationship to a stranger. $500,000 for what? Janga thought. His cell phone has been used for 2 years. Has not been willing to change. When I bought it was a cheaper $1,000 machine. Now the configuration has completely lagged behind. Now you can directly buy a top version, flagship model, and a new cell phone for mom and dad at home. 2. Mom and dad are both from the countryside and have never used a good cell phone. So how happy they must be now that they can buy a good phone for each of them. Then Janga thought, if he reported a few more bounty officers, it would not be easy to earn $1 million a month? A couple million is possible, but Ginger, on second thought, dismissed the idea. After all, reporting it once or twice is fine, but more than that, it's bound to arouse suspicion, right? In fact, there are many other ways to make money. There is no need to use this one all the time. Steady is the most important. Now with $500,000 in his hand, he doesn't even feel like he's short of money for a while. After thinking about it, Ginger decided to go to the office. When he didn't have any money in the past, Ginger hated to go to work. Now that I have money in my pocket, going to work doesn't feel the same. As a salesman at the lowest level, I used to always think about performance, commission, promotion. There is a lot of pressure. Now, disregard that entirely. A client? What's a customer? I don't even care if you want to buy. Supervisor? Manager? What is it? If you dare to scold me, I can top you 10 times. No pressure at all. Speaking of the company, there was one person that Ginger was furious at the thought of. It's their current supervisor, Kenneth Wang. The name looks quite good at first glance. Tough and very good meaning. but coworkers often call him Harmony Bitch. Wang Jianliang used to be an ordinary salesman just like them, but he had an uncle who was a department manager, Wang Zili, who promoted him to become a supervisor. Some work stuff, I guess, and it's fine if he's in charge. Most of all, there was one thing that Ginger couldn't forgive. Zhanga had a big customer who had been with him for half a year, which was directly cut off by the manager, Wang Zili, and then distributed to his nephew, Wang Jianli. This allowed Wang Jianliang to not only get a commission of up to 50,000 yuan, but also to be promoted to supervisor in name only, 50,000 yuan commission, which makes Zhanga at that time how heartbreaking. He works hard for a year to earn $50,000, and it's a promotion to supervisor. Everyone in their department knew what was going on and were secretly upset for Ginger, but no one dared to come forward and say this. Everyone knows that Wang Tuff is the manager's own nephew, and no one wants to offend the manager over this. Zhanga was really angry at that time, made a fuss for a period of time, and personally went to Wang Zili, wanting to go to the general manager, the president and so on, but, in the end, for various reasons, did not find it, and the matter finally ended up being unsettled. It didn't help that Ginger needed a job at the time. There aren't as many jobs in this small place as there are in the big city, coupled with the fact that it was near the end of the year and it was not easy to find a job. In the end, Zhanga put up with it. But now, Ginger decided not to hold back. This breath has to come out. Otherwise, when he's old, even if he's in a wheelchair, he'll still have to slap his thigh in anger when he thinks about it. Came to the company just in time for Wang Jianliang to give everyone a meeting. Seeing the belatedly arriving Zhang, Wang Jianliang directly admonished, Ginger, do you know what time you go to work? Do you know how long you've been late? According to the rules, you will be deducted 1 day's salary as a punishment, so be careful not to be late in the future. All of you take warning, don't be like some people. No ability but also not punctual, and late for work. Nowadays, this society, you do not punctual, nothing can be done. To put it badly, in society is a waste. Waste, you know what? Also, today the founder of our head office, the president, Chen Bingfei Chen, personally came to inspect our place, so all of you should do some sanitation and clean up a bit. Ginger was not happy then, although Wang Jianliang did not name Zhanga, but said certain people, but anyone can see that this is a reference to Ginger. Ginger said straight back, who are you talking about? Scum? Rubbish? I think certain people who are incapable of doing anything on their own and robbing other people's clients are the losers. Parasites. When this was said, the co-workers were shocked. I didn't expect Zhang to suddenly be so hard-headed and dare to directly dislike Wang Jianli in front of everyone, which looked all relieved. Who are you cursing? Wang Firmament was disliked in front of the crowd. Feeling that his face had fallen off, he directly turned his face cold. Instead, Ginger laughed. What's your hurry when I say someone who steals other people's clients? You admitted that you robbed a client. Wang Jianlian was said to be hit solid, and was furious at that time, but he couldn't let everyone look at him funny like that again. What are you looking at? All clean up. Zhang, if you don't want to do it, just say so. Leaving these two words behind, Wang Jianli left in a huff. After he left, his co-workers put down their brooms and gathered towards Ginger. Crap, Ginger, you're good. Just turned bitch Wang's entire face green. Ha ha ha, that's such a relief. Ginger, you're too brave. Should have disliked him like that a long time ago. A salesman in this business for many years' sister also complained, he is a supervisor when they are like what? They do not do anything. The previous supervisor with us to clean up, he so long as a job has not done, he can't even talk to a customer himself. So what makes him a supervisor? What's his track record? He's only signed one order, and it's for Kangle's client. Who doesn't know that? Good for you. I've long disliked him. Several other co-workers chimed in. If it weren't for his uncle, we would have straightened him out long ago. Afterward, everyone started to clean up while chatting. That big sister just now kept spitting on Wang Jianli, as if she hated him even more than Zhang Gu. Ginger also picked up a broom and swept the floor. At this time, a co-worker took a dustpan and came over to Ginger. His name was Zhang Yiwen. He was older than Zhanga, in his 30s, and he was married with an 8-year-old boy. He is more down-to-earth. Business skills are also very skilled. Is to eat will not be oily. Talk about business is also a board, not as smooth as others. Zhang Gu had always felt that people like himself and Zhang Yiwen were not suitable for this job. But what can be done? Zhang Yiwen in their department's seniority is the oldest, but still a bottom of the businessman. When Zhanga into the company, is that he brought? The Zhanga care a lot. Zhanga has been called Zhang brother. Is in the company more respect for an old brother? Zhang Yiwen said, Zhanga, you are not too impulsive. Show off for a while. Behind him to give you small shoes you will be difficult to He is okay to deal with. but his uncle is an old fox. When his uncle wants to straighten you out, it is not a come one. I think you should go to Wang Jianliang later to apologize and say a few good words. We work, earn money is most important. Do not fight with them. We have no one. It does not matter, the final loss or our own. Jiang Gu understood that Zhang Yuan did have good intentions, but still refused and said, Brother Zhang, it's fine. They can't fix me. In the past, I always thought that if I disliked him once, the big deal would be that I would quit and find a new job. But now I don't think so. Why should I leave? They're the ones who should go. I'm not just going to dislike him this time. I'm going to fix him up. Even his uncle. Zhang Yuan revealed a surprised expression. How do you fix it? Ginger said, somewhat mysteriously. Just watch and see. After a while, Zhang Gu went to the restroom and happened to run into Wang Jianli. Ginger ignored him and brushed right past him. But Firmament Wine called out to him from behind. Ginger. Ginger stopped and turned around. I didn't expect the other party to actually come over and threaten him in a low voice. Zhang Gu, you'd better be honest. My uncle is the manager. You're not unaware of that. If you don't want to lose your job, don't bark at me in front of everyone in the future. Understand? Zhang Gu stared at Zhao Jianliang and said without showing any weakness, just rely on connections, right? Wang Jianli smiled contemptuously and said very boldly, yes, how about it? I admit that I just rely on relationships. This society, this is the way. This is the reality. Without relationship, even if it's gold, it can't fucking shine. Without relationship, you are just an ass. Zhang Gu, however, smiled very unconcernedly. Okay, originally I wanted you to take me as an ordinary employee. Now I'm showing my cards, not pretending, and I'm also related. What's your connection? The founder and president of the company, Chen Bingfei Chen, is my sister. What sis? Kiss my sister. Put. Ha 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 ha. Wang Jianliang seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the whole world and directly laughed. If Chen Bingfei was your sister, I would damn well jump down from the 18th floor. Ha 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 ha. You are afraid of being retarded, right? You too a surname Jiang, a surname Chen. Surname are not the same still pro sister? Laughing, Ginger said no more to him and turned away. So what if the last name is different? With the system in place, if he says it's pro, it's pro. There's always a rational explanation. In real life, there are just a lot of two-child families where it's normal for the daughter to take her mom's last name and the son to take his dad's last name, or vice versa, and the son to take his mom's last name and the daughter to take her dad's last name. After washing his hands and coming out of the restroom, Zhang Gu saw all the employees of the company walking towards the entrance of the company. Zhang Gu also walked over and stood inside his departmental colleagues. Not long after, two black Mercedes sedans stopped in front of the company. Wang Xili and the other two department managers of the branch immediately greeted them. On top of the two sedans, a few people walked down, and the one who walked at the front was Chen Bingfei. Regarding Chen Bingfei, Zhang Gu had only heard about it, but had never seen it. Just know that she was once the top student of the college entrance examination, entering the famous Beihua University, and full scholarship. Not only is she a scholar, but her body and face value are first class. After graduation, she founded this company, only 20-something years old, not yet 30 years of age. The company developed so big, proper career-oriented strong woman. Her character is very cold, do not like to show their faces. Usually the company has what launch and so on. Are the product manager or general manager to appear? She never easily show up. For subordinates, is also very direct. What to say? Do not do well to point out directly, never give anyone face. It is also said that the general manager was even criticized in public, and the general manager did not dare to say a word. The company was founded by her. From top to bottom, there is nothing she doesn't know, so the whole company serves her. And then there's the fact that she's still single, and it's rumored that there's been a steady stream of suitors since college, but she's turned them all down, probably because she's too discerning. Led by several managers of the branch, Chen Bingfei walked through the door with a few company executives. The employees were applauded. Chen Bingfei did smile politely at everyone, counting it as a response, and her behavior wasn't exactly high and mighty, but it was with an air of rejection. It was only when Ginger saw her that she marveled at the fact that the rumors about her figure and appearance were not true, and that she was indeed very beautiful. Big long legs, just like the big stars. Ginger communicated with the system in his mind. System, change the relationship between me and her to sister and brother. The system's pleasant voice followed. Ding, character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is sister and brother. With a smile on his face, Wang Xili spoke next to Chen Bingfei. Mr. Chen, the employees are especially welcoming when they hear that you're coming. When she said she was coming for an inspection earlier, Chen Bingfei's secretary had told this side that she was just taking a casual look to see the working environment of the grassroots employees and whatnot. Wang Xili then led Chen Bingfei inside. Mr. Chen, this side inside is our business department's office, and that side is the finance department. But Chen Bingfei's attention didn't seem to be on his side. Instead, he turned his head and looked toward the staff as if looking for someone. Then, her gaze fell on a businessman, and then she revealed a very sweet smile, and walked towards this side with light steps. Wang Jianliang thought that Chen Bingfei was walking towards him and thought that Chen Bingfei was smiling at him. He was immediately flattered and wanted to open his mouth to say something to Chen Bingfei. General Manager Chen. But before he could finish the words, he swallowed them back himself, because Chen Bingfei completely ignored him and extended her hand to Jiang Gu. Jiang Gu, come here. Ginger reached out and took Chen Bingfei's hand and walked out with him. The whole company was inwardly shocked. What's going on here? Chen Bingfei smiled and not only took Jiang Ji's hand, but also naturally put her hands on Jiang Ji's arm after he walked out. Brother, do you feel okay here at the branch? Everyone was dumbfounded by this statement. Especially Wang Fenghuang was the dumbest of the dumb. Ginger is really Mr. Chen's brother. Is Mr. Chen really Ginger's sister? This can't be possible. Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. People also thought in their minds, is there such a layer of identity for Ginger? Could this be the legendary deep hide? Wang Xili was also dumbfounded. Chen is always Jiangge's sister. That before he used to do those things to Jiangge. Once Jiangge said it, he and his nephew are not all finished. For a moment he didn't know what to do. He had worked so hard in the company and gone through so much suffering to get to his current position. If Chen Bingfei got angry and fired him directly, he would have to go drink the northwest wind in the future. There aren't that many companies in this little place. Jiang Gu also did not hide. Directly in front of everyone, said, Sister, I originally wanted to be a common businessman. Exercise myself. I didn't want everyone to know about our relationship. But, I've taken a lot of heat over here. Also saw a lot of problems with the branch. When Wang Xili heard this, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. And at that time, he only wanted to stabilize Jiang Gu and not let him continue. He quickly laughed and said to Chen Bingfei, Mr. Chen, our branch has a lot of shortcomings. I was just about to report to you. You see, let's go to the office first. Let's sit down and talk slowly. Slowly, ha. While saying that, he also scowled at Ginger, trying to get him to stop talking for a while. But Ginger didn't give a damn. When Chen Bingfei heard that Jiang Gu was aggrieved, a ball of fire rose even more in her heart, and she also ignored Wang Xili. No need to go to the office. Just say it here. Jiang Gu, you speak first. Who made you aggravated? Jiang Gu directly put Wang Xili robbed his customers, gave his nephew Wang Jianli, and then also promoted Wang Jianli as the supervisor of the matter. One by one, all of the things. After hearing this, Chen Bingfei directly resumed her previous cold as ice appearance. Even the general manager of the company accompanying him behind him didn't dare to speak. Chen Bingfei asked to Wang Xili with an icy tone. Wang Xili, is what Jiang Gu said true? It wasn't that she didn't trust Ginger to ask that. It was called confronting her face to face. She trusted Ginger not to lie. A face-to-face confrontation must take place in front of everyone. Convince everyone. Wang Xili panicked, cold sweat streaming down his face as he palely defended. No, Mr. Chen, listen to my explanation. Chen Bingfei, as well as the several company executives following behind her, were all knowledgeable, and seeing Wang Xili's look at this moment, they were even more certain that what Jiang Gu said was true. When Wang Jianliang saw his uncle panicked, he was also without a backbone and did not know what to say. At this time, a few of Jiang Ling's co-workers couldn't stand it anymore and came out to say, Mr. Chen, what Jiang said is true. Our business department can all testify for Jiang. Yes, we all testify for Ginger. With so many people testifying, Wang Xili himself gave up his defense. Any further explanation would pale in comparison. That customer has frequent dealings with the company, and the company can find out as soon as it wants to. He just straight up admitted it. Mr. Chen, it's my fault. I admit my punishment. Whatever punishment the company gives me, I can accept it. Wang Jianliang saw his uncle admit his mistake. He himself also stood out. I begged my uncle to do this. It's all my fault. I don't want the salary. I'll go and resign on my own. Chen Bingfei directly said. The commission of that single is returned to Jiang Gu, and you two don't have to come to work tomorrow. Wang Jianliang was not so concerned about this job, still young and did not realize the importance of this job opportunity. Instead, he turned green at the mention of a refund. Such a large sum of money. He's heartbroken. Besides, he spent all that money. He can't even afford to return the money himself. Wang Xili heard that he was also dismissed, and hurriedly begged for mercy. Mr. Chen, on the basis that I have worked hard without merit in the company. Please don't dismiss me, okay? I'd be willing to voluntarily demote myself to a minor supervisor. There's only one big company in our area. If you quit me, my family will have to go to the northwest wind. I have kids that are still in school and a mortgage to pay every month. Chen Bingfei, however, said firmly, the company let you in this position out of trust in you, and now I have no trust in you, but still keep you for what? If the company's management is like you, what has the company become? I don't care what your difficulties are. This happens and you are dismissed. Grab your office and pack your things. With that she took Ginger's arm and headed inside. Wang Xiaoli's office was left for him to pack his own things. Ginger, where is your office? Let's go there and talk. Ginger brought Chen Bingfei and the company executives to the business department. Everyone sat down. Several of the top brass were very much not mentioning the matter of Wang Xiaoli, as if he was an insignificant matter in their eyes. Seeing that Chen Bingfei was in a better mood, the general manager said jokingly, Mr. Chen, your brother is hiding too deeply. Even we don't know. Is this your cousin or? Chen Bingfei also changed her cold style from the past when she talked about her work, and once she talked about Jiang Ge, her whole body was much happier. This is my own brother. So how come you have two last names? I take my mom's last name and my brother takes my dad's last name. When Ginger heard this, she said that this was the explanation. After chatting for a while, the two executives went back to the finance department to check on the work. Chen Bingfei just kept chatting with Jiang Ge very intimately. Jiang Ge, don't stay in the branch. Go to the headquarters. I'll arrange a position for you. You can learn more over there. I'll let Old Lu take you well. Old Lu is the deputy general manager of the company, but also an elite talent. 40 years old, he is very stable. No matter what, things can be properly resolved. But Ginger was reluctant to go to the headquarters, having gotten used to being in this place. Sister, I'd better continue to stay in the branch. I'm more used to staying over here, and I've gotten particularly familiar with my co-workers. Jiang Ge was unwilling, so Chen Bingfei didn't force the issue and proposed instead. Then this side of Wang Xiaoli was dismissed. You take over. You are on this side of sis, rest assured. Jiang Ge was instantly happy. Making me a manager? Isn't this promotion a bit too fast? People will say I'm a backdoor person behind my back. Sister, don't ruin your reputation in my hands. I think it's good to be a small supervisor. According to my business ability, it's not wrong for me to be a supervisor. No one will be unconvinced. If it wasn't for Wang Xiaoli and his nephew, the supervisor position would have been mine. Chen Bingfei smiled. Many of our company's top management are promoted from the grassroots level. You've been working in the business department for a few years now. I think you're capable of handling the position of manager. However, moving up all at once is a bit too fast and does put a lot of people off. So here's the deal. I'll set you up with a client, and as long as you negotiate him down, you'll be the manager straight away. And no one in the whole company will be displeased with you. Even your sister and I are convinced. As soon as he heard this, Ginger asked curiously, what kind of client is it? Chen Bingfei smiled brightly. This customer is a difficult bone to chew on. None of our company's executives can talk him through. However, if the negotiation is successful, it will bring great benefits to our company. At this time, the general manager who was on the sidelines heard this and asked with a bit of disbelief, Mr. Chen, you don't want to give Longhai Home Chemical to him to negotiate, do you? That Mr. Wu they are responsible for negotiating with. I have a headache when I see him. There are too many demands. Jiang Ge thought. Originally only wanted to teach Wang uncle and nephew a lesson, but did not expect to give himself an additional task. If that's what you're saying, it's not a bad idea to meet the client yourself. If you make it, it's pretty nice to come back and get yourself promoted straight to manager. Although the manager is not a high-level executive, but in this branch, it is considered the highest level. To put it mildly, this was a position that was previously out of his reach. Chen Bingfei nodded. It's the Longhai family chemistry. Jiang Ge, we'll have a negotiation with Longhai Jawa tomorrow, and I'll have our company's vice general manager, Mr. Lu, bring you along then. Alright, then I'll give it a try. Ginger nodded in agreement. By the time she got off work at noon, Chen Bingfei led those executives back to the headquarters. When it was time to leave, Ginger sent her to the car and she was still reluctantly holding Ginger's hand. Sis would have wanted to take you to eat something delicious at noon, but the headquarters side is too busy. Wait for the next time sis comes over by herself and make it up to you. Ginger laughed. I'm not a kid anymore, so go get busy. Closing the doors, several limousines slowly pulled away. There was an indescribable joy inside Ginger. Wang Tuff and Wang Kylie finally got their comeuppance. Cool. Back inside the office of the company's business department, just sat down on his workstation. Colleagues gathered up with a splash. A fast-talking older sister was the first to say, Ginger, you're really good. The company president is your own sister. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? You still need to suffer from the anger of Wong Kylie and Wong Bitch. Several co-workers chimed in. Yeah, crap. It really shocked me. You're really a shocker without being a shocker. It directly shocked me, silly. You have the status how to do such a small businessman. Yeah, Jianga. I'm really convinced. You're really tolerant. If I had your status I would have gotten rid of those two Wongs long ago. It's really absolute. The salesman who works with us every day is actually a big brother. Can Mr. Jiang bring me along in the future? I can warm the bed for you. The one who said this was a young male co-worker, who usually loved to be weird and had a good relationship with Jiang Gu. Everyone burst into laughter. The first time I witnessed something like this in reality, it felt like they were more excited than Ginger. Zhang Yiwen, who had once brought Jiang Gu to the door, also gave Jiang Gu a thumbs up and laughed. Jiang Gu, you are really bull. I kind of know how you can straighten them out. Bull. Ha ha ha. Ginger laughed happily as well. In the afternoon, everyone worked as normal. Jianga received an email from Lu Xinshi, the deputy general manager of the headquarters. The email contained basic information about Longhai Java and some details about the negotiations. There was also a phone call urging Ginger to take a look at these. After all, Ginger had to go to the negotiations tomorrow as well and couldn't know nothing. In the end, Lu Xinshi also said that Jianga should just wait at the company at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and he would drive over to pick him up at that time. He spoke in a gentle tone that endeared him to Ginger. Ginger said just about everything was at his disposal and finally hung up. There was nothing much to do all afternoon, so Ginger read the information. In fact, for Longhai Home Chemical, do not need to see the information Jianga also have heard. Belonging to the domestic daily use cosmetics group giant, under the banner of a number of familiar chemical brand, is a listed for many years of large enterprises. Jianggu and the company, is also a cosmetic company, in the city, is considered to be more well-known companies, but compared to the Longhai Jiawa, that is the younger brother in the younger brother. Regarding the information about the cooperation, Jianga was not even qualified to read it before, and had always been curious about how his company cooperated with other big companies. This time it was a way to satisfy my curiosity. After reading the information for a while, Ginger probably understood. It turned out to be their own company. Bingfei Limited has a few patents used in cosmetics. Longhai Jialua is very optimistic, feeling that you can create a universal explosive. So at first it was to acquire Bingfei, but Chen Bingfei was not willing to sell the company or transfer out the patents. Although Icefei has a patent in hand, but due to the production and sales channels and raw materials and other aspects of the limitations, not capable of creating their own universal pop-up. So then both sides tend to work together. Intention to cooperate. That is, the two companies cooperate to set up a new company. This new company can use Icefei patents, but also with the help of the huge sales channels of the Longhai Home Chemical, you can make a lot of money together. But for some details, the two sides always fail to reach an agreement. Longhai Home Chemical prefers that they pay for the money. Icefei only need to pay for the patent. But the products of this new company is a brand new brand, and Icefei only accounted for 20% of the shares. Longhai Home Chemical accounted for 80%. For such a small amount of shares, Icefei is certainly not willing. Icefei want 51% of the equity. Longhai Home Chemical only accounted for 49%, and production Shen Bingfei is very important. Afraid to hand over to the Longhai Home Chemical after the Longhai want to maximize profits in the precious raw materials to reduce the ratio, which is very common in many large enterprises. So she wants to take full control of the production steps in their own hands. By the Icefei is fully responsible for the production and the new product must be specified as a product under Bingfei, which is very favorable to the expansion of the brand awareness of Bingfei. The first time he was exposed to these things, Ginger thought it was still interesting, even though they are both big companies. It's like two kids grabbing something. Both sides want to pursue their own interests. How can we talk about this thing? So the two sides have talked a few times and have not come to terms. After reading this, I didn't realize it was time to leave work. Back in his rental house, Ginger felt very different from the way he used to feel when he got off work. In the past, when I got off work, I wanted to play games, watch videos, and the day went by. The thought of going to work tomorrow gives me a feeling of wanting to die, and I can't wait for the world to come to an end. Now he was looking forward to tomorrow. It feels like life is on track. I bought 2 of the latest models of cell phones from the internet and filled in my home address directly, so I could surprise my parents when they arrived. Before going to bed, he made another video call to Zhang Nannan, whose beautiful face appeared on the screen with a happy smile. Baby, you finally remembered me. Why did you remember to call me? Did you miss me? Seeing such a smile, Ginger involuntarily smiled as well. Facing a girl, Ginger wasn't very good at flowery language and just smiled and ummed. But this affirmative answer instantly made Zhang Nuanan smile even more joyfully. He, I miss you too. I'll look for you after I finish filming this movie. Ginger nodded. Yeah, when are you coming? There's about a dozen more scenes to go to different places, so I guess it'll be another 2 weeks. He, I can't wait to see you. In the video, Zhang Nuanan is wearing clothes and dress up from the drama, a palace costume scene, and Zhanga feels that she is like a princess in the ancient palace, so noble and gorgeous. Behind her, the crew was filming a scene with lots of crew and cameras. Still shooting this late? Yeah, actors work hard too. Oh, ha. I'll give you a good massage when you get here to ease your exertion. Don't. You're bad. Giggle. After chatting for a while, the crew called Zhang Nannan over to shoot the scene, and after Zhang Nannan gave a sweet kiss to the screen, the two of them ended the call. Ginger was also in a good mood and went into sweet dreams. The next morning at 8:30 a.m., Ginger arrived at the office on time. At 8:50, Lu Xinsher's car arrived. In addition to Lu Xinsher, there was a young chauffeur lad in the car, and a young, beautiful, slender female assistant. The car stopped in front of Zhanga's company. Lu Xinsher asked his secretary to call Zhanga. Secretary surnamed AI, called AI Jingjing. In Lu Xinsher under the time is not short. The two people in private conversation is also no taboo. The spit on the spit. The driver is also a trustworthy young man. No matter what you say, he pretends not to hear, and never talk out of turn. AI Jingjing, who was wearing high heels and a short skirt professional dress, opened the car door and got out of the car while spitting with Lu Xinsher. Mr. Lu, you said that this Zhanga is just a small salesman. What can he talk about when he goes there? You have to come to pick him up in person. Mr. Lu, I don't think it's worthwhile for him to go. He can't talk at all. Lu Xinsher also did not hold much hope for the outcome of Zhanga going to negotiate. I guess Mr. Chen always wants him to follow him for a long time. I don't ask him to negotiate anything. I just hope that when the time comes, he won't talk nonsense and don't mess things up. You go and call him. Later on the road, I still have to admonish him a few times. AI Jingjing closed the car door and stepped on her high heels towards the inside of the company. As soon as AI Jingjing entered the office, her long black silk legs instantly attracted the attention of all her male colleagues. I'm Vice President Lu's assistant, AI Jingjing. Zhanga, please come out for a moment. President Lu's car has arrived. Noticing everyone's gazes, AI Jingjing seemed to take it in stride. Ginger walked out. Having seen a beautiful woman like Zhang Nuanan, Zhanga felt that AI Jingjing was just average. Although she was pretty and had a good figure, but if she was compared to Zhang Nuanan, it was still a big difference. Hello Assistant AI. I'm Ginger. AI Jingjing glanced at Zhanga and without saying anything, she brought Zhanga outside and got into Lu Xinsher's car. The car started. Lu Xinsher and Zhanga, two people simply polite a few words. Lu Xinsher directly into the main topic. Zhanga, this time to go to negotiate. We are still to be cautious. The other side of that Wu, the general manager, the temper is very bad. He is the deputy general manager of the Longhai Group. Is the group's third hand? We are also a good deal of difficulty to get an appointment with him, usually with his subordinates to talk about it. This will always have the power to make a direct decision, but also have the power to directly reject the cooperation, and especially good at the details of the pit dug for us. You, after all, is still young, more or less inexperienced, or to be prudent and cautious, but do not say the wrong thing. Anyway, we're not aiming for a one-time deal this time, and it'd be nice to have a little bit of small progress. When Ginger heard that, he was not letting me talk. And you guys are so slow in your work, don't the elite pursue efficiency? But Ginger just thought about it in his mind and didn't say anything, just half-jokingly. I said, I was thinking of negotiating a one-time deal so I could come back and get a promotion. Lu Xinsher just smiled. The two people in the car did not say anything else. Only Lu Xinsher explained some more details, mainly explicitly or implicitly let Jiang go less talk. For all that, Ginger could understand. After all, he was a small businessman now. And it was only through the relationship of Chen Bingfei being his sister that he was able to participate in this negotiation. It's normal that Lu Xinsher doesn't believe in his business ability. Ginger didn't say anything else, just nodded in response. But exactly how you should play it yourself, that will have to be seen in context at the time. When I arrived at the place, it was a tea house, and I waited for almost an hour before that Mr. Wu from the other side came. The name of this Wu general is very interesting, called Wu Stormy Bear. After seeing the person, Zhanga think he is quite a little short Barrett, with the Stormy Bear is certainly not related, more than 40 years old, not tall, more than 1.6 meters, flat head, with an eye, not fat, just a bulging stomach, Wu Stormy Bear also brought two people, a man and a woman. I do not know how. Jiang as soon as he saw those two people feel that they are very shrewd look. Smiling face hidden under the shrewdness. Looks very bad to deal with the look. Lu Xinchi immediately led the men to rise and welcome them. Both sides shook each other's hands and after a few brief words of courtesy, they both took their seats. The waiter poured tea for everyone and then went out, and brought the door with him. After both sides had a few sips of tea, they gradually began to get to the point. Of course, it was mainly Lu Xinchi talking to Wu Stormbear. Assistance brought by both sides to add some verbal errors and details to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Only Ginger said nothing. Indeed he couldn't interject and didn't know what to say. Jiang felt that Lu Xinchi's worry about himself was really redundant. Even if he was asked to say he couldn't say anything. There is also the fact that this Wu Stormy Bear has a very tough attitude and does not give in at all in some places. In the end, Lu Xinchi wanted to say something more. But Wu Tyrannosaurus stood up directly. Don't say any more. This cooperation has been talked about for so long and no agreement has been reached. I see no need to talk about it in the future. You, Bingfei, just keep those few patents. Technology is developing. The advantage of those few patents will be lost soon. I don't think you are thinking clearly at all. With that, he led the men to leave. Lu Xinchi felt finished at that time. This cooperation is going to be ruined in his hands. In fact, this cannot be blamed on him. There are some hard conditions. Chen Bingfei is determined not to give in. He is also very difficult to negotiate. And the other side is also refusing to budge on these conditions. So it can be said that this is a negotiation that is doomed to failure. But no matter what, this matter was his Lu Xinchi's responsibility in the beginning. And now that it has failed, he has to take the blame. This pot is not good to take. Cannot talk about this cooperation. Can be said to be the company lost in extremely important development opportunities. The current situation. Want to find such opportunity is too difficult. It can be said to affect the lifeblood of the entire company in the future. Lu Xinchi still wanted to fight one last time. Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu. Wu Stormbear didn't linger and had already walked to the door. At this time, Lu Xinchi didn't want to say anything else. The other party had obviously lost interest in cooperation, and it would be redundant to say anything else now. In his heart he had accepted the failure of this negotiation. Right at this moment, Jiang stood up, who hadn't said anything all this time. He opened his mouth and called out to the other party. Mr. Wu, I would like to talk to you alone. Can you give me a minute? Just 1 minute. Hearing that it wasn't Lu Xinchi's voice, Wu Stormy Bear turned around and looked back, only to see that it was Jiang who hadn't said anything just now. This aroused the curiosity of Wu Stormbear. In the beginning, Ginger introduced herself and simply said Salesman Ginger. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't said anything, Wu Stormbear had been ignoring him, guessing it might be some kind of connection to rub off on the experience here. But I did not expect the final talks fell apart. He just asked for a minute. A minute can do what? What can a minute do? He wondered what the little salesman would tell him in a minute's time. Wu Stormbear stopped in his tracks, nodded with interest, and glanced at his watch. Okay, then I'll give you a minute to see what kind of tricks you can come up with. With that he had the two men behind him wait outside the door while he himself sat back down where he had just been. Lu Xinchi was a bit dumbfounded. What was this? AI Jingjing was also confused. Ginger gave them both a look that made it clear that he wanted them to go out and wait. He had just said he wanted to talk alone. Lu Xinchi couldn't guess what Jiang really wanted to do, but this negotiation he had already talked down. So let him go. He let Jingjing out and closed the door behind him, standing outside it and waiting. After closing the door the two of them even looked at each other, both seeing deep confusion in the other's eyes. As they closed the door, Ginger communicated with the system in his head. System, modify the relationship between me and Wu Stormbear. Change it to best friend. As the saying goes, many friends make a difference. No, more friends make better business. That's not true either. That's probably what it means anyway. Friends are good to talk to. Besides, Ginger changed not just any friend, but a dear friend. What makes a best friend? It would have to be a deep and trustworthy friendship to be considered a close friend. Ding character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is best friend. Then Wu Tyrant Bear looked at Jiang differently. Ginger, ha, you kid, just now without saying a word. I thought you had disowned me as an old friend. Ginger smiled back. Where? Just now that does not belong to the workplace well. Now not asked you to stay to talk. Wu Stormy Bear laughed. You turned out to be the salesman of this company. I didn't even know before. I only knew that you were in the business. That said, why did you come today? Jiang then said. Actually, the owner of this company is my sister, and I came here to facilitate this cooperation. When Wu Baoxiong heard, directly said, so it is their own family. You said contract with? Bring it. Ginger was a little confused. What are you doing with the contract? Woo Stormy Bear said cheerfully. Sign it. Ginger was a little puzzled. No. Aren't we going to talk about it anymore? Woo Stormy Bear, talk about what? All according to you. Now it's Ginger's turn to be dumbfounded. Isn't this best friend a little too best friend? Ginger asked. Won't you guys suffer if you don't talk about it anymore and do everything I say? Woo Stormy Bear replied. Eat what loss? This cooperation is a win-win situation. We make money together. I just don't want to talk about it. Is that Chen Bingfei attitude is too tough? Send a vice president. This can't be done, that can't be done. Just bet on a gas. Now it's okay. As long as you step in, anything is good to say. Janga thought about it. Even if it is a close friend, you take a contract that the other party is clearly at a disadvantage. People are sure not to sign. If that was the case, maybe Woo Storm Bear would flip out on the spot, and this best friend relationship would simply end. The boat of friendship capsized straight away. Immediately afterward, Woo Tyrant Bear added, however, I will only make one request. What's the request? The person in charge of this cooperation must be you. I wouldn't sign for anyone else. Ha ha ha. Ginger couldn't help but laugh. The four men outside listened to the laughter inside with four puzzled faces. Not long after, Janga opened the door and asked Lu Xinshi, Mr. Lu, did you bring the contract? Lu Xinshi looked puzzled. What do you need a contract for? Ginger, the cooperation has been negotiated. And Mr. Wu said he wants to sign the contract directly. Lu Xinshi's face was filled with shock and doubt. AI Jingjing on the side was even more confused. This Ginger. Really? The cooperation that Mr. Lu couldn't negotiate for so long. Jiangge negotiated it in a minute? How the hell did he do that? Shocked. Lu Xinshi hurriedly called AI Jingjing to take the contract. Good guy. No matter how he negotiated. As long as the contract is signed. Black and white. This is not done. Come on. Bring the contract. On the side of AI Jingjing from the shock has not slowed down. Heard Lu Xinshi called her. This is a stunned. Said. Mr. Lu, I did not bring the contract. Lu Xinshi almost became anxious when he heard. How can you negotiate without a contract? AI Jingjing was aggrieved. Thinking, you didn't let me bring the contract. Our contract people don't agree at all. That's purely for self-indulgence. What's the point of bringing it here? Who knew that after all this talk, he was going to end up just signing our contract? But she didn't dare to say it, and could only look at Lu Xinshi in an aggrieved manner. At this time, Janga relieved himself and said, let's do it this way. I'll go and talk to Mr. Wu. We'll go back and draw up a contract for him, and both sides will reconfirm it, and then sign it if there's no problem. Lu Xinshi nodded. Okay, let's do it. Janga went into the room and said something, and Wu Storm Bear naturally nodded in agreement. The two of them walked out of the room, and Wu Stormy Bear enthusiastically said goodbye to Janga, with the appearance of a very close relationship. Messing with Lu Xinshi and AI Jingjing were even more confused. The two people brought by Wu Tyrant Bear also had many questions within themselves. After sending Wu Tyrannosaurus away, Lu Xinshi couldn't wait and immediately asked curiously, Janga, what exactly did you talk to Wu Tyrannosaurus about for a minute? It made him agree to cooperate so quickly, and suddenly have such a good attitude towards you. Janga just smiled slightly. Nothing much, just let him believe that cooperating with us will bring him huge profits and let him believe in the strength of my products. Lu Xinshi froze. Isn't this what I've been talking about? After Jiang Ji's consent, Lu Xinshi directly brought Jiang Ge back to the headquarters. This cooperation was negotiated by Ginger, who had to be present when the contract was drawn up. The terms of the contract were finally finalized at Ginger's suggestion. The two sides cooperated to establish a new company. Each side contributed 50% of the capital, with Icefei accounting for 51% of the shares and Longhai Home Chemical accounting for 49%, with Icefei being responsible for the production side and Longhai Home Chemical managing the rest. On the final new product, it will be labeled as a co-production of Icefei and Longhai Home Chemical. After the contract was sent over, Wu Stormy Bear replied directly, agree. He also said that there is really no time today. Tomorrow morning, directly and personally to the headquarters of the Icefei to sign the contract. Another mention was made that Ginger had to be present and that he would only sign with Ginger and no one else. After getting the exact reply, Lu Xinshi's mouth was crooked with joy. Ginger, you are really the little blessing of our company. You must come tomorrow. Whether this contract can be signed or not depends on you in the end. Ginger smiled and nodded in agreement. After finishing, Lu Xianshi had to personally send Jiang Ge back. Jiang Ge said that there is no need to do so, but Lu Xinshi disagreed and had to deliver it personally. In the end, Jiang Ge could only agree and let Lu Xianshi send himself back to the branch. After getting off the bus, Lu Xinshi also did not forget to say, "Tomorrow morning, or I come to pick you up. You wait for me on the line." Ginger smiled and nodded. Okay, back to the company. Colleagues still do not know what's going on. Just with Jiang Gu joked, Lina Jiang Gu. Now it is the boss personally pick you send you. Today followed Lu what to do. Ginger didn't say anything, just said, "I'll tell you all about it tomorrow." Early the next morning, Lu Xinshi received Jiang Gu at the headquarters early and waited. Wu Stormy Bear also came very early, just to 9 o'clock. People have already arrived downstairs. Seeing that Jiang Gu was present, Wu Stormy Bear also did not ink, and directly signed the contract. That day, the whole company spread a legend. Vice President Lu Xinshi talked for more than a month to talk about the cooperation. Jiang Gu a minute to talk about it. Chen Bingfei was even happier when she heard this news. A meeting was held immediately. At the meeting, the company's executives unanimously decided that the profits generated by the new company in the future, in accordance with the proportion of 10% to Jiang Gu personal dividends. Ginger was also shocked to hear this news. How much does this cost? This time, the two sides are contributing $10 million each. How much money is this going to make by then? Ginger couldn't guess, just thought he might be getting rich. After finishing, Jiang Gu didn't let Lu Xinshi send him, and took a taxi back to the branch himself. While in the car, Ginger looked out the window at the city and realized what an awesome thing he had accomplished. And a wave of happiness came from within. There happened to be a piece of music playing on the car radio and Ginger couldn't help but sing along with the song. A good person like me should have lived a brilliant life. When the driver saw Jiang Ji's joyful appearance, he couldn't help but joked. What kind of happy event has brother encountered? It was nice to have someone to share it with. So Ginger told him about it. Said he signed a contract for tens of millions of dollars today, and he'll get a yearly dividend from now on. The driver almost drove the car into a ditch in surprise. Jiang hurriedly stabilized the driver and made him hold the steering wheel. What are you so surprised for? Do you not believe it? The driver said. It's not that I don't believe you can negotiate contracts in the tens of millions of dollars. I just don't believe that someone negotiating a contract of that magnitude would hit my car. Ha ha ha. Both of them laughed. After arriving on the ground, for a $49 fare, Ginger tipped an extra $200 straight away. You can say that you are now developed and make everyone around you happy and cheerful. The driver was moved and said, "Thank you, brother. There are not many capable and good-hearted people like you nowadays. Now it's all about the more capable people, the more cold-blooded they are." After the driver left, Ginger thought about the words and felt something inside. He had gotten such a powerful system. No matter what he did, it was all going well. So should he use this ability to help a lot of people who were having a hard time in their lives? Jiang thought for a moment. Although he had accomplished a few things, but he was still living in a 500 yuan rental house and riding an electric tricycle. To help others, it is also to wait until later, to develop yourself. And this system, I just got it not long ago. I don't know if one day it will suddenly disappear, or one day it suddenly doesn't work. What to do? As if the system felt Jiang Ji's thoughts, its voice rang out in Jiang Ji's mind. Host, rest assured, the system has been bound, is not going to leave the host, much less malfunction. This system will always be trustworthy. In addition to friendly reminder, the host has not yet discovered the true power of this system. At present, only use a little basic function it. All of this needs the host to slowly find out. I will always accompany you. But why me? Why does the system really exist in the world? Is it high-tech? Is it alien life? Everything will be answered until you explore the full capabilities of this system. And then you will know. A question could not help but arise within Ginger. Isn't what one uses the full power of the system? What is the truly awesome thing about the system? After thinking about it for a while, I still can't figure it out. But Jiang felt that the meaning of a book is self-evident after reading it 100 times. And the system is the same. Using it, maybe he will suddenly find out the real power of the system. There are some things that the more you meditate on them, the less you'll come up with. So just go with the flow for now. Back inside the company, his co-workers saw him return and asked curiously, "Jiang, what the hell did you go and do something big? I see that Mr. Lu has personally come to pick you up twice. Yesterday when I asked you, you said today. Now it's time to tell us." Jiang smiled and shared with everyone. What else could be going on? We're businessmen. So of course we're going to talk business. Mr. Lu himself came to pick you up. What kind of big business is this you're talking about? Let me put it to you this way. Tens of millions of dollars for a big project. Crap, tens of millions. The co-workers were shocked. Did you get a deal? Success. Today I went over. Is directly signed the contract? This has not signed the contract and came back. Colleagues have exclaimed. My God, how much commission would that be? In the afternoon, the email from headquarters went out and the whole company received it. From now on, Ginger is officially promoted to general manager of the branch. When Jiang Gu saw this news, he was first stunned. Didn't he say at first that he was promoted to manager of the business department? How did it directly rise to the general manager of the branch? Then wouldn't he become the boss of this branch? To know the branch is also several departments. Each department has a manager. This time the whole branch all under his control. Colleagues received the news and sent congratulations. Congratulations! Congratulations on Mr. Kang's promotion. Zhang Yuan also personally ran over to congratulate him. Jiang Gu, congratulations! You've been promoted to general manager in your 20s. Your future is unlimited. Jiang Gu could feel that Zhang Yuan was really happy for him, but there was also a hint of despondency hidden in his smile. When Ginger first joined the company, he was sort of his protege. Now Ginger's position is rocketing upward, while he is 34 years old and still a salesman at the lowest level. As the breadwinner of the family, with a large family to support, where does his future lie? Ginger could see his despondency, but didn't say anything at the time. After responding with a smile, Ginger walked out of the office. Now that Wang Xilei's office is empty, it will be his office from now on. A couple of managers from other departments are leading the cleaning for Ginger, and there's some rearranging to be done, which will be arranged by HQ when the time comes. When Jiang Gu saw them, the managers greeted Jiang Gu with smiles. They said things like congratulations and take care of me, but Jiang Gu just smiled and nodded in response. In fact, Ginger's mind was not all on the company. As the man with the system, Ginger didn't want the company to tie him down. Now with the title of general manager, enough for him, he has to find a way to find an assistant. The company's affairs will be handed over to him to deal with the future. Their own as a shirker he does not smell it. From now on, all you have to do is get a monthly paycheck and dividends. But he doesn't have a suitable candidate now, and the one he trusts the most in the whole company now is Zhang Yuan. However, Zhang Yuan is a bit too honest. I'm afraid that he can't hold such a position at once. He walked to the side of the corridor window and pulled out his cell phone to dial Chen Bingfei's cell phone. After the phone was connected, Chen Bingfei's affable voice came from the cell phone. Brother, are you still satisfied with this position that sister has arranged for you? This branch is your biggest. No one can bully you anymore. For this sister, Jiang Gu is still a bit grateful. To himself is really quite good. Let himself feel the care of having a sister. Being an only child, he had wanted to have a real sister for a long time before. And this was the fulfillment of his previous dream. Thank you sis, I'm very pleased. But sis, I have a small request. What request? You name it, and sis will fulfill it. I'm afraid that I can't manage this company of yours at once. I want a helper. I'm now a general manager. It's not too much to arrange a deputy general manager under me, right? Chen Bingfei smiled and replied, yes, you have the final say on the branch side. You can arrange whoever you want. No, I don't have a suitable candidate. Or sis, you arrange one for me. I can rest assured with the person you arrange. Chen Bingfei thought about it and nodded. Okay, then sister will arrange a helper for you. I'll let her go over there in the afternoon. Okay, thank you sister. You're the one with the sweet mouth. Hey, hanging up the phone, Jiang Gu returned to the business department and called Zhang Yuan out. Ginger, I'll have to call you Mr. Ginger from now on. Jiang Gu still called him according to the previous name, Brother Zhang. You still call me Jiang Gu in private. I just entered the company you brought. So good to me. I remember it. There was a time when I had a temper tantrum. You were afraid that I would be punished. And you even worked overtime for me. Zhang Yuan smiled embarrassedly. That's all in the past. Why mention him? At that time you just entered the company. The year is not too old. It's not easy. Brother Zhang, I recognize your character and your ability. In the future, this business department manager will be given to you to be. Your family has a large family that relies on you, and it's not easy for you, and you'll be better off with a higher income as a manager in the future. When Zhang Yuan heard this, he immediately had a delighted expression on his face, and then he was a bit touched, and his eyes were a bit red. Ginger, thank you, I don't even know what to say, Zhang Yuan said as he took off his glasses and lowered his head to rub his eyes. Zhang Ge patted his shoulder. Just work well in the future. Don't worry, no matter what problems you encounter in the future, I will help you. After saying that, seeing the way Zhang Yuan's tears were about to be held back, he turned around and left. Behind him, Zhang Yuan wiped his eyes with his sleeve and happily walked towards the restroom. After less than 2 hours, a woman arrived at the office. The woman had a long, melon-faced face. All her features were very marked. She had a short, dry haircut, and was dressed in a white shirt and a black lady's suit. The age didn't look like much, just in his 20s, and his face was expressionless. The woman enters the office and knocks on the door of Ginger's office. At the time, Ginger was lying comfortably in a chair playing a cell phone game. This office window has a beautiful view of the park outside, and the chairs are leather with recliners. When Janga first came in, he was cursing that son of a bitch Wang Siley in the past for really enjoying himself. Then he slumped back in his chair, looked out the window, and played with his cell phone. This had just become the general manager, and there was a little bit of nervousness as soon as he heard a knock on the door. Ginger hurriedly returned his chair to its upright position, back up, turned off his cell phone, and said in a hushed voice, "Come in." The woman opened the door and walked in. "Hello Mr. Jiang, I'm your assistant sent by Qin Bingfei Chen. My name is Li Yan." Ginger was a bit surprised. I thought to myself, I'm looking for a helper, the kind that can let me be a shirker in peace. How come I sent such a young one? However, he is quite good looking. What's the point of being good looking? Being able to handle the company's affairs well and not letting yourself worry is the king. Looking at the expressionless Li Yan, she carried a sense of competence from the inside out. Jianga asked tentatively, "Did Mr. Chen tell you what kind of work he was doing before he called you here?" Li Yan replied seriously, "It was said that I should be your assistant and at the same time serve as the deputy general manager of the branch." "Oh." Ginger nodded. "Is your resume handy for me to see?" Ginger didn't mean anything by it, just a little curious. Li Yan was only in her 20s, and to be able to get Chen Bingfei's recognition and let her come to help herself as this vice president, she must belong to the elite of talents. Take a look at the resume. One for curiosity and the other so you can get to know the assistant better. Li Yan replied, "I came in a hurry today and didn't bring my resume, so I'll hand it to you tomorrow." "Okay." Ginger nodded painfully. "I'll have someone arrange an office for you." Li Yan, however, said, "I want to be in the same office as you, Mr. Jiang, so it will be much easier to work." Ginger was a little hesitant. If they were in an office, how bad would it be for her to see her playing games? It simply undermines his authority as GM. Li Yan, however, seemed to see Jiang Ji's scruples and said, "Does Mr. Jiang have any concerns? Why don't you speak up? Maybe I can help you out." In the end, Ginger didn't think of a reason to turn her down. Being in an office is pretty convenient. As for playing games, she can't control me if I want to play. With that in mind, Ginger agreed to come down. "Li Yan, you go and call our branch. All the managers and supervisors level. All go to the conference room. I'll hold a meeting for everyone." "Okay." 10 minutes later, when everyone had arrived, Ginger walked in with Li Yan, saying that it was a meeting. Jianggu actually wanted them all to get to know Li Yan, so that they could find Li Yan to solve any troubles in the future and not bother themselves. Of course, say it isn't so. It means just that. After the meeting, Ginger went straight from work. It's 4 p.m. and it's a great feeling to leave early. You can get off work at any time you want, go to work at any time you want, and you don't have to worry about being criticized or having your paycheck docked. So don't mention how great it is. After walking out of the office, Ginger felt like her entire being was free. Riding his electric tricycle home, Ginger was ready to go back and work on the system. Find another way to get some money. Very plain and simple ideals. Preferably something similar to the last time you reported a wanted man. Quick money and serious business with little legal risk. That would be best. There is also, their own electric tricycle should be honorably retired. How they say is also a boss. Riding an electric tricycle is a little too much for the company and their own shame. Ginger is planning to buy himself a car, but he hasn't figured out exactly what car to buy. After returning to his own rental house, looking at his own small rental house, Jianga thought to get some more money, directly go to buy a villa to live in. High-rise he does not like. Being a child from the countryside, he would either live in the countryside with a small yard or in a villa with a garden, and preferably grow some vegetables in the garden. Cucumbers in the summer and radishes and cabbages in the winter, and of course 2 of his favorite apple trees. That's what fits the scene of home in his mind. Lying on his bed, Ginger thought about ways to make money while subsequently scratching open his cell phone to check the news. There's been a big local news story making quite a bit of heat lately that caught Ginger's attention. Ginger clicked on it and looked at it. Presumably things are like this. An old man in this city, childless, already 84 years old, suffering from heart disease, is now in a coma in the hospital. His health condition is very bad, and his days are numbered. The old man has an inheritance worth hundreds of millions of dollars that no one has inherited. 3 days ago, when he was awake, he faced an interview with a reporter and clearly said that after his death, all of his inheritance would be donated to a local foundation for charitable causes, so that this inheritance could benefit his hometown. But it didn't say exactly who it was donated to, and it went into the resuscitation room because of poor health. It's been the 3rd day since then. The old man was successfully resuscitated and saved his life for the time being, but he is still in a coma. The hospital isn't sure he'll wake up. might never wake up again. There are 3 larger local foundations that have been scrambling for the old man before he even died. Both say this legacy should be managed by their own foundations. There was also a scandalous incident in which a total of a dozen staff members from 3 foundations fought in a brawl outside the elderly ward, which was trolled by countless netizens. In the end, it was the 3 foundations that came to an agreement to share the old man's estate equally after his death. That would have been the end of this. Even if there are skeptics and trolls out there, it won't get in the way of the distribution of the estate anymore. However, just this morning, the internet suddenly broke the black news of one of the foundations and showed evidence that this foundation was not qualified to share the elderly's inheritance equally at all. Immediately after that, the other 2 foundations were also exposed as black, also agreeing to sunshine the evidence to show that the 2 of them, along with the first one, are as black as the crows under the sky. The netizens were screaming, but they couldn't stop things. Ginger watched it and called it a good one. Better than a TV show. Right on cue. A new relevant news item has just been updated. And just moments ago, the old man has woken up. At present, the persons in charge of the 3 foundations are entering the wards to communicate with the elderly. But the elderly are silent in the face of the persons in charge of the 3 foundations and have not yet expressed their positions. After reading the news, Ginger put down her phone. If in the past, when Jiang Gu saw this kind of news, at most, he would silently pay attention to it, and finally give a few comments alike, and he himself would not even bother to comment on it, because one can't influence the outcome of things at all. But this time, Ginger suddenly had a different idea, a bold idea. Just thinking about it made Ginger's blood rush to her head and her face heat up. He's going to fulfill the old man's wish for him, take his legacy and truly benefit the local community. Instead, it's being split between 3 blackmail-laden foundations. Now he has the power to do it all. As for these 3 foundations, Kangar will end up conducting an investigation to see if those black materials are true or not. All that needs to be done now is to preserve that legacy first. After Ginger decided, he opened the news again and found a picture of an old man lying in a hospital bed. System, change my relationship with him. Okay, what relationship to change to, please? Jiang Gu saw the news written in the old man's relevant information. The old man surnamed Gon, called Gon Xiuqing, before a language teacher, after retirement, has been insisting on literary creation, relying on their own writing books and royalties to earn such a family business. The book's written. There happens to be a Janga read, called A Grass and Two Wood. The book is written in A Grass is the sister. Two Wood is the younger brother. The book describes the siblings' deep sibling friendship, and a life of misery. Janga read a hard time for a long time, so the author was right there with me. Gosh. Through this work, Ginger admired the old man. He was a teacher before, and I've read his work. So let's change me to his student. The system reminded. Are you sure? If you want to get an inheritance, it's better to change it to a relative. Jiang Gu, however, shook his head. The old man clearly has no relatives, and now relatives suddenly appear. It will definitely arouse suspicion. This matter has become so big, there will definitely be people investigating. It's better to be a little bit more insured by the teachers and students. Ginger thought that he would meet the old man first on the basis of his status as a student. Stabilize the situation first, and then improvise. If student status doesn't work well, change it to a relative or something like that when the time comes. Ding character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is teacher and student. Immediately after the change, Django went out, called a fast car from his cell phone, and took a taxi to the city's first hospital where the old man was. In the hospital, on the bed, Gon Xiuqing held a pen in his hand, and in front of him was a will handed over by the heads of the 3 foundations. The will states that the estate goes to the 3 foundations in equal shares. As soon as he signs, the will takes effect immediately. Off to the side, there were several other reporters witnessing and recording the entire event. Gon Xiuqing held the pen and refused to sign for a long time. For these 3 foundations, he seemed to know something, but even if he doesn't sign it, the estate will still have the same result after his own death. Why don't you just sign it and let me die in peace? He thought so. Gon Xiuqing's pen fell toward the paper, and a small smile appeared uncontrollably on the faces of several of the foundation's people. But just then, Gon Xiuqing seemed to remember something. He put down his pen. I refuse to sign this will. I am going to appoint an heir, who is one of my students. When this was said, several people from the foundation were dumbfounded. A foundation man in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses asked, Elder Gon, didn't you agree to donate? Why did you suddenly back out? Gon Xiuqing slowly opened her mouth and said in a firm tone, I said donate. But I didn't say donate to you. Besides, this is my inheritance, and I have the right to decide to donate or not. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was surprisingly angry. What do you mean by that? Is it to say that we are not qualified to handle your estate? Gon Xiuqing, a dying man, of course will not spoil him. Directly back, whether there is a qualification, you yourselves' heart is the most clear. When the man with the gold-rimmed glasses heard this, his eyes looked strangely at Gon Xiuqing. The old man seems to know something, but he's dying anyway, so what the hell? He walked right out of the hospital room with some anger. People from other foundations have walked out as well. Several reporters stood at the door, wanting to walk in and ask Gon Xiuqing some questions, but the nurse on the side stopped them. The patient needs to rest. You guys better go out first. The reporters hurriedly asked, Elder Gon, may I ask who is the student you are talking about? Can you reveal his information? Have you changed your mind and will not bequeath your estate? May I ask if you think there is something wrong with these three foundations and that's why you've given up on giving? Gon Xiuqing all but shook his head without answering. The reporters were shooed out of the room by the nurse, closing the door behind them. Silence was restored in the ward. Gon Xiuqing let out a soft sigh as she lay on the hospital bed, looking at the leaves outside the window. The nurse asked, What are you sighing about, Mr. Gon? Gon Xiuqing just smiled. It would be nice to be a tree in my next life. Then, Gon Xiuqing added, Why don't you get my cell phone for me? I want to make a call. Okay. The nurse brought Gon Xiuqing's cell phone and he dialed a number. Hey, Lawyer Liu. I want to ask you to help me with my inheritance. The heir is one of my students. His name is Zhang Gu. He's a local of ours. I'll write a will. You can help me pass it to him. When Ginger arrived at the hospital, he had just gotten out of the car when he received a phone call. Ginger saw the caller number. It was an unfamiliar number. Following past experience, Zhang Gu couldn't help but guess. It couldn't be Gon Xiuqing calling me, could it? Ginger picked up the phone. Hello? A middle-aged man's voice came from inside the phone, and as soon as Zhang Gu heard it, he knew that it was definitely not Gon Xiuqing. The man on the phone said, Is this Ginger? Please? It's me. Are you? I'm Lu Zibei, a lawyer, Mr. Gon Xiuqing entrusted me to hand over his will to you. Is it convenient to meet? A will? Ginger was a little puzzled. Still, it said, we can meet. When? Is this a convenient time? Where are you so I can come over and meet you? Now. I'm at the first hospital. Where's the hospital? Southgate entrance. Who knows the phone? Lu Zibei said. It happens to be that I'm in the hospital. I'll come out right away. Within moments, a man in a black suit came out of the hospital. By virtue of the phone, he walked over to Ginger. He reached out and shook Ginger's hand first, then got right to the point. Let's go to my car and talk about the will. Ginger said, I'd like to go in and see Mr. Gon first. Lu Zibei said, I can't see it. Mr. Gon is gone. This. Ginger was a little speechless. So soon? Lu Zibei looked back. There were a few reporters coming this way. Immediately, he said to Ginger, There's a reporter coming over. And Mr. Gon doesn't want to expose you to the press. So let's talk in the car. Ginger also saw the reporter. The first time he had ever seen one in reality. Okay. Ginger nodded. The two dodged the reporters and made their way inside a black sedan in the parking lot. Lu Zibei took out Gon Xiuqing's will and gave it to Zhang Gu. What it says is simple. It just says that after death, all the inheritance goes to Ginger. The old man's name is signed below. Ginger opened her cell phone and the old man's passing had been reported on the local news. Zhang Gu looked at the short will, as if he saw Gon Xiuqing as if he knew he was dying, lifted his last breath, finished writing the will and signed it. At this time, there was still a great deal of doubt within Ginger. Is this student status of his own so good? One hasn't even met with him yet, and straight away he's got a will in place? Lu Zibei continued, I will take care of all the subsequent formalities for you. Mr. Gon also said that he would like you to use half of your inheritance for the benefit of the local community, and the rest at your disposal. Zhang Gu froze for half a day and asked Lu Zibei, why did Mr. Gon give me the inheritance in the end, and let me take half of it for the benefit of the local community? Does it mean that donating to those three foundations can't even be used for half of it to actually do something in the end? Lu Zibei shook his head and said, I can't answer that question for you. He then took out a power of attorney and handed it to Zhang Gu, who saw that it was also signed with Gon Xiuqing's name. Lu Zibei said, sign here. This proves that the will has been handed over to you. I'll contact you tomorrow after I've organized some of the subsequent formalities. Ginger looked at the power of attorney, saw that it was okay, and signed it. The next morning, Zhang Gu did not go to the company, but accompanied by Lu Zibei, one by one to accept the inheritance of Gon Xiuqing, includes one set of villas in the Lakewood Garden Villa, the top villa area in the county. The inside of the villa is decorated with natural elegance. As soon as Ginger entered, it was as if she had entered a dream house. Some of the decorative styling isn't that flashy, but the materials are expensive at first glance. Gorgeous in its understatement. It's Ginger's favorite style. Inside the yard there is also a garden in which the flowers and plants are very well tended. Lu Zibei said, "This garden is Mr. Gon personally take care of. You see the flowers and plants. How well taken care of. This is the old man's heart and soul." Ah. Ginger nodded. Yeah, it's great. In his heart, he secretly planned to dig up and plant turnip cabbages and fruit trees in the future. Although he had a lot of respect for old man Gon Xiuqing, he couldn't see these flowers and plants anymore. Could he? There are 2 cats in the house. A normal tabby cat. White, yellow and black. Pretty cute looking. There is also a Shantung lion cat with different pupils. One eye is blue, one eye is yellow, and the fur is white. Super nice. Janga remembered when he was a child. In his grandmother's house raised a lion cat. Not only beautiful, catching mice is also a good hand. Raise one. A yard mice have to go around. Ginger took a liking to both types of cats and decided to keep them both for continued breeding. In the garage, a black Gusto sedan was parked, and everything else in the house. In addition, there are also some deposit receipts, cash and so on. Also all belong to Jenga. Just the deposit slips alone. There are 8 of them. One for $10 million, totaling $80 million. Ginger thought to himself, good lord, this old man earns money for nothing else. He just banks it. After finishing, Lu Zibei said, from now on, it's all yours, Mr. Gon only verbally said that he wanted you to use half of your assets, for the benefit of the local community, and it's not written in the will, so the decision is still up to you. Janga said directly, this is no problem. These assets, even if 100 million, I take 50 million out to benefit the local. No problem at all. But the problem is that the way to make a blessing, the specifics of how to do it, I have to think hard about it and think about it. It's going to take some time. Lu Zibei nodded, I thank you and Mr. Gon on behalf of the local people. Time is not a problem. Such a large amount, it may not be a good thing to use it all at once. Take your time. As long as you have this heart is good. Lu Zibei's words were pertinent, and Janga nodded. Then Lu Zibei left, added each other's contact information, said there are any problems can always call him. Ginger walked him to the door, and when he was gone, Ginger looked back at the villa. That's what felt very exciting and thrilling. Django first ran madly on the grass in the garden for a while, venting his inner excitement. Then he entered the house and turned around, looking around, exploring the luxury villa as if he were on a treasure hunt. Slowly this is only gradually accepting that they are all his. To say which room inside this villa is Ginger's favorite. Ginger thought it was the study. The windows in the study are next to the garden and the views outside are superb. Inside the room, a large brown wooden desk with a computer in the center. It looks like the old man also uses a computer for his writing. One wall of the den is covered with large brown solid wood bookshelves filled with books. Ginger sat down at her desk as if she felt like she had become a writer. Enjoying a few moments, Zhang Ling looked through the window and saw a middle-aged woman walk through the courtyard gate and towards the room. Ginger knew who she was. Lawyer Lu had explained to Jianggo that Gon Xiuqing had a nanny, Auntie Li. She was responsible for coming to the house every day to feed the 2 cats while Gon Xiuqing was hospitalized. He likewise explained to Auntie Li that Jianggo was the heir apparent. To avoid any misunderstanding, he also showed Ginger a picture of Auntie Li, so Ginger recognized her at once. Ginger walked out and was the first to greet. Hello Auntie Li, I'm Ginger. Auntie Li's name is Li Kaihua, a local, 40 years old, has been working as a nanny here for more than 4 years. Seeing Jiang Gu, she was a little surprised with a slightly rushed smile and said, you are Jiang Gua. I didn't expect you to be so young. I came here to feed the cats, and since you're here, I'm not coming back after I feed them this time, so I'll give you the key later. Ginger thought that Auntie Li had been working here for years and must have done a good job to have worked for so long. He thought he'd simply leave her behind and experience life with a nanny as well. After all, it was such a big house. He'd be exhausted just cleaning it by himself. She also didn't want her to lose her job. So she said, Auntie Li, I also need a nanny. Why don't you stay here and continue to work? The salary is the same as before. I didn't expect Auntie Li to be a bit nervous. I used to serve Mr. Gon. He's an old man. I haven't really worked as a nanny for you young people. And I don't understand the habits of you young people. So I don't know if I can achieve your satisfaction. Janga could see that Auntie Li was an honest and decent local woman. Like a kind of typical. Not like the nannies in the big city, who had so much heart. You have to be on guard for that kind of babysitter. Ginger said, it's fine. Just cook a meal. Clean your room or something. I'll tell you whatever habits I have slowly. Slowly you'll know. Auntie Li is also unable to give up this job. After all, $6,000 a month. For her is a proper high salary. It's close to her home, and she takes care of her family. If she leaves, she doesn't know where to find this kind of job. She then smiled and agreed. Alright then, I'll stay on here then. And you can mention anything you've done wrong. I'll make sure to correct it. Ginger smiled back. Other than that, Auntie Lee had a great work ethic. Auntie Lee, then you go ahead and feed the cats. I'll go to the office. Auntie Lee nodded. Okay, are you coming back at noon and in the evening? Do you want to prepare meals in advance? Ginger thought for a moment and said, I'm not sure. I'll leave your number and I'll call you in advance if I need to prepare a meal. Auntie Lee answered and gave Ginger the phone number. And after Ginger wrote it down, he went inside, got the car keys, went to the garage and drove the Gust out. You don't say. This luxury car is different to drive. Almost won't drive. Ginger sat in the car and looked it up on her cell phone before she drove off. The promotion from electric tricycle to Gusto all of a sudden made Ginger more than a little uncomfortable. That's a slightly larger span. Jianggu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this the power of the system? Who knew that a teacher-student relationship would work so well? It's simply absolute. Arriving at the office, Ginger walked inside his office. He didn't come here to work, but to find Li Yin. As his own assistant, that was all Ginger had available right now. And there were a few things that Ginger wanted to ask her opinion on. Li Yin saw Jianggu arrive and greeted him politely. Good day, Mr. Jiang. Ginger froze in her mind for a moment before realizing she was calling her, and hurriedly nodded. Seems like he's still a little uncomfortable with this new status of GM. Sitting in his seat, before he could speak, Li Yin walked over and placed a resume in front of him. Mr. Kong, here's my resume for your perusal. Ginger then remembered that he had said something about this yesterday and brought it to himself today and opened his resume. Nice guy. Without looking at it, Ginger was a little ashamed. In her teens, she was guaranteed admission to the top university in China, and after graduation, she took several degrees in different majors at famous colleges abroad, and she was only 3 years older than Jianggu. What do you mean? People are more talented than people? This is too genius. Emotionally, she was on the same path as Chen Bingfei. No wonder Chen Bingfei valued her so much. However, Ginger felt that just because she was a genius in this area, it didn't mean she was definitely good in other areas, and he would have to ask her about it later. Keep looking around and also have some achievements in the field of cosmetics and such. This one is a bit more specialized. Specific bar. Janga also cannot read too much. It is interspersed with some English names and specialized terms and so on. Ginger pretended to look through it and pretended to nod again. Not bad. You're good. Thanks. Li Yin replied lightly on the surface. But in her heart, she thought, I've never seen anyone who was so calm after reading their resume. Is this Kong always a man of deep secrets? Ginger handed her resume back and Li Yin took it and sat back in her seat. They were positioned opposite each other. After a while, Jiang Ge suddenly asked, Li Yin, do you know how to do charity? Li Yin was puzzled. Charity? Ginger said, that's right. Let's say you were given $50 million to use for local benefit. What would you do? Li Yan asked. Local as in city or county? Zhanga thought for a moment that Gongxiuqing should have meant prefectures, and said, prefectures. Li Yan thought for a moment and replied seriously, if you want to benefit all the people, there are many ways to do so. Let's say you can take a portion and donate it to the hospital and use it to buy some advanced equipment so that the local residents can get better treatment for some illnesses. It can be donated to schools to provide free lunches to students who are growing up and would benefit a lot from better nutrition, or investing in some physical projects to provide more jobs for local residents, etc. $50 million is a lot of money, or several ways to do it at the same time. Ginger listened and thought it was pretty good. In any case, it was considered to be able to fulfill old man Gongxiuqing's last wish. Then, since she understands, she can't be bothered with it herself. Zhang Ge nodded and said, okay, then this matter will be left to you. In a moment I will transfer $50 million to your card. Li Yan was instantly filled with questions. Didn't you just say what if? This Mr. Jiang, whose age is 3 years younger than his own, can he really shell out $50 million for charity at once? This is outrageous. Li Yan was not calm inside either. Jiang Ge said casually, what's there to suppose? It's only $50 million. I don't feel any pain at all when I use it for charity. Li Yan became even more shocked inside, and at the same time, surprisingly, she developed an admiration for Jiang Gu. At this time, Ginger's cell phone suddenly rang. Ginger pulled out her cell phone, and it turned out to be a call from her mom. He walked out of his office and answered the phone as he walked towards the outside of the office. Hey, Mom! The voice of Jiangge's mother came from the phone. Jiangge, just now there is a courier. Delivered 2 cell phones. Is it you bought? Turns out the cell phone arrived. Ginger said into the phone, yeah, I bought it. Bought 2. One for you and one for my dad. When Jiangge's mom heard this, she couldn't help but nag again. You kid, you're spending money again. How much did you pay for it? Janga smiled and said, "It's not that expensive. 1 is more than 10,000. 2 is more than 20,000 chant." When Jiang Ji's mom heard this, she was almost anxious. "Are you crazy? Buying such expensive cell phones? I don't want them. Your father and I can't use such expensive ones. So hurry up and return them. You kids, do you have money to burn or something?" Jianga, however, still smiled and said, "It's fine. Use it. I'm old and rich now. I just donated $50 million. The phone immediately came from the mother scolding, "You roll a day on the bragging line. Hurry to return the phone. Ah, you bought a good one we will not use." No. Ginger was speechless and honestly didn't believe it anymore, so made up a lie that is easier to believe. "Mom. In fact, I recently negotiated a large single. The company not only gave me a promotion, but also a one-time award of 150,000 bonuses. I myself put $100,000 to save up. Take 50,000 out of the flour. That cell phone you can rest assured that you can use on the line." Only then did Janga's mom believe it a bit and couldn't help but ask happily, "Really? What position have you been promoted to now?" "I'm now supervisor. I got promoted to supervisor." Ginger knew that if he said GM, his mom would call him a braggart again. This time Janga's mom was very happy. "Good. You do a good job. I know you will be able to do it." Ginger was still happy to get encouragement from her mom. Kong Ji's mom asked again, "By the way, how are you and Hot Xin doing? You two are pretty good, right?" "Yes, it's fine. She's shooting a movie right now, so she'll come back over when it's over and I'll take her home then." Well. When it comes to Zhang Nuanan, Janga's mom is 100% satisfied. After a few more words of family conversation, Ginger hung up. Back in his office, Ginger called up Lian. "Come on, you and I will go to the bank." Lian asked, "What are you doing at the bank?" Janga, "Of course it's to transfer money. $50 million is such a large amount. Go to the bank to transfer money to ensure a little more." "Really transferring money, huh?" Lian was still in a bit of disbelief. Walking out of the company, Lian took out a Mercedes-Benz car key. "Mr. Jiang, the company gave you a car. I haven't had a chance to tell you about it yet. Here are the car keys." Ginger took the keys and looked at them, casually slipped them into his pocket and said, "Better drive mine." He walked over to the Gusto and opened the door. "Get in." Lian got into the car and Ginger drove straight to the bank. As it happened, the bank wasn't so busy and it was done in no time. $50 million was already lying in Lian's account. The teller lady who handled this transaction was still shocked when she saw the amount. Ginger even felt like she was serving herself much better. I don't know if it was Ginger's fault or not. In short, Ginger, the shirker, was a thoroughbred and didn't worry about a thing. The money was transferred and Lian did the rest. Back in the company office, Lian still felt a bit of an unreal feeling. Do you think with such a large amount, Janga will be worried that Lian will run away with the money? Ginger wasn't worried. She's such a wonderful person. And so young, she shouldn't be able to cut her future short for this money. Her family's from the city, too. Her family's here. If she runs away, what about her family? Unless one takes the family with them and runs away to a foreign country. Even then Ginger wasn't afraid. With the system, Janga was still afraid that he wouldn't be able to find her? Lian opened the computer, began to write a program out. The money will be used for where exactly? Down to every penny. She has to do a good job of planning in advance, and a good breakdown. Ginger didn't know what she was doing. He was thinking about something. This time, I can say that I can get this inheritance. All thanks to watching the news to see. It seems that in the future, I have to read the news more. The benefits are great. There was also the fact that this time, the functions of the system he was using still hadn't departed from their previous scope. How exactly is the system's true ability? This was something Ginger still hadn't figured out. There's one more thing. Ginger is going to investigate those 3 foundations. The specific way Jiang Ge thought of a general is to find the photos of their principals through the system to modify a relationship that can make them trust, so that they personally tell the truth to themselves. The network of those black materials, in the end, is not true. If it's true, Ginger reports it directly. But when Ginger opened his cell phone, he saw this news. Police are investigating the 3 foundations. Ginger still believed in the ability of the police. As long as they wanted to investigate, there was nothing they couldn't find out. So Ginger dismissed the idea of meddling in the matter. He thought, better leave it to the police. There's another news item that's also hot, with a headline that reads, "Billionaire gone Su Qing's estate, inherited by mystery man." Jiang Ge clicked to read the article, which reads a student of Gone Xiuqing, and some of the content of the interview with Lu Zibei. But other than that, there are no clues about Jiang Ge. Jiang Ge couldn't help but give him a nod of approval. Lawyer Lu's confidentiality is really good. Quite good. There were also a couple of photos of a reporter standing guard outside the villa area. And surprisingly, he captured an image of Ginger driving out in his gusto. Luckily, though, Ginger couldn't see his face with the windows closed. Great guy. Looks like I'll have to be careful from now on. After reading the article, Ginger clicked on the comments section to read it. The first few highlights in the comments section are, surprisingly, all shoutouts. Good, no matter who we give it to. It's better than having it divided among those 3 foundations. I'm finally relieved, and I hope that this property will be used in the right way, living up to Mr. Gon's wishes, and truly used to benefit his hometown. There are a few other painting styles as well. Don't even think about it upstairs. Do you think anyone is as noble as Gon Lao? I'm willing to let him keep this money and spend it on himself, as long as it doesn't go to those bastards. Gon doesn't seem to be much more noble than that. He also donated after he died. How come he didn't donate while he was alive? There's nothing to donate when you die upstairs. People have a heart condition, and they don't have any relatives yet, and they need to pay for someone to take care of them and treat them, and they donate when they're alive. So you go and treat him, or are you going to babysit for him? Where do you need money for food, clothing, shelter and transportation? Believe it or not, I'll break your keyboard across the net? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Gon has made many donations during his lifetime. I believe in old Mr. Gon's character and his vision, and the heir he chooses will definitely be a good man. I'm also a student of Mr. Gon's. Why didn't the heir choose me? Shuffle upstairs. After reading the various comments, Ginger exited the news surface with a smirk on his face. The general public is always amused by him, but come to think of it, the old man's estate was $100 million and he donated $50 million, as if he had coveted $50 million. That's okay? I've got the system. I can do this? John Go asked Li Yen. Li Yen, that joint venture we have with Longhai Home Chemical, how much money do you think we can make in a year? Li Yen replied, it's hard to say, but I'm very confident in Longhai Home Chemical's operational strength. Ginger went on to ask, do you think I can get $50 million a year with a 10% dividend? Li Yen nodded. When this project grows in a year or two, it will definitely be more than that. Ginger was very happy in his heart. It's just 50 million. I'll donate a few more in the future. I can't owe money to a dead person. That's all I'm saying. Sitting down in his seat, Ginger pulled out his cell phone. There was a group between him and a few of his classmates, and there were just 4 people in the group, all of whom were the best of friends. Now that he's developed, he definitely needs to pretend with them first. Tapping on the group, Ginger said inside. And everyone just casually donated $50 million with a ripple inside. The group has returned. I just donated a couple $100 million to the wall last night. 50 million joy beans would cost a lot of money, wouldn't it? Is the inner wave no heartbeat? Hurry to the hospital. I believe in Mr. Kong. Mr. Kong V me 50 to see the strength. Ginger couldn't help but smile as she looked at her cell phone screen. These losers are still as bad as ever. Then he took a picture of his office and sent it. When the shot was taken, Li Yen happened to glance this way. Ginger hurriedly put his cell phone down. Good lord, this is getting a little awkward. She doesn't think I'm filming her, does she? He is a good old boss. Don't let her think he is a pervert. Luckily, Li Yen continued to work normally. A few guys in the group saw Li Yen and complimented her. This young lady is hot. Do you have a set of pictures? Where did Ginger find the chart? Site, tell me about it. Mr. John's office is so lofty. The secretary is so beautiful. Can VI50 see the strength? There are secretaries for everything and secretaries for nothing. John Go looked at the cell phone and thought, you people have no other skills. The whole obscene language is really good he said in the group. This is not even close to Chapter Noonan. Chapter Noonan does top. Zhang Nuanan is my goddess. Ginger smiled and continued. Zhang Nan is already my girlfriend. That's nice. I'm going to have that dream at night. If Zhang Nuanan is your girlfriend, I'm willing to recognize you as my godfather. Then Zhang Nuanan is my godmother. What do you want? I want mommy to cuddle. Everyone obviously took Ginger for a joke and none of them believed it. Ginger added, I'm not kidding. I'm telling the truth. It's true what I said too. I really want to have this dream at night. Oh, I really recognize you as a godfather. Ginger smiled and typed, I'll show you guys next time. Ginger didn't say anything else afterward, and they chatted and chatted about playing the game again. Several of them love to play games, often hacking, and watching matches. Finally, we talked about how the female commentator for the game was quite good looking, and how it would be nice to meet her in reality. Without another word, Ginger closed her cell phone and headed outside. Li Yan, I'm going out. Okay Mr. Kong. Driving the Gusto sedan, Ginger headed over toward his rental house. He's going to pack some things to bring to the villa. Although I have money now, but like those clothes and quilts and so on, It's still the most comfortable that I have used. When the rent is due, check out of this side of the house. Packing up his things, Ginger pulled a suitcase downstairs. I didn't expect to run into Wu Gang downstairs. Jiangge's first feeling was that Wu Gang wasn't here to find himself, so he ignored him and walked ahead on his own. But he didn't expect Wu Gang to call out to him. Ginger, I have something to show you. After he finished speaking, he revealed a bad smile, as if he had caught something on Ginger. What is it? Ginger walked over. Wu Gang pulled out his cell phone and opened it to show Ginger. Surprisingly, it was a picture of Jianggu and Zhang Nuanan sitting together in an electric tricycle. Ginger realized at once that he was being photographed. You followed me? Wu Gang smiled smugly. He didn't expect it. After I left that day, I arranged for someone to keep an eye on you. Do you think our matter is just over? Let me tell you, it's not over. Jianggu thought, this guy is really a ghost. It seems that he was too light on him. I should have known that last time. Not only smashed his car, but also smashed others a meal. What do you want? Well, Zhang Nuanan is such a big star. How big of a ripple would you say these photos would cause if they were to be spread online? If you don't want to be exposed, it's simple. Take the money. How much do you want? 5 million. Jiangge heard. This guy is not poor crazy. Open mouth dare to ask for 5 million? There's no way he could give it to him even if he had the money himself. He remembered what happened before. His ex-girlfriend. Ginger just hated to get him. Forget about letting him off the hook once before. As a result, he now had the nerve to run over and threaten him. That's fucked up. Jiangge thought to himself. He must not know that he is rich now. In his eyes, he is still the poor boy who lives in a few $100 rental house. How do I have it when you open your mouth and ask for so much money? Wu Gang, however, laughed. I know you don't have it, but Zhang Nuanan surely has it. A star that big earns hundreds of millions of dollars a year. 5 million is peanuts to her. I think she definitely won't want these photos to be exposed. After I get the money, guess what the first thing I do? While Jiangge ignored him, Wu Gang said to himself, the first thing I'll do when I get the money is to dump that gold-digging bitch Lu Zhu and find a better one again. No, get 10. Ha 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 ha. From this moment on, Ginger was suddenly not angry in her heart. He had already sentenced Wu Gang to death in his mind. Who's gonna get mad at a dead guy? Killing, a big thing. But Ginger decided to go for it, with the help of his system. Before he had the system, Ginger would never have thought this way. But not anymore. He could think of a way to get Wu Gang killed without having to take any responsibility. Ginger once wondered the question, what would happen if he gained Superman's powers? The conclusion is that Django doesn't think he's a good guy, and that he'll be a Me Too villainous Superman, and no amount of violence will stop him. Are these photos still available elsewhere? No. Guarantee that's all there is, and as soon as I get the money, I'll delete it right away. $5 million. Not a penny less. Got it. Ginger shook his head. You send it out. Feel free to send it out as long as you can. And cherish the last moments of your life. After saying that, Ginger pulled his suitcase away without looking back. Behind him, Wu Gang obviously didn't anticipate this outcome. What does he mean by that? Is he threatening me? I'm being counter-threatened? He held his cell phone up high and screamed. Don't you go. I'm really sending it. Ginger still didn't stop and didn't look back. Wu Gang followed and saw Ginger get inside a Gusto sedan, slamming on the gas, the engine making a roaring sound, and taking off. Wu Gang was a bit puzzled. Where did this kid get this car? Is he really not afraid of me sending it out? Doesn't make sense. Hiss. In the end, Wu Gang made a decision. Damn it. I'll go back and post the photos online. Let's see what you do. You don't care. I don't believe Zhang Nuanan doesn't care. I'm going to mess you two up. He got back into his car and drove towards his house. Ginger drove back to the villa and went straight to the study, closing the door to his room. Ginger turned on his computer and searched out several pictures of the characters. These are some of the biggest names in the internet world today. Each one of them is someone who stomps his foot and the internet world has to shake 3 times. The first one. Mr. Ma. 1 by 1. Ginger used the system's function on the first character. Change the relationship between me and him. Just uncle and nephew. The system's pleasant voice then sounded. Ding, character relationship modified successfully. The current relationship is uncle and nephew. Ginger then pulled out his own cell phone and placed it on the table, waiting quietly. 5, 10, 15 seconds passed. Ginger's cell phone suddenly rang. Ginger picked up his cell phone and saw an unfamiliar number, and with that he pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Ginger? A middle-aged man's voice came from the phone, sounding a bit excited and happy. Yes, you are? Jiangge, I'm your Uncle Ma. How come you can't even hear my voice anymore? Is it because I haven't called you for too long? Today, I suddenly missed you, so I gave you a call. How are you doing these days? Is it that if I don't call you again, you will forget me as your uncle? A small smile appeared at the corner of Ginger's mouth. It was really him. It seemed as if he was getting the hang of the proper usage of the system. Then he collected his expression and organized his language. Uncle Ma, I am not afraid that you are busy. This is not. I was about to call you, but I did not expect you to call me first. In fact, I've recently encountered a matter. I don't know what to do. I want to ask Uncle Ma to do me a favor. Oh, what is it? We uncle and nephew don't need to be polite. Just say it straight. Jiang heard him say so, then directly put things out. In fact, this is the case. There is a person secretly photographed some of the photos of me and a friend existed in the cell phone, which has some privacy, and want to pass it to the internet to expose, but also use this to threaten me, and look for me to ask for $5 million. There was a hint of surprise in the other person's tone. What photo is worth $5 million? Ginger wasn't hiding anything from him. He didn't need to hide anything from him. It's a picture of me and Zhang Nuanan on a date. Oh, you kid and Zhang Nuanan talk to someone? Good. Zhang Nuanan, that girl I've seen, is a very good girl. Your eyes can be poisonous. Ha ha. Uncle Ma, don't just smile. Do you see a solution? Jiang did not expect this. Mr. Ma directly said, this is not simple. In a moment I will give you $5 million. You buy the photo is fine. Hey, not. Jiang quickly explained. Uncle Ma, it's not about the money. That kid has a grudge against me. There's no way I'm going to let him take advantage of a single thing. Oh, this way. General Manager Ma's thoughtful voice came from the phone. How about this? I'll find a way to fix it for you. Do you know the specific information of this person? What's his name, his cell phone number or other communication software number? As long as I can lock this person down, I can remotely manipulate his cell phone to erase the photos in it. And I'll also filter all of his social accounts on all platforms for you to make sure none of that photo gets online. Jiang listened to the heart slightly surprised. All the platforms of social accounts he can manage. It seems that he does not need a few other internet bigwigs at all. Just this one is enough. His name is Wu Gang, and I only know his license plate number, Xia DD250. Okay, that's enough information to know. Just wait for my call. After saying that, Mr. Ma tried to hang up the phone. Jiang, however, was a bit curious and finally asked, Uncle Ma, will this violate some laws or something? A chuckle came from Ma on the phone. Ha ha, not as long as he's clicked on the consent statement online. With that, he hung up. Ginger's a little confused. Man, who hasn't clicked on a consent form before? Who knows what it says? It's such a long piece. I'm guessing 99% of people don't have the patience to read it all and just click agree. But it's good. Now Wu Gang has something to play with. I'll see how you post it online. Wu Gang returned home, huffing and puffing to a chair, thinking of the dashing scene of Jiang ignoring his threats and leaving. A surge of anger in his heart went straight to his head. He pulled out his phone and looked at the surreptitious photos in it and said, I have to give you a break. After thinking about it, he edited the photo into a short video and wrote a few striking fonts above the cover, Zhang Nuanan Janga Rendezvous. He then opened one of the most popular short video software of the moment, selected the video, and clicked publish. Watching the video uploaded little by little, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Wu Gang's mouth. Oh, Ginger, there will be a time when you regret it. This video is bound to catch fire. When it catches fire, let's see what you'll do. He looked at his cell phone. The upload was quickly reaching 99% and would soon be at 100%. But at this time, it suddenly and inexplicably showed that the video upload had failed. What's going on? Is the internet down? Wu Gang checked his cell phone wireless network and there was a network. What's going on? Wu Gang wanted to try uploading it again. But something even stranger happened. The video he had just edited was gone. Wu Gang was very puzzled. He clicked on the album and wanted to select the photos to re-edit the video. But something that made him even more puzzled happened. Crap, where's my picture? Wu Gang realizes that all the photos saved inside his cell phone about Jiang and Zhang Nuanan are gone. Hiss. It's evil. This damn cell phone is out of order. Isn't it? He opened WeChat and looked to hit the chat records with Li Daming. These were the photos that he had asked Li Daming to follow and take at that time. Li Daming then sent him the photo via WeChat. It's not in the cell phone album anymore, but it's definitely still there in the chat logs. But when he looked at the chat logs, he realized that all the photos inside the chat logs had disappeared as well. Wu Gang felt something was wrong. What the hell is going on? A virus in your cell phone? He hurriedly dialed the phone to Li Daming. And in a moment, the phone was connected. Hey, Daming, you didn't delete the photos you took that day, did you? Hurry up and send it to me again. In the phone came Li Daming's naive voice. Did not delete. Just in my cell phone it. Just brother. Not sent you over again? I don't know what happened. All the pictures are gone. so hurry up and send them to me. Okay, the photo I just took with my cell phone. It's in the album. I'll send it to you right now. But brother gang, don't forget to promise me that if you blackmail them with this photo, you'll say you'll split my half. Wu Gang's tone was a bit impatient. I know. I said to go for $50,000 and split it with you for $25,000. But that kid Jiang Gu didn't agree. I'm going to expose the photos. Li Daming was very worried. Don't expose it. Brother gang, if we expose it, we won't get the money. Wu Gang now had a burst of annoyance in his heart. Money, money, money. You just recognize money. It's not about money now. It's about fighting for it. You know what? When Li Daming saw Wu Gang getting angry, he didn't say anything else. He is a hobo. Usually Wu Gang has any big stall drinking game. We'll call on him. He is afraid to make Wu Gang angry. No big stall to eat in the future. Just said, got it Kong. I'll send you the picture right away. But when he went to click on the album, he realized that the pictures in his album had also disappeared. Puzzled, he rummaged around a few times and just couldn't find the photos. It's as if it was never inside the phone. Kong, you may not believe me when I tell you, the pictures in my cell phone are gone too. What? Wu Gang stayed on the spot, in deep confusion. At Wu Gang's request, Li Daming checked his cell phone over and over again, but could no longer find the disappearing photos. After hanging up the phone, Wu Gang also looked through his photo albums and chat records over and over again in a mechanical repetition. But like Li Daming, he could no longer find those photos. And Ginger soon received a call from Mr. Ma. Ginger, I took care of things for you, so you don't have to worry about the photos anymore. So fast. Thank you Uncle Ma. No need to be polite. In the future, if you have anything, just feel free to look for me. And when you have time to come to Deep City to play, you can be sure to tell me. Yeah, no problem. I'll be sure to let you know when I go. After chatting for a few moments and hanging up the phone, Ginger turned off the pictures of a few other internet bigwigs on his computer. Ginger then thought of ways to get Wu Gang killed. How do you kill someone and stay completely out of it yourself? Is it possible to bind some kind of direct relationship with Wu Gang and lure him to his death? Or, rather, a borrowed knife? After thinking about it, there didn't seem to be much to go on. With the use of character relationships as a method to cause Wu Gang's death, he will surely still be linked to himself in the end. Moreover, Jiang Gu didn't want to kill Wu Gang through the system and with the help of others. Then wouldn't he be harming others to become a murderer? Meow meow. The cat's purr came from outside the den. Ginger stopped thinking for a moment and got up to open the door as the two cats walked in. Ginger tried to hug them, but the two cats were obviously unfamiliar with Ginger and avoided him. They run under the table when Ginger approaches. Run what? I'll be your master from now on. Oh, hurry over and give me a touch. Apparently the cat couldn't understand Ginger and was still avoiding him. That's when Ginger had a sudden thought. In his head, he asked, System, can you use this function on animals? Ding, you can try. Oh. Ginger straightened up, looked at the two cats under the table, and murmured in his head, change my relationship with them to owner and pet. The system's mischievous voice came from Ginger's head. May I ask who is the owner and who is the pet? Ginger was speechless for a moment. I'm the owner. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship is owner and pet. It can really be used on animals. Ginger was a bit surprised. It seemed that the system's functions were much more than the ones he had used before. But, what's the point? To outsiders, the two cats would have been in a pet-master relationship with Ginger. What will it do now that it's been bound by the system? Under the table, two cats looked at themselves. Ginger crouched down gently and held out his hand. Come here. That's when the miracle happened. Both cats obediently ran over and let Ginger pet them. Ha ha, this is amazing. Ginger happily petted the two cats and rubbed them vigorously for a while. The two cats were also enjoying themselves immensely, even snoring, while the lion cat would mischievously hug Jiang Ji's wrist and gently bite his fingers. After a good rubdown, Ginger stood up, thinking he had business to attend to, and casually said to them, okay, you guys go out and play. Ginger realized that both cats were actually heading towards the door. That's when Ginger suddenly realized something. They can understand me? Stand still. Ginger ordered at the backs of the two cats. The two cats that were originally walking suddenly literally stopped and turned their heads to look at Ginger. Ginger tried the order again. Turn left. This time both cats looked left and right as if they didn't know what to do with themselves. Ginger realized at once if this order was a bit too complicated for a cat. Where do cats know the concept of left and right unless you point it out to them? Ginger found a notebook from a drawer, tore off a blank piece of paper, balled it up, and threw it toward the backs of the two cats. The paper ball landed behind the cat. Pick it up for me. The two cats now understood, and immediately craned their heads in search of the paper ball. The lion cat took the lead and grabbed the paper ball and quickly ran towards Ginger. The other cat was right behind it. The lion cat jumped straight onto the table and placed the ball of paper in front of Ginger. Ginger stared wide-eyed, shocked by the system's capabilities. Thinking to myself, is this the true power of the system? Not only can it be used on humans, but also on animals. The system responded in his head. Congratulations, you have unlocked another part of this system's functions. There are more and more powerful functions waiting for you to explore. There's more? Stronger? What exactly? Ginger couldn't think of for the moment, but this feature would be enough for Ginger to explore and develop carefully for a while. Next, he did some experiments on the two cats. He wanted to try and see just how far he could control them. The results of the experiment shocked him. He realized that the way he gave commands to the cat was not always by words and gestures, or even just a thought. Yourself can give commands to the cat to manipulate it. It is even possible to close the door and perform this operation from a long distance across the room. What the exact limit distance was, Ginger hadn't tried it out yet, but he made it to the outside of the villa where he could control two cats to run out of the house to him. That's a powerful ability, he thought. By this time, he had already thought of a way to get Wu Gang killed, and definitely not make themselves suspect in any way. He drove away from the villa, a street where there is a dump station where two packs of stray dogs often fight and steal territory. These dogs bark so viciously, especially at night when there are fewer people, that a person wouldn't dare cross here. Ginger's car is parked on the curb. There are now a couple of stray dogs picking up garbage to eat, and they seem to be the winners of the war that has taken over this garbage site. One of them was a bald dog, all gray with a bald patch on his head and a few teeth marks on his face. He is the leader of the current pack of stray dogs. One of the skinny yellow dogs rummaged through a plastic bag of leftover chicken bones, and the bald dog found it and immediately rushed over, biting the yellow dog away and enjoying those delicious chicken bones for himself. In the car, Ginger looked at the dogs and silently used the system's ability in his mind. Changing my relationship with them, owner and pet. I am the owner. Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is owner and pet. The next moment was when Ginger gave them their orders. At a single thought from Ginger, the stray dogs all stopped their current movements and instead ran towards the distance in front of them. Ginger started the vehicle and slowly followed. Wu Gang's store was inside a mall, and Ginger pulled into the mall's underground parking lot. Wait quietly. Wu Gang's car appeared, parked not far ahead. Wu Gang stepped out of the car and closed the door, and the stray dogs are scattered around the entrance to the parking lot at this point. It's within the manipulatable range of Ginger's experiments. As long as Janga had a thought now, the pack of stray dogs would immediately rush in and bite Wu Gang to death. An absolutely miserable death. An absolute relief. But at this point, Ginger hesitated. He thought, do we really need to get Wu Gang killed? It was at this time that a figure walked over. Surprisingly, it's Ryuju. Ginger watched as Luju walked towards Wu Gang and stopped in front of him. The two of them said something that Ginger couldn't hear from the car, but it felt like Wu Gang was annoyed, as if he was arguing. Wu Gang tried to leave. Luju grabbed him by the sleeve. Wu Gang got angry and shook Luju off at once, and then slapped her across the face. Luju covered her face and cried. Wu Gang pointed at her and cursed. The curses were louder and Ginger was able to hear them. He was scolding Luju. You stinking bitch. I don't even care about your rotten ass. Get the hell out of here. Gold-worshipping bitch. There was also some inaudible buy a bag. For money or something. It sounds like it should be Luju asking Wu Gang for money. Cursing, Wu Gang moved again, punching and kicking at Luju. He punched her in the face, knocking her directly to the ground, then kicked and kicked again. Wu Gang had been holding his fire today because of the photo, and now he was all over Luju. A car passed by earlier and saw the scene, but didn't stop. But after that car went out, Ginger saw two mall security guards trotting through the entrance. At this point Ginger no longer hesitated. He gave the stray dogs an order in his head. Charge in, bite Wu Gang to death. The security guards had rushed over after hearing someone tell them that someone was beating up someone in the underground parking lot, but as they ran over, they suddenly heard a dog barking from behind them. A pack of stray dogs ran towards them. Both security guards panicked. The dog's stance was to bite, was trying to figure out how to deal with it, but the stray dogs ignored them and ran right past them towards the interior of the parking lot. They both froze and immediately followed. After the stray dogs ran in, they all directly pounced towards Wu Gang. Wu Gang yelped in shock, and was then pounced on by the stray dogs. The stray dogs went wild and tore up on him. Face, nose, stomach, thighs. Blood was oozing from the bites all over his body. Wu Gang rolled on the ground in agony and screamed, but he couldn't struggle out of the stray dogs' encirclement. It wasn't long before he was torn to a bloody pulp. Stunned by the scene, her face still streaked with tears, Luju was helped up and away from the dogs by the two security guards who rushed over. The security guards still wanted to save Wu Gang, but the two of them didn't even dare to go on. and hurriedly called for more people through the intercom. The stray dog, the alpha bald dog, fought the hardest, perhaps because of the hunting instinct still in his blood. It knows that to deal with its prey, it must first bite the throat. Amidst Wu Gang's screams and struggles, it found the right spot and took a bite at Wu Gang's throat. The screams came to an abrupt end. Wu Gang's struggles stopped, biting hard on the throat. A moment later, when the prey stopped struggling, the bald dog released its mouth, then led the dogs to run outside the parking lot and scatter in all directions. The two security guards walked into Wu Gang trembling. The scene was too tragic. A little afraid to approach, Ginger stepped out of the car and walked in front of the two security guards. Looking at Wu Gang, his body had not moved at all and his breathing had stopped. He looked back. Willow Bamboo showed a hint of surprise when she saw Ginger appear, but she didn't know what to say. Janga also ignored her, but took out his cell phone and said to the two security guards, "I'll call the police." Both security guards panicked. Their brains went blank, and when they heard Ginger say to call the police, they remembered and nodded their heads. Ginger dialed the police. Shortly afterward, the police and ambulance arrived. 1:20 after examining Wu Gang, he was directly covered with a white cloth and carried away. The two security guards present, as well as Lu Zhu and Ginger, were all called in for questioning by the police. Regarding the scene, Ginger answered truthfully. A police officer, with very sharp eyes, faintly asked to Ginger, "Why were you in the underground parking lot at that time?" Ginger, "I came to visit the mall and parked in the parking lot." The policeman continued, "When did it arrive?" The parking lot is monitored, so Ginger can't say he's panicked, but can only tell the truth. It's been over an hour since he arrived. The cop's expression had a hint of puzzlement. "What have you been doing in an underground parking lot for over an hour instead of going to the mall?" "I got a little sleepy when I parked the car, so I took a nap in the car." The policeman asked again, "Did you know the deceased?" The question made Ginger's heart stutter, and he looked up into the eyes of the policeman that were staring at him, and never before had Ginger felt a pair of eyes so oppressive. "Recognize. His name is Wu Gang." At this time, Ginger looked to the side and was being questioned by another police officer, Lu Zhu, who was also looking over this way and pointed his finger at Ginger. "Police, what is your relationship with Wu Gang?" Ginger answered all of them truthfully. After the question, a few police officers said something together and nodded. Then the police officer who had just asked the question walked towards Janga. "Thank you for your cooperation. You can leave now." Ginger nodded and didn't get in the car, but headed for the elevator that led to the mall. "If you say you're coming to the mall, you have to go to the mall." A young policeman looked this way and said to the policeman who had asked Django before, "Okay, that dude can still be in the mood to go to the mall after seeing this kind of scene. His mental quality is quite good." The older cop glanced at Ginger and didn't say anything. They then went to the surveillance room and pulled the surveillance. From the surveillance, they not only saw footage of the incident, but also saw Ginger's car parked in the corner of the surveillance. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but his car was right in the way of the pillar and he couldn't see into it. The older policeman looked at the dogs and suddenly seemed to realize something. He pointed at the bald-haired dog and said suspiciously, "Isn't this stray dog the dog at the dump on Ningen Road? I often see it when I pass by there. It's the king of the dogs there. There are more than 10 kilometers away from here. How did they get here?" The young policeman smiled. "Master, you can still recognize dogs. Aren't stray dogs just running around? Why else would they be called stray dogs?" The older policeman, however, said seriously, "No, stray dogs have very strict territorial divisions, and a group of stray dogs would never rush into another stray dog's territory. This is going to cause a war." The young policeman couldn't stop laughing. "Master, are you saying there's something going on here?" The older policeman said, "Go and give a check on the surveillance of the Ningen Road dump station to see if there is anything suspicious." "Yes." Ginger walked up the elevator, not expecting Luju to follow. Ginger ignored her, and Ryuju didn't say anything, walking to the elevator and just standing in the back corner. Ginger stood a little closer to the front and pressed the second floor of the elevator. The elevator moved slowly upward and the atmosphere was silent. Not long after, it finally reached the second floor. The elevator door opened, and Ginger walked straight out. At this time, Luju's voice came from behind. "Why did you come to this mall? It used to be your least favorite place." Ginger turned back. "I'll shop wherever I like," then turned and dashed away. Wandering around the mall, Zhang Ji's mood relaxed a lot. Casually bought 2 skewers of iron plate squid as big as his small arm, thick meat, resting on the iron plate with chopped onions so fried, and finally brushed with sweet and spicy sauce. The first hand a bunch of eating, not to mention how fragrant. But unbeknownst to him, the police spotted his car appearing near the Ningen Road refuse collection point. After shopping at the mall, Ginger went back to the villa by herself. After eating Auntie Lee's cooking in the evening, Jang-go said he was very satisfied. Healthy, tasty and clean, 100 times better than ordering takeout. After dinner, Auntie Lee cleaned up the dishes and said to Jang-go, I've changed all the sheets and quilts in the bedroom into new ones. After all, they were slept on by someone who passed away, and I'm afraid you'll dislike them. And if you don't want to sleep in this room, there's another bedroom over there that I've already cleaned up as well. Jang-go nodded, nothing. I will sleep in this bedroom on the line. It is not just Gon Xiuqing's previous bedroom. Jang-go does not care at all, as long as the quilt or something changed on the line. If you live in a hotel, you do not know what people have lived it. By the way, Auntie Lee, which room do you sleep in? Is it far away from me here? I'm a bit afraid of the dark at night. This villa is too big. Not really used to it. Auntie Lee pointed to a room on the side. I'll be in that room. If you're scared at night, I'll plug in a nightlight for you, and you can call me anytime if something happens. Okay. In the bedroom, Ginger lay alone on the bed, the nightlight radiating a cozy warm light. The curtains were undrawn. The light from the garden spilled in from outside the window, and the room was cozy without being dark. Thinking back to what happened during the day, remembering the scene where Wu Gang was bitten alive by a stray dog, Jang-go did not feel guilty, but actually had a hint of excitement. It made Ginger wonder if he had the potential to be a psychopathic murderer. He then thought, Wu Gang wouldn't turn into a ghost to find me, would he? Jang-go then shook his head. It's not scary to become a ghost. Maybe one system can even be used on ghosts. With that thought in mind, Ginger began to wonder if there could actually be ghosts in the world, or something supernatural of some sort. If one really went through the system and bound some sort of relationship with such a thing, wouldn't one be even more invincible? Or is that what makes the system really great? He asked the system in his head, and it didn't tell him, it just said to feel it out for himself. Thinking about it, Ginger fell asleep. When I came to the office the next day, Li Yan was already at work. Ginger sat in his seat, seeking to think that he should get more money to spend. Now that the money feels as if it is not earned, spending is not solid. As the saying goes, money begets money the fastest. And with $30 million on hand yourself, it's best to invest it. Speaking of investment, Jang-go remembered to buy stocks. I heard that this thing is quick to come to money and lose money quickly. Thieves exciting, quite suitable for their own. That's the kind of excitement he loves to play with. Ginger then turned on his own computer and started looking at stocks. He signed up for an account first, but he was clueless as to which stocks to buy. Looked at half a day. Jang-go think cannot blindly buy their own, not leak it. It's best to ask someone who is great at playing stocks. Who plays stocks the best? Ginger asked Li Yan. Li Yan, do you know about stocks? Li Yan shook her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I don't quite understand. You know who plays the stock market the best? Who is the most powerful? Mr. Jiang, this seems to be impossible to say who is the most powerful. To say it's very famous. The stock god Warren Buffett? Barfield? Ginger nodded and opened the webpage and searched out Barfield's picture. In his heart, he silently said, System, modify the relationship between me and him to a close friend. Ding, character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is close friend. A few moments later, Ginger's cell phone rang. Ginger looked at the number. Foreign caller. After answering, a string of English came over the phone. Ginger couldn't understand. Li Yan, you speak English, right? Come and answer the phone for me. Translate, translate, translate. Li Yan took the cell phone and after saying hello, she suddenly said to Jang-go with her eyes wide and full of surprise. He said he's Barfield. Ginger was calm. That's right, old Bama. We're good friends. Li Yan was shocked. You're good friends with Barfield? Barfield's voice came over the phone and Li Yan translated it. Ginger, my old friend, how have you been? Jang-go said to Li Yan, you tell him not to talk about useless things. Cross-border long-distance telephone charges are quite expensive. You tell him that I want to buy stocks now, a few times a day to double the kind of. Ask him to buy which? Li Yan froze, not knowing for a moment whether to translate the previous sentence or not, while at the same time being shocked by the latter one. What are you waiting for? Translate. Oh. Li Yan spoke a string of English into the phone, and a helpless laugh came from Barfield over the phone, along with a string of English. Li Yan translated. He said, my friend, as my best friend, I can tell you the stocks that will definitely have a high probability of appreciating in the next 5 years, but I can't predict which stock will rise or fall today. He also said he wanted to double it several times a day. You're gambling. Ginger was speechless for a moment. Never mind. Just hang up the phone. Li Yan was puzzled. Hanging up like this? It's Barfield's call, and he's the one who initiated it. Hang up, hang up. Ginger waved his hand. What's the point of this phone call? It's better not to call at all. On the other end of the phone, Barfield seemed to understand that Django was about to hang up the phone and rushed through a long list of words. Li Yen translated. He said, "Don't hang up. He's willing to help you try. But stocks won't work. Due to the limitations of the stocks rules, it can't achieve the kind of results you're getting. You'll have to buy futures to do it." Ginger nodded. "Futures? Try it. Ask him how he does it." Barfield began to teach Ginger to trade futures in real life. Li Yen was listening to the phone next to her while translating for Django. "It's best to try with some of the funds first." Ginger bought them all straight away. All of his money at once. "Tell him I bought them all." After Li Yen said that, Barfield growled helplessly over the phone once again. "Li Yen," he said. "Ginger, you crazy." By noon, the money in Django's account had turned into a staggering $80 million. Ginger himself was shocked. This wasn't much slower than gambling, alright. Buffett said something on the phone. Li Yen translated for Django. He said that's enough for today. His 90-something-year-old heart can't take it that you buy all the money all the time. If it wasn't for your luck, you would have lost a lot of money by now. He also warned you never to buy futures alone. He called you a value investor's nightmare. And gave me a whole nightmare. Ginger said 3 grams of oil into the phone, thanked him a few times. After all, people helped, and finally hung up the phone after greeting each other. It's barely enough to make $50 million for a morning's work. The key is that this stuff is too risky, so let's just play it once. Ginger always felt there would be a better way to make money. He just hadn't found it yet. He always felt that with the ability of his system, he could make $10 million in 1 second and $100 million in 10 seconds. Make more money in minutes than you can spend in a lifetime. But there's no rush. Take your time. Thinking of this, Django couldn't help but sigh. It's so hard to make money. The words were heard by Li Yen, who couldn't wait to punch Ginger twice. Make $50 million in one morning, still lamenting that it's hard to make money? At noon to the end of the day, Django thought Li Yen to their own as a morning interpreter. How also have to ask her to eat a box lunch fast food or something. Li Yen, let's go eat together for lunch. It's on me. Thanks for being my interpreter. Li Yen looked at Django and nodded. Good, let's go. What is Mr. Jiang planning to treat me to? Spicy hot or beef plate noodles? Take your pick. Jiang Ji's tone was very arrogant. Li Yen froze, then made her choice, spicy hot bar. Good. Ginger had just opened the door, and before he could walk out, then he saw several police officers coming toward him. Ginger saw it, and the policeman who had questioned him yesterday came toward him. Mr. Kong, there's something we'd like you to assist us in our investigation. Ginger was a little nervous. What is it? The 2 policemen took Django into the office, closed the door, and asked Django, "Did you go to Ning'an Road yesterday afternoon?" "Yeah." "What's up? Why would you go there?" "I was going from home to the mall. Passing through." "You were parked for a while on the east side of Ning'an Road, next to that dump." "Parked for what?" "I dropped my cell phone. I'll stop and pick it up." "Did you see any stray dogs at the dump at that time?" "Yes." "Was there anything unusual about the dogs at the time?" "No. You know, those are the dogs that bit Wu Gang." Ginger was surprised. "What? How did they get so far to bite him?" "Uncle Police, why are you asking me this? Do those dogs have owners? Are you going to hold them responsible?" The cop didn't answer and continued. "A minute after you pulled up, the dogs suddenly ran away from the dump station and all in one direction." Ginger nodded. "I saw them run away and I didn't care at the time." "Do you know why they run?" "How do I know? I mean, did you hear any commotion at the time that spooked the dogs, or something that attracted them to run away?" Ginger shook his head. "No, didn't notice." After a few moments of questioning, the 2 officers looked at each other and nodded. "Okay, thanks for your cooperation. We'll leave you to it then. Would the officer like to join us for dinner?" The police didn't stay for dinner, so they all left. After Django sent them away, Li Yen came over. "Mr. Jiang, what is it? You're not doing anything illegal, are you?" Ginger laughed. "Nonsense. I never do anything illegal. Let's go eat." On the street, I found a newly opened small spicy hot pot store. The decoration is quite exquisite. The 2 of them were served their spicy hot pots and started eating in silence. While eating ginger grams, he thought, check it out. It can't be found on me anyway. When he returned to the office in the afternoon, Ginger sat in his own chair with nothing to do and wondered what else he could do with his system. That's when 2 buddies in the group approached him to play a game. The 2 of them, one called Ding Ling Fang and the other Fang Haihong, both male, were previously junior high school classmates with Django, and had a good relationship. This is the same group that Ginger bragged about earlier. Ginger called them both Ding and Fang. "Xiao Ding, Django, come play the game for a while. Brother will take you flying. Fang, and me, the invincible shooter." Ginger laughed and typed back, "I'll burn my fingers if you 2 don't screw me over and drop points. Xiao Ding, look down on me, don't you? You get on the number." the loss is on me. Ginger returned. You're waiting to give me extra points. Ha, while opening the game, the trio finished with 2 back-to-back knees, defiantly drove another one. While playing the game and opening a voice chat, Ginger walked out of the office to his car to play with them in order to be free to hack the voice. Shouting said, have you guys watched the game lately? That commentator, Lu Linger, is so damn good looking. I don't watch the games just to watch her. Fawn watched it. The match was really wonderful. Lu Linger is really beautiful and sweet. You should find a girlfriend like that. Ginger said, I haven't watched the game for the past 2 days, but Lu Linger I've seen her commentating before. She's still average looking. Shouting, you call this average? Oh yeah. I forgot you're dating Zhang Nannan. Compared to Zhang Nuanan, Lu Linger is nothing. But Mr. Zhang is high. Whenever Mr. Zhang can bring Zhang Nannan out of his dream, it would be great. Ginger smiled, knowing he was being cynical. Xiaofang also picked up. Mr. Kong is tall and strong, and he got caught dead again. 0-3 TSK. Ginger, don't wait for me to develop. Xiao Ding suddenly said, it would be nice to play a game with Lu Linger. Jiang Gu manipulated the game character while saying, look at your point of interest. Lu Linger and I know each other. I'll directly ask her offline. Let's hack together. Ding, can you die without bragging? Ginger, you don't believe me do you? What are you going to do when I make an appointment? Ding, you can ask her out offline. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll kneel and kowtow to you. Ginger, if I can get a date, I dare you to change your screen name to I'm an idiot. Ding, just change it. What's there to be afraid of? Xiaofang, just changing your screen name is too much? Zhanga is not that I don't believe you. If you can ask Lu Linger offline, I'll directly yell 10 sentences on the street that I'm an idiot. Ginger smiled and said, okay, I'll call her for an appointment in a while and let you two know then. Ding, okay, you make an appointment. After a while, the game was lost again, and Ginger simply stopped playing the game. Opened his cell phone. Jiang Gu searched for Lu Linger's photo. Is actually quite good looking, definitely called a small beauty, and Zhang Nuanan beauty style is different. If you compare Zhang Nanan to a famous mountain, the beauty is breathtaking. Lu Linger, on the other hand, was that one scenic corner that she stumbled upon on her wild walk. System, change my relationship with her. Ding, please change to what relationship? At this time, Jiang Gu suddenly had a bold idea. What would happen if, say, he also bound Lu Linger as a lover? So one has 2 girlfriends? So there's a 2. Is there more? What would happen if you collected photos of beautiful women from all over the world and bound them all to yourself as lovers? It's a big picture, isn't it? Thinking about this, Jiang Gu suddenly felt that he had a small pattern before. With the ability to have this system by himself, he couldn't be called a human being anymore. He was simply a god. But isn't that a little too exciting? It's a little overwhelming, isn't it? System, what happens when a character relationship that has been bound is cancelled? Bound relationships cannot be cancelled. This can't be cancelled? Ginger was thinking, if it can't be cancelled, then wouldn't there be no turning back at every step? If you go crazy with the system's features, will you cause trouble for your future self? After thinking about it, Jiang Gu first bound a friend to Lu Linger. Ding, character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is good friend. Zhanga then searched Lu Linger's page and found that she was live streaming. And when she wasn't commentating, she would open a live stream and play games. Ginger casually clicked into her live stream. There are many viewers in the live broadcast room, as you can see from the pop-ups, many of which brush Lu Linger's wife. But Lu Linger was playing seriously and didn't seem to be paying much attention to the pop-ups. Ginger charged some money into it and directly swiped one of the most expensive gifts in it. It caught Lu Linger's attention. Thanks to Smokey Unusual for the Super Island giveaway. Hey wait, fireworks Unusual. Zhanga, this is not you Ha ha ha, why did you give me such an expensive gift? Ginger didn't say anything and sent another one. Lu Linger laughed. Zhanga, did you win the lottery today? I'll contact you off air later. The live stream pop-ups exploded. Who is Ginger? Seems to be on good terms with Lu Linger. I've given away a dozen Super Islands. And Lulinel doesn't know my name. Oh. Ginger, come out and die. The hatred of taking my wife is not shared. When Lu Linger saw these pop-ups, she looked embarrassed. It's not what you guys think la. After a while, Lulinel went off the air. A call came in on Ginger's cell phone. Ginger answered the phone. Hello? Lu Linger's voice came from the other side of the phone. Jiang Gu, it's me. Why did you just go to my live room? What a rare guest. I thought I'd miss you, so I went in to check it out. Are those pop-ups okay? It's okay. Those water boys just love to play the stunt. You said you'd miss me. Really? He. Jiang Gu listened to Lu Linger's tone. How to feel that this buddy relationship is not quite right. Ahem. Do you have time recently? I want to ask you to hack offline. Will you come? Where to? Come to my house. To your house? Are you sure? Sure. Why? If you really don't have time, forget it. I have time. I don't have time for other people. But I don't have time for you. I'll go over to look for you tomorrow. Remember to send me your home address in case I can't find it. Good. I'll send it to you in a minute. By the way, I have 2 more friends coming by then. Okay, got it. After chatting briefly for a few more moments, Ginger hung up and sent her the address of the villa via text message. 1 phone call away from a date. Buddy-buddy relationships are awesome. Jiangge then sent a message to Ding and Xiaofang, telling them both to come over tomorrow, telling them that Lu Linger would be here tomorrow. Both of them said that they didn't believe in it, and that they would talk about it tomorrow if they came and didn't see Lu Linger. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Jiangge was eating the breakfast made by Auntie Li in the villa. Small noodles, Sichuan flavor. Ginger says she loves it, and Auntie Li specializes in new learning. The flavor is really good. It's not as good as the local authentic ones in Sichuan, but it's pretty good. Jiangge loves to eat this bite, the whole 2 red oil noodles in the morning. Eat slightly sweating, all the body is comfortable. I had just finished eating when the phone rang. Jiangge thought that Lu Linger had arrived so early, and picked up the phone to see that it was Xiaofang this called. Ginger answered the phone. Hello? Xiaofang's voice came from the phone. Jiangge, Xiaoding and I have already arrived at your door. Why is there no one knocking on the door? Hurry up and open the door for us. Ginger froze. You 2 are here so early? How much it must have missed me. There was Xiaoding's voice coming from the phone again. Can you have some face? Open the door quickly. Ginger asked. Where have you 2 been? Xiaofang replied. It's in front of your rental house. You're not going to work, are you? Let me tell you. We both came here on leave. Deducting a day's pay. Tiny said. I'll deduct 3 days. Shabby boss. Ginger mentally says that she forgot to tell them both where she no longer lives. Hastily, he said. I'm moving now. I don't live there anymore. Dinky said. It's not like he's going to live in a bridge hole, is it? Ginger, fuck you. Wait where you 2 are. I'll drive over and pick you up. Hanging up the phone, Jiangge drove the gust out the door, all the way to the rental house there. Saw Xiaofang and Ding 2 people standing on the side of the road waiting. Ginger turned the car around and parked directly in front of the 2. Neither of the 2 gazes dared to look at the car, as if they were afraid that their gazes would scratch the paintwork, and moved self-consciously to the ground. Ginger lowered the window and called out to the 2. Hey, what's up? Get in the car. The 2 of them froze when they saw it was Ginger, and instead of just getting in the car, they ran to the window and looked into the car. Ding was the first to ask. Crap, whose car is this? Ginger laughed. Of course it's your own. Ding didn't believe me. Did you change jobs? Not a salesman, but a driver? Aren't you afraid of being messed with if you drive your boss's car out? Ginger, what a boss car. It really isn't. Xiaofang said. Did you go to work at the garage? It's not good to drive a customer's car, and if you're caught, you'll be punished. Ginger laughed and scolded. Can you 2 expect me to be nice? Hurry up and get in the car. The 2 of them got into the car and Ginger took them directly inside the villa. When they got out of the car, the 2 were stunned again. What are we doing here? Ginger, this is my house now. Ding exclaimed. I'm going. Really? This big villa, is it your house? Ginger nodded. That's right. Come on in. Have you eaten yet? I'll ask the nanny to make you one. Xiao Ding exclaimed again. And a nanny? Jiangge, did you win the lottery? You're rich. You're not going to sell your kidney, are you? Jiangge was speechless. What kidney can be worth so much money? Okay, you 2 stop yapping. It's actually a big client I negotiated some time ago, and I earned this all by myself. The 2 of them still expressed great shock. Ginger took them both around the villa. Under Jiang Ji's constant brainwashing, the 2 people finally slowly accept that this villa is really Jiang Ji's, and that Jiangge is really developed. The 3 of them then sat on chairs in the back garden and chatted for a while they soaked up the sun. Xiaofang said, Okay, Jiangge, I knew that you would definitely have a day of prosperity, but I didn't expect this day to come so early. Ding also lamented, yes, really happy for you. No longer need to go on that kind of crap shift to be angry. Fucking 3,005 a month. Take a day off and also have to deduct 3 days of wages. Really fucking talent. Ginger nodded, understanding what he was saying. The 2 of them were arguably their best friends, and Ginger didn't want to see them live that life again. Kangar couldn't help them too directly though. The 2 of them couldn't live dependent on themselves. Then their friendship would deteriorate. Ginger said, I have a bit of spare money right now, so if you 2 have anything you want to do, I can invest in you. Fong said, I want to open a noodle shop. Dinky, I want to drive a backhoe. Jiangge directly clapped. Good deal. Open a noodle shop for you and buy you a backhoe. The 3 of them then started talking about the noodle shop and the excavator. By the time it was almost noon, Jiang received a call from Lu Linger, saying that she had already arrived at the entrance and was stopped by the security guards. And only then did the three of them remember that there was still Lu Linger coming today. Jiang took the two of them and immediately ran to the front gate of the villa area to bring in Lu Linger. Lu Linger was wearing a light green dress today, with a white straw hat with a big brim on her head, a big wavy curly hair draped behind her, and a pair of silver white sandals on her feet. The whole of her carried the air of spring. There was also a small white trolley case in her hand, as if she was going on vacation. Ginger, hi, how are you guys? Lulinel was the first to greet the trio after seeing them. The sweet smile was a breath of fresh air for all three. Xiaofang and Xiaoding were both shocked again. My god. It's really Lu Linger. Lu Linger is really here. Ginger said calmly. Look at you two. Don't forget what you said yesterday. Then he took the trolley case in Lu Linger's hand and casually said, Are you tired? Go home and take a rest first. Lu Linger smiled at Jiang Ge. Not tired. Then Jiang Ge's right hand pulling the gift box turned toward the villa. I did not expect is. Lu Linger walking in the left side of Jiang Ge even directly took Jiang Ji's arm. Xiao Ding and Xiao Fang were immediately struck by lightning, inwardly roaring, My goddess! Jiang Ge, you rebellious son, what have you done to Lu Linger? I'm so hurt. Jiang Ge was also slightly stunned, and asked the system in his heart. System you this friend relationship he simple? The system's reply resounded in his head. For best friend relationships, everyone's definition is different, so it's normal for them to behave differently. If there is a person who likes to kill his best friend the most, if you bind with him as a best friend, you will also be killed by him. Oh, Ginger was speechless. What kind of sick logic is this? But on second thought, it seems right. It makes a bit of sense. Back inside the villa, Lu Linger couldn't help but marvel when she saw Jiang Ji's villa. I didn't expect you to actually live in such a big luxurious villa. Ginger says it's all small potatoes. It happened to be noon. Jiang Ge let Auntie Li prepare some meals, and after it was done, a few people sat down to eat. After eating, Xiaoding pulled Xiao Fang aside and said quietly, Why don't we both go? Xiao Fang was puzzled. What's the point of leaving? Didn't we say we'd hack together after dinner? Xiaoding looked like he hated it. You just know how to hack. Look at the way Lu Linger looks at Jiang Ge. We've become the light bulb. Okay? For the sake of our brother's life, we can't be in the way here anymore. Okay. Xiao Fang glanced at Lu Linger, who was then looking at Jiang Ge with affection. While Jiang Ge seemed like his attention wasn't on her, Xiao Fang understood. Okay, let's go. For the sake of Jiang Ge's happiness. Seeing the two muttering, Jiang Ge walked over and asked, What are you two talking about here? Saying that, he pulled out his cell phone and greeted Lu Linger together. Come on, hacking moment. Lu Linger also pulled out her cell phone. Let's go. Fang and Ding, however, wimped out. I've got something going on at home. You guys have fun, I'll leave first. Xiao Fang said and walked towards the door. Behind him, Ding followed suit. My boss told me to go to work this afternoon, so I'll have to play another day. Ginger, are you two for real? As a result, the two of them directly ran away after saying that, leaving only Jiang Ge and Lu Linger behind. Jiang Ge looked toward Lu Linger and tentatively asked, How about just the two of us? Lu Linger nodded happily. Okay. Ginger then opened the game with her. The two of them sat down on the couch, and Ginger went straight to half lying down, finding a comfortable position. Lu Linger, on the other hand, was slightly next to him, likewise leaning on the sofa. After entering the game, Lu Linger asked, What are you playing? Ginger, of course real men play against the road. Lu Linger nodded. I'll play as a mage then. Okay. Jiang Ge himself playing the game never loved to open the voice, but Lu Linger liked to open the voice to communicate with teammates. Just into the game. Not a moment. Lu Linger a talk. The result is the teammates to hear out. Miss Mage, your voice is so nice. It seems like one of my favorite anchors. Lu Linger didn't respond. Ginger smiled when he heard that, thinking that your anchor is hacking with me offline. After playing 2 games, Lu Linger's skills were really good, with her center spells crunching and flying, and Jiang Ji's sidewalks were also pulling out their best tricks and playing well. Play is very happy. Is that Lu Linger do not know how? Lying on the sofa body honestly to Jiang Ge this side to lean, are already leaning on Jiang Ge's shoulders. By the time the third game rolled around, Ginger felt like how could he let his sister lead the way? Her mage is so good, it's hard for me to perform. So he said, why don't I play mage this game? Lu Linger nodded happily. Okay, then I'll play a game of assist. I'll be your assist. Okay. Ginger chose Ginger and Lu Linger chose Yao. The game was in the middle of the game, but it turned out to be another encounter with a fan. Shooter Luban 7, who chose a miserable green skin, opened his voice and kept asking, Yao, are you Lu Linger? Why aren't you on live today? Yao Yao, you sound like Lu Ling. Lu Ling is my goddess. Lu Ling, is this your trumpet? Can the auxiliary follow me for a moment? This Lu Ban was a broken mouth. And Lu Ling just politely replied a few words back, but didn't say that she was Lu Ling. The Yao she operated remained in the middle of the road around Ginger all the time. The character Zhang Zia has a skill that can infuse experience into his teammates. Ginger simply opened his voice as well and asked, "Who wants to inject experience?" At this time, Lu Linger's face suddenly came very close to Zhang Ji's face. Her face flushed red as she said to Ginger, "Inject me with experience." If one were to use two idioms to describe the Lu Linger at that time, it would be exhaling like orchids and winking like silk. Who's gonna be able to handle that? Ginger couldn't resist anyway, so he directly put down his cell phone and operated his hands on Lu Linger's body. Both of their cell phones were tossed aside. Still on voice, the teammates heard Yo-Yo's gasps and euphonious singing, as if a nightingale was singing so beautifully. Lupin 7 asked, "What the hell are the mages and subs up to?" Against the road, Xiahou Dun replied, "They're both on the line." The hitter who had been silently leading the line suddenly exclaimed, "You never know what your teammates are doing." Lupin 7, what? The melodious song became more and more exciting, until Zhang Zia's body floated up. A thick experience was fired out on the staff, and all of it was injected into Yao Yao's body, and Yao Yao's whole body was bathed in the light of upgrading because of the experience she had gained, as if she was in the clouds. In the evening, the two played volleyball all night. The next morning, Lu Linger was leaving. "By Ginger, I'll be coming back for your offline hacking next time." Ginger smiled and sent Lu Linger away. Back to the villa. Zhang Ge felt that he was a scum. Obviously already have Zhang Nuanan as a girlfriend. Why still with her? But it was okay, at least his own feelings were all on Zhang Nuanan. And for Lu Linger, he really treated her as a close friend. It was then that Ginger remembered the two friends who had left in a hurry yesterday. Those two guys, they must have done it on purpose. Ginger pulled out his cell phone and made a multi-person call to both of them. And both of them entered the call. "Ding, how was it? Did you have a good time?" "Ginger, what do you mean?" A sinister laugh came from Xiaoding. "You didn't hack with Lu Linger? Ask you if you had a good time." Ginger nodded. "It's not bad. What were you two doing running so fast yesterday?" Xiaoding laughed. "This is not to give you the opportunity to leave. For your life matter, we will not where to mess up." Ginger laughed. These two guys were really doing it on purpose. After gossiping for a while, Zhang Ge finally said, "I didn't arrange it this time. Just one girl. Let's get together next time. I'll find a few more girls. I know a lot of people lately. Who else do you two want to date offline?" Xiaoding began to bullshit. "You developed can still think of us two brothers quite good. I really quite touched. But in the end you developed to what extent? Who can you ask out?" Zhang Ge replied, "What developed or not? We are all friends, people only come. The main we know." Ding said, "Do you know any teachers who are having a good little time? It would be really great if I could get them to meet them offline. I wouldn't regret dying if I could meet with Beihua Kaihua offline." A new line of thought opened up for Ginger. How about invite them to a party? After thinking about it, Ginger hung up the phone first and entered the study. "I opened my computer and searched for pictures of several beautiful women, including Kitakawa Kaihua, and a few others who were also in the same industry. There's Mikami, Hashimoto, Maple Blossom, Jasmine, and White Peach. 6 in all." Ginger started with the first one. North River. System, modify the relationship between me and her to friend. Ding, character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is close friend. After a few moments of quiet waiting, Ginger's cell phone rang. From a foreign country. Ginger picked up the phone. "Hi." A woman's happy laughter came from across the room. "Hi, Ginger." Next the two exchanged friendly words with the help of translation software. Certain that the other party was Beha, Kangar sent out a direct invitation. Beha froze. "A party? Are you sure? It's going to be at your house? We're a long way away. Hey. Ginger, no amount of distance can stop our friendship. Can it?" Beha giggled. "Ginger, I like the way you said that. So, I'll agree. What's the time?" Ginger thought for a moment. "Depending on when you're free. How about next week?" Beha directly agreed. "It's okay. I'll be there next week. Remember to send me the address of your home. Oh yeah. I'll also bring you a me gift. It's a specialty from my hometown. Guess you'll like it." Ginger smiled and asked, "What's the specialty?" But Beha said mischievously, "I won't tell you. You'll know when we get there." Ginger nodded. "Alright, then it's a deal. Okay, bye then. See you next week. Bye." Hanging up the phone, Ginger started the next one. 6 people and 6 phone calls. All communicated. Turned out very well. The girls have all agreed to come to a party at Ginger's house next week. And Jasmine has even postponed a planned shoot for a production to do so. After putting down his cell phone, Go looked out the window with a very pleasant heart. This world is so beautiful. With the anticipation of the party, Ginger went out into the garden to soak up the sun for a while and watered the garden with the hose. After watering, Ginger felt it was time to get down to business. One's abilities can't just be used to date beautiful women and party. When he called home a few days ago, Ginger heard his mom say that something had happened to the cannery in town, and he heard it was going out of business. Ginger decided to go over and buy it. Why did you buy it? Because of this cannery. Ginger still has a soft spot for it. The owner of the factory is a young and talented man who gave up a high-paying position in a big enterprise in a first-tier city a few years ago and chose to return to his hometown to start this canning factory. Because many local people grow yellow peaches, the factory mainly produces canned yellow peaches. That is, to local farmers to solve the problem of marketing yellow peaches, but also improve the farmer's income, can be said to be full of praise. That boss is also praised by the Moncler outlet store parents as a good boy who has made a good living and has a good reputation for his character. Ginger didn't want to just see it go under like that and wanted to keep it going. The second thing is that Django now has money. He wants to buy the factory as an investment, to make more money for themselves. What is not to like about being able to develop one's own business and help the local people at the same time? Besides, it's considered a form of charity. But is it really profitable to buy this soon-to-be defunct factory? The answer is yes. Ginger is confident. Because of the problems that plant is now experiencing, Ginger has a solution. Drove to the company, parked in front of the office and called Li Yan. Li Yan, I'm in front of the company. Put aside the work in your hand and go out with me to do something. Okay, Mr. Kong. I'll be right there. Not long after hanging up the phone, Li Yan came out on her high heels. Today she wore a gray professional outfit. Still so capable and stylish. Li Yan got into Zhang Ji's car and asked, Mr. Zhang, where are we going? Go talk to me about a business deal. The vehicle started up towards the outskirts of the city, all the way to the entrance of the Red Plenty Cannery. The originally lively factory is now quiet, has stopped working, not a single person. Ginger parked his car at the gate and from the security room a security boss came out. What can I do for you, please? Ginger sent down the window and said to the security guard, I'm going in to find your factory manager and talk some business with him. The boss looked at Jianga's car as quite luxurious. The car also carries a seemingly secretary, and thought it was a big boss from somewhere. He immediately opened the door with the remote control and said to Ginger, go in through here to the building on the left. The plant manager is there. Okay, thanks. Ginger drove into the factory. The owner of the factory is called Ma Hongfeng, just 29 years old this year. When Jianga drove over, he happened to see him walking out of the office building, talking to a few people about something. He looked a bit agitated and shouted at the men. You guys are falling on your sword. I won't sell on such terms even if I die. Those people are trying to buy the factory. Listening to him say so is also with a mocking laugh. Not for sale, pull back. A pile of mess and who cares, as if your pile of canned yellow peaches waiting to rot in the warehouse it. After saying that, several people left, leaving Ma Hongfeng and the two men in place furious. After Ginger parked his car, he walked over with Li Yan. Your plant director Ma Hongfeng, right? Jiang Ge had seen him before, so he recognized him at once. Ma Hongfeng looked at the two of them, collected himself from the bad mood he just had, and said to the two of them, I'm Ma Hongfeng, and you two are? Ginger, I hear you're selling this factory? I was thinking of starting a cannery. Ma Hongfeng heard, the face to droop down again. These days to come to buy the factory came a lot of people. When something happened to this factory of theirs, these people came in line as if they were crows smelling carrion. None of them wanted to actually take over the plant and run it though. Rather, he wants to eat and wipe clean the last bit of flesh and blood of this in Ma Hongfeng. However, Ma Hongfeng still didn't show any boredom and directly invited the two into the office. Let's go inside and talk. Once inside the office, there was a smell of smoke. It seemed that the client just smoked a lot of cigarettes inside. Li Yan couldn't help but cover her nose. Ginger gave Li Yan a look and exited the office. Ma Hongfeng noticed the two people's movements and immediately said in embarrassment, I'm really sorry, let's change to another house. Re-changing to a room that didn't smell like smoke. Everyone exchanged names before sitting down and starting to talk. Li Yan cast a silent look of gratitude at what Jiang Ge had just done. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to be so meticulous and take care of a girl's thoughts. Actually, Ginger didn't go into that office just now because she hated the smell of smoke. After sitting down, Ginger got right to the point. How much? Ma Hongfeng hadn't reacted to what it meant. What? Ginger, isn't the plant for sale? How much? Ma Hongfeng said he has not seen such a direct. He does not know the situation of the factory. This is not as simple as going to the supermarket to buy a bottle of canned food. Look at how young he is. Does he understand? Ahem. Mr. John. Let's put it this way. I'll introduce the factory situation to you first. Last year we introduced a new production line, which cost 3 million, together with the previous several, which is worth 7 or 8 million. In addition to that we have a backlog of canned goods worth more than 30 million. So, Jiang thought, 7 or 8 million plus 30 million. It's less than 40 million. It's not expensive. So he told him directly, just tell me how much it is. Ma Hongfeng carefully quoted, this, $20 million? There was a hint of doubt in Ginger's expression. Ma Hongfeng thought that Jiang disliked the high price, and quickly said, the price we can still discuss, as long as it is not too low, said Ma Hongfeng emotionally a little taut, murmured, the factory still owes the farmers money. I received their yellow peaches made into cans, but now cannot be sold. There are also many workers who owe wages. Let's do it this way. I'll sell the 18 million and take the money to pay back the farmers and workers. I'll pay them back slowly, even if I have to sell my kidneys. Saying that Ma Hongfeng was on the verge of tears. Ginger could tell he was really overwhelmed with emotion and wasn't just putting on an act. Jiang opened his mouth and said to him, how dare you owe the farmers money? I'll say a number. $40 million to sell or not? Ma Hongfeng immediately stopped crying and looked up at Jiang with a shocked and puzzled expression. What did you say? How much? Ma Hongfeng asked in surprise. Ginger, $40 million. For sale or not? Ma Hongfeng confirmed doubtfully. Really? You're willing to offer $40 million? Ginger looked at him quietly. Ma Hongfeng didn't understand. Why? Ginger, if you don't want to then I'll go. How can Ma Hongfeng let him go? If he can really sell 40 million, he will not worry at all. Not only will all the money owed be paid back, but the workers' outstanding wages will also be paid in a timely manner. All problems are solved at once. He hurriedly stopped Jiang. Mr. Jiang, from now on, this factory is yours. Let Li Yan handle the formalities. While Jiang was prepared to directly credit 40 million to Ma Hongfeng's account in a while. By mid-afternoon, the deal was done. Ma Hongfeng sent the money down to pay back the farmers and workers. In front of the plant, he held Ginger's hand and cried with excitement. Mr. Kong, I'm really too grateful to you. He was a bit incoherent and excited, not knowing what to say. After a while when he had calmed down a little, he asked Jiang Mr. Jiang, why exactly are you willing to spend $40 million to buy this factory of mine? Ginger shrugged. Because I love canned yellow peaches? Ma Hongfeng looked puzzled. Mr. Jiang, I don't mean that. I mean you can obviously buy it for less than 20 million. Why do you have to offer 40 million? Frankly speaking, is there money with nowhere to spend it? Jiang laughed and didn't feel angry at the words. He said to Ma Hongfeng, let me tell you something. When I was a child, I was especially thin and weak. My health was not good. The doctor said that I could eat more beef, but my family was poor at that time. Where could I afford to eat beef? My grandma's house is to grow yellow peaches. Then every time I sold yellow peaches, my grandma would go and buy a big piece of beef to give to walk several miles to bring it to me. She could not afford to buy me beef, but she could not afford to give herself to see a doctor. The more Ma Hongfeng listened, the more he didn't understand. Mr. Jiang, your grandma, your grandmother is really good to you, but does this have anything to do with you spending an extra $20 million? Jiang seriously said to Ma Hongfeng, my grandma is the epitome of millions of farmers. 20 million is just a number for me, but for them, it is whether they have the money to buy a piece of beef for their children, and whether they have the money to go to the hospital for checkups when they are not feeling well. This is their life. Ma Hongfeng slowly asked, your grandmother? Ginger replied, not anymore. Ma Hongfeng was silent. He did not expect. Jiang is a person so selfless and has a great love. He does not even ask for any fame, but the money threw the way to give him, and finally gave to the farmers. R&R. For a moment he had great admiration for Ginger. I didn't expect to see someone like you in this small place. Thank you. Ma Hongfeng solemnly bowed to Jiang while Li Yan looked on with her eyes rolling straight red. She never thought that in the business world, she could still see the most simple human emotions, which touched her and made her even more curious about Ginger. Wanting to know his heart, Jiang took the lead in breaking the slightly stagnant atmosphere and smiled. Well, enough of that. We still have business to attend to. Ma Hongfeng immediately thought that this factory was no longer his own, and immediately felt a hint of despondency. Then Mr. Jiang, you guys are busy first. I'll leave first. Instead, Ginger called out to him. I wonder if you'd like to stay and serve as this plant manager for me? For Ma Hongfeng, Jiang is very recognized for his ability and character. Otherwise it cannot just a few years to run the factory into such a big. Ma Hongfeng was delighted. Of course he couldn't leave, and he recognized Ginger's character and was more than willing to help him launch a career. But, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he spoke. Mr. Jiang, a good factory has been messed up by me. Are you still willing to let me serve as the factory director? Ginger didn't say anything else. You were telling him, if you're willing to be, recall all the workers this afternoon. I want to see the machines up and running. I didn't buy this factory for fun. Get me up to full production. Ma Hongfeng, Mr. Jiang. Then I'll agree to this plant manager position. But, are you sure you want to start work now? The warehouse has been stacked with goods for half a year. Ginger, I've heard some rumors that you've been giving people a hard time and that's what's keeping the cans from selling? Ma Hongfeng nodded. It's Woohoo from Feihu Trading. He tricked me. Ginger nodded. At Jiang's insistence, Ma Hongfeng gathered his employees back and the factory's machines started production. The workers were all happy to come back to work when they heard they could start. Before Ma Hongfeng treated them well, although recently owed a few months of wages, but all have been made up. Everyone is willing to come back to continue to work. The inside of the factory was busy, and Ma Hongfeng and Jiang came to the warehouse with them. Keeping watch over the piles of canned goods, Ginger asked Ma Hongfeng to tell what exactly was going on. Ma Hongfeng began to tell. Flying Tiger Trade was originally our partner. Has been working together quite well. Their boss called Woohoo. Very capable. At the beginning of us through him, opened up 4 cities around us sales. But once, he told me that there is a big enterprise to enter the field. That is, canned squirrels, to seize our market. He told me not to be afraid. The next to fight a hard battle. Want me to collect some more yellow peaches. Full production. More tons some goods to time to engage in promotions. As long as the first few waves of the impact of the guard, canned squirrels are likely to withdraw from these markets. I believed it and it got messed up. It turned out that Woohoo lied to me from the beginning. His purpose is to take advantage of my last carry when I cannot afford to buy me this batch of canned goods, as well as my factory at a very low price, so that not only a one-time access to the vast majority of the profits, but also can be turned into a red abundance of canned goods factory their Flying Tiger Trade assets. I actually felt something was wrong for a long time, and I did go and try to find outlets on my own, but it was a time when canned squirrels were coming in strong, and it was just a blow on both sides that landed me in this situation. Ginger nodded. This is a real story of the mall. The mall is like a battlefield. It's either you die or I live. This makes him feel excited. Squirrel canned food he also knows, and even ate. This is a nationally recognized brand under the big enterprises. Ma Hongfeng want to compete with them in that situation to compete for the market. It is indeed difficult. But Ginger could have no difficulty at all in trying to open an outlet to sell these cans. Just as Ginger was thinking of specific ways to implement this, a black Mercedes limousine drove in from the factory. Ma Hongfeng knew who it was as soon as he took a look at that license plate. It's Woohoo's car. Woohoo is here. Jiang looked at the car and said, let's go over and take a look. A few people walked over and the black sedan slowed to a stop and a few people got out of the car. One of them, a bald guy in a patterned suit and sunglasses, walked in front of them with a gloating smile on his face. Ma Hongfeng stood behind Jiang and whispered, he is Woohoo. Ginger nodded silently. After Woohoo walked in with his men, he took off his sunglasses, and when he heard the commotion inside the plant, he laughed. Ma Hongfeng, are you crazy? What time is it? These cans aren't enough for you to eat, ah, ha ha ha. Several of the men Woohoo brought with him laughed, an obvious mockery. Ma Hongfeng faintly said, now this factory is Mr. Jiang's. Mr. Jiang said to start work we will start work. Woohoo, Mr. Jiang? Which Mr. Jiang? There's no one else who would dare to take over this mess of yours now. Is there? Ma Hongfeng didn't answer. Ginger spoke up. I took over. Woohoo froze and looked closely at Jiang, then couldn't help but laugh. He. Which family's noble son is this? How to be fooled to take over this mess? Ma Hongfeng, you have not made the situation clear to others, ah. Beware of people's old man to find you. Ha ha. Jiang just looked at him faintly, and Ma Hongfeng didn't reply. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Woohoo asked Jiang again, how much did you spend? Jiang didn't like Woohoo's style too much, so he said to him, it's none of your business how much I spend. Please go back if you're fine. Don't affect our work. Woohoo was a bit baffled. He thought for a moment and said to Ma Hongfeng, you're acting me, aren't you? Acting for me? Is it interesting? I'm here to give you one last chance. Ma Hongfeng, $15 million in cash. To sell or not to sell? When Jiang saw that he was still not dead, he told Li Yan, show him the contract and let him go after reading it. Li Yan nodded. Okay, Mr. Jiang. After the contract was brought, black and white, Woohoo took a look and screamed out, $40 million. Ma Hongfeng chimed in, and it's cash. Then, Woohoo looked at Jiang with a you're not sick look. Ginger didn't have time for his bullshit and turned toward the office building. Ma Hongfeng also followed, and after Li Yan took the contract, she also turned around and followed. Woohoo was a bit at a loss for words, and he realized that his plan had been broken by this inexplicable general manager Jiang. This made him very irritated. Originally he was going to make a killing with this. It's all this Ginger's fault. He kicked hard at the ground and shouted at Jianga's back. What a lunatic. I'll see how you can sell these cans. Without me. Woohoo. Not a single can of your canned goods will be sold. There will be a time when you beg me. If you beg me again, I won't give you $15 million. I won't even give you $10 million. I'll see how you'll lose your money. Just a reminder. Canned goods have a shelf life. After shouting, seeing that Jianga didn't give a damn about him at all, Woohoo huffed and puffed and took people to the car and drove away from the factory. In the car, someone asked Woohoo, Mr. Tiger, we're just leaving? Woohoo snorted coldly. Like I said, without me, he won't be able to sell a single can of canned goods. Due to the strong entry of canned squirrels, the canned food markets in several nearby cities are saturated. Where can he sell? We were the only ones who had a way to sell out of town. This Mr. Jiang is so young. I'm afraid he hasn't suffered yet. Right? This time it's just the right time to teach him a lesson. We'll come back when he realizes the cans really won't sell. I told you, there will be times when he begs me. After they left, Ma Hongfeng was more or less worried. In the cannery office, Jianggu sat in front of the computer, and Li Yan thoughtfully helped Jianggu make a cup of tea. Looking at Jiang Ji's unhurried appearance, Ma Hongfeng was a little apprehensive in his heart and asked, Mr. Jiang, have you already found a good sale in advance? How come you don't look like you're in a hurry at all? Jianggu picked up the tea and took a sip. Where are the sales? Good tea, Li Yan. Your tea-making skills are getting better and better. Li Yan smiled gently. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for the compliment. Ma Hongfeng, is that the point? At that moment, Ginger spoke up. You guys go out for a while. Let me think about the pinning. Ma Hongfeng said in his heart that you actually want to. Only now. You're really something. He and Li Yan walked out and Li Yan closed the door for Ginger. Ginger turned on his computer and started searching up some keywords. 10 minutes later, the computer screen showed a picture of a character, which turned out to be a foreigner. Ginger nodded silently. That's him. The man's name is Mike, and he runs a multinational trading company that deals in a variety of categories, including food, clothing, agricultural products, general merchandise, automotive supplies, various categories. Annual sales reached tens of billions of dollars. He was chosen because the foreigner was interesting. And there was a report on him saying that he was looking to source some agricultural products across the country with the aim of helping farmers in the country to sell their produce to foreign countries. System, modify the relationship between me and him to friend. Ding character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is, close friend. Ginger pulled out his cell phone and placed it on the table, leaning back in his chair and closing his eyes. A few moments later, the cell phone rang and Ginger opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar number. A domestic number. Ginger answered the phone. Hello? On the phone, a foreign man's voice speaking Chinese came through. Hi, Ginger, I'm Mike. I miss you, my friend. How have you been doing? Hearing this warm greeting, Jianga smiled and replied, very well. I also read about you on the internet. You're looking for some sources? Mike, yes. I've found some rice so far, and by golly, I can guarantee that the rice grown on this black land is the best rice in the whole world. I'll make a fortune from this. Ginger asked with interest, why are you so committed to produce? Mike replied, want me to be honest, my friend? This is a business strategy of our company. The purpose is of course to make money. Ha ha. It also includes building a positive image of our company. Hearing this answer, Ginger smiled and got down to business. Do you have any interest in canning yellow peaches? Yellow peaches grow on trees and are considered agricultural products, right? Mike replied, sure. I love canned yellow peaches. It's a very storable product. Not as perishable as fresh fruit. And it's great for transoceanic transportation. And it's delicious. Almost no one doesn't love canned yellow peaches. Ha ha ha. What? Are you introducing me to sources? Ginger didn't beat around the bush and answered directly in the affirmative. Yes. I have a batch of very good quality canned yellow peaches right here in my hands. Mike, I think I'd be interested in going over there and checking it out. Ginger, yeah. Ginger told him the address of this place. The next day, Mike arrived directly at the plant. After some tasting and appraisal, Mike recognized the quality of the canned yellow peaches in the factory. Inside the office, Ginger and the guys sat down with Mike and began to confer. Mike was the first to speak up. I'll take all these canned yellow peaches, and I'll give a good price for my friendship with Ginger. Ma Hongfeng was in a somewhat nervous mood and asked, how much? Mike said, I'd like to hear your factory price first. Ma Hongfeng was a bit hesitant, and his inquiring eyes looked toward Jianggu. Ginger said, just say it straight. Ma Hongfeng said, is this how people talk about business nowadays? Are they so open and honest? Still, he spelled out the price. We usually go out at $6 per can. And there are close to 6 million cans in the warehouse right now, worth about $36 million. Mike shook his head. $6? No, no, no. $6 is too low. You know these cans are sold to some countries, at least can be sold at a discounted price of $30 a can. $40 is not impossible. Some will even be as high as $100 or more. The main thing is that you have to be able to publicize it. For example, I will say it is from the Far East country of longevity of the production of the mysterious dragon of the canned yellow peaches, using the most ancient way to make, does not contain any additives. Its vitamin content is a few times the apple several times blah 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 blah. Often eat it will become as the Oriental people is smart. Add to that the branding. Those consumers will be happy to pay for it. Ma Hongfeng listened to a blank stare, thinking, what is this for? Is it to take the initiative to raise the price? Sure enough, after Mike finished, he took the initiative to quote a price. Ginger, we're friends, right? For a friend there should be a friend's price. I'll pay $18 per can for these canned yellow peaches. What do you think? Ginger said. You're not going to lose money by giving it so high, are you? Mike shrugged. No, it won't. More or less at most. Ginger reached over and shook Mike's hand. Deal. Ma Hongfeng stood silently, thinking, I don't understand. This fucking what on sale to $18 a can. 3 times the price. This foreigners even fucking go to the supermarket to buy a can or cheaper than this. What's going on lately? It's reversed. Everyone has more money than they can spend. He didn't respond until Ginger called him. Janga said to him, Ma factory manager, go tell the workers to get ready to prepare, and start shipping when Mike's car arrives in the afternoon. Ma Hongfeng immediately nodded. Okay, Mr. Jiang. The problem of marketing is finally solved. Ma Hongfeng heart is also happy. In the afternoon the trucks lined up one by one and began loading the cans, which would be transported on a freighter to follow the rest of Mike's shipment out to sea. Mike paid for the shipment directly to Ginger's account. 6 million cans at $18 a can, for a total of $108 million. John Go looked at the money on the account. I did not expect this deal back so fast. He bought the factory, only spent $40 million. This batch of goods earned back the capital. Not only back to the capital but also made an additional $68 million. It also took just one day. It's mostly just a good system of friendships. But that's not enough. Today is just a business deal. He can't be the one to negotiate all future business. One of the things that Ginger recognizes very well about Mike's quote is the branding effect. As long as countless consumers recognize the brand, then his canned yellow peaches will still worry about sales? There's no way Ginger is going to give up the huge domestic market. He called Ma Hongfeng to his office. Plant manager Ma, do you have any good methods for building a brand? Ma Hongfeng seems to know Janga's thoughts. Replied, our red canned food can only be a little bit of visibility in the city. Out of the city no one knows, but want to expand brand awareness. Difficult. Want a quick way. One is to spend money on advertising, but also one is to hire endorsements, with the help of the star's own popularity, to make our brand known. But both ways require huge amounts of capital. Our small business can't afford to burn. Janga was interested in hiring a celebrity endorsement. Tell me about the celebrity endorsement. Who do you think we should hire for the best endorsement? Ma Hongfeng was puzzled. Are you serious, Mr. Jiang? Ginger, of course it's serious. Name some stars and I'll listen. Ma Hongfeng thought for a moment and named a few stars, and Janga shook his head as he listened, because he's not happy with any of these stars. What's all this? Why are they all third-tier stars? Can't we have some first-tier ones? Ma Hongfeng speechless. Mr. Jiang, these are not third-line stars, is the second line. With our strength, the most we can ask a second-line star endorsement is good. For a first line, how dare you think? Ginger said directly. Let me say personally, Zhang Nuanan, okay? Ma Hongfeng widened his eyes, and said that this dream is quite good. Zhang Nan Nan. That which is a first-line star. That is simply a super first line, okay? The actual national goddess. There's no redder than her right now. And the image persona is good too, top-notch in every aspect. If they could really get her to endorse them, their canned goods brand would soar straight to the top. Even the cans are getting high. But that's just not going to happen, okay? Mr. Jiang, if Zhang Nuanan is that hot, the endorsement fee must be sky high, right? How many cans do we have to sell to afford it? Besides, it's unlikely that Zhang Nannan would endorse a small, unknown factory like ours. Ginger, why not? Just wait, I'll give her a call and ask. Ma Hongfeng was puzzled for a moment. Who? Zhang Ge directly took out his cell phone and dialed Zhang Nuanan's video call. Not a moment later, the video was connected, and Zhang Nanan's absolutely beautiful face appeared on Zhang Ji's cell phone screen. She was putting on her makeup in the powder room, and even though it was only half done and the other half was still being done by the makeup artist, it didn't detract from her beauty in any way. Seeing Zhang Ge, Zhang Nuanan burst into a happy smile and took the lead. Hi dear, you're finally willing to call me on the video. Did you miss me? It's the truth. Oh, did you miss me? He. Zhang Nuanan blushed himself first as he spoke. Ma Hongfeng on the side was shocked silly when he saw this scene. A series of thoughts followed in his mind. Lin. Zhang Nuanan. It's really Zhang Nuanan. Chapter Noonan called him darling. Oh my god. What's the relationship between them? What the hell is this, Mr. Kong? Ginger said to Zhang Nuanan. Of course I miss you. I want to see you every day. In the video, Zhang Nuanan's face turned even redder. She covered her face with one hand. That makes me blush. Seeing Zhang Nanan's shy appearance, Zhang Gu couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Didn't you say you'd come over to find me after you were busy? When will you come? Zhang Nuanan replied. Soon, when I'm done with this activity, I'll go to your place tomorrow. He, so happy. Ginger, how many days can I stay this time? I want you to stay longer. Zhang Nuanan, how about I get to stay for 3 days this time? He. Ginger shook his head. How is 3 days enough? 3 years is not enough. In the video, Zhang Nuanan smiled like a flower and blushed again. Then wouldn't it be fine for you to marry me, so we can be together for the rest of our lives? Ginger, yeah, I'll marry you when you come over. Every day. Zhang Nuanan seemed to have heard the hidden meaning in the words and couldn't help but glare at Zhang Gu with her beautiful eyes. You're annoying, I'm ignoring you. These conversations were heard by the makeup artist next to her, but Zhang Nuanan didn't care, and Ginger asked her, is this okay for your makeup artist to hear? Zhang Nuanan shook her head. It's okay, Dudu is my good sister. Right, Dudu. Say hello. Zhang Nuanan turned the video to the makeup artist, and the makeup artist lady smiled coyly, raised her hand to greet Zhang Gu, and then hurriedly lowered her head as if she was a bit socially terrified. Ginger gave her a greeting as well and went back to talking to Zhang Nannan about things. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask if you agree. Zhang Nuanan turned the camera on himself again. What's up? Ginger, it's like this. I have a canning factory over here. I want to hire a celebrity endorsement. I wonder if you'd be willing. Chapter Noonan asked. Is it your friend's cannery? Ginger denied. No, it's my own. Chapter Noonan, you have a cannery? Ginger nodded. Yeah, I just bought it. Chapter Noonan, why did you buy the cannery? Ginger then told her a little bit about the cannery that was going out of business, and his reasons for buying the factory, and how important it was to the local farmers. After hearing this, Zhang Nuanan understood everything. Oh, so that's how it is. You're saying that your main production is canned yellow peaches, right? Ginger, yeah. Zhang Nuanan asked, is that sweet? Ginger said, as sweet as you are. The corner of Zhang Nuanan's mouth hooked up into a bad smile. Then I agree. Of course I'm willing to give you an endorsement. But, I do have conditions. Ginger smiled and asked, what conditions? Zhang Nuanan replied mischievously. I want you to buy me canned yellow peaches. Zhang Gu looked at her cute appearance. The corner of his mouth could not help but hook a smile, but pretended to hesitate. Wow. Our factory's canned yellow peaches are very expensive. Hey, today sold a high price of $18 a can. Zhang Nuanan puffed up her cheeks and stifled a laugh. Cheap bastard. Then both of them couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't long before the two were done being mushy and finally hung up. Zhang Gu put down his cell phone and said to Ma Hongfeng, it's done. She agreed to give us an endorsement. The endorsement fee is a can of yellow peaches. Ma Hongfeng heard, long frozen in place. People are stupid. Wu Hu heard the news and drove to the Hongfeng cannery. Watching a busy big truck pulling away the cans, Wu Hu's whole body froze. How is that possible? They really sold their canned goods? It's only been a day. There was a little brother behind Wu Hu who said, Mr. Hu, according to the information I've poked around, they've sold all their canned goods to a foreigner. Wu Hu couldn't help but curse. Damn it, where did a foreigner pop up at this time? What's their price? Wouldn't they discount it? They'd rather let the foreigners take advantage of it than sell it to me, right? The little brother stumbled and replied, no, I heard that not only are they not discounted, but they're also, the price has gone up. I heard it's selling for $18 a can. When Wu Hu heard this, his eyes widened and he turned around and grabbed the collar of his little brother. What did you say? Say it again. How much? Junior, $18 a can. Wu Hu froze for half a day, being deeply shocked. $18. This foreigner is afraid that his brain is kicked by a donkey. Has their country never seen a can or something? Crazy, right? No, I can't just watch them make this business work. Go and check the contact information of that foreigner for me. Go. The little brother nodded and immediately went to check. Mike's identity wasn't hard to track down and contact information was quickly gotten. Wu Hu returned to his corporate office and dialed Mike's number. Mike picked up. Hello? Wu Hu began to speak into the phone. Hi Mr. Mike, this is Wu Hu. I heard that you recently purchased a batch of canned yellow peaches. I'm just in a friendly position to make this call to you. You might have been screwed. Those canned yellow peaches aren't worth that much money at all. If you're interested, I've got great quality canned yellow peaches on hand for half their price. Mike replied. Sorry, mister. Woohoo! I'm not interested in your canned yellow peaches. Goodbye. He hung up the phone directly after saying that. Woohoo is confused. This foreigner is really stupid. Half price is not for sale, but have to buy expensive. He thought about it and sent Mike an electronic file. Mike opened it and saw a picture like this. Is the production of canned yellow peaches in the workshop? Sanitation conditions are all kinds of dirty. Flies everywhere. Workers do not bring gloves and masks. Rotting yellow peaches pile up on the ground, flowing out of the yellow juice, and a photo shows that in a glass bottle of canned yellow peaches inside, there is a dead mouse. After sending it, Woohoo had a sinister smile on his lips and dialed Mike's phone again. Mr. Mike, those pictures you see are of the Red Plenty canning plant. Now do you still want to buy their cans? Instead, there was a busy signal on the other end of the line, and the call was hung up directly by Mike. Putting down his cell phone, Woohoo revealed a smug smile. He looked out the window and a feeling of strategizing rose from his heart. Mike must be pissed off, he thought. Pissed off. The more pissed off the better. The better to ruin his deal with Red Plenty Cannery. And the reality is that after Mike hung up on him, he sent a copy of that photo directly to Ginger, and then dialed Ginger's cell phone. Inside the office, Ginger answered the phone. Mike said on the phone, Ginger, I think you've been discredited by your competitor, who is obviously trying to discredit you guys through such unsavory means. I've seen this kind of thing a lot. Does he think I'll believe it? Oh, Ginger, who is it? Mike said. It's a guy named Woohoo. Woohoo. Okay, I got it. Okay, bye. After that, Mike hung up the phone. Janga opened those photos on his cell phone, called Ma Hongfeng over, and looked at them with him. Then Ginger said, it was sent to Mike by Woohoo, who said it was a picture of our factory. Ma Hongfeng said angrily, he is bullshit. This is obviously not our workshop at a glance. This machine, this warehouse, this assembly line, where is the slightest resemblance to us? Ginger laughed, not realizing that the reality of the business war was using such cheap tactics. So childish, a bit different from what he had imagined. He couldn't help but remember seeing a news story before. The chairman of the board of directors scaled the wall alone to enter the other party's company to take a secret photo, and the result was caught by the security guards, and it was on the news. The means is surprisingly so plain and simple. For Woohoo, Jianggu had not wanted to ignore him, but now, if you are unkind then don't blame me for being unrighteous. Jianggu said to Ma Hongfeng, go and find out what business Feihu Trading has now and see what we can make a profit. It's not polite to come and go. Ma Hongfeng understood. He was becoming more and more fond of this general manager Zhang's temper. Couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. Okay, I'll go check. Letting Ma Hongfeng investigate this matter first, and with nothing else going on at the cannery for the time being, Jianggu drove back to his own company. To be precise, it was the company he worked for. Li Yan was working inside the office. Except for the day of the acquisition of the cannery, Jianggu did not take Li Yan. Those businesses, after all, are beyond the scope of this company. How can Li Yan say that she is only a person of this company, not yet Jiang Ji's own person? Seeing Jianggu come over, Li Yan took the initiative to greet him. Mr. Jiang, you're here. By the way, how's the canned goods thing going? Has it been negotiated yet? Looking at her kinda concerned, Ginger smiled and sat down in his seat. It's already sold out. The mouthful of water Li Yan just drank almost spewed out. So fast? Is it a discounted deal? Ginger, no, but sold it for 3 times the price. Li Yan's small mouth directly opened into an O shape as she looked at Jianggu with a surprised face. 3 times the price. How much is it? Ginger, $18 per can. 6 million cans total. Li Yan's brain raced, and for a moment he got a shocking fact. Mr. Jiang, that means that the day after you bought this factory, you made your money back. Not only did you make back your capital, but you also made an additional $68 million. Ginger smiled and nodded. You're good at math. Li Yan looked at Jianggu. Heart not only feel happy for him, but also feel that this man is more and more mysterious. The next day, Zhang Nannan came. She took a cab to the same spot as before anyway, pulling the familiar suitcase, all wrapped up in a trench coat with sunglasses and a sun hat. She ran straight to Ginger's rented room and knocked on the door, wanting to surprise Ginger. After knocking for half a day with no one opening, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed Ginger's number. Zhang's whole body was happy from the bottom of his heart after hearing that Zhang Nuanan had come. Just wait, I'll come and get you. A few moments later, Ginger met Zhang Nannan. After not seeing each other for a while, Zhang Nuanan first gave Ginger a big hug. Take hold and you won't want to let go. The pedestrians came and went on the road. making Ginger a little embarrassed by the whole thing. Can we cuddle again when we get home? Only then did Zhang Nuanan relinquish his grip on Ginger. Getting into the car, Ginger took her to the middle of her villa. Zhang Nuanan asked a lot of questions about Zhanga's luxury car and villa, and Zhanga answered them all. In the garden, Zhang Nuanan, whose beauty looked like a fairy walking out of the flowers, said to Zhang Gu, "So, during these days when I was not here, you did some business to earn all this?" Ginger smiled and nodded. Zhang Nuanan asked again casually, "Making money so fast, you won't be doing anything illegal, right?" Ginger laughed. "How can that be? I never do anything illegal." Zhang Nuanan was relieved. Ginger walked over and continued their earlier hug. Slowly, he lay down on the grass and had a friendly exchange. After they were done, the two of them just lay on the grass and soak up the sun. Zhang Nuanan suddenly said, "I want to see the tiger." Saying this, she took out her cell phone and opened a live streaming software. Ginger didn't understand and let out a questioning voice. "What?" Zhang Nuanan entered a live stream and tilted her head over to watch with Ginger. While watching her, she said, "This anchor specializes in wilderness exploration, looking for wild northeastern tigers, and the last time she broadcasted, she really found a tiger." Ginger was also somewhat interested. "You still like to watch live?" Zhang Nuanan nodded. "I don't like to see anything else. I like to see this. If only I could see a tiger in the wild like him." "Ginger, you like tigers?" Zhang Nuanan nodded heavily. "Aha, my favorite animal is the tiger." Zhang Gu laughed, not realizing that Zhang Nuanan had such a preference, and asked, "Then why don't I take you to the zoo to see a tiger?" Zhang Nuanan, however, said, "I don't like the tigers in the zoo. They're not imposing at all. It's better to have wild tigers that look the best." "Ginger, why?" Chapter Noonan, huh? "Ginger, why do you like tigers?" Zhang Nuanan answered, "Because tigers are free. They live freely in the mountains and forests, and they are also very strong. No animal can hurt them." At this time, Zhanga saw that the anchor in the live broadcast was traveling alone in a deep forest, while saying to the viewers in the live broadcast, "Old Iron, here I have found the tiger's feces. Let's see if we can have the honor of seeing a tiger today." The pop-ups on the live feed floated up. "Tiger, the takeout I ordered has arrived. Does the anchor know how to slide a shovel? How dare you go looking for a tiger? Are you tired of living? People nowadays don't care about anything for traffic, not even their lives. Anchor, I'd like to ask, if you do encounter a tiger, how do you plan to run? Run for what? Can he run as fast as a tiger? Anchor, be careful. This is a wild tiger. You dare to enter its territory, you're dead." The anchor took a bow from me, and my mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the broadcast. "Anchor, I obey no one but you. Lord, play your heart out and go. I'll burn your paper next year on this day." Zhang Gu looked towards Zhang Nuanan, who was seriously watching the live broadcast, and thought in his heart that in the eyes of others, she was such a lofty white swan that existed on the most dazzling stage, emitting the most elegant and magnificent light. But I didn't realize that within her heart, she actually liked wild tigers that were full of wildness and powerful symbols. Perhaps these were the very things she lacked most in her life, and that's why her heart yearned for freedom. Looking at Zhang Nuanan, Zhang Gu couldn't help but feel a trace of pity inside and wanted to help her realize her dream. At the same time, there was a hint of a thought rising in his mind. That is, if his system ability was used on a wild tiger, what would happen? He couldn't help but get himself a little excited at the thought. The idea was well worth a try. And in the wild, there are plenty of wild animals. Even if you don't try it with a tiger, you can try it with another wild animal. Maybe develop a more powerful use of the system yourself. The company side has Li Yin in. The cannery also has Ma Hongfeng. He is just expanding a small piece of business territory. Earned a sum of money. Go out to the wilderness to play for a few days. There is no problem, right? To Zhang Nuanan, he asked, "Would you like to go there and see for yourself, just like this anchor?" Zhang Nuanan's eyes immediately lit up. "Of course I want to," Ginger said. "Let's go then. I'll accompany you." Zhang Nuanan immediately exulted. "Really? Then?" As if she thought of something, her enthusiasm dissipated for the most part. "But we don't even know where this place of his is, and the anchor has never said anything about it." Ginger said, "It's okay, actually this anchor and I know each other. We're kind of friends. I'll give him a call later, maybe he can tell me." Zhang Nanan's enthusiasm came back at once. "Really? That's great. But I'm a bit afraid of meeting a tiger. What if it eats me?" Ginger smiled. "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you when it's time to fall." Zhang Nuanan said, "You can't beat a tiger either." Ginger, "But I can feed the tiger. It won't bite you when it's full." Zhang Nuanan, "Don't. It's not okay for it to eat you." In order to comfort Zhang Nuanan, Zhanga said, "It's okay. We'll bring some meat and bring torches. Wild animals are most afraid of fire. If we do meet a tiger, We'll light the torches and throw the meat out, so the tiger won't bite us. Zhang Nuanan thought for a moment, but in the end she couldn't resist the desire to go in search of the tiger and nodded. Aha! Ginger got up and took advantage of going inside for a drink of water to pull out his own cell phone and go into that livestream. System, modify the relationship between me and him to friend. Ding, character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is close friend. Afterwards, Ginger swiped gifts in the live broadcast and sent a few pop-ups saying I'm Ginger, and I don't know if he can see it. The anchor is a quite young man, age 24 or 25 years old. The name is Wiley Search. Live friends affectionately called him a Search, or Search brother. There are also many people call him Takeaway brother, because every day is rushing to send takeout to the tiger. No one knows why he is obsessed with finding wild tigers, but just assumes that he is bold, or missing a brain, and is acting crazy for the sake of traffic. Seeing the gifts swiped by Jianggu in the live broadcast room and his pop-ups, Sik immediately greeted him in the live broadcast room. Jianggu, thank you for the gifts you swiped for me. Ha ha. Look at how my environment is. It's better than the air in the city, right? Ginger sent a few pop-ups to talk to him, and after a while, Seeker put his live phone on a rock and stepped aside to call Ginger. Ginger walked out of the room and into the back garden as she followed the call. Seek, where are you now? My friend and I want to go on a safari with you to see wild tigers. Hearing Zhang Ji's voice on the phone, Zhang Nuanan couldn't help but come over. The two of them talked for a few moments, and after a few moments, the phone hung up. Zhang Nuanan, however, didn't hear anything and asked Zhangda curiously, well, did he say anything? Ginger looked at Zhang Nuanan and teased her for a while, waiting until Zhang Nuanan could hardly wait any longer before she spoke. It seems like we're going on a very long trip. Cheered Zhang Nuanan as she happily hugged Ginger. After traveling all the way, Jianggu and Zhang Nuanan finally reached the place where Asik was. The car that dropped them off was a van found locally, which traveled deep into the mountains and stopped in front of a winding mountain road. The driving master is a local resident, surnamed Zhang, very warm to people. After the car stopped, Master Zhang said to the two people, the front of the car cannot drive through, can only rely on walking. From the mountain there is a long way there must be more than a dozen miles. You two into the mountain can be careful. Said that there are tigers in the mountains. There are blind bears. Snakes are also quite a lot of out of the time to call me on the line. I drive to pick you up. Okay. Ginger nodded in response and led Zhang Nannan out of the car. Master Zhang turned around and drove off. On this deserted mountain road, Jianggu and Zhang Nuanan were the only two people left. Jianggu was skeptical of Zhang Nannan's physical strength. It's more than 10 miles just into the mountains. Can you do it? Zhang Nuanan, however, was very excited. Of course, don't underestimate me. Then he took the lead and walked ahead. The two of them are wearing outdoor sportswear today. Zhang Nuanan shows a different kind of beauty again, climbing with this kind of beautiful woman. Just looking at it makes me come to life. Ginger followed behind, dialing Seeker's number as he did so. The guy doesn't know where he is. He'll have to get him to come out and pick them up. After making the call, Seeker said he'd be out now and told them to go ahead and head inside. He said to the viewers of the live broadcast, brothers, I'll go out first to pick up someone, a good friend of mine, with one of his friends, and in a moment we'll be looking for wild tigers together. Live streaming pop-ups immediately floated in. Is it because you're afraid you can't feed the tiger alone? Group delivery. It's okay, Tiger's straight 5-star reviews. What kind of friend would you have to pick him up? Isn't this a waste of time? Have a little patience up front, will you? A tiger eating 3 people is not better than eating one? And rightly so. Seeker cried a little at the pop-ups and told them, don't worry everyone, we'll pick them up soon. It was said to be fast, but by the time he received the 2 ginger people and returned to where he had just been, it had taken more than 2 hours. The 2 hours of mountain walking nearly wiped out the legs of Ginger, who was accustomed to living on the plains. When Asik first met Zhang Nuanan, he was almost surprised. This is today's top star Zhang Nuanan. What's she doing here? If she appeared in her own live room, then the popularity of her live room didn't go up insanely at once. Ginger didn't let him film it though, and the audience only saw the backs of the 2 of them, but not the front faces. Why is there a sister? That young lady has a great body. Just looking at her back is my favorite type. There are so many back killers these days that looking at the front face might scare a tiger to death. What's the use of having a good body? Can you outrun a tiger? Being in shape certainly helps. The meat is tastier. After resting in this position for a while, Seeker inquired to the 2. Shall we keep going? Jamba and Zhang Nuanan nodded as they rested for a while and regained a lot of their strength. The 3 of them continued to think about going deeper in this primitive forest. Seeker walked ahead and pointed the camera forward. Ginger and Zhang Nannan followed a little farther behind. Zhang Nuanan was in a very happy mood. pointing at the scenery around her and kept saying to Jang-go, "Look, there's a mushroom there, so pretty. Wow, this tree is so big and tall. Look, look, look. This flower is so beautiful. What kind of flower is this? I've never seen it before. Ginger, look at that tree with a nice big bird's nest in it." Ginger was also very fond of these, thinking that it was true that being close to nature could be pleasant, but just kept walking and didn't encounter any wildlife. Not one. This left Ginger more or less unsatisfied, having wanted to find a wild animal to try out his system's abilities. At that moment, Seeker, who was walking in front of him, suddenly listened. He stepped on something and it clicked. He crouched down to take a closer look, and it turned out that there were a few eggs of some unknown animal that he had stepped on under the leaves. "The soles of my shoes were covered in egg wash." He held the camera to the ground and snapped away while telling the live viewers, "I was wrong. I really didn't see it. This thing is buried under the leaves. What kind of bird lays eggs on the ground?" Ginger and John Nan also walked over to see what kind of egg it was. At first glance, the eggs were white, about the size of a quail's egg, and a little long. Ginger poked his hand and the eggshell was surprisingly soft. Ginger immediately said, "This is a snake egg, isn't it? Snake eggs like this. The shell is soft. I saw it when I was a child." Zhang Nuanan immediately said with some fear, "There are snake eggs here, so will there be snakes?" The three of them immediately stood up and looked around, but luckily they didn't see any snakes, and the ground around them was full of leaves. Ginger took a step forward and ended up stepping on something again, peeling back the leaves to see that it was snake eggs again. Ginger also stepped through a few. Ginger immediately put his foot back. "What's with all the snake eggs?" After saying that, Django decided that there was something wrong. He used his foot to gently pluck away the leaves on the ground in front of him, revealing a lot of white flowery snake eggs at once. "Holy shit, so many?" Ginger backhandedly picked up a branch and peeled back more leaves in front of him, and more white snake eggs were revealed. "Ginger, we're afraid we haven't stabbed the snake's nest." Saying that, he tried to ruffle the leaves with a branch and recover those snake eggs. Seek, however, held up his cell phone and photographed the snake eggs and said, "Don't cover it first. I'll show it to my brothers in the live broadcast room. Look everyone, we've come across a nest of snake eggs. Look at it. There are so many snake eggs." The audience in the live broadcast room also marveled, and some even directly swiped gifts. There are also some pop-ups that say, "And shoot." So many snake eggs prove that there are also a lot of snakes. The anchor is not afraid of being bitten? The anchor either died in the hands of a snake or in the mouth of a tiger. In fact, if it was a poisonous snake it would be okay. The death would be more peaceful and not as painful as being eaten alive by a tiger. Anchor run, there are snakes under your feet. There are snakes, there's a snake. Nima anchor stop filming, there's a snake under your feet. OMG there's really a snake coming. Anchor stop filming and run. Seek held his phone up so he couldn't see the pop-ups, but Chapter Noonan found the snake. It was a brown snake with brown splotches on its body, hidden inconspicuously inside a dead branch or leaf. It was so close to Asuan's ankle that Zhang Nuanan covered her mouth in surprise and didn't dare to scream out at all. Her eyes filled with horror. She tapped Seeker on the shoulder and pointed to her feet. Seeker looked down and saw the snake, and so did Ginger. The snake had assumed an attacking stance, and Seek's leg was in jeopardy. Ginger immediately thought of using his system's ability to control the snake, telling Seek to hold steady and not panic. But after Seek saw the snake, he suddenly let out a scream and instinctively kicked towards the snake. After the kick, Seek ran out screaming, "Hey!" Jangda had no choice but to take Zhang Nan and chase after him. Seek ran to a gentle slope. Suddenly his body fell to the ground. The cell phone that was live in his hand flung out, while Seek's body rolled down towards the other side of the slope. "I'll go." Ginger saw it and hurriedly chased after him. That guy rolled so fast, he rolled a long way. Jangda thought to himself that he would not fall to death, right? Rushing over and trying to take him out of here. This is probably going to have to rush to the hospital. Ginger and Zhang Nuanan both ran to Seek's side, but Seek was already a bit disoriented. "Hey, are you okay?" Ginger slapped his face, trying to wake him up. Instead, Seeker said very weakly, "I got bitten on my leg." Ginger hurriedly pulled up his pants leg, and at a glance, 2 bloody holes were bitten on the ankle, and the wounds were swollen and bluish purple. Django said to himself that this is not going to kill anyone, is it? What do you think you're doing kicking that snake for nothing? Obviously. If you just wait 2 seconds and enable the system yourself, you'll be fine. Ginger didn't know if his system worked for snakes in the wild, but there was a high probability that it would stop them from biting him. It's too late to say anything now. Zhang Nuanan was also very scared. Originally thought it was a field trip, but did not expect to encounter such a situation. Ginger knew that under this situation, he couldn't think of anything else. He could only think of a way to deal with Seek's bite wound first, or else his life would probably be in danger. I don't know what kind of snake it was. I heard that when some poisonous snakes bite, there's no cure. They're bound to die. Turning to Seek, Ginger asked, "You run the wilderness all day. Do you have any medicine with you? Medicine for being bitten by poisonous snakes?" Seeker shook his head weakly. "No. Ginger Heart said you just come to make death, is not it?" Ginger asked again. "Is there a knife?" Seeker still shook his head, having almost lost the strength to even shake it. Zhang Nuanan asked, "What do you need a knife for?" "Ginger, try cutting open his wound and bleeding him first." "We don't know how to do that. We can only squeeze out the poisonous blood first," Zhang Nuanan said. "Is an eyebrow razor okay?" Said took out an eyebrow razor. Ginger took it. "Never mind the knife. It was a knife. As soon as I saw that the eyebrow razor was quite sharp, I greeted Ah Sun's wound while saying, 'You bear with it.'" Ginger made 2 cuts from his wounds and began to squeeze the poisonous blood out as hard as he could. Seeker grimaced in pain, but didn't have the strength to scream out. What they didn't expect was that the process was all live-streamed by a cell phone that had fallen on the slope. That cell phone fell to the ground, leaning on a rock with the camera pointed right this way, but they could only see a little because of the weeds. They saw Seek lying on the ground and Ginger squeezing his blood. Zhang Nuanan squatted aside. Her back was mostly covered by the shadow of the weeds, so she couldn't be seen, but although you could see the picture, you couldn't hear them because they were too far away. "Crap, what's the situation? Brother Seeker won't die, right? What's that guy doing? It looks like he's squeezing something on Seeker's leg." "Brothers? Seek wouldn't have been bitten by a poisonous snake, would he? It seems like he's bleeding." Seek, "It's finished. Let's hurry up and call for help for them." "I just tried to call for help, but we have no idea where they are. Seeker never told us the location." "It's over and done with. This time the anchor has really mailed it in." After Janga had worked for half a day, the poisonous blood at the wound was almost squeezed out, not so black and purple. He wanted to carry Ah Sun and hurry to go out first. With Zhang Nuanan, the 2 of them helped him up and Ginger carried him on her back. However, Jango walked from entering the mountain to now, and experienced the violent running just now. The physical strength has long been consumed almost, for the infrequent exercise of him, to be able to persist until now has been very good. Seek looks not fat, but because of the reason of walking in the wild for many years, the muscles are very strong. The back is dead heavy, and now it is still uphill. Jango walked a few steps and could not walk, so he had to put him down first. Someone cursed at the live broadcast screen. "Chow, is that kid any good? Saving lives is important. How did he even put it down?" "That's good enough." Seeker popped his weight, 84 kilograms, and people carry completely differently in a coma than when they're awake. It's heavy to carry like that. It's a good thing he's there. If Seeker had been in this situation alone, he really would have had to wait for death. What good is it if he can't memorize it? What now? After putting down Seek, Ginger saw that he seemed to be losing consciousness, and hastened to say a few words to him, wanting him to stay conscious. Ginger first asked Zhang Nannan to call for help. Zhang Nuanan pulled out his cell phone, but found that there was no signal, so he walked up the hill, trying to find a signal. Ginger then said to Seek, "Seek, tell me why you're so obsessed with finding tigers in the wild?" Seeker came a little bit more energized when he heard about the tigers. "To protect them." Ginger, "Protected how?" Seek said weakly, "As soon as they can confirm that there are tigers here, they will establish a reserve here." Something touched Janga's heart. "Is that why you are so obsessed with finding tigers? Why do you want to protect the tiger?" Seek, "Because they rarely." Ginger was dumbfounded and a little unsure of what to say. Seek continued, "I feel like I'm dying. If I can take a look at a tiger before I die, it would be worth it." Ginger reassured him. "Don't say that." Hachin went up there to make a call. "Help will be here soon. You'll be fine." Zhang Nuanan held up his cell phone. Not yet found a signal. Suddenly seemed to see something. Let out a scream and ran back towards Jianggu. Jianggu immediately stood up and took Zhang Nuanan's hand. "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhang Nuanan looked behind him. "Old tiger, Ginger?" Just as Jianggu was wondering, not far away, 2 little guys came out from behind the woods. Surprisingly, they were 2 tiger cubs. "No way." Ginger marveled. "There really is a tiger?" The 2 tiger cubs explored curiously towards them, feeling very new to them. Its 2 eyes are bright, just like 2 curious babies, perfectly interpreting the idiom of tiger head, tiger brain. "Looks very cute." Seeker saw them too, and a relieved smile appeared on his pale face. He really found it, a tiger in the wild. And its 2 cubs. He suddenly remembered his cell phone from the live stream and wondered where it had fallen. At once he felt some regret inside. And at that moment, the people in the live stream saw it. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly exploded. "Mom, I saw a wild tiger. There really is a tiger. I really saw it." Ah, Seek, you really found it. I'm crying my eyes out. This man finally made it. Baby tigers are so cute. I'm just going to be adorable. I never thought tigers could be so cute. Knockable. Tiger cubs wish me well on my exam. No, brothers, you mustn't forget that the cubs must be near the mother tiger. The mother tiger guarding her cubs is the most terrifying creature on the planet. The fighting power is straight up off the charts, and she has a fierce temper. If the mother tiger sees them, the three of them will be finished. Upstairs is true. My family's hens are particularly fierce when protecting their cubs, and can peck my big yellow dog away. And if this is a female tiger protecting her cubs, it will let you see what is the real king of beasts in a minute. It's over. The three of them are in danger. The people in the live broadcast room instantly calmed down, and what's more, broke out in a cold sweat for the three. The two little tigers ran to the feet of Jianggu. Jianggu said, "This is your door." Stooped down and reached out on the two of its head jerked up. One hand feel good. But suddenly, a chill went straight to the back of Jiang Ji's head, and instantly goosebumps stood up all over. Ginger immediately looked up, and in front of them, a large-sized tiger silently appeared there, its eyes staring at them viciously. Those eyes, one look at them and you'll definitely never forget them. In the next instant, the female tiger let out a low roar and unexpectedly charged straight at the three of them. Jianggu. At this moment, not only Jianggu and the three of them, even the audience in the live broadcast room had their hearts in their throats. If this is not done properly, it's definitely a burial. Ginger instantly broke out in a cold sweat, but inwardly, without hesitation, he murmured in his mind, "System, change the relationship between me and it, change it to master and pet." The system was still not slow to ask at this time. "Ding, may I ask who is the owner and who is the pet?" Ginger was going crazy, roaring in his mind, "I am the master." Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is owner and pet. The female tiger that rushed over paused for a moment and stopped, but the way it looked at Ginger didn't change in the slightest. In the next second, it roared angrily, locking its gaze on Ginger and surging forward once again. "Hey!" Ginger panicked. "Why isn't it working?" The system's voice said in his head. The system's function definitely worked, but I can explain the current situation to you by guessing. This tiger probably thinks that even though you're its master, all it has to do is eat you and it'll be free again. I go. Jianggu completely panicked. Damn, today I will not be accounted for here, right? I should have known why I had to come to see the tiger. Doesn't he smell good when he's looking to make some money in the city and expand his business territory? The mother tiger was already close at hand, and its bloody mouth was about to bite on Ginger's body almost the next second. The viewers of the live stream had gone crazy. "You run instead. What's the use of running? Can you run as fast as a tiger? It's over. I really can't bear to watch it anymore. Oh, they don't really get eaten by tigers." At this time, the system reminded in Ginger's mind, "Maybe you can try another relationship." Ginger's mind raced. What other connections could stop him from being eaten now? He remembered that he had two tiger cubs at his feet. There was a sudden flash of light in his head. If you want to say that tigers don't eat anything, isn't there an old saying that tigers don't eat their children? If I said I was its child, would it still bite me? People could do anything when they were pushed, and Jianggu immediately modified his relationship with the female tiger again through the system. System, modify the relationship between me and it to mother and child. Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is mother and son. Meanwhile, Ginger, out of excessive fear and anxiety, yelled at the mother tiger, "Mommy!" The mother tiger froze, and her original pouncing movement stopped. It landed on the ground and stood at an extremely advanced distance from Jianggu, staring at him, the ferocity in its eyes from earlier no longer there. Instead, it was a kind of doubt. It sniffed with its big nose close to Ginger. Faced with this situation, Ginger didn't dare to move a muscle and could only let it sniff. On the sidelines, Zhang Nuanan and Seek were stunned. The viewers in the live broadcast room, too, were all stunned. "Mom, I think he just called the female tiger Mom?" "Yes." The screaming was so loud that we couldn't hear them originally, but we all heard that Mommy just now. So calling Mommy the tiger won't bite him? Learned that, and it's off to fight the tiger one-on-one. What the hell is going on right now? This is outrageous. On the scene, the female tiger finished sniffing Ginger and took a few steps back, looking at Ginger with 100 doubts in her eyes. However, it did not attack Ginger again. It turned its head and looked at Zhang Nuanan again, and Jianggu immediately stopped in front of Zhang Nuanan. "Don't bite her." The mother tiger turned her head to look at Seek again, who was lying on the ground. Ginger stops it again. This one won't work either. The female tiger let out a low growl of discontent, but did not make her next move. The audience in the live room was confused by this scene. What the hell? The mother tiger actually listened to him? This female tiger is too facetious, isn't she? Does calling out to her mom do so much? I'll try that next time I see a tiger. Watch out ahead, don't meet a male tiger. Laugh your ass off at. Seeing that the female tiger was very upset, Janga hurriedly threw out the meat he had prepared in his bag for her to eat. The mother tiger looked at the piece of meat and didn't eat it, while the two cubs next to her happily ate it. After eating, the mother tiger let out a low growl and turned around to slowly leave, and the two cubs went after her. Ginger finally breathed a sigh of relief, but before that breath was finished, the female tiger turned around and walked back. It let out a few low growls at Ginger, sounding exactly like it did when it told the tiger cub to leave. Ginger thought, screw it, it's not going to take me away, is it? Seeing that Jianggu stayed still, the female tiger walked over and stretched out her front paws to pounce Jianggu to the ground with one paw before opening her mouth and biting towards the back of Jiang Ji's neck. On the side, Zhang Nuanan was startled by the action, but Ginger signaled to her that he was fine. The female tiger grabbed him by the back of his collar and dragged him toward the woods. That dude got carried off by a female tiger. It doesn't really think of him as its own child, does it? I literally laughed my ass off. What interspecies child? The mother tiger seems to be worrying about him. I guess, the other two kids will run away on their own, but he won't, so he has to carry it in his mouth. Ha 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 ha, fuck the mother tiger. Just then, the broadcast was interrupted due to poor signal. The screen went to a black screen. The viewers in the live room were in a hurry. Where's the live feed? Where's my live stream? I want to see the tiger. What kind of crap signal is this? Give me a signal. How can I live without this live watch? Ginger was being carried by the mother tiger, but he didn't dare to resist. Zhang Nuanan looked at Jianggu with an anxious face, but didn't know what to do. Ginger gave her a phone call gesture. Phone, hurry up and call. I'll come out on my own. Zhang Nuanan watched as Jianggu was just taken away, and hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and headed up the slope, finally finding a location with a signal and dialing for help. Ginger, meanwhile, was dragged into the woods to a cave. The mother tiger put him on the ground and ran off to the side to lie down. Ginger slowly walked out, but he didn't expect to be carried back by the female tiger again. It went off once more and was carried back by the mother tiger. Ginger really feels like lying down. Damn, old man can't get out. Are we going to spend the rest of our lives as savages in this forest? What forest adventure? Let me out, will you? I want to return to my normal life. After tossing and turning for half a day, Ginger was also tired. Anyway, the tiger wasn't biting himself now, so Janga simply laid his head on the mother tiger's stomach, holding two more cubs in his arms, and closed his eyes while thinking about how he was going to get out of here. He thought that at least this time, he had realized the deepest dream that Zhang Nuanan had always had in his heart, and he himself had experimented with the system's functions, so it was worth it. The upshot of the experiment is that the owner-pet relationship doesn't seem to work so well with wild animals, at least not with tigresses with cubs. Thinking about it, Ginger just fell asleep. When he woke up again, the female tiger was gone. The two tiger cubs, however, were still there and they were playing aside. Looking outside the cave, it was already night, but the moonlight was very bright. Ginger figured this was a good time to escape. If he waited for the female tiger to come back, he wouldn't really be able to leave. Jangal walks out of the cave, but he doesn't want to run into the mother tiger returning with a prey in her mouth. It was a little dwarf deer that was dead. The mother tiger dropped her prey on the ground, and the two cubs happily ran over and tore into it with great gusto. The mother tiger looked at Ginger as if to ask, why aren't you eating? Ginger then realized that he was so hungry. He hadn't eaten anything all day, but he hadn't brought his backpack with him. But he wouldn't eat that kind of stuff even if he was hungry. That stuff is raw, how to eat. The she-tiger looked at him, wondering what she was thinking. For a moment he moved towards Ginger and lay down beside him, all the while pulling Ginger closer with his mouth on the leg of his pants. Ginger didn't understand what it meant at first, but slowly he got it. It seemed to signal itself to eat its tiger's milk. Ginger was a little resistant at first, but it couldn't resist the fact that I was really hungry, and that there were curious thoughts at work. Cow's milk is quite flavorful and tasty. Goat's milk is good, and I've heard that camel's milk is also drinkable, and they all have high nutritional value. What about tiger's milk? Ginger looked over at the two healthy tiger cubs and thought that it must have been very nutritious to raise them like that as well. I just don't know how it tastes. After a few moments, Ginger began to drink. An extremely flavorful milky taste filled his mouth, and warm tiger's milk flowed down his throat, filling his empty stomach. Ginger sucked on it greedily. A short while later, Ginger looked up and burped. At the same time it felt like the whole body was heating up. More than anything, a strength filled his body that made him want to rush out and run 3,000 meters right now, or find a bear to fight with, and he looked out into the woods with an urge to explore them. Ginger thought to himself, no wonder those two little tigers were so lively all day. This thing is so powerful. When the two cubs were finished, the mother tiger walked over and ate. After eating their fill, they went back to sleep. Ginger took the opportunity to slip out. Ha ha, I'm finally out. It took all his brain cells to memorize the path when he was carried over, and now he followed it and started back, walking alone in the deep forest under the moonlight, with some wind blowing constantly around him. Ginger thought he would be scared, but he wasn't. Instead he felt very calm. He felt like he'd been walking for what felt like an hour, and he felt like he'd overtrusted his brain cells. They didn't memorize the path at all, because he was now lost and didn't know where he had gone. Ginger scratched his head in exasperation. He noticed a dark figure walking not far away. He walked over and the dark figure spotted him. The dark figure stood up. A blind bear, or black bear. The black bear wasn't showing aggression towards him, just demonstrating, warning him to stay away. Jang-ge directly utilized the system's ability, modify the relationship between me and it. Jang-ge felt that the owner-pet relationship didn't work for the mother tiger, so he thought it shouldn't work for the black bear either. He had a feeling that some of the powerful wild animals with a wild streak might not even be very receptive to the relationship, but there is one relationship that should be a jack of all trades. For anything, that's a good friend. Bears have friends too. They can be friends with foxes, friends with raccoons, and of course they can be friends with people. Friends are not limited to species. Read Good Friends. Ding relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is good friend. The black bear ended his standing stance and landed on all fours, walking towards Ginger. This means it unloads its defenses against Ginger. Ginger first stroked its big furry bear head, then told it, "Do you know where the road down the mountain is?" Bear didn't seem to understand what Ginger said. Ginger thought for a moment and added, "Do you know where there are people? People. That is, creatures like me. You drop. Understand?" The bear seemed to understand and walked ahead. Ginger followed him behind. In fact, did not go far, about half an hour. Ginger saw there are some flashlights flashing in the woods. It's the rescue team. The black bear stopped and looked at Ginger. Ginger was so happy that she hugged its neck and rubbed its head vigorously. "Goodbye, my friend. You were my best friend." Ginger then let go and walked in the direction of the flashlight glow. The black bear watched him walk away, met the people, and turned to burrow into the forest. As soon as the rescue team saw Jang-ge, they immediately shouted, "Found it! The person is here!" People came forward and let out a cheer. Ginger saw Jang Nuanan, who was dressed as a search and rescue team, and rushed over and hugged Ginger. Ginger smiled and said, Okay, I'm fine. Seeing Jang-ge in such a good state, Jang Nuanan's face finally showed a relieved smile, and the faces of the people who participated in the rescue also showed the joy of victory. What Ginger didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness. All seeing this, these eyes, which had once given Ginger chills, had also later given Ginger a sense of security. It's the female tiger. It saw the people laughing, saw the smile on Ginger's face, and then turned away. Out of the mountains and back in the middle of the city, in the highest class hotel, Ginger took a hot shower. Zhang Nannan had already finished washing and was leaning on the bed. Ginger stepped out of the bathroom and while wiping the water droplets on his body with a towel, he asked, "By the way, how's that seeker doing?" Zhang Nuanan said, "He was taken to the hospital a long time ago, and his life is no longer in danger." Ginger sighed in relief. "That's good." Zhang Nuanan suddenly said very seriously, "Jianga, thank you." Ginger smiled. "Thank me for what?" Chapter Noonan said, "You made my dream come true by letting me see a tiger in the wild." Ginger said, "Nothing. In fact, if you want to see a tiger, there are not so many safari parks. There are also tigers." Zhang Nuanan shook his head. "That's different. I think this experience, it's really different. I'll miss it for the rest of my life." Ginger remembered his own experience in the forest, an experience that he dared to say even the richest, or most powerful, people in the world had never experienced. He nodded with great approval. Who isn't? After a good night's sleep, they returned to the city they were in. Ginger returned to his familiar villa. Ah, finally back. Zhang Nuanan's 3 days of vacation passed just like that, and she said to Jiang-ge, "There are still 4 hours left before I have to leave to catch my flight. I'll put the cannery endorsement on the agenda as soon as possible, and I'll have my assistant send out the announcement in a while." Jiang-ge nodded. "Okay, I have to go and discuss with Factory Director Ma to see what specific activities there are, and I'll need you to be present at that time." Zhang Nannan nodded his head briskly and responded, "No problem." Ginger suddenly thought of something. "By the way, I haven't paid you yet for the remuneration." He took Zhang Nannan's hand. "There's still 4 hours left. Come on, I'll take you to the factory to eat canned yellow peaches." Zhang Nuanan laughed. "Yeah, ha ha." The two of them got into the car and Ginger drove all the way to the cannery. In the office, Ma Hongfeng met Zhang Nannan in person and felt like a dream. Jiang-ge joked with him, "Factory Director Ma, Jang Nuanan has personally come to me for payment. Ma Hongfeng didn't understand for a moment. Ginger continued. You forgot? A can of yellow peaches. Ma Hongfeng immediately laughed. Ha ha ha, I'll go get it. Ma Hongfeng went out to get the canned goods. In the office, Zhang Nuanan suddenly asked Jianga, Jianga, where did the tiger take you that day? Ginger then told her the story of what happened after she was taken by the tiger. But of course, some of it was not easy to explain, and Ginger didn't say anything about it. Drawing on his exaggerated description, Zhang Nannan listened in awe. After hearing this, Zhang Nuanan asked again, I don't understand why the tiger took you away, and why the tiger stopped biting us after you called it mom. It's amazing, Jiang Gu babbled. After all, tigers don't eat their children. It could be that I touched the baby tiger before and got the baby tiger's scent on my body. That's why it stopped biting me. It's also possible that this tiger is mentally ill and really sees me as its own child. Zhang Nuanan asked, can tigers get psychosis too? Ginger nodded. Why wouldn't they? Tigers get sick just like people. Zhang Nuanan half expected. Oh. Shortly after, Ma Hongfeng brought a can of yellow peaches, and also brought bowls, spoons, and knives and forks. He sought the endorsement of a star of this caliber and asked for a jar of canned yellow peaches, and he didn't give a better service? Jianga opened the lid and opened the food with Zhang Nuanan. Canned yellow peaches cool, sweet and sour, full of fruity flavor. Eat a mouthful of comfortable. Eat a few pieces of canned yellow peaches. Zhang Nuanan also want to drink soup. Jianga let her directly hold the jar and drink. Ma Hongfeng saw Zhang Nuanan eat like this. His face showed a pleased smile. This is not exactly the proof that his canned yellow peaches are delicious. He said to Jiang Gu, Mr. Jiang, I haven't seen you for a few days, so you went to look for Zhang Nuanan. Ginger laughed. Started to find Zhang Nuanan. I also saw a tiger, black bear, dwarf deer. Ma Hongfeng said, so it was to the zoo. Ginger nodded. Pretty much. This sentence somehow poked Zhang Nuanan's funny bone, and the canned water she just drank sprayed all over the place. Giggling. While watching her smile, Jianga asked Ma Hongfeng, how's the thing I asked you to look into? Ma Hongfeng immediately said, I've found out. Feihu Trading recently purchased a large batch of fresh fruits, mainly lychees and cherries, worth more than $50 million, and will soon be sold to some fruit dealers in 3 cities. Ginger asked, do any of the dealers know? Ma Hongfeng nodded and said, I know. There are mainly 3 people. Their information exists in the computer. Oh, there are also supply to Flying Tiger Trading. I also checked out. All in the computer. Ginger nodded, ready to deal with all this after Zhang Nannan left. On the side, Zhang Nuanan finally finished laughing, covered his face and said, I'm sorry, I just didn't control myself. After eating canned yellow peaches, Jianga took Zhang Nuanan to eat a meal. A very high-class restaurant in the city, which has a single room. Very expensive. But Jianga does not care about this money as now. After dinner, it was about time to go back to the villa and pick up the luggage, and Jianga sent Zhang Nuanan to the airport. In the car, Zhang Nuanan said with some reluctance, this time when I came over, I had wanted to prepare to see my uncle and aunt, but it turned out that I didn't have enough time. Ginger said, it's okay, next time. Zhang Nuanan took out 2 wrapped gift boxes from the box, and didn't know what was wrapped inside, and said to Jianga, this is the gift I prepared for my uncle and aunt. The red one is for auntie, and the blue one is for uncle, so you can help me pass it on to them. Ginger teased her, how come they both got presents and I didn't? Zhang Nuanan kissed Jianga on the cheek. This is my gift to you. Are you still satisfied? Ginger said, just my gift that doesn't cost anything. Zhang Nuanan smiled and slammed her pink fist directly towards Ginger. Jianga screamed miserably, help! Zhang Nannan domestic violence. After getting bored for a while, the boarding time was almost here before Zhang Nuanan got out of the car and walked towards the inside of the airport. Ginger drove back inside the cannery and turned on the computer to learn the information. One of the 3 dealers who purchased Flying Tiger Trading's fruits was surnamed Huang, called Huang Knight. One is called Lu Pingbao, and the other is called Nian Mingyong. The first yellow knight is a woman. Ma Hongfeng collected information above the photo. Age 40 years old, long and quite beautiful. Skin is very white. Maintenance is quite good. Ginger silently activated the system's ability in his mind. Modify the relationship between me and her. Buddy. Ding character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is close friend. A few moments later, Ginger received a call from Yellow Knight. Jiang Gu, you little bad guy, why haven't you contacted me lately, causing me to miss you every day? A woman's flavorful voice came from the phone. Jianga suddenly remembered Lu Linger, the close friend relationship. He silently spat in his head. System, can you be a bit more decent with your friendships? The system justifiably replied, I'm very decent. It's their people who are not decent. So I'm to blame? Jianggu was speechless for a while and said into the phone, Mr. Huang, I've been really busy lately. You'll have to excuse me. On the phone, Huang Knight said with some dissatisfaction, before you also called me Night Sister. Now you call Huang General. After all, it is a raw difference. Ginger, Night Sister alright. It just so happens that I have something serious I want to talk to you about. Huang Knight seemed to be just teasing Jianggu. Hearing him say that, he laughed and said, that's more like it. Go ahead. What's the business? Ginger, have you been purchasing a batch of fruit recently to trade with Flying Tiger? Yellow Knight, yeah. What's up? Jianggu, Sister Knight, I heard that this batch of goods, Feihu Trade has increased the price quite a lot. Why don't you buy it with a first-class supplier? Have to let Feihu Trading earn this price difference? Huang Knight laughed, brother, you do not know. That level of suppliers we cannot contact. They supply Feihu Trade, or people can earn this money, and we are not familiar with that side. Never dealt with. Also afraid of problems. Jianggu smiled. I can get in touch. I'm very familiar with that, Mr. Shin. Surely there won't be any problems. Mr. Shin is what Ma Hongfeng found out, the supplier who supplied Flying Tiger Trading. Huang Knight was instantly surprised. Brother, if you can really hook me up with Mr. Shin, I'll be able to save a lot of money. I'll have to give you a big red packet when the time comes. Jianggu laughed. What red packets? Not red packets. We are not friends. I'll contact Mr. Shin and give you a call later. Huang Knight happily nodded her head in agreement. Good. Then sis thanks her brother in advance. Hanging up, Ginger started on the other two. After a communication, their attitudes were all in line with Yellow Knight, and they all said that if they were able to contact as well as the supplier, they would be sure to thank Jianggu. After hanging up the phone, Jianggu thought that Flying Tiger Trade is not related to that Mr. Shin. Why else can't anyone else hook up but them? With this doubt, Jianggu modified the relationship with Mr. Shin. Ding character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is close friend. A few moments later, Jianggu received a call from Mr. Shin. Mr. Shin's name is Shinhai. When the phone was answered, it was the mellow voice of a middle-aged man. Jianggu, how's it going these days? Quite good Quite a long time not contact. I really kinda miss you Jianggu said politely into the phone. Pretty good. How about you? Are you busy lately? Even if you're busy, you have to take care of your health. Shinhai laughed. Busy? I'm here all year round. How can I have time to rest? Jianggu first said a few polite words to him, and then the conversation turned to the main event. By the way, Lao Shan, do you recognize the Flying Tiger Commerce and Trade? A person called Woohoo? On the phone Shinhai said, recognize is considered a partner of my company, just recently purchased a batch of fruit from me, but I'm not familiar with him, is half a year ago through a friend to know? What's the matter? Jianggu said, no big deal. I heard that he bought a batch of goods from you, so I casually asked. This Woohoo, but almost ruined a business for me. Shinhai immediately said, I don't know him well. Jianggu, tell me how to get him. I will definitely cooperate with you fully. Jianggu laughed and said, no, this matter will not trouble you. Is that I have a few friends on this side? Is to do fruit wholesale business. Want to find you to point goods. You see the convenience is not convenient? Shinhai immediately said boldly. Convenient? What's not convenient? You, Jianggu, have opened your mouth? How can I not be convenient? Just ask for whatever goods they want. As long as I have it, I will definitely supply it with all my might. Ginger, okay, thank you then. Shinhai laughed. What are you polite with me? You introduce me to customers. Should I thank you as Ginger, I'll have them contact you later then. Shinhai, no problem. The two of them hung up after a few more brief conversations. Jianggu sent Shinhai's contact information to that Yellow Knight and the three of them. After everything was done, Ginger looked out the window with a small smile on his lips. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure outside the window. Well, if it isn't my dad, what's he doing here? Jianggu walked out of the office and called Ma Hongfeng, who was in the next office, and walked out together. When I went outside, it turned out that his dad was applying for a job. The factory had been hiring regular workers year-round, and this time the cannery was in full swing. From the beginning when it was going out of business, to the end when the workers were paid off, when the workers went back to work, and when there were tons of trucks coming in to deliver the goods, and a whole bunch of things went viral. People have said that there are big bosses to invest, Hongfeng Cannery to have great development. When Jianggu's father heard this news, he also heard that the factory was well paid and the boss was trustworthy, so he came with the intention of finding a job. The factory staff had received him and were telling him something. Jianggu watched from afar. Beside Ma Hongfeng said, Mr. Jiang, is that your father? Gu, How can you let him be a laborer, which I have to provide up? Why don't you let uncle be the factory manager? Janga said. Fuck you. My dad doesn't know about me yet. This shit is not easy to explain. In a while you'll say that I'm your follower. Arrange an easier job for my dad, and offer a higher salary. Ma Hongfeng said. Dare I say that uncle doesn't know that the big boss is you? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell uncle? Janga said. Didn't I say? It's not easy to explain. I'll slowly talk to him later. Just do what I said first. Ma Hongfeng nodded. Well, listen to you. Our factory's most relaxed position is the safety patrol, every day in the factory around to see where there are hidden safety hazards and so on. Finished in the office to drink tea. In fact, nothing at all. You see this position to uncle okay? Janga thought of his father before, always in the construction site to do those hard and tiring work. Tired either back pain or arm pain, leg pain. Think of a burst of heartache. Now it is time for him to rest and rest. Ma Hongfeng said this position is very good. Neither tired, but also a thing to do. Janga nodded and agreed down. Okay, on this position. Ma Hongfeng asked again. Do you think a salary of 30,000 a month is okay? A little surprised, Ginger asked. What is the normal salary for this position? Ma Hongfeng said. 3,005. Janga said. Normal 3,005. You give him 30,000. My father he also dare not want he must not suspect this matter. Ma Hongfeng asked. I'm not thinking of giving more. So how much salary do you think is appropriate for a month? Janga thought about it. In terms of the family, 10,000 a month is considered a very high salary. Enough for the two parents to spend. So he said. 10,000 a month. You still have to make up a reason, so that he feels he should take the 10,000. Don't make him suspicious. I'll leave this to you. Ma Hongfeng, this. The two then headed that way. Little Li, who is responsible for recruiting workers in the factory, is saying to Zhang Ji's father, Uncle, you're a bit old. You're 50 years old, and our factory currently lacks younger workers. You're a bit overage, so why don't you go to another factory and take a look around? Zhang Ji's father did not want to give up. Said, I see that there are also 50-something years old in your factory, and you do not look at me a little old, but we have this body. Do the work of 30-something years old young man have to serve? Shaoli said, people who are 50 years old have been working in our factory for many years. Now we don't recruit those who are so old. Sorry uncle. Ginger's father was about to say something else when Ginger and Ma Hongfeng walked over. Ma Hongfeng opened his mouth and said, Little Li, you go and go about your business. Let me talk to Uncle Li. Okay. After saying that, he went about his business. Ma Hongfeng said to Jianga's father, Uncle, don't pay attention to him. Little Li, he doesn't know that our factory is now short of a very important position, and lacks experienced people like you who are a little older. Zhang Ji's father saw Jianga stood aside, but did not say anything. The attention was first all placed on Ma Hongfeng. You are the Ma factory director. You say at what position? Experience this piece of my absolute foot. Ma Hongfeng began to talk to Jianga's father. What safety inspection is super important. Safety is no small matter. The factory is super important and so on. And finally said that the salary of 10,000 yuan should be hired him to be. Ginger's father froze when he heard. How much did you say the salary was? Ginger was holding back a straight laugh. Ma Hongfeng continued to Zhang Ji's father said, 10,000 a month, 8 hours a day, double weekends, and legal paid holidays, New Year's festivals. We also have bonuses and gifts, and New Year's end of the year award. Oh yes, uncle, you see you are so old. I do not know on the pension insurance yet. If you come to work for us, we will pay your pension insurance, so that when you retire, you will receive a monthly pension, and medical insurance will also buy you on. Later, that is to say, in case of a small body uncomfortable and so on, go to the hospital to check or buy medicine hospitalization and so on, can be reimbursed. After hearing this, Ginger's father's mind is full of doubts. Isn't that too good a deal? True to his experience, Ginger's father instantly felt that something was wrong. He thought for a moment and said to Ma Hongfeng, Ma factory director, you will be fine here, right? Will I have to take responsibility or something? In case something happens, I will not go to jail, right? Ginger bared her teeth in laughter, reaping the benefit of a glare from her father's eyes. Jiang Gu immediately stopped laughing. Ma Hongfeng explained to Zhang Ji's father, Uncle, you think too much. You do not need to bear any responsibility. I am the factory director. If something really happened in the factory, it is also me to bear. It is not your turn to go. Jianga's father wanted to say something else, but Jianga stopped it and said, Dad, the other factory manager gave you this position because of my face, so don't be skeptical. Ginger's father asked, why are you here? What are you doing here? Ginger, I'm his assistant. Ma Hongfeng immediately concurred. Yes, assistant. Jiang Ji's ability is particularly outstanding. I especially appreciate it. Jiang Ji's father finally let go of his doubts and a joyful smile appeared on his face. Really, Jiang Ge? Okay. Other people's factory manager is this. Said he raised his thumb. You have to learn from factory director Ma. Ginger, well, I'll be sure to learn. Ma Hongfeng smiled a little unnatural. Who learns from who? Mr. Jiang played that thing. A bottle of canned goods sold 18. I cannot even see. Not to mention learning. Then, Ginger's father gladly accepted the position and said he would come to work tomorrow. After a few more words of advice for Jianga to work well with the Ma factory manager, he turned around and left. Jianga also walked towards his car. Ma Hongfeng walked in front and helped Jianga open the door as Jianga got into the car. But I didn't realize that the scene was seen by his dad. Jiang Ji's father came over directly in anger. Jiang Ge had not yet closed the car door, ushered in his father's head and face a criticism. You kids, you're getting unruly, aren't you? You're an assistant and you let the factory manager open the door for you? You should take the initiative to open the door for the factory manager. Jiang Ge said in his heart, scolded. But what can be done about it? His own father. Suffer it. Just tell Ma Hongfeng. I'm sorry, factory manager. Next time I'll open the door for you. Ma Hongfeng was horrified. No need. No need. Really no need. It's fine. I'll just open it casually. It doesn't matter who opens the door. It's all trivial. Ginger's father continued. No, the little things should be paid the most attention to. Don't think I've never been an assistant. I get it. You have to pay attention to the details. After talking for a while, he saw that factory director Ma really didn't seem to blame Ginger before he stopped and focused on the car again. Whose car is this you're driving? Ginger, the factory manager's. Ma Hongfeng immediately picked up. Ah yes, I let him drive. He went out to do something for the factory. Ginger's father gathered his temper and said to Ginger, go on then. Drive carefully and be safe. Ginger nodded and drove toward the gate. In the rearview mirror, he saw his father smiled and greeted Ma Hongfeng, also heading in the direction of the gate. With a sigh of relief, he was still in a good mood after solving the problem of his father's job. As for the last scolded those, nothing at all. Scolded by his parents more than he has been used to. Driving back to the general manager's office of Bingfei Company, Li Yan was still working seriously. Hello, Mr. Kong. Ginger nodded and sat down in his seat. The next step is to wait. And when Woohoo realizes in a few days that he can't sell his batch of fruit, Ginger will show up. Ginger pulled out his cell phone and saw that there was a very hot story on the news that had just been released. Noonan Zhang announced her endorsement of Red Plenty canning. All of a sudden Red Plenty cans became the talk of the town. Red Abundance canned goods, I checked. It's a small factory in the town. How can they afford to ask Zhang Nannan to endorse them? Brothers brainless rush. The canned food endorsed by Zhang Nuanan is sure to be delicious. Don't tell me if it's good. I'll eat it if it's sour. Seriously. His canned yellow peaches are really superb. I've eaten it. The canned Red Abundance is made with Chapter Noonan's bath water. Shit, really? Don't even try to rob me. I'll fucking buy it straight up. Laughing my ass off, I bought it and dumped the yellow peaches on the soup. That's all I'm good for. Where to buy it from? Is it available online? Ask for a link to buy it. I picked up this factory. Very reputable in the local area. Directly drive the income of the local yellow peach farmers. Zhang Nannan chose to endorse this brand. There must be, for the sake of helping farmers, this aspect of the consideration. Right, worthy of being my goddess. I really love. It must be so. Otherwise how could they afford to pay Zhang Nuanan's endorsement fee? Oh. For a while, all the canned yellow peaches on the market were snapped up under the Red Plenty brand. In the factory, Ma Hongfeng's phone as well as the factory salesperson's phone were all busted. Orders are coming in like snowflakes. Red Plenty canned goods became an instant hit. Mr. Zhang, 100,000 cans? Okay, no problem. Hey Mr. Li, a million cans? Okay, no need to call the money over first. What, already paid the full amount? Hello, 2 million cans? As soon as Ma Hongfeng connected a dozen or so ordering calls, he hurriedly took advantage of the gap and pressed the dial-out button on Zhang's phone. Jiang Gu answered the phone. Ma Hongfeng's voice came from the phone. Mr. Jiang, what happened? Why are there suddenly so many ordering calls coming in? Jiang Gu had already anticipated this situation. Have you seen the news? 10 minutes ago, Zhang Nuanan announced the news of giving us an endorsement. Ma Hongfeng instantly understood. In that case, our production capacity is far from enough. There is also the price aspect. Are we mentioning it? Jiang Gu returned. Not enough capacity? Of course is to expand the scale. This matter will be left to you to do. As for the price, of course it has to go up a bit, so that when the acquisition of yellow peaches, the price can also be mentioned. Prices rise reasonably, don't rise too much at once. Don't cause consumers to resent it. Got it. Ma Hongfeng returned. Okay, I understand. About expanding the scale. I have an idea. Now expanding the plant and introducing the production line is too troublesome and time-consuming. Why don't we find a few suitable canning factories and acquire them? Then we can directly enhance our production capacity. Ginger agreed. Yes. Do you have any specific programs in mind? Ma Hongfeng said, some small canneries in the neighborhood. We do not consider. Their equipment is too old. Sanitary conditions also cannot meet our high requirements. I know a new canning factory. Equipment are the latest. Opened less than half a year. The plant area is also very large. That the boss invested a lot of money. Built a large plant and assembly line. But I heard that the benefits are not very good. That the boss has the intention to get rid of. And that is very close to us. Only less than 50 miles away. If we can take this factory down, our production capacity will directly increase several times. Look, why don't I go talk to their boss? Ginger, okay, I'll leave this to you. Ma Hongfeng immediately nodded and said, okay, I'll go do it now. After the matter of acquiring the cannery was handed over to Ma Hongfeng, Jiang Gu hung up the phone. When Li Yan heard what was on the phone, she was very surprised and asked Jiang Gu, Jiang Nuanan is going to give you an endorsement? Is that the big star? Jiang Nan? Li Yan only knew that Ginger had sold the first batch of cans. She didn't know anything about the endorsement. Ginger nodded. Yeah, how many more Jiang Nuanan? Li Yan was immediately filled with a shocked look. How did you get in touch with her? How did you get her to agree? After all, Jiang Nan is such a popular star. Ginger, Jiang Nan is my girlfriend. Li Yan, really? Jiang Gu laughed and didn't say anything else, but turned to Li Yan and said, by the way, go and buy me an excavator. And then look at our place. Is there any store suitable for opening a noodle shop? And buy it down. The topic changed so quickly that Li Yan froze for a moment. Mr. Jiang, buying an excavator and opening a noodle shop. You're jumping your mind a little too fast. Ginger smiled, mostly to help a friend. Li Yan understood at once and nodded. Okay, I'll get to it later. Then she said half-jokingly, Mr. Jiang, the task you're sending me now seems to be beyond the scope of my work. Jiang Gu froze, thinking it was so. Although Li Yan was her own assistant, it was reasonable to say that anything other than Bing Fei's company was beyond her scope of work. And he has $50 million of his own money to give her to manage for charity. Thinking that Li Yan was using it quite smoothly and was more familiar with it, Jiang Gu said to her, let's do it this way. Not only now, but in the future. I may still have a lot of things outside the company that I need help with. And if you're willing to do it, I can give you an extra salary, which won't be less than what you get at Bing Fei. What do you think? Li Yan agreed painfully. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'm very willing to serve you. But, Mr. Chen sighed. I'm afraid there will be opinions. The general manager Chen, he said, was referring to Chen Bingfei. Jiang Gu said, it's fine. I'll handle general manager Chen's side. Just focus on your work. Li Yan cheerfully said, okay, Mr. Jiang, then I'll go out and do my business now. Ginger nodded. Then without waiting for her to leave, asked, how did the $50 million of funds work out? Li Yan replied, at present, more than 15 million has been used, mainly with the donation of some advanced instruments to the hospital, as well as subsidizing the students this piece, and we have reached an agreement with the hospital about these instruments. In the future, use of the patient is not charged. Then he took out a document in the drawer and placed it in front of Jiang Gu. This is the form for the use of the funds. Every single amount has been noted here. Please have a look at it. Mr. Jiang. Ginger opened the file and looked at it briefly, nodding. Then Li Yan added, at present, I understand that some elderly people in rural areas are still reluctant to spend money on purchasing rural cooperative medical insurance. Even though it only costs a few $100s a year, they are still reluctant to spend the money. In fact, this insurance is very important to rural areas, especially for the elderly. So I want to use the rest of the funds mainly for this purpose, to help them buy this insurance. My current plan is to provide continuous assistance for 5 years, covering all seniors over the age of 60 in the county. After 5 years, you will have used almost all of this money. Ginger nodded. You've done a great job. Let's follow this plan. Go ahead and get busy. Li Yan nodded. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Then it clicked its heels and walked out of the office. Jiang Gu silently nodded. This Li Yan's work ability is really good. In the future, he has to collect more talents. His career will progress more easily. Then, Jiang Gu seems to remember something. Opened the computer search keywords cold storage, and then found a few people and contact information. This time there was no use of the system's ability, and Ginger called them directly. Snow cold storage? Is it still available? I'll book it for a week first. What do I put in it? My shipment will arrive in a few days. So I'll book it now. Need to pay up front, right? No problem. I'll just pay for the week up front and send the money over right now. Okay, thanks. Hey, Linden Cold Storage is it? Oh, I need it for a week. Pay now. Fei Hu Trading Office. Wu Hu just received the news. He contacted the 3 big customers. Suddenly all backtracked. Do not take his goods. Wu Hu was anxious. This batch of goods with other different. This is fruit cherries, lychees, are very intolerant of storage fruits. Stored for a few days on the freshness is greatly reduced. The loss is money and if he can't find a receiver, he'll be considerably worse off. Wu Hu picked up his cell phone and dialed Huang Knight's number. Mr. Huang, didn't we have a deal? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Knight's sister, my dear sister, you do not want to joke with me, okay? You don't want to let me do this batch of goods Huang Knight's cold voice came from the phone. Mr. Wu, when did I make a deal with you? We didn't sign a contract. We didn't pay a deposit. How can you call it a deal? That's it. I still have things to do. I'll hang up first. Hey, don't hang up. Mr. Huang, Sister Knight? That's not what you said the other day. Hello? The phone had hung up. Wu Hu cursed angrily. Damn this stinking bitch. He then dialed 2 other customers successively, but the responses he got were similar to those of Yellow Knight. After putting down the phone, Wu Hu felt like his entire body was dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out why all 3 customers suddenly didn't want his goods as if they had discussed it. He grabbed his hair with both hands and looked like he had a headache. This batch of goods is spent $50 million. This business, if there is a problem, Flying Tiger Trade will be greatly injured, and even the company directly bankrupt. In the office, there is also one of Wu Hu's men. He was very anxious and said, Mr. Wu, you hurry to think of a way. Now our goods are still in the car, has not been unloaded. Now the weather is getting warmer and warmer. If it is put outside for a few days, our fruits have to be all rotten inevitably. Wu Hu raised his head, forced himself to calm down, and said to his subordinates, immediately go to contact the cold storage. First unload the goods into the cold storage. There is no problem to store in the cold storage for a month. The henchman asked, what about sales? These 3 customers are all of our sales. Besides them, who else has the ability to eat such a large batch of goods? Do not ask, okay? Once asked Wu Hu headache. He forced to hold back his anger and said to his men, can only slowly think of a way. First unloaded the goods to the cold storage. Quickly go, said he, slapped the table. The men rushed out. Wu Hu sat in the office, thinking, 3 customers together changed their minds. He always felt not quite right. Is it a coincidence? It didn't take him long to know the answer to that question, because his men ran back and said to Wu Hu in a hurry, Mr. Wu, it's not good. The city's cold storage is full. I heard that just today. They were all ordered by a mysterious person. If we want to use it, we have to wait at least 7 days. Wu Hu's brain was like a hammer blow. He knew at once that this was not a coincidence. It was obvious that they had been screwed. Yet, he doesn't even know who his opponent is yet. He thought about it, and couldn't think of anyone who had the power and vigor to mess with them like that. To say who has recently had a problem with, that is, the red abundance of canned goods factory manhwa. But manhwa really have so much energy? He can get 3 of his biggest clients to change their minds? Also anticipated that they would use the cooler and preempted the city's empty cooler by booking it for 7 days. 7 days, which is nothing to man, passed quickly, but for his batch of fruit, it was a countdown to life. 7 days without putting it in the cooler. And in this warm weather, I'm afraid it's all going to rot. By then the goods he bought for $50 million will become worthless, and he will lose all his money. He said to his men, contact the cold storage in the neighboring city. We must preserve this shipment first. However, the henchman said, the cold storages in the 3 neighboring cities, which I've also contacted, are either occupied or booked by a mysterious customer, and he's already paid for all of them. If we want to find a cold storage, we have to cross at least 2 cities, and we don't know if we can find one just yet. Wu Hu clenched his fists. This mysterious person, who the hell is he? Now he doesn't dwell on cold storage. It loses its use if it's too far away. Not only do you have to ride on high transportation costs, but how long do you have to store it without a sales outlet? Cold storage also only extends the shelf life. Not that it won't go bad if you leave it in there. Moreover, storing cold storage also costs money. He spent $50 million to buy this batch of goods. There is not much money in his hand already. There is even a part of the loan in it. There is also the fact that the fruit can spoil in transit if the distance is too great. His mind raced and an idea finally came to him. That would be Mr. Shen. He wanted to contact Mr. Shen. Could he return this batch of goods? Even if he lost some money, As long as the loss was not that big, he could accept it. Holding on to this hope, he dialed Mr. Shen's number. Shanhai's voice came over the phone. Mr. Wu, can I help you? Wu, who was like grabbing a life-saving straw, and immediately spoke to Shanhai. Mr. Shen, I'm really sorry. I have a matter I want to discuss with you. Things are like this. I did not just buy a batch of goods from you. The results of my side of the customer appeared a bit of a problem. I really cannot out of hand. So I want to discuss with you. Cannot return this batch of goods. The price is negotiable. He did not finish his sentence. Was interrupted by Shanhai. Shanhai, also in the business world for so many years, once heard that this should be Zhang Ji's handiwork. Then he cannot agree to Wu Hu. Mr. Wu, are you kidding? Fruit, this thing delicate. Our two places are so far away. Transported to and from the fruit can still want? Sorry, I can't agree to this proposal. Wu Hu immediately said, no, Mr. Shen. 40 million? You just need to return to me 40 million on the line. I will send the goods back to you as is. Shen Haidao, it's not a matter of money. I still have a few clients to receive. If you don't have anything else, I'll hang up the phone first. When Wu Hu heard that he was going to hang up the phone, he said in an almost pleading tone, Mr. Shen, don't hang up the phone. So, how about 38 million? Or not, $35 million? Count me in. Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen. The phone had hung up. Wu Hu was so angry that he kicked the table next to him, but he pinched his foot and grimaced in pain for a while. Zhangga in the office. Idle nothing is holding a cell phone to play the game. After playing a game to get the victory, the mood is very good. It was at this time that Ma Hongfeng's phone call came. Jiang Gu answered. Ma Hongfeng's tone was a little happy. Mr. Jiang, the deal is done. That boss agreed to let his plant. Is to ask for a little high. 6 production lines, plus the transfer fee of his plant. A total of 25 million. Jiang Gu said in a light tone. It's only 25 million. It's not expensive. Just pay directly. I'll call you the money in a while. Ma Hongfeng Hart said, not ashamed of you. Then he said, but he also has a request. He has a batch of inventory wants to transfer together to us, but their canned food flavor, because of the different process, and may still have a very obvious gap, so I did not agree. But he proposed to let us help them deal with the inventory, or else they will not agree to sell the plant. Do you see this? Ginger asked. How much does he have in stock? Ma Hongfeng said, it's probably worth more than $5 million. Ginger, give him $5 million to buy those cans and dump them in the dump. Ma Hongfeng was shocked. What? This is 5 million ah. Besides, the canned food has not passed the shelf life, but the taste is a little difficult to eat well. Ginger asked rhetorically, so what are you going to do about it? Ma Hongfeng said with some hesitation, I think, this batch of goods is not much. Replace it with our labeling. Sell it out and forget it. Jiang Gu said. Factory Director Ma, although we now have Zhang Nuanan's endorsement and our brand is well known, but when we make food, the most basic thing we can't lose is the quality and taste. $5 million is just a little bit of money. I don't want to let it affect our fundamentals. Do you understand what I mean? After listening, Ma Hongfeng immediately felt that his pattern is small. If put aside in the past, the factory is his own. With the money is also his own. Perhaps he will not hurt the 5 million. But now he as a factory director, have to consider for the interests of the Jiangga. But now after listening to what Jiang Gu said, he felt that his boss really did not follow the wrong. Young age has such courage. The future will be a great man. He said solemnly into the phone. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I understand. Ginger continued. Call me when you're back from your errand and go somewhere with me. Ma Hongfeng nodded. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Gu transferred $30 million to Ma Hongfeng and started the next game. After Ma Hongfeng came back, he called Jiang Gu, who drove to the factory and let Ma Hongfeng get on the car. Ginger asked, everything done with the new factory? Ma Hongfeng nodded, it's done. I left all the workers over there. Simple training can be used. One of our deputy factory director over there to keep an eye on the technicians also rushed over, immediately in accordance with our formula and process to start production. Ginger, that $5 million can? Ma Hongfeng, all fixed. According to what you said, gave that boss 5 million. At that time he also asked me how to deal with. I told him, Wei Jiang said to call the car to pull to the garbage station. That boss people are confused. Ha ha. Later I really called the car, said to pull to the dump. He realized I was not kidding. Then it was all let the car pull away. Contacted a dump and pulled it directly there. Ginger nodded. Ma Hongfeng asked, you said you want me to go somewhere with you. Where? Ginger asked him, do you know where the Flying Tiger Trading Company is? Ma Hongfeng nodded and said, I know. Ginger started the car and said, show me the way. The vehicle then drove slowly out of the Red Plenty cannery, came to the downstairs of the Flying Tiger Trading Company. Jiang Gu parked the car, and Ma Hongfeng 2 people into the company. The reception desk was a young lady, smilingly received. "Hello, may I ask what you two are doing?" Jiang Gu said. "I want to see your general manager Woohoo Woo." Receptionist, "May I ask what specific business you have?" Ginger, "Tell him that someone willing to buy his fruit is coming." Receptionist, "Yes, please hold." Then the receptionist's phone called directly into the office of Woohoo. Woohoo heard at this time someone is willing to buy his fruit. This is not a snow in the charcoal well, simply his savior. With hope in his heart, Woohoo personally ran out to greet him. However, when he saw the visitors, the enthusiasm on his face faded. "Why is it you guys, Ma Hongfeng? What are you doing here?" "And that, surnamed Jiang." Ginger smiled. "My name is Ginger. You can call me Mr. Ginger, or just call me by my first name." Woohoo knew that the two of them to certainly not help him, is probably to see him lively. Suddenly no good temperament. "What do you two have to do?" "Nothing, hurry away. I'm busy here." Jiang Gu spread his hands and said, "Why is Mr. Wu so angry?" "We're here to talk business, and that's how Mr. Wu treats his customers." No wonder people are backtracking. Woohoo instantly looked at Jiang Gu. His eyes shook for a moment, and in an instant, he understood everything. "How did you know about my client?" "This thing. You're the one who's behind it." "And the cold storage, the mystery client who ordered all the empty cold storage units in the city and neighboring cities. It was you, wasn't it?" How could Woohoo not expect that the manipulator behind this bureau was actually Jiang Gu, someone he'd been ignoring all this time? At this moment, Woohoo's eyes were as if he wanted to eat someone. At the same time, he was also shocked at Jiang Ji's ability. Such a young child, to be able to do things so absolutely. This ability was too scary. Also, this sense of revenge is a bit too strong, isn't it? Jiang Gu, however, revealed a smile and said ambiguously, "I'm only here this time to help you minimize your losses. This batch of fruit of yours, I'll take all of it." Woohoo instantly understood what Jiang Gu wanted to do. This is the same as when he did the same thing to Hongfeng Cannery. "First, we cut off his sales, and then we'll buy at a depressed price." Ginger is using his Woohoo tactics against himself, but he had come to the end of his rope, and, in a tentative mood, asked, "How much are you offering?" Jiang Gu was silent for a moment, as if he wanted to let Woohoo have a mental preparation, before he looked at Woohoo and slowly opened his mouth. "Bite price, 5 million. Hearing this number, Woohoo's heart was dripping blood. This kid was too ruthless. The cost of the shipment alone was worth $50 million. According to his original sales plan, the profit was going to be around $20 million. That means a market value of $70 million. Instead, Ginger only offered $5 million, which was only worth a tenth of his cost. Who wouldn't be angry about that? Woohoo's lungs are almost exploded with anger. Said angrily to Jiang Gu, "This batch of goods, even if you lose your life, it is impossible to sell you 5 million. All of you get out of here." Ginger said, "Let me remind you that the shelf life of fruit can be much shorter than canned goods." Then turned straight away. Ma Hongfeng followed behind with a shocked face. Empty left Woohoo face standing in place with anxiety and anger. Back in the car, Ma Hongfeng said to Jiang Gu, "My God, you did all this, including the cold storage?" Ginger nodded. "That's right. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. What do you think?" Ma Hongfeng happily slapped his thigh. "It's so relieving. Ha ha ha. Mr. Jiang, I am really convinced of you. Admire all the way to the ground. This is how Woohoo treated me in the beginning. It's exactly the same. Simply absolute. Ha ha ha." Ginger laughed and let Ma Hongfeng drive, and the two of them hit the road. On the way, Ma Hongfeng asked again, "Mr. Jiang, are you pressing the price a little too hard? The cost of $50 million of goods, 5 million to collect. Woohoo certainly will not sell." Jiang Gu lay back in his seat, half squinting his eyes, and said, "Not selling even this 5 million, and finally watching his fruit rot. Not worth a dime. Tomorrow, he will call me. If he looks for you for my phone number, just give it to him." "Okay." Ma Hongfeng nodded, while feeling in his heart that this Mr. Jiang was really ruthless. In fact, Jiang Ji's psychological price is 10 million. First reported lower, then good to talk about it. The next day, Jiang Gu came to the office of Bingfei Company, sitting on his seat and listening to Li Yan report. "Mr. Jiang, you said that I have placed an order for the excavator. The price of 700,000 yuan. In a few days will be shipped to. Suitable for opening a noodle store. I also found a particularly good. Is the bottom of the Star Color Royal Park District. Although the store is not large, but the location is particularly good. The number of nearby residents is very dense. There are a few office buildings nearby. There are a lot of office workers. Open a noodle shop here. As long as the taste is not too bad, the business is certainly good. Do you see to buy or rent? Ginger said. Buy it outright. Of course. Li Yan nodded and said. The 57 square meters there is priced at 655,000. Ginger nodded. Buy it outright. I'll call you with the money. Not long after transferring the money, Jiang Ge received a call from Wu Hu. Wu Hu first called Ma Hongfeng and asked for Jiang Ji's contact information. Mr. Jiang, do you think $20 million is okay? I recognize the loss, but please don't make me lose so much. Jiang Ge said unhurriedly, sorry, I recently tight funds, can only take out 5 million. On this price, you agree to the deal. Do not agree till you find another buyer to talk about it. After all, buy and sell it. Pay attention to your feelings and I would like to. You say is not it? Wu Hu cursed in his heart I would rather Nima. If I could find another buyer, would I have to stoop to begging and calling you? But the mouth is miserable. Jiang, I admit defeat. I should not fight with you. I tell you the truth. This batch of goods I just loan accounted for 10 million. You just give 5 million let me how to live in the future Ginger, however, was unmoved. I said $5 million, and it's limited to today. You do realize that the quality of your fruit is declining every day, right? Wait one more day and I won't take those goods. Wu Hu was a bit anxious. Mr. Jiang, $10 million. Can't I have $10 million? At least let me pay back the loan. If I not only lost all the money, but also owe 10 million loans, you let me how to live I still have a wife and child to support it. Oh, said Wu Hu unexpectedly cried. Ginger wasn't sure if he was really crying or not, but it sounded pretty miserable anyway. Ginger said, I'm going to make a phone call first, so wait to hear from me. Wu Hu finally said, 10 million. As long as you give $10 million, you said to pull the goods to where? I personally drive to send you over even Ginger, you pull it off. Have a big truck license do you? With that, he hung up. Although the offer of 10 million, just to reach the psychological price of Jiang Ge, but Jiang Ge has to know whether Wu Hu lied to him. If by this time Wu Hu still treat him as a fool, then Jiang Ge this 10 million will certainly not give him. He then dialed Ma Hongfeng's phone. Old Ma, go check for me how many loans Wu Hu used for this batch of goods. Not long after hanging up the phone, Ma Hongfeng found out. Called the phone back to Jiang Ge. Mr. Jiang, found out. This batch of goods Wu Hu loaned 10 million. Their own contribution of 40 million. The old bottom are out. Ginger nodded. I know. Hanging up the phone, Ginger dialed Wu Hu. As if he had been waiting for a call, Wu Hu answered the phone just as soon as it rang. Ginger, $10 million. Deal? Wu Hu choked in his tone. Deal. Ginger, those goods, tell the driver to wait in the car and I'll send someone over. You come over to the cannery, bring the contract with you, and after you sign it, I'll transfer the money to you. Wu Hu, okay. Not long after, Jiang Ge and Wu Hu met in the office of the Red Abundance Cannery. Wu Hu brings a contract and holds it out to Ginger. Ginger handed Ma Hongfeng the contract to look over. After no questions were asked, both signed. Ginger transferred $10 million directly to him. After finishing, Wu Hu didn't say anything and directly left alone. In the office, Ma Hongfeng said to Jiang Ge, Mr. Jiang, what are you going to do with this batch of fruits? Ginger smiled. Sold. Of course. Jiang Ge dialed the phone number of Huang Knight, Lu Pingbao, Nian Mingyang and their 3 wholesalers and told them that there was something to discuss. And in no time at all 3 businessmen arrived at the office of Hongfeng Cannery. After first exchanging pleasantries for a while, Ginger went straight to the point and asked the three of you, how's business with Mr. Shen over there? Huang Knight grabbed the lead and said, the talk is pretty good. Jiang Ge, this relationship is hard enough however, Mr. Shen said that he's out of stock recently and will have to wait for the next batch, which is half a month from now. I've already ordered a batch of goods. The other 2 also said they were all the same and had ordered a batch. Jiang Ge said to them, you guys know that batch of goods in Wu Hu's hand, right? He transferred it to me. How about it, Knight's sister? Are you still interested in this lot? Huang Knight said with some difficulty. Jiang Ge, the freshness of that batch of fruits isn't that good, is it? And we've already ordered the goods, so we don't need them now Lu Pingbao also said. Yes, his batch of fruits seems to have been put on the roadside for several days, and now that the day is so warm, not to say rotten, the quality must have deteriorated Nian Mingyang said, we are not all friends. Jiang Ge now want to go out. Let's give him a hand, don't you think? If not for Jiang Ge, we can contact Mr. Shen. Ginger smiled and said, this one is indeed not as fresh as it just arrived, so I'm going to offer it at cost, not making any money, and consider it disposed of. All 3 merchants looked at each other, and Yellow Knight asked, Ginger, What did you say the cost price was? Ginger said, $45 million. What do you think? Is there a profit to be made? All three of them laughed. Nian Mingyang said, Jianga, according to this price collection, we definitely have a profit. How about this? Anyway, Mr. Shun's goods will take half a month to arrive. The three of us one person $15 million, to share the goods of Jianga. Yellow Knight and Lu Pingbao both nodded. The three of them each had $15 million to pay Ginger on the spot and split the lot right down the middle. Ginger gave them the address and left them to distribute the goods themselves. After they left, Ma Hongfeng gave a thumbs up to Jiang Ge, Bola Jiang. A buy and sell made 35 million difference, but also by the way to get woohoo, really high. Ginger just laughed and said it wasn't worth it. Ma Hongfeng asked again, Mr. Jiang, didn't you say 5 million to buy that batch of goods before? How come it finally went up to 10 million? Is it because of that loan from Woohoo? Jiang Ge nodded. Screwing people can be screwed, but don't screw too much. If Woohoo loses all his family's money and ends up owing 5 million in loans, what about his wife and children? Ma Hongfeng nodded, suddenly feeling that Mr. Jiang wasn't too cold-blooded. In fact, Jiang Ge has another reason. That is, afraid to make people anxious, and finally made a criminal case that is not good. In case Woohoo is anxious, Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. In the middle of the night to run to his home to stab him. Who to find reason to go? Woohoo went back and crouched down next to the shipment to see what Congo was going to do with the shipment. When he saw Huang Knight, Nian Mingyang, Lu Pingbao and the three of them coming to pick up the goods, he understood everything. In his heart, namely, he had hatred for Jiang Ge, but also had a hint of admiration and gratitude, admiring him for gutting a client he's worked with many times, grateful that he finally agreed to offer $10 million so he could pay off his loan. Anyway, that's how this went down. Inside the Hongfeng canning factory, Ma Hongfeng gave Jiang Ge a look at the recent sales figures, which were skyrocketing. For Jiang Ge brought the profit, is also absolutely not small. According to this, Jiang Ge a year easily earn a few small goals, a few $100 million. Ginger wasn't entirely happy about that, though. He said to Ma Hongfeng, Old Ma, our gaze cannot be limited to canned goods above. Canned yellow peaches at most buy home to eat as a family, but buy a can and go back. You can eat for several days, until the next craving, will not buy another can, even if some fanatic enthusiasts, but also a day to eat a can is about the same. The frequency of consumption is too low, Ma Hongfeng said. What Mr. Jiang means is, develop a high consumption frequency item? What is it? Ginger said, beverages. Whether it's shopping, eating, or at home, or partying, beverages are indispensable, and the world's largest beverage company, with a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars, makes tens of billions of dollars in profits a year. The consumption scene of beverages is much bigger than canned yellow peaches. Ma Hongfeng said, Jiang is right, we have Zhang Nuanan the spokesman. Only do canned yellow peaches is indeed a bit of a waste. The production process of the beverage is not complex, is water, fruit glucose syrup, and then add a bit of sweetener acidulant, and flavorings. Fruit glucose syrup, this thing also on the name is good. In fact, is made of starch. The price is cheaper than sugar. On these things are made into a drink. Who knows that people like to drink so much? Jiang Ge said, since we specialize in yellow peaches here, let's start with yellow peaches and make a few drinks that add yellow peach juice, or yellow peach flavored sodas. Ma Hongfeng thought for a moment, Mr. Jiang, although the difficulty of beverage production is not high, but want to develop a drink that can be accepted and loved by the public, it is still very difficult. You do not know how fierce the competition in the beverage industry. The various big brands are desperately developing new flavors. In order to attract consumers, what strange and bizarre flavors have come out, just short of the whole alley to the flavor of the drink. In fact, we are not lacking anything here. It is the lack of talent in this area, the lack of a really strong and experienced beverage research and development engineers. Ginger, then we'll poach 2 talents. You check it out and see who's the best fit. Ma Hongfeng immediately went to check out the right talent. Ginger was in his office when he suddenly received a call from Seek. Seeker's tone overflowed with excitement. Ginger, did you know? That place is being established as a protected area. Ha ha ha. This is good news. And Ginger is happy to hear that with the establishment of the reserve, the wildlife there will be able to live more undisturbed by humans. Then Seek added, Ginger, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have died long ago. From now on, if there's anything you want to do, just say the word. No matter what favor, I'll definitely help. Ginger smiled and didn't say anything, just asked, how's your health? Seeker, it's okay, it's out of the hospital. Next I'm off to explore the next area again. Ginger, you're on fire online. The video of you calling out to the tiger's mom is all over the internet. Ginger froze. Really? I'll go check it out. Hanging up the phone, Jang-gu opened his cell phone and saw that there was indeed that video of himself on the hot search. The video was cut short, just 10 seconds or so, but the heat was on. Ginger watched the video and realized that it was captured by Seek's cell phone that had fallen on the floor at the time. But that view was so far away and obscured by weeds that you could barely make out the face, and it was even blurrier when you zoomed in. It was a viewer of the live broadcast who recorded a screen recording of the broadcast, recording such a small video that was heavily compressed for picture quality. After watching it, Jang-gu felt okay. This video at most only familiar with their own people can recognize, not familiar at all cannot see who is who. There's also the fact that Zhang Nuanan was blocked by weeds and didn't show his face, or else this video heat would have been even hotter. Casually scrolling through the comments, there were those who said it was amazing, those who said it was filmed live, and those who said the video was fake. After briefly looking at it, Ginger casually turned off her cell phone. Heat comes and goes quickly on the internet, and Ginger was sure that people would forget about the video in a few days. It can't do much to him. It wasn't long before Ma Hongfeng came back from his check, holding a couple printouts of people in his hand. Mr. Jiang, I'm afraid that the kind of talent we need will have to be dug up inside a large corporation, but will they come to a small place like ours? Ginger said. Come or not, you first say who are there. I will call the headhunter to dig. Ma Hongfeng focused on introducing two people. This is Prof. Wang Xin, currently serving in the largest beverage company in China, and has developed many successful beverages. There is also this one, called Zhang Rui, who is a comprehensive talent, not only in beverage R&D, but also very good at marketing. He is currently working in the second-ranked beverage company in China. Both of them are rare talents, just what we need. But these two must be hard to dig. Let's talk about some good digs next. Jiang-gu directly raised his hand and interrupted him. Stop. These two are the hardest to dig up, and as a result you're the first to talk about them? Ma Hongfeng laughed. Ha, Mr. Jiang, I'm not letting you have a better understanding of the talent in this area. There are two of them the most difficult. The back does not seem not so difficult. Jiang-gu also laughed. Ha, you little mind. Alright, no need to look at the back. It's just the two of them. With that, Ginger brought over the two men's information. Ma Hongfeng immediately panicked a bit. Mr. Jiang, both of them are currently in quite high positions. The treatment is certainly not bad. You have to go digging for them. I'm afraid you'll end up wasting your efforts. Ginger stood up with the information. It's fine. You don't have to worry about it. With that, he walked out of the office with the information. Ma Hongfeng was confused. This isn't Mr. Jiang a bit too confident. Ginger drove back to his villa with the information and came into the study. The profile has a picture of the two men. Ginger used the system's ability on the first Wang Xin first. Modify the relationship between me and him to a close friend. A close friend is a friend who has the deepest friendship. If you want to dig them over, I'm afraid it won't work if the relationship isn't hard enough. So Jiang-gu directly changed it to a close friend. Ding character relationship modified successfully. Currently, best friend. The familiar waiting for a phone call session follows. Ginger slumped back in his chair, eyes closed, and waited for his cell phone to ring. But to my surprise, after a few minutes of waiting, there was still no call. Ginger was puzzled. What's going on? The system isn't working? When the system heard Jiang Ji's questioning, it huffed and puffed back. This system won't malfunction. Then why didn't I get a call? System, it's not part of my function to make sure you get a call. That's just your experience. Jiang thought about it. It seems to be right. The system really didn't seem to say that it must receive a call every time. But why did you get calls before but not this time? After all, it worked every time before. After thinking for a while, Ginger came up with a very simple answer. Jiang felt that this matter should not be overly complicated, and definitely could not be blamed on the system. The problem is definitely with Wang Xin, and the reason is simple. It could be that he is sleeping, or he just simply doesn't like the phone or hates to call, or he could be in a coma at the moment. And you can't make a comatose person wake up all of a sudden to call you immediately. Anyway, there are a lot of possible reasons. Looking at the profile, he is 54 years old. Maybe he is currently sick. Ginger then decides to put him down for now and starts the second man. Zhang Rui. Zhang Rui is relatively young, only 35 years old. System, modify the relationship between me and him to be that of a close friend. Ding character relationship modified successfully. Currently, best friend. Not a moment later this time, Congo received a call from Zhang Rui. Ginger, I'm Zhang Rui. Ha ha ha. It's been a while since I called you. How have you been? Ginger laughed. That's normal, he said into the phone. It's pretty good. You're pretty good too, right, Zhang Rui? I happen to have something to look for you recently. Zhang Rui said cheerfully. What is it? You can just say it. What is our relationship? Janga also did not beat around the bush. Directly asked. You are in that company. How much money do you earn a year now? Zhang Rui did not expect him to ask this, but still told the truth, counting bonuses and whatnot. There are 5 or 600,000 a year. Not as much as Ginger expected, but it was quite a lot. Janga said half-jokingly, talent like you, only give so little a year. Your company is a bit stingy. Zhang Rui laughed. Why? Are not all workers, tired day after day? All kinds of pressure. Earn these two money is not easy. By the way, what did you say you were looking for me for? Zhang Ge then directly set up. I currently want to develop a few drinks. Is the lack of talent in this area? This is not to think of you. You want to come? According to your current income, I will give you double. Zhang Rui laughed. Ha ha, Zhang Ge. Really? You're really doubling my salary? I didn't want to stay in this shitty place a long time ago, but what I have to say, it doesn't matter if it's doubled or not. I, Zhang Rui, have a dream to develop a truly world-class drink, just like Coke. The whole world drinks it, but if you want to realize this dream, the platform is also very important. Zhang Ge, is your company okay? Do you have the strength? In the face of best friends, it's normal to speak directly and sometimes even mock each other. It's not normal to be polite and courteous to each other. In the face of Zhang Rui's skepticism, Zhang Ge believed that he did not mean any harm and was only speaking truthfully about what was on his mind. Ginger said, is there any strength? Look at my brand endorsement does not know. Zhang Rui, who is the spokesperson for your brand? Ginger laughed. Chapter Noonan. Subsequently, the phone was silent for 3 seconds, and then came Zhang Rui's excited voice, hang up first. Don't delay me from writing my resignation report. Hey, remember to send me the company address. After I'm done here, I'll go directly to your place to report. After talking to Zhang Rui, Wang Xin still didn't call. Zhang Ge thought that since he was suitable, he would run a trip by himself. His city of Jinhai is not far from here. By plane or high-speed rail won't take more than a few hours to get there. Whether it's a close friend or whatever, it seems more sincere to talk in person. He also went over to see why in the end Wang Xin did not call. Cannot figure out. Zhang Gu heart always with a thing like. Ginger thought about her schedule for a moment. In 2 days it would be time for the party she had arranged to have. Going today and returning tomorrow. Just in time for the party the day after. Since this side was relatively close to the high-speed rail station, Zhang Gu booked a high-speed rail ticket on his cell phone and then drove to the high-speed rail station. Took the high-speed train all the way to Jinhai City. After leaving the high-speed train station, Zhang Gu took another taxi and came to the door of Wang Xin's company. It was almost time to leave work, so Ginger waited for a moment in front of their office. While waiting, a dude in a suit next to him came over. Dude waiting for someone here? Ginger looked at him, dressed like a man, with 2 mustaches on his mouth and his hair tied in a braid, and nodded. The man continued, waiting for who? Not one for small talk. Ginger tried to stop this conversation from continuing and said, does it matter to you? As a result, the man not only did not get angry, but instead laughed. He extended a hand to Zhang Ge to shake hands, while laughing, ha ha ha, dude don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else, get acquainted, my name is Alan, the best headhunter in Jinhai City, I'm waiting for someone here too, turns out it's a headhunter, which specializes in poaching. Ginger said, you're waiting for a dig here? Waiting for who? Alan laughed, Professor Wang Xin. This time Zhang Ge came to interest and said to him, actually, I'm also a headhunter, and I'm also waiting for Prof. Wang Xin. Alan smiled, not showing the slightest nervousness in the face of his peers, but instead had a relaxed face. Dude just joined the industry, right? You're young at first glance. Do you know how hard it is to dig up Prof. Wang Xin? I've been waiting here every day for half a year. Is that sincere enough? As a result, Prof. Wang Xin still won't say a word to me. You've only just arrived today. I think it's hard for Prof. Wang Xin to pay attention to you for a while. I'm telling you, there's no one in the world I can poach who I can't poach. Ginger, yeah? Just then, Wang Xin walked out of the office building. He unintentionally glanced this way, only for his eyes to be suddenly drawn to something, and he saw Ginger. Wang Xin immediately trotted over towards this side. Alan saw Wang Xin running this way with a surprised look on his face and thought he was coming for him. As a result, after Wang Xin ran over, he directly held Zhang Ji's hand and patted Zhang Ji's arm. Ha ha ha. Ginger, what brings you here? I thought of you today and wrote you a letter. Ginger froze. Write a letter? Wang Xin laughed. Yeah, writing letters? I don't like that cell phone thing. I never use it. Cell phones affect our concentration. So I don't have a cell phone and I never call. Ha ha ha. Even the company's leaders can't find me when they're looking for me. He even got angry once. But I don't give a shit. Jiang thought to himself. This is why he did not receive a phone call. The original Wang Xin has been in contact with him. But write a letter, this thing. Too slow. I guess it hasn't been mailed out of the city yet. In that respect, this Wang Xin is really strange. But the talent always have their own temperament. This is to do other people. The company leader is afraid that early he fired, which also shows that Wang Xin is really capable. At the same time, Jiang also figured out a law for some friendly relations. After modifying the relationship, the other party will certainly try to contact him, but the way is not fixed. The most commonly used is to call, while Wang Xin's way is to write a letter. Having figured this out, Ginger was in a much happier mood. At this time Wang Xin asked, "By the way, Jiang, why did you suddenly run here? Is there something wrong?" Ginger then told him about his desire to poach him and said, "If you agree, I'll double your current package if you agree." Ginger wasn't short of money, so he was willing to give money. And besides, these really weren't much money, especially for Ginger now. They were all small, gross money. But I didn't expect Wang Xin to say, "Jiang, what's the point of mentioning money to me? I have a strange temper. I don't have many friends in my life. You're the only one. Don't talk about doubling my salary. Even if I'm allowed to pour money into it, I'm sure I'll go and help you. I'll give my resignation to the company tomorrow." Next to him Alan was dumbfounded. The guy he couldn't poach for half a year was just screwed by a few words from Ginger. What's the point of continuing this career on your own anyway? Wang Xin had to arrange arrangements for Jiang, and the two of them had a big meal and some wine. At night, Jiang would have liked to live in a hotel, but Wang Xin insisted that Jiang live in his home. Just go. Where to sleep is not sleep. When he arrived at his home, Jiang realized that Wang Xin had been divorced for many years and was now on his own. The reason for the divorce was said to be related to the fact that he didn't like to use the cell phone. Specifically, Ginger didn't ask in detail. Through a series of contacts, Jiang felt that Wang Xin, this person, is quite interesting. In addition to a little strange temper, do not love to use the phone. Other than alright, Jiang slept in the second bedroom of his house. And the next day, Wang Xin went directly to the company to submit the resignation letter written overnight. For his part, Ginger went back to his town and drove to the cannery. In the office, he said to Ma Hongfeng, "Wang Xin and Zhang Rui's side are set. After resignation they will come over. You get the equipment for research and development and production of beverages first. When they come they can start working directly." Ma Hongfeng man was shocked. The two hardest to dig just yesterday. But today? So fast? Mr. Kong, really? It's been less than a day and you've dug it up? Where did you find such a great headhunter? It's really a god. Ginger said lightly. Of course, I got the best headhunter in the country. Ma Hongfeng was surprised. What's the name of this headhunter? Ginger, well, Ellen. Ma Hongfeng next began to busy. All kinds of equipment, as well as the production line of the drink, are prepared in advance according to Zhang Ji's intention. Their plant is now out of space, and Ginger told him to just buy the land next to it and start expanding the plant. Everything is in order. Jiang, as the boss, do not have to worry about anything. Back to the Ice Fei company, sitting in his office to play the game, although playing the game, but has a sense of control of everything. Everything was progressing under his arrangement, and although he was playing the game, it didn't feel like a waste of time in any way like when he was playing the game before. Instead it felt fulfilling. Played a game and had a video call come in. Once he picked up, he was greeted by several beautiful women happily greeting him in the screen. It was the same women that Ginger had asked to have a party. Ginger couldn't help but get the feeling that he was watching a movie, as these beauties were all movie actors by profession. Ginger had seen them in the movie, but not again in reality. As soon as he heard them speak, Ginger's eyes couldn't help but look for subtitles at the bottom of the screen, but there were none, and in the background of them was the entrance to the Villa Ginger area. They have arrived. It was only with the help of real-time translation software that Ginger was able to understand what they were saying. The screen showed one of them approaching the screen and saying something to Ginger. "Mikami, hi Ginger. We're here. Oh, will you come out to greet us? Maple Blossom, if you don't come out, I'm going to get angry. Ha, Beha, hey Ginger. I brought you a gift from home. Oh, come out quickly." Jasmine, Ginger, I didn't realize you invited so many beautiful women besides me. What are you up to with your bad intentions? Did I guess it? White Peach, Ginger, Uncle Security won't let us in. There are already people around watching us. Hey, there's a guy saying he's our fan? I didn't realize we were so popular in your hometown. Jasmine, yeah, oh, I can meet fans on the street. That means we're popular, right? He. Hearing these voices, Li Yen, who was seriously working on the side, threw a strange look at Jiang. Ginger rushed to the screen and said to tell them to wait. He would be right there. then thought about not letting Li Yan misunderstand and ruin his image in her mind. Then he said to Li Yan, "It's all some friends from foreign countries, coming to my house for a party." Then Jiang Gu casually said, "Do you want to come and join?" Originally, he thought that with Li Yan's character, he would definitely not participate, so he was polite. As a result, Li Yan agreed directly, not even hesitating. "Yes, I'll attend." "Is it now?" Ginger froze and said, "Tomorrow morning." Jiang Gu has only seen Li Yan wearing professional dresses, short skirts and black silk high heels, very workplace style, and has never seen her wear other styles. Ginger thought that was Li Yan's only style. "Just tell her, but you might have to change your clothes for a different style." Li Yan asked. "What style is the change? Is it to fit the theme of the party?" Ginger, "That's right. Our theme for this party is beach holiday style, like a vacation to the beach. You know?" Li Yan thought about it and said directly, "Bikini?" Ginger, "Anything." Li Yan said, "No problem. I'll switch to beach holiday breeze tomorrow." Ginger thinks Li Yan is a bit weird today. "Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then." With that he walked out of the office. Back to the entrance of the villa area. A few of them are being invited by a few buddies to take a group photo. Ginger pulled over and called to them, "I'm coming. Let's go inside." As soon as several women saw Jiang Gu, the professional smile that was originally shown during the group photo instantly turned into a heartfelt smile, and all of them ran towards Jiang Gu, surrounded him, and hugged his arms. "Maple Flower, Ginger. North River, you finally showed up. Jasmine, how dare you make us wait so long. Be careful, I'll punish you later. Bai Chao, did Zhengde just come back from work? It must be very hard. Go back and I'll give you a massage." The women gathered around Ginger, a happy leap of concern. The two buddies who had just taken a picture together were dumbfounded. "Crap, who is this guy? Do we still have this kind of man here? Do you know all the teachers? It's not going to be a movie with a new theme, is it? Are you stupid? Where do you see a camera? I'm so envious. Woohoo. They are all my favorite actors. They all surround him. I'd die tomorrow if I were to feel it. Look at your little talent. You're willing to die tomorrow. Life is precious. I'd rather die today." Jiang Gu felt that this place should not stay for a long time. Hurriedly said to them, "Let's go home first." The women nodded their heads and just followed closely beside Ginger, entering the gate of the villa area together and walking towards the villa. A couple of buddies behind them watched until they couldn't see their backs, then stepped aside. One of the buddies said, "He must be very rich to live in such a place, right? This is the top villa area in our area, and all the people living here are rich. For him to have this kind of treatment, he must be money capable." The man next to him nodded. "It must be someone's rich kid. Yards of me hating it. Hate rich kids? No, I hate that I'm not rich. We can only take pictures with them, but he can take them home. Let's go and strive hard. In the future, that scene just now is the ultimate pursuit of my life. For this moment, I'm willing to overcome all difficulties and fight until I die. Right, just being envious here is not the way to go. I'm going to fight hard from now on, no more swinging for the fences, because I have a goal in life." Ginger brought a few beauties to the villa, not realizing that his story had deeply inspired the two teenagers. Entering the middle of the villa, Maple Flower complimented Jiang Gu. "Jiang Gu, I didn't expect that you would actually be so great as to live inside such a high-class villa." Jasmine nodded her head in agreement. "Yeah, your house is really big, not like the house we have there. It's tiny." Several others were very happy to see Ginger's villa. Ginger smiled. "Let me show you around the villa then. There's a garden in the back. Do you like flowers?" Jasmine snaps and replies, "Of course, I'm super into flowers. I know my name is the name of a flower in your writing, right?" Ginger told them as she led them towards the back garden. "That's right, Jasmine is the name of the flower, as well as Maple Flower, which has a flower in its name. Oh, and Colorful Flower as well." The ones whose names were spoken by Ginger were very happy, as if they had been praised. When they came to the back garden, they were both very surprised by the view of the garden. "North River, it's so beautiful, it feels like I'm in a fairy tale world. Maple Blossom, yeah, really nice garden, so much I want to live here for the rest of my life. It's like my dream place." "Shiredo, you are joking, right? You won't agree to stay here, Kangle. After all, this is his home and you'll be disturbing him, right? We have to go back to work." Maple Blossom suddenly blushed a little at the comment. "I was just admiring it. I didn't mean it like that, law." Ginger smiled and said, "You can stay a few more days if you like. It won't bother me." Maple Blossom immediately said happily, "Really? Is it okay if I stay for a week then?" Ginger nodded. "Sure." Maple Blossom laughed its up happily, and Mikami immediately said, "I'd like to stay for a week too." North River chimed in, Me too. Jasmine said, "Ginger, is it okay if we all stay for a week then?" Ginger smiled and nodded. "Sure, No problem. All 6 of them gave a happy little cheer. At this time, Beha suddenly bent down and touched her foot, and Ginger saw that a red mark was stuck on her foot by the bag of high heels. It suddenly occurred to her that they must be tired since they had come all this way and she hadn't asked them to take a break. Janga said to them, "You're tired. Why don't you go inside and sit down for a while and rest?" Beha, "Is your foot alright?" Beha said, "I'm fine. I still want to stay in the garden for a while longer. I haven't enjoyed the beauty of this place enough." A few others said they weren't tired and wanted to spend more time in the garden. Ginger then said to Beha, "Then you can take off your shoes first, and it's comfortable to step on the grass with bare feet." Beha laughed in embarrassment. "Hey, take off your shoes? Is that okay?" "Sure." With Ginger's permission, Beha took off her lavender heels and stepped barefoot on the green grass, her whole body relaxing. Seeing Beha take his shoes off, a few others said they wanted to follow suit. They asked Ginger for her opinion, and Ginger said she was fine with it. All 6 then took their shoes off. They were all barefoot on the grass. Only Maple Blossom was wearing black stockings. Seeing this image, Ginger simply took off her shoes herself and stepped on the ground in her socks. Then Ginger suggested to the girls, "Why don't we make a game of it?" Curious, North River asked, "What's the game?" Ginger said, "Hide and seek. That is, I use a piece of cloth blindfolded to catch you. You can't run out of the garden area. Whoever is caught by me loses." After hearing this, Beha immediately clapped his hands and said, "Yes, I know this game, and we have it in our place. I love making games the most." The others were also looking forward to doing the game as well, and said they wanted to do the game together. "I'll get a cloth then," Ginger said and headed toward the house. Mapleflower, however, said, "Ginger, you don't have to go looking for it, I have it here." She walked toward Ginger, took off the black stocking on one leg, held it in her hand and said to Ginger, "Just use the stocking to cover your eyes. Is that okay?" Ginger searched. "Stockings are good. Stockings are a bit transparent. He can see people." This stuff is better than cloth." Ginger nodded. "Yes." Maple Blossom then approached Ginger and raised her arm. Ginger was a bit tall. She gently stood on her tiptoes and helped Ginger blindfold her eyes. When this thing was masked, it couldn't block Janga's vision at all, and the effect was similar to sunglasses. Ginger then opened his arms and made like he was going to grab someone. "So here we go. I'll do the grabbing." Ginger then grabbed towards them. The women burst into screams of laughter and ran away in all directions. Ginger is catching on in the back. "I'm coming. Ah ha 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 ha, run for it. Ha ha ha, I'm gonna get you. Ah ha 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 ha, you can't catch it." The game was a lot of fun, and after playing the game, everyone was a bit tired and more or less sweaty. Ginger sent them all to the bathroom to shower and change into the clothes they had brought with them. Ginger also took a shower and changed into clean clothes. In the evening, when it was time for dinner, Ginger asked the girls what they were having. Several people expressed a desire to sample the local cuisine. Ginger had Auntie Lee cook a table. Many of them were more homemade dishes, and although they were simple to make, several people had a good time eating them. After eating only, there was nothing much to do, so a few people sat on the sofa in the living room to rest a little. Beha took out a rectangular gift box and walked over to Ginger. "Ginger, here's a present I brought you. Would you like to open it?" Curious, Ginger took the box and began to open it. Several people gathered around curiously. Upon opening it, it turned out to be a cup with a lip shape in the mouth. Beha smiled and said, "This is a cup that I personally designed. Oh, that lip is made according to the 1-to-1 ratio of my lips. I hope you like it." After saying that, her face slightly reddened and she looked at Ginger with a smile on her face. Ginger held the cup in her hand, a wow moment in her head. Seeing that Ginger didn't say anything, Beha asked with some concern, "What's wrong, Ginger? Do you not like it?" Ginger immediately shook her head. "No, I love it. Thank you," he said and stood up and hugged North River in appreciation. Maple Blossom looked at Beha with some envy from the side and said, "Beha is so cunning to secretly prepare this kind of gift. I'll go back and make one as well and give it to Janga." "Okay, Ginger, I'll bring it to you if and when you come back next time." Ginger nodded. Could. Others have gone back to making one of these mugs. Bai Tao said to Jianggu, "During the daytime I said I'd give you a massage, but it hasn't materialized yet. Now I'll give you a massage. You can relax after a tiring day." Ginger nodded. "Thank you, that's appreciated." Pai Tao had Ginger lie down on the couch and started massaging him with his hands. Several others were not idle and got involved. There were 12 hands pressing on different parts of Ginger's body alone. What can I say about that feeling? Enjoy it and be done with it. After closing his eyes and enjoying himself for a while, Kanga suddenly had an idea and said to them, "Why don't we watch a movie and get a massage at the same time? There happens to be a projector in the living room." White Peach said, "Sure, what movie do you want to see?" Ginger said, Let's just see how well you guys act. Let's see which one of you is the best actor. Several people covered their mouths in surprise and laughed in embarrassment. Maple Blossom blushed and said, "Hey, watching us act? That's too shameful." Ginger said, "Aren't you actors? What's there to be ashamed of when there's such a big audience watching?" With that said, Ginger used the remote control to lower the curtain and turn on the projector. Let's watch Maple Blossoms first. Janga first played Maple Blossoms movie, which depicted a campus romantic drama. Maple Blossom starred as a student, and Janga felt that she acted very well, with some of her movements and eyes very much in place. After reading it, Ginger complimented Maple Blossom, who blushed and smiled at the compliment. Next I watched another North River movie, depicting a tangled love triangle between three main characters, and North River was very good in the female lead role. Unconsciously, it was already very late, so Janga let Auntie Lee arrange guest rooms for them, and returned to his own room to have a beautiful sleep. Ginger woke up the next day, refreshed, and after washing up, called Fong and Ding. "Hurry up and get over here, the party's about to start." "What party?" "What you said last time. The person you want to see the most. I've invited him for you. Come over quickly. I don't care if you're late." "Waiting, coming soon too." Jiang Gu received the two of them, Xiao Ding and Xiao Fong, at the entrance of the villa area, and it happened that Li Yan also came at this time. She had changed out of her usual professional attire and put on a pretty dress, and her hair had been changed. With her long straight hair down her back, she saw Jiang Gu, waved her hand towards him and walked over. "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Ginger looked at Li Yan and didn't realize she was so pretty with a change in style, although usually quite beautiful, but this appears to be a bit more treatable, and at work she gives off a cold vibe. Ginger said to her, "It's just as well you're here. Let's go." Ginger led them along towards the villa. Xiao Ding whispered in Zhanga's ear, "Zhanga, you really got Beihai here? Don't you dare lie to me. I'm taking a day off today and deducting 3 more days of my salary. If you lie to me you'll be miserable." Ginger said, "Turn around and don't take your shitty class. I'll buy you the excavator you want. Quit your job and drive an excavator." Then he said to Xiao Fong, "I've also chosen a place for you to open a noodle shop, so I'll buy the store directly and give it to you. How is it, buddy? Enough?" Xiao Fong nodded his head and said, "Cow pie." Zhanga said to Li Yan, who was following him, "Turn around and give them both the store and the excavator." Li Yan nodded. "Okay, Mr. Jiang." "Ding, my dad isn't even as nice to me as you are. I told my dad I'd buy a backhoe and my dad gave me $10 to buy a plastic one." Ginger laughed. "Don't say that. If your father had money, could he not buy it for you?" Tiny nodded, and a few people made their way to the villa. In the garden, all 6 of the North River girls changed into beach holiday-style clothes. They all smiled and greeted Kangar when they saw him bring his friends back. Xiao Ding and Xiao Fong took a look and both of them were all shocked silly. Ginger picked up the garden hose for watering the flowers and turned it right up to the max, blocking the mouth of the hose with his finger and letting the water spray out, bearing it above the heads of the crowd. The somewhat icy droplets of water refracted a rainbow under the sun's light, then fell and sprinkled on the North River girls, causing them to laugh and hide all of a sudden. Ginger bared her teeth as she happily shouted, "Let the party begin." Jiang was baring his teeth. When he turned around, Xiao Ding and Xiao Fong, as well as Li Yan, were standing there dumbfounded. He lowered the faucet and tossed Ding and Fong a pair of beach pants each. "What are you standing there for? Get changed. The theme of today's party is beach holiday. Got it?" The two of them hugged their beach pants and ran inside to change. Ginger walked up to Li Yan. "That you? Brought your clothes? Why don't you go inside and change?" Li Yan said. "No need." With that she took off her outside dress and wore her party dress underneath. Ginger took a look at it and was in pretty good shape. Li Yan's surface calm. "I feel Jiang Ji's gaze, or feel a little uncomfortable." Hurriedly walked aside to pretend to get a drink to go. A short while later, Ding and Fong changed into their beach pants and walked out. The two of them still stood dumbfounded, genuinely a bit embarrassed. Zhang said in his heart that these two guys, usually blowing a lot, this time to see the real person, but also cannot let go. In order to liven up the atmosphere between the two of them, Django offered to play the same game as yesterday. The North River girls run and let the two of them catch them. Everyone agreed, and when it came time for the blindfold, it was Maple Blossom who came over and took off her stockings in front of them to blindfold the two. After the montage, take a look and see that Ding has a nosebleed. When Maple Blossom saw him like this, she covered her mouth and laughed. Ginger cursed this unproductive contraption. After playing a game for a while, the atmosphere is finally lively. Ding and Xiaofang, two people, also let go. Zhanga again, the home stereo equipment out, everyone singing. Tiny's ghostly voice drew laughter from everyone. Gradually, Li Yan's mood was driven up. Not as raw as when she first arrived, and seemed to be in a much better mood. She walked to Zhang Gu, took the drink bottle and touched it with Jiang, saying, Mr. Jiang, is this your party? Is there any other content? Ginger wondered. What's the content? Li Yan's eyes slyly glanced at Jiang. Nothing, Mr. Jiang. I also want to go sing a song. Can you sing with me? Ginger asked. What song do you sing? I don't know if I can sing. Li Yan thought about it and asked tentatively. Coral Sea, can you sing it? Ginger nodded. You like Showdown songs too? Li Yan smiled. Showdown is my idol. Jiang feels as if he rarely sees Li Yan smile. I did not expect to smile when talking about Showdown. It seems that behind the scenes may be a small fan of Showdown. Ginger said. It's a little high key, but I'll give it a try. The two of them sang together. After singing a song, I didn't expect Li Yan to sing quite well. But of course, Jiang felt that he sang quite well. It was sung well except for some parts that were out of tune and others that were off key. When he was on the verge of a good time, Ginger saw Auntie Lee cleaning the house. And Ginger ran straight over and pulled Auntie Lee out. Auntie Lee, stop mopping the floor and come to our party. Auntie Lee waved her hand repeatedly. Oops, I can't. That's all for you youngsters to play with. Ginger said to Auntie Lee. It's okay. Age is not a problem as long as you have a good mind. Do you want to change into their clothes too? Auntie Lee looks horrified. Ginger handed her the microphone again. Auntie Lee, why don't you sing a song? Everyone around us also got up. Sing, sing. Auntie Lee smiled in embarrassment and took the microphone and sang. The party was over by noon. Ginger was going to go to the factory in the afternoon after lunch to see how things were going. Fun is fun, but you can't leave your career behind. Sometimes he thought that although he had this character relationship system, he could draw on relationships, but he could not rely on them. If he relies entirely on relationships, it is like relying on others, and if one day someone else changes his mind, then everything he has will be in vain, and that does not give him peace of mind. Nothing in the world is really solid between people. For the sake of profit, friends can betray each other, fathers and sons can turn against each other, blood brothers can break up, and husbands and wives can be scattered. So he had to use his connections to develop himself and make himself really strong. It was only when everything was in his hands that he felt most at ease. After everyone had lunch together, Jiang said to Beha and the girls, I'm going to work in the afternoon. You can play at home or go out for a walk. If you go out, I'll have Li Yan accompany you. They expressed their desire to get out and see the city where Ginger lives. Jiang then said to Li Yan, keep them company for me this afternoon. Li Yan nodded happily. Okay, Mr. Jiang, leave it to me. Ding and Fong indicated that they were going back in the afternoon. He also whispered to Ginger that Ginger had realized their dream, and that Ginger would be the gerfather of the two of them from now on. Kangar said to both of them, get lost, I don't have a son your age. After these two people go, Jiang is ready to drive out. Got into the car before starting. Received a call from Ma Hongfeng. What is it? Old horse? Ma Hongfeng's somewhat anxious voice came from the phone. Mr. Jiang, it's not good. Something has happened. You hurry to come to the factory. Listening to Ma Hongfeng's voice, it seemed like something really big had happened. Listening to the other end of the phone, it seemed like there was someone else talking, so Ma Hongfeng wasn't in a position to say anything more. Django told him not to panic and that he would be right there. Ginger then started the vehicle and drove towards the factory. Hearing this news, Ginger's heart was not panicked. He didn't believe that there was anything he couldn't solve now. Soon after arriving at the factory, Ginger saw a red sports car, a Bugatti Veyron, parked in front of the office building. There was a black Mercedes big G SUV parked behind it. Ginger parked his car and walked into the office building, and before he even entered the office, he heard someone talking. It was Ma Hongfeng's voice. I said, I'm just a factory manager. It's useless for you to force me. Our Mr. Jiang will be here in a while. This matter has to be decided by him. Ginger walked straight inside the office. In the office, Ma Hongfeng stood in the middle, standing next to four big men. Four people are wearing black leather jacket. Head are in more than 1 meter 9. Hair shaved short inches. Look at that block head. Weight is estimated to have a 200 pounds. Looking bigger than Ma Hongfeng a circle. No wonder Ma Hongfeng panicked. Surrounded by these four big men. Who is not panicked? Jiang thought to himself, what kind of situation is this? A gangster? The only person seated in the room was a young man, wearing a bright red leather jacket, open arms, and crossing his legs in Ginger's place. He is not so big, looking thin, a 27 or 18 years old. His face is quite white, as if smeared with powder. The young man saw Jiang come in and said to him, You're Mr. Jiang, ha? Ginger said directly, What's your business? The young man said to Jiang, I thought that Mr. Jiang was someone, but I didn't expect him to be so young. Let's get acquainted. My name is Zhao Wen, the general manager of Zhao Group. Seeing that your cannery is developing well, you even hired Zhang Nuanan as a spokesperson. Ha, that's a lot of talent. It's not a big deal for me. I just want to talk to you guys about working together. Zhanga said in his heart, you guys don't look like you're serious about cooperation. And Zhao's group, the hit. Why does it sound so inauspicious? How? Ginger asked. Zhao Wen said slowly, sell your factory to us. Jiang Gu laughed. Since the Red Abundance cannery on the verge of closure, to now in his hands business is booming, not to mention the upcoming development of the beverage business map, how can he be sold to him? He thought to himself. They're in the category of smelling meat and wanting to come running for a piece of the action. Oh, no, he's trying to buy the factory outright. That's a direct potluck. But what was the origin of this Zhao group? Zhang Ge was not sure. He did not know much about it before. But judging from Ma Hongfeng's reaction, he seemed to know something. Not for sale. Ginger's answer was simple and direct, followed by, you guys please go back. The four big men in the room all cast unkind looks at Ginger. But Jiang Gu is not afraid. Eyes cannot kill people. As you stare. He didn't think that these four big men would hit anyone here. Would there be any king's law in that case? At best, it scares the shit out of people. Besides, for people only, his factory, but there are hundreds of workers. If you give an order, said to give them a wage increase, and killed counted on me. A minute to let them know the power of the worker's grandfather. Who's afraid of who? Zhao Wen smiled. I'll say a number. $30 million. Enough to buy this factory of yours, right? How about it? Sell it or not? Jiang Ge was really amused by him. I spent $40 million to buy this factory when it was about to close down. And after all the development, you're only giving $30 million? I thought the Zhao group was more powerful. But I said I won't sell. I won't sell. I won't sell even if you give me more money. But if you really want to buy it, if your group is really powerful, let me say a number. $5 trillion. Buy it or not? Zhao Wen knew that Jiang Ge was playing a trick on him and got a little angry. $5 trillion? Don't even look at whether your shitty factory is worth it. It seems like you still don't know enough about our Zhao group. About me. Zhao Wen. But it doesn't matter. You'll soon understand. Ginger, really? Then let me, find out? Zhao Wen suddenly laughed. Good. Young and exuberant, but it's easy to suffer when you're too exuberant. The man, who was not old enough to have been there in the first place, made an old-fashioned remark. After saying that, he stood up and said to the four big men, let's go. Ginger then heard the roar of the sports car's engine. The sound gradually became farther away, and Ginger looked out the window as both cars drove away. Ginger turned his head to look at Ma Hongfeng, who also looked at him, as if waiting for him to say something. Ginger looked at the chair that Zhao Wen had sat in and spoke. Change that chair for me. Ma Hongfeng revealed a puzzled expression. Just this? That's all you're saying? Is that the point? Mr. Kong, let's talk after you change chairs. Ma Hongfeng. Ma Hongfeng moved the chair out and brought a chair over from the conference room for Ginger. Ginger sat down before saying to Ma Hongfeng, speak. Ma Hongfeng wanted to say a lot, but at such a moment, suddenly did not know where to start. After thinking for a while, he cleared his thoughts and said to Jiang Ge, this matter, it's a bit difficult. I didn't realize that we've just started to develop and we've been targeted by them. What's Zhao's group coming from? Ginger asked. Ma Hongfeng replied, Zhao's group, the largest enterprise in our city, started from real estate. In just 6 years, it became the largest enterprise in our city, with assets reaching the level of 100 billion. Now they are involved in a lot of industries. I know, mainly real estate and shopping malls, and also involved in the jewelry industry and the precious metals industry and so on. The biggest mall in our county, Silver Dragon Plaza, is owned by them. Heard about their path to fortune. It's a bit dark. Many of their competitors have been poisoned, have lost their hands, have been hit by a car. Some say they got drunk and fell into the river and drowned. A few years ago there was a Feixing group's old boss. Young Feixing, you know, right? Ginger, I don't know. Ma Hongfeng then said, young Feixing two legs were sawed. Said he used his hand to gesture again on his thighs, kinda leaning up. From the root of his thighs this gave sawed. I heard that it is Zhao's group did it. It is said that the knight tied up the person, pulled to a sawing plant, directly put the person on the table saw, forced him to sign a contract. Yang Feixing refused to sign. They directly pressed the switch. 2 legs just lost. I heard that the person was later found from the door of the hospital, transfused more than 10 bags of blood to survive. But since then, the person with the same nerve, into a psychosis. Feixing group is also slowly finished. Listening to this, Ginger was like listening to a story. They're not gangsters, no one is in charge, and why does it sound like you were there and know so much? Ma Hongfeng said, Egu, where I was at the scene I also work in the field in the first few years. Just come back once a year, just so once I know about this. You actually do not know. I am the New Year's Eve with people drinking from the table to here. Ginger, I don't drink on New Year's. Ma Hongfeng added, there is another thing. That is, 6 years ago when Zhao's group just started. Said there is a demolition project. There is a nail household. Is an old man. Said what is not moving. Other companies who cannot take down. On their Zhao's group can take down this project. Do you know why? Ginger, why? Because within a few days of Zhao's taking over, the old man's house caught fire. The old man was burned alive inside. It's because of this project that the Zhao group became rich. You can't tell, but Ginger really heard about it. This was checked out at the time and the end result was old wiring. Listening to Ma Hongfeng, this is really intriguing. Ginger suddenly felt that it was time for him to pay attention to his own safety, and it would be best to get some bodyguards. Ma Hongfeng also said, Mr. Jiang, you have to be careful lately. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Jiang Ge thought for a moment and said to Ma Hongfeng, it's fine. If I want to screw Zhao group, all I need is a phone call. Ginger wasn't exaggerating in the slightest when he said that. His system, it's always been too big for him alright. One's own casually find a picture of the highest commander-in-chief of the Dragon Kingdom. Recognize what uncle and so on. And then a little more ruthless. One's even directly as the crown prince. Want to screw Zhao group, is not a word? Whoever dares to touch himself then is afraid that when he sleeps at night the tanks will drive directly inside the bedroom. But now, Jiang Ge felt that it hadn't come to that yet, and all these rumors about Zhao's group right now were just catching wind and there was no substantial evidence. It's not that Jiang Ge doesn't believe in it. Jiang Ge feels that it's better to believe in it than not to believe in it. And looking at Zhao Wen's demeanor, Zhao's group and these rumors are probably not too far from each other. But Ginger felt that for now, he just needed to find a few of the most reliable bodyguards first to ensure his own safety. As for the rest, more on that later. Ma Hongfeng was puzzled. Mr. Jiang, could it be that you have a big background? Ginger, no. I blow a NB. So what? I have to go find a few bodyguards. You also be careful lately. You also find a few bodyguards yourself. The money counts in the factory. Ma Hongfeng said. I'm fine. If they really lay a black hand, definitely on you. Ginger, listen to me. Hire a couple of bodyguards for safety, or I won't feel comfortable. Ma Hongfeng nodded. Why don't I just hire you and be done with it? Ginger waved his hand. No, I'll find it myself. With that Ginger walked out of the office and drove away from the factory. Inside a luxurious office of the Zhao group, the four big men stood behind Zhao Wen, but he didn't give them an order. Instead, he dialed a phone number. Hey, give him some color. First time dealing, don't make it too hard. Just break 2 fingers. Ha. After driving out of the cannery, Ginger headed straight for a dog factory in the city. To find bodyguards, Jiang Ge decided to buy a few big wolf dogs first. If you hire someone, it doesn't come that fast. Jiang Ge thinking of the whole what world-class boxing champion, mixed martial arts champion and so on, to give himself as a personal bodyguard, not only the combat strength of the explosion, but also to bring out the face of times. But waiting for people to be in place is estimated to take 5 or 6 days at the earliest. What if the bad guys get at you during this time? So Ginger wanted to get a couple dogs to act as bodyguards first. There is a saying that dogs are man's best friend, very loyal, never betray their masters, and it also fights so well that the average adult couldn't do much without a weapon to a big wolf dog. Ginger brought a couple of them with him, and that was definitely a safe feeling. Actually, another thought is that no matter what Zhao Wen sends, Jiang Ge can modify his relationship with him so that he doesn't attack him as long as he can see him. But Ginger thought about it for a moment. Aren't there a lot of masked bad guys out there? This system of your own, does it still work for the masked ones? Or the ones wearing a mask? And Ginger didn't like it. Against bad guys, he prefers to fight violence with violence. Take the dog bite. Soon after arriving at the dog park, Ginger went inside and went straight to the owner. The kennel didn't seem to be doing much business. It was cold and empty. When the owner saw Jiang Ge driving such a nice car, he greeted him with a smile and asked politely, what kind of dog does the owner want? I have the most complete breed here in our city. I'll take a look at it first. Ginger said. Okay, then let's go inside. The boss said and led Jiang Ge inside the dog park, where Jiang Ge saw a lot of iron cages with a lot of dogs locked inside. There are all kinds, but mostly some of the more docile pet dogs, like some kind of golden retriever, Samoyed, little pug or something like that. There's also the Siberian sled dog, or husky, also known as Ara. These dogs are domesticated with little ferocity and are very friendly to people. Seeing Jiang Ge, a stranger, did not show aggression at all, but instead grilled the cage and looked at him somewhat pleasingly. While watching, the kennel owner marketed it to Ginger. These dogs are the best behaved and obedient ones we have here, and they are especially good-tempered. So see what kind you like. Ginger shook his head at the dogs. do you have the meanest dog here? Ginger asked the owner. The meanest? Oh, you want to buy it back to look after the house? Yes, you come with me. With that, the owner led Ginger onward inside. Walking to the far end, the dogs in the cages in front of him barked as soon as Ginger approached. Woof 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 woof. The owner picked up a stick by the wall and walked over and banged hard on the cage before the dogs stopped, a little afraid of the stick, and turned to go on their stomachs. However, there were also dull roars coming from a couple of cages slightly ahead of them, howling and barking, and listening to the panic in your heart. The owner took a wooden stick and went to knock on the cage, and a dog inside surprised him by biting the head of the stick, a threatening low growl coming from his throat. Ginger moved closer to the past and saw that in those cages, there were several Tibetan Mastiffs locked up. Regarding the Tibetan Mastiff, there were a lot of braggers on the internet before, almost mythologizing the Tibetan Mastiff, saying that it could beat a tiger or something like that. Ginger has seen a tiger with his own eyes. Ginger felt that the two of them were clearly not on the same level of threat. However, on the Tibetan Mastiff alone, is definitely a fierce dog breed? I heard that the herdsman on the plateau of the raising this thing, but in order to prevent wolves, you say it can not ferocious? Some people say that the Tibetan Mastiff is very stupid. It is difficult to tame, but if you raised it from childhood, it must recognize you as the master but to wait for it to grow up you by back, it is indeed very difficult to let it recognize you. Looking at these tall and ferocious Tibetan Mastiffs, Janga decided to take them. Boss, how do you sell this Tibetan Mastiff? I'll take all 6. The boss couldn't tear the stick from the Tibetan Mastiff's mouth, so he had to spread his hands and walk back. What, you want to buy these 6 guys? The owner was a bit surprised and continued. To be honest, I don't recommend you to buy them. These 6 Tibetan Mastiffs I brought back, trained for a month or so, you see it, or this virtuate, you buy back, I'm afraid it hurt people, said he. Pointed to the Tibetan Mastiff that bit his wooden stick. Its fur color is black on the surface, and the deeper layer is brownish red. Big head, look like a lion, majestic. You saw that one, it won't let go when it bites something. If you buy it back, it's not good if it bites someone. Why don't you look at something else? Boss tried to talk Ginger out of the idea, but Ginger was not amused, but said to the boss, just buy them, you just take them straight out of their cages and put them in my car. The boss didn't expect Ginger to be so determined, but he was still a little worried. How do you drive then? In fact, Janga thought of showing his hand in front of this boss, saying that he is a master dog trainer or something, and then quietly bind the relationship between the pet and the owner with the 6 Tibetan Mastiffs. Then the 6 Tibetan Mastiffs will certainly immediately become obedient and listen to his command. But on second thought, forget it. It's better not to show your abilities in front of others, even if it's just training a dog. I've commanded wild dogs to bite and kill people myself. It wouldn't be good to implicate yourself if you exposed something. The boss still sold the Tibetan Mastiff to Jianggu under the insistence of Jiang Ji's attitude. Price 10,000 apiece. 60,000 in total. Ginger didn't know if the price was expensive or if there was a pitfall, but didn't care. In the old days he would have had to haggle. Now he just pays. The owner thoughtfully put iron cages over the mouths of the 6 Tibetan Mastiffs, led the 6 dogs to the back seat of Ginger's car, and then tied them together by the neck with a shorter rope. This way their activities were limited and they couldn't bite anyone, so at the very least they didn't have to worry about them delaying Jiang Ji's drive. As for what comes after, he doesn't care. The dangers he had made clear to Ginger, and Ginger still insisted on buying it, so he couldn't care less. $60,000 in your hand. Beautiful. When Janga got into his car and drove out of the dog park, he was still behind him with a smile on his face, waving his hand and shouting, "Take care, boss, next time." A few minutes after driving out of the dog park and turning a corner, Ginger pulled over and looked back at a few Tibetan Mastiffs. Despite the cage in his mouth, he roared at Ginger. Ginger communicated with the system in his head. Modify the relationship between me and them to owner and pet. Ding, please tell me who is the owner and who is the pet. Here we go again. System, do you have that big disease? Who in their right mind would give a dog as a pet? Ding, how do I know if you have a special fetish? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? I'm the owner and the dog is the pet. Okay? He. Ding, relationship modification successful. Current relationship is owner and pet. Ginger couldn't help but shake his head. This system of his was good at everything, but it was naughty. After the relationship was modified, Janga then looked at the 6 Tibetan Mastiffs, and their hostility towards him instantly disappeared. Instead, they turned to look at Ginger with a different look, the one in which they viewed their master. Ginger reached over and untied the cages and ropes from their mouths, and several of the Tibetan Mastiffs stayed there honestly. Ha ha ha, good brothers. From now on follow me to eat and drink, but if anyone attacks me, you guys just bite him. You hear me? Ginger reached out and stroked their big heads as he did so. Several Tibetan mastiffs did not have much to show, spitting out their tongues and looking at Janga, but Janga knew that they must have understood. Ginger turned around, ready to drive back. His family must also be arranged on the bodyguard, and now he is not bad money, so it is better to be prepared. Just started to start the car. Suddenly oncoming a dilapidated black Santana sedan, was driving well in the middle of the road. Suddenly a steering, topped in front of the Janga car, crashed. Santana car driver walked down, is a modest middle-aged man, not tall, wearing a gray jumpsuit overalls, do not know what to do, with an apologetic smile on his face. The man walked towards Ginger's side. I'm really sorry, I was so sleepy that I accidentally fell asleep. Egu, how expensive is your car? How much do I have to pay? Oh my god. The man walked over to Ginger's car window and bent down to press against it to look in. Instead of getting out of the car, Ginger looked at the man somewhat warily, lowered the window a very small slit and said to him, move your car out of the way first. The man smiled. Why don't you come down and take a picture and I'll move the car? No, just move it out of the way, Ginger said. However, the man's expression gradually changed. His eyes stared at Ginger with a smile on his lips, but his eyes gradually became fierce. He wore a pair of white thick wire gloves on his hands, and didn't know where to pull out a mineral water bottle, unscrewed the cap and poured it down towards the Ginger car. Janga felt that there must be something wrong with this person, so he immediately reversed the car, ready to drive away. But it was as if someone had been watching from behind, and as soon as he backed up, a car behind him disliked him as well, sandwiched Ginger's car in the middle. By this time, the liquid in the mineral water bottle in the man's hand had been poured out. Some of it poured on the door of Ginger's car and trickled to the ground, and some of it poured on the underside of the car and on the tires. Ginger could smell a strong odor of gasoline in the car. It's gasoline. He then pulled out a lighter and said to Ginger, get out of the car. Ginger instantly understood that if he didn't get out of the car, one click of the lighter and the gasoline would burst into flames and set his car on fire. Ginger didn't know if the bottle of gasoline could actually set the car on fire, but he knew it was dangerous. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, but instead of panicking, Ginger became more and more calm. He turned the car off, parked it in place, and asked the man in the window, who sent you? The man laughed, a smile with a hint of disdain, and didn't say who it was, just said, he had a saying for me to bring to you. It's easy to suffer when you're too angry. Wasn't it obvious enough that Ginger was sure of it at once? That Jiawen had just told him that. These guys move fast. Ginger looked at the road. There was no one but them, and there were no cameras or anything. No wonder they were so rampant and dared to do it in the daytime. The man outside the car with a hideous smile on his face said, get off the car first. It's okay, he said the first time he dealt with. Not let me hit too hard. Want you 2 fingers on it. With that he shook the lighter in his hand. I'm going to count to 5. And if you don't get out of the car, it's not going to be as simple as 2 fingers. Ginger snorted a laugh and said, fine, move over, I'll open the door and get out. The man took 2 steps back as Ginger got inside and opened the back door of his car directly. At the same time, he gave his bodyguards the order, bite him. Ho 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 woof woof woof. The 6 Tibetan mastiffs instantly rushed out, all pouncing towards the man. The man let out a scream and was instantly tackled to the ground, the lighter falling aside in his hand. Ginger opened the door and got out of the car, calmly watching the man get bitten without a ripple inside. But he told the dogs not to bite a fatal part like the throat. He didn't want to mess with anyone's life. Someone was just bitten to death by a dog a while ago, and if there's another fatal dog bite today, not so good. Things are likely to get attention. This man does Zhao Wen's dirty work, and as long as he doesn't bite the dust, he definitely won't dare to report it. This guy didn't know how many people he had harmed, so this is a small punishment for him. Although there is Janga do not bite the vital orders, but these 6 Tibetan mastiffs still under the mouth extremely heavy. There were bites on the chest, thighs, feet, and blood all over the place. Ginger walked over to the lighter that had fallen to the ground and kicked it into the ditch on the side of the road. The man struggled on the ground, but the more struggle 6 Tibetan mastiffs bite the more fierce. There was another person in the car behind Ginger, looking at this cruel scene, and Ginger, who was so calm in the face of this scene, was a bit stunned. He was just the deputy of the one who was bitten, usually only doing things to assist him, and now that he saw how badly he was being messed up by Ginger, he panicked a bit. Janga looked at the man was bitten almost, and then I'm afraid that the bite will be lifeless, which made the Tibetan mastiffs stop. The Tibetan mastiffs, their fur around their mouths soaked with blood, stood beside Ginger, fangs bared, looking menacing. Ginger walked up next to the man and kicked him into the ditch on the side of the road as well. There was no water in the ditch, it was dry, and there were a lot of weeds growing in it. After the man was thrown in, he lay in the haystack gasping for air with a pained look on his face. Ginger turned his gaze to the car behind him, and the Tibetan mastiffs beside him looked over with Ginger. Ginger saw him. He was a bit younger than the one bitten by the dog, a 27 or 18-year-old. His hair was messy and he looked very unkempt. He saw the look Ginger cast and he panicked. He started the car on his hands and knees, backed up a little, and the car lurched and stalled. He was fumbling again and started to turn the key in the ignition when the car lurched and almost drove into a ditch, then turned around and fled towards the distance. Get in! Ginger got on with the Tibetan Mastiff and started the car and turned it around. Ginger's foot pressed hard on the gas pedal, and the otherwise elegant Gusto sedan let out a beastly roar. The V12 engine shows the power it deserves. The one who ran away had thought he had escaped and was safe. Suddenly a ferocious wave of engine air could be heard, and the Gusto sedan driven by Janga overtook him directly in front of him in an instant. Then Ginger steered and slammed his foot on the brake, forcing his car to a direct stop. The man didn't brake quite in time, causing Gus to take another hit on his rear end, but Ginger didn't care. When he got out of the car he walked over to the man's window and knocked on it. Get off! Did I tell you to run? The man in the car cringed. Seeing the 6 Tibetan Mastiffs around Jianggu also followed, and did not dare to open the car door at all. Ginger said to him, I'm going to count to 5, and if you don't get out of the car, it won't be as simple as being bitten by a dog. Then Ginger felt like he was missing something. He seems to be missing a bottle of gasoline and a lighter. Be prepared next time. Facing Janga's threat, the man knew he couldn't run away, so he still opened the car door and slowly stepped out of the car. The Tibetan Mastiff next to him instantly wanted to rush up and bite him, but was stopped by Ginger. What's your name? Ginger asked. Little Knife. Where's the guy who was just there? His name is Old Knife. Little Dagger and Old Dagger? Father and son. Ha? No. Dagger explained. It's all nicknames. It's what Old Knife gave me. Big brother, I'm really wrong. I shouldn't have blocked your car. Please then let me go. I won't dare to do it again. He began to beg for mercy. Jianga asked him, how many bad things have you two done for Xiaowen? Tell me all and I'll let you go. But I didn't expect Dagger to wonder. Who is Xiaowen? Xiaowen. The Xiao group. You don't know? Don't you two work for them? Ginger asked angrily. Dagger said in a rush. Xiaowen, I really don't know. I don't know what the two of us are doing. But I don't know what the Old Knife is saying on the phone. I just follow Old Knife. I do whatever he tells me to do. I really don't know anything else. He almost cried out. Seeing him in this state, Janga patted his shoulder and said in a calm tone with a comforting tone, It's fine. Don't be afraid. Then tell me briefly what you and Old Knife have done. Dagger spoke through tears, but Janga listened to half a day's work. But it was all about trivial matters such as stealing chickens and dogs. There's whoever smashed the glass in their house, and whoever stalked them, and whoever sent them threatening letters. After hearing this, Ginger thought it would be futile to ask. There was really something big about killing and setting fire to the people, and he definitely wouldn't have said it so easily. And one doesn't need to know those, just based on today's incident. He's on a collision course with Zhao, one of the Zhao group. What else do you need to know? Ginger directly interrupted Dagger's narration. Okay, stop it. You go. Thanks. Thank you, big brother. With a happy expression on his face, Dagger was ready to get in his car and leave. But Ginger's voice came from behind. Stick your leg out. Give my dog a bite, and you're good to go. Dagger shivered in fear and turned around in tears. A few moments later, Dagger stuck his leg out and a Tibetan Mastiff took a bite out of it. Ah! Dagger let out a scream. A few moments later, Django let the Tibetan Mastiff loose his mouth before Dagger dragged his injured leg miserably and climbed into the car. Ginger asked him again. Know which way to go? Dagger was puzzled, thinking that Ginger didn't want him to leave. Go to. Which way? Dagger spoke with a trill. Ginger pointed in the direction he had just gone and said to him, drive back to where you were just now. Pull the Old Knife out of the ditch, and take him away with you. Got it? Ginger's point was simple. He just didn't want the Old Knife to die there. Dagger nodded. Understood. Dagger started the car and turned around and drove towards the location he was just at. Ginger got into the car with the Tibetan Mastiffs and followed him over to have a look. Upon arriving, Ginger saw that the black Santana driven by Old Knife was gone. Dagger got out of the car and looked in the ditch. Saw no one. He climbed up out of the ditch and cast an inquiring glance toward Ginger. Knowing that the Old Knife had driven off on his own, Ginger left him alone and drove off on his own. Walking towards his villa, Ginger recalled what had just happened while walking. Without these big Tibetan Mastiffs, one really couldn't be so relieved. It could also be argued that they have managed to protect themselves. You've made a merit today. I'll buy you meat later. Ginger pulled over as he passed a deli, walked into the deli and bought 12 pounds of beef and sauce. Have the owner cut it into big chunks. then returned to the villa with the beef and sauce, pulling into the garage just in time to be seen by Li Yan. Li Yan took the North River girls out for a bit and just got back. She was about to leave when she saw Ginger driving back. Jiangge's car had some damage on the front and back because of the impact, and Li Yan instantly ran over with worry when she saw it. Ginger had just gotten out of the car when Li Yan walked into the garage. Mr. Kong, what's going on with your car? Are you okay? Li Yan asked with concern. Jiangge smiled at Li Yan. It's fine. A little cut on the road. Didn't you take Beha and the girls out? Seeing that Ginger was indeed fine, Li Yan was relieved. Oh, I took them out and just got back. They're taking their afternoon nap. Then, I'll leave first if there's nothing else for Mr. Jiang. Li Yan wanted to turn around and leave when she finished speaking. Instead, Ginger called out to her. Li Yan, you can drive, right? Li Yan turned and nodded. Will do. Why? Jiangge handed Li Yan the keys to the Gusto. You take my car away to get it fixed, and drive the one the company assigned me over here for me. Li Yan took the key and nodded. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Jiangge first released the Tibetan Mastiffs in the car and threw the soy sauce beef to them to eat. 12 pounds of soy sauce beef, 2 pounds for a dog. The Tibetan Mastiffs wolfed it down. When Li Yan saw this scene, she immediately spat inwardly at not understanding the world of the rich. No matter how rich you are, you can't feed soy sauce beef to dogs. What a waste. She didn't say it out loud though, just spat it out internally. After all, the money is Mr. Kang's own. How he likes to build is his right. Mr. Jiang, where did you get these Tibetan Mastiff dogs? Li Yan asked. Ginger replied casually. Just bought it. Li Yan thought in her mind. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to like a ferocious large dog like the Tibetan Mastiff. She looked at it for a moment, ready to drive Ginger's Gusto to drop it off for repairs. As she was about to get into the car, Ginger suddenly asked her, Li Yan, what did you think of today's party? Did you have fun? Li Yan nodded. I think it's great. It's fun. It's nice to have a party like this once in a while with friends and relax. I think it's nice, Ginger said. So I'll ask you to come to my next party? Li Yan once again revealed her rare smile. Good. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Li Yan then drove off in the Gusto. The Tibetan Mastiff's meat was finished in a few bites, and Ginger took them to the back garden where they were allowed to play, and give them orders, no biting anyone without their own orders. And then there's the fact that urine and feces go under the wall. Dig a hole and bury it. The Tibetan Mastiffs accepted the order and lay down on the grass to rest. Jiangge went to the middle of the study by himself and called Ma Hongfeng. Old Ma, is everything okay on your end? Ma Hongfeng replied, it's fine. What can happen in broad daylight? They still dare to hurt people in broad daylight? Hey, Mr. Jiang, is there something wrong on your side? Ginger said to him, they just went down on me. But don't worry, I'm fine. Did you hire your bodyguards? Ma Hongfeng's heart raises when she hears that they went after Ginger. It was only when he heard Ginger say he was fine in the background that his lifted heart let go again. Ma Hongfeng replied, already hired. Is our city's best bodyguard company? I hired 2 for myself. Tomorrow can be in place. Is the price a little expensive? A person a month more than 20,000. Enough to pay several workers. Jiangge said, don't worry about the money. It's only a few 100,000 a year. You hire me 4 more. Responsible for the protection of my villa, as well as my parents' side. Send 4 covert protection. This they can do it, right? Ma Hongfeng said, can. This company is quite professional. Strength is sure. In the country are ranked. But, Mr. Jiang, I have a question. We have to hire this bodyguard how long? Also, why didn't you mention your personal bodyguard? Do you have a better choice? Jiangge smiled. You don't need to care about my personal. As for how long to hire, just keep hiring, and then change when there is a better one. Ma Hongfeng said somewhat helplessly. Well, it's still much cheaper if you pay quarterly. After that, Ginger hung up the phone. Turn on your computer and search for something on it. Half an hour later, his computer screen displayed a picture of a character. The man in the photo has brown skin, as well as a strong body and dominant eyes. A little giant with a height of 196 centimeters and a weight of 220 pounds. His profile is shown below the photo. World Mixed Martial Arts Heavyweight Champion. 4 in a row. Called the most powerful man in the world. Unrivaled. Iron Blood, Leonor. He opted to retire at the age of just 31 when he won 4 straight titles. The reason for his retirement was that the world of mixed martial arts bored him because no one was his opponent. After he retired, he disappeared without a trace, and no one knows where he went. Rumor has it that he came to the Dragon Kingdom because when he was 24 years old, he once came to the Dragon Kingdom to learn from his master for 3 years. Only, no one knows who his master is. Django thought, then he must know Chinese? That would eliminate the language barrier. Ginger communicated with the system in his head. System, modify my previous relationship with him to read that he is my bodyguard. Ding, character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is bodyguard and employer. Ginger then began to wait for the call. Whenever this happens, he likes to take his phone out and put it on the table, lean his back against the chair, close his eyes and enjoy the moment. A few moments later, the cell phone rang. Ginger picked it up and looked at the number. Never seen it before, but it was a domestic number. Ginger answered the phone. Hello? In the microphone, a man's voice came, and although he spoke Chinese fluently, he could still be heard with a strange foreign accent. Mr. Ginger, I'm Leonore. We had agreed that I would be your personal bodyguard for 3 years. Now that I'm here, please tell me your address. With a smile on his lips, Ginger gave the address and then asked him, Leonore, where are you now? I'm just inside the Dragon Kingdom. How long will it take to get there? Ginger asked. Tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. See you tomorrow, Mr. Ginger. The two didn't say much and hung up very briefly. Then Ginger got a little excited. World heavyweight mixed martial arts champion and a personal bodyguard for himself. Who else but him could have that? And the process was so smooth. A few words and it was done. Janga couldn't help but think, if he took the commanders of all the countries in the world and bound them as his servants, wouldn't he instantly rule the globe? But the idea was just born before Ginger herself dismissed it. With his current understanding of the system, he felt that the most likely outcome of this would be to be assassinated by the people sent by the commanders-in-chief and die without even knowing how. Because the system can only modify the relationship, but it cannot guarantee that the other person in that relationship will be obedient. Tiger was a good example of this in the beginning. Would someone else become a commander-in-chief of a country and be your servant willingly? Combined with his experience, Ginger has now discovered 2 laws about the system. First, after changing the relationship, the other person will try to contact you in an indeterminate way. Secondly, the more equal and friendly a relationship is, the more likely it is to be accepted by the other party. And the more unequal and unfriendly a relationship is, the more likely it is to cause revolt. This was Ginger's current understanding of the system. Perhaps as Ginger understood the system more deeply, there would be different discoveries. The more he understood about this system, the more Jiango felt that this system's ability was unfathomable, and perhaps he had only scratched the surface at the moment. But even a little bit of skin was enough to take the wind out of his sails. Next, it was time to think about dealing with the Zhao group. Zhao, when made a move on him, he wouldn't be able to do nothing and be a soft persimmon for others to pinch. The next step is revenge. Jiango did not intend to screw Zhao group with a single phone call, because in that case, Zhao group could not fall into his hands. What Jiango wanted was to expand his business territory by taking the entire Zhao group into his pocket. Not only do you have to collect, but you have to do it legally, at least explicitly. Jiango thought about it. When Leonore arrives tomorrow, together with the big Tibetan Mastiff he raised, there should be no need to worry about his own safety. Zhao's group of people is not a top powerful role. Screwed up is to raise a gang of hooligans punks. At most there are a few outlaws, holding a knife to cut people and so on. Lay Ono plus Tibetan Mastiff to deal with them enough. Since you don't have to worry about safety, you'll play with them yourself. He took out his cell phone and dialed Ma Hongfeng's number. Old Ma, help me check what big moves the Zhao group has made recently, such as big projects, collaborations, and the like. Mr. Jiang, what are we investigating Zhao group for? Ma Hongfeng asked suspiciously. Jianga said lightly, know your enemy and know yourself. You will not be in danger. After checking, contact me. With that said, Ginger hung up. After Ma Hongfeng hung up the phone, he mulled over what Jiango said and muttered to himself, know your enemy and know yourself. Could it be that we're going to war with the Zhao group? Are you kidding me? That's $100 billion level group. Inside the general manager's office of Zhao group, Zhou Man is relaxing indoors on the lawn playing golf. The sun shone through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows on the 22nd floor, shining down on the lawn and a woman next to it. The woman was wearing a tight white dress that was extremely short in length, revealing a pair of white, slender thighs. She was Zhao Wen's secretary and right-hand assistant. She knew a lot of what Zhou Man had done. Zhao Wen swung softly but missed the ball and rolled it out onto the lawn. The secretary walked over and bent down to reach for the ball, but her legs stood straight and unbent. You could tell that her body was so flexible that the average person couldn't even reach the ground, and she picks up golf balls off the ground with ease. However, her extremely short skirt leaked out a large portion of spring light in the back under such movements, and the direction behind her was exactly where Zhao Wen was. Zhao Wen gazed over and caught a glimpse of where she had gotten naked. Instead, he just smiled and turned his gaze aside. The secretary picked up the ball and walked back, gently placing it in Zhao Wen's hand, and then said nonchalantly, Mr. Zhao, Why do you want to acquire Hongfeng Cannery? It's just a concealer. It's not like it's an industry that makes a lot of money. Zhao Wen gave a meaningful smile. Secretary Lin, you don't know that this cannery is no ordinary cannery. Oh, Secretary Lin let out a question. While setting up the ball, Zhao Wen explained. This cannery is endorsed by Zhang Nuanan. Secretary Lin gave a look of understanding. So Zhao is always hitting on Zhang Nuanan. As long as you buy this factory, you'll have access to the goddess of all. Zhang Nuanan, right? Zhao Wen smiled. Secretary Lin, am I that shallow in your eyes? Secretary Lin gave a teasing smile. Isn't it? Zhao Wen glanced at her and instead of getting angry, he smiled. After laughing, he continued. Ever since Hongfeng Cannery hired Zhang Nuanan for endorsement, sales have instantly skyrocketed, and the brand's popularity has gained a huge boost in a very short period of time. On top of that, I also learned that they are currently expanding their plant and introducing a beverage production line. Drinks? Secretary Lin queried. That's right, the potential of the drink is much greater than a can of yellow peaches. Zhou Man went on to say. Now after we collect it, we'll do the things after that. Relying on our group's strength and Zhang Nuanan's popularity, isn't it much better than in the hands of that Zhanga? Also, when the time comes, you can ask Zhang Nuanan to also endorse some of our group's other brands along the way. And when the time comes, the benefits that will be brought to our group will be beyond your imagination. After listening to what Zhao Wen said, Secretary Lin couldn't help but stretch out his two hands and gently applauded. She sighed at Zhao Wen. Mr. Zhao is indeed brilliant. I'm almost mesmerized by you. Zhao Wen didn't pay any attention to her slightly provocative language and swung his club while saying, it wouldn't be too much to ask Zhang Nannan to join us for a meal when the time comes, would it? Ha 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 ha. When he finished speaking, he had a smug smile on his face. Secretary Lin glared at Zhao Wen with a pair of big eyes that were slightly grudging and ambiguous. Zhao Wen, however, acted as if he didn't see it. With confidence on his face, he swung the club down and with a snap, the ball on the ground went in for a hole-in-one. After hitting a satisfying shot, Zhao Wen put down his club and asked his secretary. Secretary Lin, have you finished checking the information I asked you to investigate about Zhang Ge? Secretary Lin nodded. Just a moment. I'll go get it. Hoven nodded and sat down in his boss chair. Secretary Lin walked out of the general manager's office with two long legs. At this time, Zhao Wen's cell phone rang. Zhao Wen answered the phone, and just after hearing the other party speak, his face became serious. What do you mean? What do you mean it failed? Hoven questioned into the phone. Old sword. Are you getting old? Can't even handle a kid. What did you say? Tibetan Mastiff? Zhanga car with 6 Tibetan Mastiffs. Did both of you? After hearing this, Zhao Wen was speechless for a while. The old knife is usually not this style of work. Usually this guy style ruthless. Rarely miss. This time how'd it get so bad? There is also Zhanga. Who fucking drive a gust such a high-level sedan? The car with 6 big Tibetan Mastiff. Could it be that he knew he was going to make a move on him and made preparations? Thinking for a moment, Zhao Wen said into the phone. Alright, you should get well first. I'll have Secretary Lin call you some money later. That's all. Zhao Wen wanted to hang up the phone after he finished speaking, but Old Knife's unwilling voice came from the cell phone. Give me one more chance. I'll chop off both of Ginger's hands and send them to you. Zhao Wen suddenly said very seriously into the phone. Didn't you understand what I said? I said that's it. On the phone, Old Knife was silent for a moment and spoke. Okay, I know. The seriousness on Zhao Wen's face then disappeared for a few moments, and he said into the phone, recuperate from your injuries at ease. Don't worry, I'll give you this breath. Okay. The Old Knife's submissive reply came over the phone. Hoven hung up the phone. The thought of Ginger brought a fierce look to his face. Secretary Lin walked in with a laptop and placed it in front of Zhao Wen. Mr. Zhao, this is all the information you're looking for on Ginger. Without looking, Zhou Man said, Nyan. Secretary Lin saw Zhao Wen's face and wondered what had happened, and without further joking, he picked up his computer and read. Ginger, 23, single, used to have a girlfriend, now broken up. From a rural background, I worked as a salesman at a branch of Icefields for a year and a half. Then he negotiated a big project for the company and was directly promoted to general manager of the branch. It was later purchased when the Red Plenty Cannery was about to close down. His parents were farmers and his family had no background. My father used to work as a migrant laborer and now works at the Red Plenty Cannery as a safety inspector. Mother is home. After hearing this, Zhao Wen said disdainfully, without any background, but a loser who got lucky, negotiated a deal, then got promoted, made some money, and bought the cannery, and you want to fight me with this kind of goods? After saying that, Zhao Wen seemed to realize what was wrong and asked the secretary, that's not right. Then how did he get Zhang Nuanan to endorse him? Secretary Lin seemed to have investigated this issue and said with confidence, it wasn't him who invited him, but Zhang Nannan himself, supposedly to help the farmers. Red Abundance Cannery's purchase of yellow peaches to make canned goods has boosted the income of local farmers, which is why Zhang Nannan chose to give him his endorsement. Zhao Wen nodded as he listened. It was not surprising that celebrities participated in some programs to help farmers. This is a very positive image for the stars themselves. No wonder I said how Zhang Nuanan will give this kind of small broken factory endorsement. It turns out to be a blind cat bumped into a dead rat. Hit a big luck. Zhao Wen spat, then said fiercely, but when you meet me, your luck is about to disappear. He instructed his secretary, call 5 dragons and tell him to take someone to Ginger and remove an arm. The secretary didn't look surprised in the least to hear such words as unloading his hands, and nodded as if he was used to it. Okay, Mr. Zhao. After that she picked up her laptop and headed outside. Zhao Wen's voice came from behind him. Tell them to be careful of the Tibetan Mastiff. The secretary paused in her steps and turned around. Tibetan Mastiff? Zhao Wen took a long breath from his chest and nodded. The secretary nodded and turned to walk out. The next morning, a black imported muscle SUV pulled up in front of the Ginger Villa area. Ginger gets a call to come out and greet him as Leonor steps out of the car. He held out his big friendly hand and shook Ginger's. Hello, Mr. Ginger. Seeing such a large Leonor with his own eyes, Janga felt that it was still intimidating. Strong like a bull, Ginger felt that if he gave him a punch, he probably wouldn't be able to penetrate his muscular armor. Even the security uncle who was watching the gate of the villa area walked out, tilted his head to look at Leonor's huge block, and let out an exclamation. My mother, what did you grow up eating? Ginger smiled and led Leonor back to the villa. Ginger remembered what he had said earlier, before the appointment. Ginger then asked him tentatively, Leonor, what was the payoff we agreed on before? I kind of forgot. Leonor said, Mr. Ginger, we didn't agree on a payment, and I'm willing to come and work for you as a bodyguard purely out of gratitude to you for helping me before. Ginger thought to himself that this was the background given by the system, but he didn't know what it was, and he couldn't be bothered to ask, so he left it at that. He said to Leonor, let's discuss the pay then. I can't let you work for nothing. But to my surprise Leonor said, no, I'm already rich. I've won a lot of money in the ring, enough to spend for the rest of my life. There's no point in giving me more. I understand how you feel though. If you have to pay, I think $1 would be enough. $1? Ginger queried. Yes, it's $1. Leonor was sure again. Ginger laughed. $1 for 3 years. Not enough to buy cabbage at these prices. At the same time, it occurred to Ginger that this Leonor looked quite large and was absolutely fierce and violent in the ring, but he spoke slowly and with very clear conditioning. It seems he not only has a strong body, but also a clear mind. Not one of those cranky, brainless muscle-bound guys. This is something Ginger is very happy about. Since he has said so, Janga will not push back. $1 for 3 years. So it is settled. At this time, Ma Hongfeng called and said that he had found out what Django wanted to find out about Zhao's group. Janga then decided to visit the factory and also listen to Zhao's group in the meantime. Ginger said to Leonor, I'm going out. You just got here. Do you need a break? Leonor shook her head. No, Mr. Ginger, I'll work from this moment. I'll go with you. Ginger nodded and said, just call me Ginger from now on. Okay, Leonor said. Ginger had planned to drive the Mercedes that the company had assigned him, but Leonor said, it's best for the two of us to share a car. With me driving, I'm too cramped in a regular car, so why don't you take my car? And my car is reinforced and has full body bulletproofing. Ginger laughed. Full body bulletproof is not a little too much. The dragon seems to not need this thing. Still, Ginger agreed to Leonor's proposal. Okay, just take your car. The two of them went up to Leonor's car. Really spacious. Jianggu sitting in the back can also take 6 big Tibetan Mastiffs. Not at all crowded. Following the navigation given by Ginger, Leonor drove out of the villa area and traveled down the road. Without noticing, a couple of cars followed behind. Of the several cars following Ginger, one of the leaders was 5 Dragons. 5 Dragons was just his nickname. This person was originally named Zhou Long, standing at a height of 1.75 meters, with a strong body, especially his legs, which were unusually muscular. Before that, he practiced sparring and made it to the professional team, which was very much appreciated by the coach and originally had a very bright future. But once, when he was out drinking and encountered a hooligan harassing his girlfriend in front of him, Zhou Long got angry and broke 5 of the man's ribs with a kick. After that, he was nicknamed Brother 5 Dragons, but he also got in trouble with the law for it and almost went to jail. The parents of the family had emptied the family treasury and it still wasn't enough to compensate the others. The girlfriend is also in tears every day. Wolong was very guilty at the time, feeling ashamed of his parents and his girlfriend. It was Jiawen who later smoothed out the matter for him and offered him compensation. So from then on, the 5 dragons were very grateful to Jiawen. Then he started working for Zhou Man. In the 5 dragons car, one of the minions asked to the 5 dragons, "Brother 5 dragons, where did you say that big guy driving for Jiang Gu came from? He looks like he's very strong. Can our people beat him?" Before the 5 dragons could speak, one of the men sitting next to the man gave him a hard slap on the head. "What the hell are you talking about? We can't beat him? You think we're all in this for nothing? That big guy is just a scarecrow sent by Jiang Gu. He even picked a foreigner to scare us. We'll take him down in a minute." The kid who asked the question was slapped and didn't dare to say anything else, so he could only nod his head. At that moment, the 5 dragons sitting in the front passenger seat turned back to them. Being big doesn't necessarily mean you can fight. You know, the bigger the size, the bulkier it is in general. And also, there are a few weak parts on a person's body, such as the chin. And even if it's a big block, the chin won't be able to carry a single punch from me. Got it? The little brother who had just been beaten nodded his head repeatedly. Brother 5 dragons is right. The little brother next to him also chimed in. That's right, and don't forget how our brother 5 dragons got his nickname. Brother 5 dragons best is his legs. I bet that big guy can't carry brother 5 dragons with a whip kick. The 5 dragons smiled, seemingly very pleased with the boast. In fact, he was right. His whip leg was extremely heavy, and it was his biggest killing weapon. When he was in the casual team, not a single person dared to take his whip kick. He turned to look at Ginger's car in front of him and instructed his men, "Send 2 cars ahead of him, and when we get to an unoccupied side road in a few minutes, we'll force him to stop and do it." The junior in the back made a call and the 2 cars accelerated toward the front. Ginger was sitting in the car, fine, making small talk with Leonore. "Leonore, tell me about your hometown." Leonore spoke up as he drove. "I was born on a small island in Sri Lanka where we are all Veda, and since I was a child I have hunted with a bow and arrow, and I am the best shot hunter on our island. Our island is very warm and has some of the most comfortable natural hot springs in the world. I haven't been back there in a long time though. It's been built up as a tourist mecca now, and all the vitae that were once there are scattered all over the world." "And you can shoot arrows?" Ginger said. Leonore laughed. "Of course. Then I specialized in the sport of archery, but after that I stood in the UFC and won 4 consecutive titles." Janga asked again. "I heard that you once studied under a master in the Dragon Kingdom for 3 years. What did you learn? Was it fighting, or maybe Oriental Kung Fu?" Leonore smiled and replied, "Neither, but it helps me become stronger. I mean, not just physically, but mentally as well." "What is it?" Ginger asked curiously, but Leonore shook his head. "I'm sorry I can't tell you. Just like I can't tell anyone who my teacher in Rikoku is. It's a secret of mine." Ginger nodded and didn't pursue the matter further. The vehicle pulled off the main road and onto an unoccupied side road. 2 cars overtook to the front. Leonore looked at the 2 cars and then behind them on the reflector. He didn't really notice anything was wrong, but when he tried to accelerate to overtake, the repeated and deliberate blocking of the 2 cars in front of him made him realize the problem. "It looks like we're being followed, and there are people in front and behind us," Leonore said. Ginger looked forward and back and realized that it was with several cars. He knew that the trail led to their town, and there weren't usually that many cars. Wanting to test the bodyguard's resilience, Django asked him, "What do we do?" Leonore replied, "Don't get out of the car for a while. I'll take care of it." With that he pulled over to the curb. As soon as he stopped, sure enough the cars in front and behind him stopped. The doors of those cars opened and a dozen or so people came down, all toward Django's side. The 5 dragons walked at the front with their hands in their pockets. The rest of the minions were carrying steel pipes in their hands. Ginger saw the scene and sought to find out that this time Leonore could not do it. I'm afraid, as the world heavyweight mixed martial arts champion, he shouldn't have much of a problem if he dealt with these dozen or so bare-knuckle punks. But now they're holding steel pipes. People are all made of meat. Even if they're strong, they can't take a steel pipe, right? But only to see Leonore put on both gloves without panic. Ginger asked him, "Are you just going to bring 2 gloves to take on so many guys with steel pipes?" Leonore shrugged. "Aha, the gloves protect my fists, but he's more useful for cushioning, which has a hard sponge added to it in case my punches are too heavy and I accidentally kill someone. You know, I don't want to kill anyone." With that said, Leonore got out of the car with an excited look on his face. That's right, a face of excitement. This guy, Ginger thought, was indeed a militant. The 5 dragons approached with their men and couldn't help but laugh with mockery when they saw Leonore get out of the car with his gloves on. Fighting with gloves these days? Does this guy think this is a boxing ring? Ha ha. This behavior is really a bit pretentious. The gloves are cushioned and when you put them on, you can't grab your hands. which for a street fight has many limitations on yourself. What does this big guy mean? Is he looking down on them? Then let's give him some credit. I'll fuck you up in a minute and see how you can still act. Give it to me. With a wave of 5 dragons' hand, a dozen or so minions rushed towards Leonor with steel pipes in their hands. The junior who rushed at the front swung a steel pipe and slanted it down towards Leonor's head. These juniors hadn't practiced much, but they had obviously fought a lot, and the steel pipe swung with a whirring wind. But all that was seen was a deft crouch of Leonor's burly body, easily dodging the steel pipe. At the same time, his movements were extremely fast, without a single pause. The original slightly crouching leg stood up, and an uppercut with his left hand struck out in a smooth manner, and the whole process was flowing like water. Boom! A punch lands directly on the jaw of the junior. That little brother felt as if his head had been hit by some sledgehammer at that time. The whole head was numb, a sour feeling came from his nose, and then both of his eyes suddenly went black and he didn't know anything. In the view of the others, he was punched in the head by Leonor, and his entire body went flying, falling onto the front hood of Leonor's car. Then his whole body lost its strength like mud, and he rolled down the slope of the hood of the car, and fell to the ground with a snapping sound, motionless. They were all shocked by the punch. What power was this? It really can send people flying. They could see clearly that the kid who was hit had both feet off the ground, collapsed onto the front hood of the car as if flying. Leonor himself, however, didn't hesitate for a second, his massive body charging towards the crowd like a beast. In the face of Leonor's fierce charge, the few juniors who stood forward actually flinched, and their feet began to retreat. Instead, someone came at Leonor vertically from the side with a steel pipe, aiming right at Leonor's head. Leonor sidestepped the pole and kicked out with a side stomp, hitting the goon square in the chest. The force of the stomp was so great that the man immediately flew backwards more than 5 meters and fell into the drainage ditch by the side of the road. Another steel pipe swung aside, toward Leonor's face. Eyes were about to smash into Leonor's face, but Leonor's left hand stayed on the left side of his chin, and with a slight lift, he blocked the pipe with his gloves. At the same time Leonor a low sweeping leg kick, look up gently without force. The result of the opposite side of the man's calf was fractured. Wailed, dropped the hands of the steel pipe fell to the ground, holding the leg wailing. Leonor continued to quickly close in on the others, thumping out 3 punches in quick succession. It hit each of the 3 men in the face. 2 of the 3 fell straight to the ground, and one was hit in the nose and bled profusely with his hands over his nose. One man slammed a steel pipe into Leonor's arm, but Leonor did nothing at all and punched the other man in the stomach. The man fell straight to the ground, his body curled up into the appearance of a prawn, his expression more agonized than any other. Next, Leonor's figure rolled through the remaining men, his opponent's steel pipes either being blocked with his gloves or dodged with his extremely nimble stride, and Leonor's fists kept coming out, and it only took 1 punch to put his opponent in a baby sleep. In no time, the minions brought by 5 dragons fell to the ground. 5 dragons was considered an insider, and now he knew that this big guy that Jianggu had found was definitely not just an empty muscle, and was definitely a fighting expert. From the way he throws his punches and his pace and stance, you can tell it's very professional. Maybe it's coming down from some kind of ring, isn't it? 5 dragons thought in his mind. 5 dragons often watched sparring matches but didn't pay much attention to mixed martial arts and didn't really know who Leonor was. Seeing that only one of the opposing team was left, Leonor walked towards the 5 dragons. At this time, Ginger walked down from the car, and the Tibetan Mastiffs followed behind, standing aside with Ginger to watch the show. Originally, Ginger was still thinking about whether or not to release the Tibetan Mastiff to help Leonor. As it turned out, it didn't seem necessary at all. Look at Leonor like he's not even warmed up yet. When the 5 dragons saw Leonor approaching, they didn't choose to run away, but instead, their expressions were grave, and their hands were taken out of their pockets in a fighting stance. Leonor saw that his posture had a professional look to it, and he took up a fighting stance with a serious look on his face. 5 dragons knew that Leonor was strong, but he still had confidence in his whip kick. As long as he could hit, the big guy couldn't carry it. He took the lead, patting and twisting, and a high whip kick came towards Leonor. Instead of retreating, Leonor blocks with his left arm and lands a right hand. It hit directly on the face of 5 dragons. The body of the 5 dragons suddenly went straight towards the back until it reached the ground. Consciousness blurred. Before completely passing out, he realized that only by facing it in person could he realize that the big man's fists were so swift and terrifying. At the same time, he didn't understand why his full-force whip leg was easily blocked by his opponent with his arm. And surprisingly, he couldn't do a single bit of damage to him. What kind of resistance is that? After flashing so many thoughts, he lost consciousness. Ginger pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the time. From when Leonor got out of the car, until now when he had taken care of all the other parties, only 10 minutes had passed. It only takes 10 minutes to hit a dozen guys with steel pipes. Is this what the world heavyweight MMA champion is made of? Mixed martial arts matches Janga has seen on TV a few times before, just to watch the fun, but do not know who is who and the people inside. But Ginger knows a little bit about the world of mixed martial arts as a game. It doesn't have as many rules as other races. For example, in a boxing match, you can only attack with your fists, not with movements such as leg kicks. In a casual match, you can't use elbows or knees. Mixed martial arts, on the other hand, uses both punches and kicks, elbows, knees, and so on. Even if you fall you can still use ground techniques. It even strangles. So in Ginger's mind, regardless of the rules, MMA fighters fight a little higher than other competitions. This was one of the reasons why Ginger chose to have him as his bodyguard. Leonor takes off his gloves and walks towards Ginger. Ginger asked him, "Is your arm okay? Just saw you get hit by a steel pipe." Leonor glanced at his arm, smiled and said, "It's fine. When I was in combat training before, one of the training is the ability to resist blows. The coach held a wooden stick in his hand and hit me, and I can't block or dodge. I can only resist. Just now that one time. That's the same amount of force that I usually train with. Just now only took a hit. And when I was training, I had to take thousands of hits every week." Ginger instantly felt, after hearing that it was so hard. "Let's go," Ginger said. Leonor nodded and went ahead and moved the car in front of him that was blocking the road, then got into the car with both Ginger and continued to drive towards the front. Django felt a little hot under the collar himself as he watched Leonor fight. Then he said to Leonor, "Leonor, why don't you train me too? Teach me some fighting skills. I want to get stronger too." Leonor smiled and nodded his head in agreement. "Sure, but it would be a lot of work." "Absolutely. And we can start tonight." Ginger nodded. "Okay, let's start tonight." He thought about how he didn't even have a specialty in the past, not because he wasn't talented, but because he lacked the opportunity to learn. Now the world mixed martial arts champion gives himself as a coach. One-on-one teaching. What a great opportunity. Even if it is hard, he has to stick to it. It's not necessarily about actually winning blah 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 and having a high level of combat prowess. It's about getting in shape and building up your body. Soon they were in the cannery. Ginger opened the car door to let the Tibetan Mastiffs out and let them play near the car. With the orders Ginger had given them earlier, they wouldn't bite indiscriminately. Ginger led Leonor inside the office building. Ma Hongfeng was not inside the office, and Jianggu called him to realize that he was at the site of the plant expansion. Ginger called him back. Not a moment later, Ma Hongfeng walked into the office. As soon as he entered the room, he was taken aback by Leonor's massive frame. "Good guy, Mr. Jiang. Who is this?" "My personal bodyguard," Ginger said. "Oh, this big body grid can be really scary." "Ha ha," Ma Hongfeng sighed. Then the words turned. More Jianga said the main thing. "Mr. Jiang, about the Zhao Group. They've really been going through a big event recently. Zhao's group is going through a shareholding change. The chairman of Zhao's group, Zhao Yunza, has cancer. I heard that he is dying. He is in control of 34% of Zhao's group's shareholding. The whole group is controlled in his hands." Zhao Yunza had two sons. The eldest son was called Zhao Li, and the youngest son was Zhao Wen, both holding 10% of Zhao Group's equity. I heard that Zhao Yunza wanted to leave all the equity in his hand to one of his sons. It is said to have probably fallen into the hands of the youngest son, Zhou Man. If it's all given to Zhao Wen, then Zhao Wen will have 44% of Zhao Group in his hands, and he'll be the absolute controller in the entire group at that time. "Why not the oldest son?" Ginger asked. Ma Hongfeng then said, "The eldest son Zhao Li. I heard that the mind is not in this piece. Several years ago to study abroad. Now after graduation, stayed abroad to become a photographer. A few years do not come back to China once. You say this group can be handed over to him." On the contrary, that Zhao Wen was different. He had been working in the group. Although he was not very old, he had made a lot of achievements for the group and was currently holding the position of general manager of Zhao's group. So people are guessing that Zhao Yunza will give him the stake. Hearing Ma Hongfeng say the word credit, Jianggu smiled. Thinking about all the things Zhao Wen had done to himself, Jianggu probably knew where he got his credit from. However, Jianggu felt that Zhao Yunza was not a good person either, and there was a high probability that Zhao Wen had learned these tactics from his father's hands, because when the Zhao group first started out, it wasn't Zhao Wen that they relied on, but Zhao Yunza. After listening, Ginger pondered something. Ma Hongfeng added, "I think Zhao Wen suddenly wants to come to acquire us. Is related to the matter of shareholding. He sees that our brand has hit the ground running and is about to make a lot of money. So he will take our factory over and increase his contribution in the group." Ginger nodded. Ma Hongfeng added, "Zhao's group recently there is a big thing. Is in the tender for the development of the city's new area. A few tens of billions of large projects. It is said that Zhao Wen is also participating in this matter. If he succeeds in helping the group to take the bidding, it is equal to making a great achievement, then his father's share of the equity will definitely be his. Ginger nodded again, already having a rough plan in his head. He's just waiting for Zhao Wen to take his dad's share. By the time Zhao Wen has 44% of the equity in his hand, he will straighten Zhao Wen out again and make him transfer both the equity and the control of the group into his hands. Then won't he directly become the largest shareholder of Zhao's group? Not only did he get shares worth tens of billions of dollars, but when the time came, he was in charge of the entire Zhao group. As for how to get the stake in Zhao Wen's hands and get him to transfer it, that's not simple. Since Zhao Wen used violence against him, why couldn't he use violence against Zhao Wen? So far Zhao Wen has gone after him twice, and he's been on the defensive and hasn't fought back yet. Django felt that to fight back, he should just go straight for the jugular. One move kills. Keep a close eye on Zhao Group's movements, and let me know if anything happens. Ginger instructed Ma Hongfeng. Ma Hongfeng immediately nodded. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Knock, knock, knock. This time there was a knock on the office door. Ma Hongfeng opened the door. It was the company clerk Xiao Jing. Factory director Ma. I just ran into a few people outside who said they were from a bodyguard company and were looking for you. I've asked them to wait outside. Good. Shizuku nodded her head towards her office. Ma Hongfeng turned to Jiang Gu and said, Mr. Jiang, the bodyguard I hired has arrived. Do you want to go and take a look together? Yeah, Ginger said. The two then walked out of the office and outside the office building. Leonore, on the other hand, stayed behind Ginger. Outside, 3 jeeps were parked. 10 bodyguards stood in a line wearing black combat uniforms. They all had lean builds and steely eyes and looked very well trained. There was also a leader in charge, a man in the same black combat uniform. Seeing Ma Hongfeng and Jiang Gu walking over, he immediately ushered them over with a smile. Hello, your factory director Ma. Right, I've seen your picture. When hiring a bodyguard to fill out the information, you need to provide a photo of the employer. So Ma Hongfeng sent them a photo of himself. Ma Hongfeng shook his hand and said, I'm Ma Hongfeng. He then introduces Ginger. This is our Mr. Kong. The head of the bodyguard company immediately shook hands with Jiang Gu and said, Hello, Mr. Jiang. He then introduced himself. I'm the captain of the company's bodyguards, Wang Jin, and these 10 bodyguards are all my team members. Hello Captain Wang. Jiang Gu responded with a smile. Wang Jin had actually noticed this large man, Leonore, very early on, except that it would have been a bit rude to ignore the customer and ask him first. Now that he had finished his greeting, he asked, And this is? Ginger said, My personal bodyguard. Wang Jin was a little surprised. After all, it was rare to see such a large bodyguard. Or brown people, and I don't know which country. Suddenly, Wang Jin stared at Leonore and said, Why do I feel as if I have seen it somewhere? Leonore smiled and said nothing. At this time, someone from the team behind Wang Jin shouted, Report Captain. Wang Jin turned around and said, What is it? 3 bodyguards came out of the group and headed this way. They looked sharply at Leonore, and instantly showed an expression of shock to the core. Captain, this is Leonore Bar. Wang Jin queried, What Leonore? A team member replied, Iron Blood Leonore, the world MMA heavyweight champion. The man known as the most powerful man in the world. You forgot the last time you came to watch a match with us. You said that guy was so strong. I don't know if you can beat him. You forgot. Saying that, Wang Jin immediately remembered. He looked at Leonore, and was met with an equally shocked look. My god, it's really Ironborn Leonore. Oh my god. At the same time, he was even more shocked internally as he thought, a world-class mixed martial arts champion. Running to us to be a personal bodyguard for someone? What kind of person is this young Jiang always? One of the team members whispered to Wang Jin. Captain, didn't you want to know if you could beat him? Now's your chance. Why don't you go up and try? Wang Jin immediately glared at his teammates and reprimanded. What nonsense. Get back in line. Yes, the 3 team members shouted neatly, then trotted back to the team. Wang Jin then said to Jiang Gu and Ma Hongfeng, The 10 bodyguards you asked for are all here. Please pick your own candidates. Good. Ginger said. He and Ma Hongfeng walked towards the team of bodyguards, and Zhanga first picked 4 that he felt were stronger and asked them to secretly protect his parents, then sent them a photo picture of himself with his parents. Then he told them the address of his home and that his father worked in this factory. The 4 bodyguards nodded. To make it easier for them, Zhanga asked Ma Hongfeng to give 2 of them nominal recruitment as safety inspectors in the factory, a job with Ginger's father. This way the 2 of them could also inch along with Ginger's father at the factory for good protection. Then Jiang let Ma Hongfeng pick 2 of his own, and let them go to his villa for the remaining 4. After the arrangements were made, Wang Jin left on his own, and the 3 jeeps stayed behind. I think it's for the bodyguards, thought Ginger. After that, Janga asked Mahonthom to take himself to the expanded plant to have a look. Really nice. The extension is huge and fits what Ginger had in mind. Workers are busy in the middle of construction. After seeing that all was well on the factory side, Ginger left with Leonor. Still Leonor drove and Ginger sat in the back with 6 large Tibetan Mastiffs. Ginger said to Leonor, "There's nothing else to do today, so why don't we, start training?" Leonor nodded. Yeah. Then Ginger had Leonor drive to the mall. Bought some training gear inside the mall. Sandbags, boxing gloves, targets, jump ropes, dummies, and all kinds of gym equipment. The seller was responsible for giving delivery and it was shipped to the house in no time. The delivery came with installers, 2 young men in their 20s, as some of the gym equipment needed to be assembled. One of the installers turned to Ginger and asked, "Where do you see all this equipment going for you?" Janga thought about it. Put outside in the wind and rain. Certainly not good. Can be placed in the house is best. Their own separate house out. The future as their own training room. But the villa doesn't have any more empty rooms. But there was also an empty garage that was quite large. Janga then asked the installer, "Can you give me that garage to remodel? Do a fight training room. The floor is all paved with soft cushion. The center to get a fighting cage. And the wall, also all wrapped with sponge, to be divided into fitness and fight training 2 areas. Fitness equipment are iron guys. Training time is easy to touch." The installer guy said, "Well, I'll have to see if your garage is big enough to fit." Ginger then showed them the empty garage. After looking at it, the little man said, "Yes, the area is enough, but you buy the equipment and install it for free. You have to pay extra to remodel the room." Ginger nods in agreement. They were also asked to have a few more people to work and move faster. "You can pay more yourself." The installer guy said no problem, made a phone call to call a couple buddies, and pulled some foam pads over, and then worked feverishly on it. In the back garden, Leonor began to teach Ginger some of the basic moves of fighting. How to hold, punch, pace, and shake and flash. How to restrain one's instinct to duck backward in the face of an enemy's attack, turning to precise dodging, or swinging one's head, or sidestepping, and looking for a counterattack. "The fist shall be as swift as a viper, the eye shall be as sharp as an eagle," Leonor said. Ginger learns very seriously. The world mixed martial arts champion himself teaches. This kind of opportunity is not available to anyone. Waiting for Ginger to understand all the basics, Leonor said to Janga, "The next step is to turn these fighting techniques into your instincts, your muscle memory. Through day after day of training, when someone attacks you, your brain doesn't need to react at all, and your body will react instinctively. Your muscles will always be faster than your brain. And then there's the training that builds your strength and agility and resistance to blows. Practice airstrikes with me first next. An airstrike is a blow to the air with your fist." Django followed Leonor as he practiced on the grass. The workers were busy for 2 to 3 hours and finally finished remodeling the garage. Ginger also finished the day's training, physically exhausted, but the spirit was very pleasant, tiring but rewarding. Came to the garage to look around. The workers' craftsmanship is nothing to write home about. Fully meet the requirements of the Ginger. Ginger was so pleased that he paid for it straight away. The workers were then ready to leave. Heading outside, Ginger and Leonor also came out of the garage. Leonor said, "Before I had a professional masseuse give me a massage after training every day to help me relax my muscles, which helps to relieve the stiffness and soreness of your muscles so that you are in better shape to train the next day. And I think you still need a masseuse." This was heard by North River, Maple Blossom and the 6 of them, who ran out to give Ginger a massage to help relax his muscles. Ginger asked Leonor, "Will 6 do?" Leonor says thick gift shedder. It's a foreign phrase that expresses awe, with an effect similar to the Chinese word crouch. You could see that Leonor was very surprised by the 6 beauties from the land of days. Ginger wasn't sure what the point of surprise was. The 2 worker boys in their 20s were just getting to the door because they had been slow to check out at the end and the other workers had walked out of the villa. At the sound, they both looked back. Suddenly, one of the boys' eyes filled with surprise and cut as if to report their names. "Crap, Maple Blossom, White Peach, Jasmine, 3 on the North River, why are they here?" The other worker boy saw how he lost his temper and hurriedly pulled him out of the villa. "Look at their big villas. The life of the rich is not something we can understand. But who are they? How do you know their names? You don't know them? Acting in a movie." The little brother shook his head. "I don't recognize it." Shouting out the name, that little brother to said, "After work to buy me dinner. Come to my rental house in the evening. I'll show you to get acquainted." "Okay, what's for dinner?" "Kebab it." "Fine, kebabs are kebabs. I'll see if the movie they're in is any good." The 2 of them drifted away. Ginger lay on the grass and grunted from the massage. "Why did you call it?" "Because the muscles are really sore. Whoever tries it knows. Leonore also made a point of telling them to push harder or it wouldn't work, just as Ginger was enjoying the sourness. Inside the general manager's office of Zhao Group, 5 dragons stood in front of Zhao with a swollen nose and took out his cell phone to play a video for Zhao. The video features a scene where Leonore, with gloves on, takes on a dozen pole-wielding minions on his own. It was secretly filmed by 5 dragons while they were fighting. As Zhao watched the video, he felt as if Leonore was a tiger entering a flock of sheep, or as if an adult had broken into a kindergarten, and the kindergartners were holding chopsticks and attacking the adult. And adults punch a little kid. Who is this big guy, so fierce? After watching the video, Zhou let out a question. He then saw 5 dragons' bruised and swollen face and asked again, "Even you couldn't handle him?" The 5 dragons said in their hearts that which is not so simple as to be able to do it. Is completely being crushed okay? The other side didn't use their true strength at all. Then again, today was the best sleep he'd had in years. The last time I slept this soundly was when I was in the hospital getting anesthesia for a painless gastroscopy. 5 dragons said to Zhao. Mr. Zhao, I've checked. You can't even imagine the identity of this big guy. He then wore an extremely exaggerated expression and said in an extremely outrageous tone, "This is the world heavyweight mixed martial arts champion you dare to believe." Still a four-peat. The reason for the withdrawal was that he couldn't find an opponent in the world of mixed martial arts rings. Just fucking outrageous. Hoping to come here to find a rival. Are you? World fighting champion? Zhou was also surprised by the identity. He then frowned and let out a heartfelt question. Where did Ginger find this man? Just as Zhao marveled, the office door opened and his female secretary walked in. She had a picture frame in her hand and walked over to hand it to Zhao. In the picture frame, surprisingly, was a picture of Zhang Nan. As a celebrity, her photo was a big search on the internet, and Secretary Lin downloaded it from the internet to make this photo frame. Zhou made her do it. Zhao took the photo, admired it carefully for a moment, and placed it on his desk. Secretary Lin said to Zhao with a jealous tone, "Is she that good? Charmed you?" The corners of Zhao's mouth smiled slightly, with a few hints of disdain. Zhang Nuanan, the goddess of all people, the peak of her face, who doesn't like it? But to say it's mesmerizing is not so much. After all, Zhou had never met her in reality. He's so rich, he's surrounded by attractive women who throw themselves at him. It's not as stunning as Zhang Nuanan, right, but it quenches the thirst. And why should he go out of his way to obsess over someone he's never met in reality? The current Zhao, who was high-minded and proud, fantasized about a scenario in which Zhang Nan was enamored with him after having contact with him. Come forward and throw yourself at him. He was, to put it bluntly, simply greedy for Zhang Nuanan, greedy for her body, very greedy, but not enough to be obsessed. And then there's the utilization. If he could bring Zhang Nan into the group, then he would be equal to another credit. The stake in his father's hands, he was more than sure to get his hands on. Now, Zhang Nuanan has announced to the public that in the next few years will not take any commercial endorsement, only endorsement of Red Abundance canned food. So now the only way to reach Zhang Nuanan is through the Hongfeng cannery. But now, there was a huge obstacle separating him and Zhang Nan. That would be Ginger. Ginger, Zhao said fiercely. Then he turned to 5 dragons and asked, how much does it cost to hire a world mixed martial arts champion as a personal bodyguard? 5 dragons replied, Mr. Zhao, I'm afraid this isn't a matter of money. A player of this level would get several $1 million just for the appearance fee for a single match. Not to mention the prize money has long been in hand. Being a private bodyguard is a matter of selling one's life. So how much money do you pay before people are willing to come? Zhao was puzzled. Could it be that Zhang has known that big guy for a long time? Have a relationship? The 5 dragons nodded. Most likely. And the relationship is still good. Otherwise he couldn't have come. Zhao turned his head to his secretary and questioned. I asked you to investigate Zhang. How did you do it? And this didn't even come up? Secretary Lin was depressed for a while. He did have Ginger all figured out. But who knew he knew a world MMA champion? I didn't find out that Ginger had been abroad either. How did they meet? Could it be netizen? How do you check this stuff? Seeing Secretary Lin stammering for words, Zhao waved his hand. Alright, you go out first. Secretary Lin walked out with a resigned face. 5 dragons proposed to Zhao. Mr. Zhao, why don't I gather more people and go after him again? I don't believe I can't get him. Zhao said with slight anger. Alright, don't you guys think you've embarrassed me enough? You go out first. After hearing this, the 5 dragons silently left. Zhou was alone in his office thinking. In fact, there are only 2 groups of people under his hand. One is the old knife and the other is the 5 dragons. And as a result, not only did he not mess with Zhang, but they were both killed by Zhang in return. It seems they're still not very good at what they do. Again and again and again. He'd already missed twice, and the next time it had to be the whole hard way, or else he'll be laughed at by Ginger for his lack of tact. The people under him can't do it. The real powerful players in the group are the ones under his dad's hand. He didn't realize where his dad had pulled that group from, but he knew that it was this group of people who had made a mark from the start of the Zhao group's fortunes. Murder, arson, sawing thighs, they've done everything. It's a real tough guy. The kind that kills people at the drop of a hat. Zhao Wen pulled out his cell phone and made a call. A few moments later, the other party picked up, but didn't speak. Zhao Wen, his father, once made a rule for him that he must call this man uncle. Zhao Wen thought, every time we meet, he never hangs me. Make a phone call and still ignore me. You think you are very hanged? I have to call him uncle, call him shit. When my father dies, won't you all be my men? Working for me? Pretend what you're pretending. You're nothing in front of me. Zhao Wen then said into the phone, Uncle Chen, I want to trouble you to do something for me. After a moment of silence, a cold voice came over the phone. Say, Zhao Wen's heart was happy and he spoke into the phone. There's a guy named Ginger who hurt one of my men and had to take his revenge. And a contract. Make him sign it. He then sent Ginger's information to the other party from his cell phone. Attached to it, there is a contract for acquisition. After waiting a few moments, a cold voice on the phone said, Got it. Zhao Wen wanted to say something else, but he realized that the phone had already hung up, hanging up really fast. Zhao Wen spat. In fact, he also wanted to say, do not Ginger life, as long as the lesson, broken arms and legs and so on, signed the contract, and then finished, but now he felt that since the gang had stepped in, things were out of his control. Ginger's little life is probably over, but screwed is screwed. He didn't kill him anyway. It has nothing to do with me. After training with Leonore for a few days in the villa, Ginger felt like he was physically exhausted. The body seems to be overdrawn. Leonore trains too hard. Ginger did carry it a bit. Leonore saw Ginger lying on the ground panting and sweating with exhaustion. Turning to Ginger, he said, Your physical fitness is still too poor to match my training speed at all. Ginger Heart says you're the world mixed martial arts champion. I have a good body for an average person. How can I compare to you? Suddenly it occurred to Ginger that he should get some more milk from the mother tiger. That stuff is so strong that the last time I drank it myself, I felt like my whole body had inexhaustible energy. If I could drink one a day, I'm sure I could keep up with Leonore's training. Speaking of the tiger, Ginger kinda misses it. Although the time spent together was brief, it had feelings for itself that Ginger could feel. Last time Seek said that a wildlife nature reserve had been established there, so it must be doing well now. After all, as long as there are no human interruptions, very few animals in nature can fuck a tiger. And no animal dares to fuck with a tiger unless it's really pushed. The probability of this happening is very small. Though, it's not like there are doctors in nature. And once the animals get a heavier injury that affects their movement and results in not catching prey, they're basically just waiting to starve to death. That's why wild animals are generally very cautious and don't do fights easily. Ginger decided that he would go there to check it out once he was done messing with Zhao's group. Have some tiger's milk, by the way. As he was thinking about it, the cell phone that Ginger had put aside rang. Ginger climbed up and walked over to pick up his cell phone. It was Ma Hongfeng calling. Press the answer button. The old horse. Ma Hongfeng's voice came from the phone. Mr. Jiang, unexpected situation. Something big has happened to Zhao Group. What's the big deal? Ginger asked. Ma Hongfeng's voice continued to come from the phone. Zhao Li has suddenly returned home. Hearing this news, Ginger was also a bit surprised. It's an intriguing time to return. Is it going to be a scene of blood brothers fighting over the family fortune? This is not surprising. After all, who wouldn't want such a large estate? Ma Hongfeng continued. This is not the main thing. The main thing is, the people who went to the airport to pick him up. Guess who are there? Zhang Ge guessed wildly. His father. Zhao Yunzi? Ma Hongfeng froze, said. No, where do you think? His father is lying in the Lku. It is difficult to stand up, not to mention going to pick up. Then Ma Hongfeng said. It's a few leaders from the city. Among them is a leader in charge of the development of the new area. Jiang Yuming. It's all over the news. And there's a picture of these leaders receiving him. As soon as Ginger heard that, there was definitely something going on here. Zhao Li has such a good relationship with Jiang Yuming. Could it be that he wants to take the new area development project into his hands? It's also making such a big deal out of it. And it's on the news. And it's so high profile that it seems to be a bit of a declaration of war against Zhao Wen. If he succeeded, then his contribution to the group directly pressed Zhao Wen. In that case, would Zhao Yunzi give Zhao Li the stake in his hand? This news somewhat disrupted Ginger's plans. Originally, Zhang Ji's plan was to just wait quietly for Zhao Wen to inherit the shares in Zhao Yunzi's hands, and then he himself would take them all from Zhao Wen. But the situation is a bit precarious now. Ginger decided not to wait any longer. He was going to strike. Help Joe Man get equity. Chickens. Fatten them up before you kill them. After hanging up his cell phone, Ginger picked up his clothes and headed outside the training room. I'm going to run some errands first, so that's it for today's training, Ginger said to Leonore. Leonore looked at the watch hanging on the wall and nodded. Training is pretty much done for the day. He then proceeded to train up himself. Ginger took a shower and changed his clothes, and went to the middle of the study by himself, closing the door behind him. Opened the computer and searched out a picture of the character. It's the chairman of the Zhao group, Zhao Yunze. Regarding the matter of equity, Zhang felt that the most important person must be Zhao Yunze. The equity is in his hands. The decision is in his hands, and he can give it to whomever he wants. So all I have to do is to deliver a slanderous message in front of him and praise Zhao Wen vigorously, and the matter will be settled. After thinking about it, Ginger smiled, feeling like a traitor. So bad, but he liked it. System, modify the relationship between me and him to Channing's super best friend. Ginger communicated with the system in his head. The system's voice immediately came to mind. Ding, character relationship modification successful. Current relationship is Chen Yan super best friend. Ha ha ha. Hearing the system say the same thing, Ginger couldn't help but laugh. Ginger then pulled out his cell phone and placed it on the table, lying back in his chair with his eyes closed. Inside the luxurious custody room of the city's highest-ranking hospital, a sickly middle-aged man lay on a hospital bed, sucking in oxygen. He had lost almost all of his hair and only had a few short hairs left. There was also no trace of blood on his lips or face, and he was terribly pale. The appearance also looked very old, obviously only in his 50s, but as if he was 70 or 80 years old. He was the man of the hour who had single-handedly founded the Zhao group. Zhao Yunze. Cancer is fair, and when it's serious, even 100 billionaire can't cure it. As if he remembered something, Zhao Yunze said to a young bodyguard in a black suit next to him, Son, bring me my cell phone. I want to make a call to an old friend. His voice was weak, almost inaudible. Still, Matsu heard him clearly. Okay, Dong Zhao. Song brought Zhao Yunze a cell phone and was going to open the address book to help him dial. Dong Zhao, who are you calling? However, Zhao Yunze took the cell phone himself and pressed a string of cell phone numbers one by one, digit by digit. Matsu was slightly surprised. All the old friends of Zhao Dong that he knew existed in his cell phone's address book. Why do you have to dial a number for this? However, Song was Zhao Yunze's most trusted bodyguard, and in this ward, Zhao Yunze let him, the one bodyguard, in. Not only because Song was a top-notch fighter, he had saved Zhao Yunze from danger many times. It's more because Matsu never meddles in anything. Zhao Yunze told him, and he listened. What he wasn't told, he never asked. What Zhao Yunze said on the phone, he listened to all the words in his ears, and then rotten in his heart. Do not say a word to anyone. Zhao Yunze dialed the phone and put it to his ear. Matsu silently stepped aside and continued to guard the doorway. Ginger waited a few moments before the cell phone on his desk rang. Ginger picked up his cell phone and looked at the number. An unfamiliar number in the city. Ginger pressed the answer button. Hello? Zhao Yunze's weak voice on the phone came. Zhanga. Ha. It's me, old Zhao. Didn't expect it. I'm about to die. Before I die, say goodbye to you. Ginger said. Zhao Yunze. Ha, I know you're dying. I know you have cancer. On the phone Zhao Yunze laughed. It's good to know. It's good to know. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yunze seemed to just want to say goodbye and didn't say much. Zhang Ge then took the initiative to ask, Lao Zhao, I heard that you want to give all the equity in your hand to one of your sons. Who do you plan to give it to? Facing his old friend's question, Zhao Yunze didn't avoid anything and said slowly, the boss is the older brother after all. I guess leave it to the boss. Ginger froze at that. The boss is Zhao Li. That's not so good, because if the equity is in Zhao Wen's hands, he himself straightened him out and snatched it from his hands without the slightest burden of heart, because Zhou Man went after himself first. However, if this shareholding fell into Zhao Li's hands, it would not be good for him to come down hard on Zhao Li. It's not like he has a problem with himself, even though they belong to the same Zhao group. Zhang Gu couldn't catch someone he didn't know very well to death. What if Zhao Li is a pretty good guy? In this aspect of my own heart, I definitely can't get over it. Zhang Gu then said to Zhao Yunze, why give it to Zhao Li? Isn't Zhao Wen the general manager of your Zhao group? Zhao Li has been abroad and hasn't come back once in a few years. Can he take over this burden? Zhao Yunze laughed and said, ha. Zhao Wen, this child is good. Have the ruthlessness of my youth, but also have the brains. However, now the times are different. Zhao group has to be cleansed in order to survive. Cannot be like a few years ago, fighting and killing. Ha. Therefore, the group cannot be handed over to Zhao Wen. Not so with Zhao Li, who was raised to be timid, or rather, kind. and shed tears for mice when he saw cats catching mice. When I grew up, I couldn't stand my style, and because of that, I gambled and left the country and didn't come home for years. However, one thing the kid had that was out of reach of his brother was the ability to run relationships. For so many years, although he has been doing some kind of photography abroad, he has made friends with many leaders at home, especially in our city. Through his men's travels, putting the group in his hands is in line with the trend of the times, and only he can lead Zhao's group to survive. While listening, Ginger's brain spun rapidly. After listening, although Jianga felt that what Zhao Yunzi said made sense, he still found some cracks in him. Ginger said into the phone, "Old Zhao, it's right for you to think so, but as an old friend, I want to give you a different suggestion." "Oh," Zhao Yunzi let out a question. Then said, "I wish to hear more." Ginger organized his thoughts and began to give Zhao Yunzi a lecture. "Old Zhao, Zhao Group has made a fortune and made a lot of enemies, right? From this aspect of consideration, do you really think that Zhao Li can take over Zhao Group?" On the phone, Zhao Yunzi was silent. Ginger was right. Zhao's group had indeed offended a lot of people along the way, but now that he was there and old Chen was there, no one else dared to do anything to them. But if he leaves, the kind-hearted Zhao Li will definitely abandon the old Chen who used to kill and set fire and saw his thighs, and by then, Zhao Li will definitely be killed by his enemies, and die a horrible death. Zhao Yunzi cursed himself. The sickness had made his brain not work well. He had been thinking about washing his hands of the future, but he hadn't thought about the fact that if Zhao Li, he wouldn't be able to protect himself at all. He wants to clear his name. The haters don't want to clear their names. They just want revenge. At this time, Jiang Gu continued. There's also Zhao Wen. Do you think that with Zhao Wen's character, would he willingly watch his brother take over Zhao Group? Will it lead to blood brothers turning against each other? On this issue, Zhao Yunzi's mouth didn't admit it. Although Zhao Wen is ruthless, I believe that he won't lay a hand on his brother. But he was drumming inside. How like the old him Zhou Man was, he thought. In his former place, he would have been upset and angry. What would he do in such a state of anger and resentment? What will Zhou Man do again? He didn't dare think any further. Turning to Ginger, he asked, "And who do you think the equity should go to?" Jiang Gu held the phone, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Zhao Yunzi had already gotten into his thoughts. The smile at the corner of his mouth flickered away as Jiang Gu said solemnly, "I think it's most appropriate to give it to Zhao Wenkai." "Why?" Zhao Yunzi asked. "Because only Zhao Wen is ruthless enough to deal with those enemies of yours," Ginger replied. Zhao Yunzi then asked, "Then the group goes on like this? That is not a road to black? It can't be cleansed to see what's left to live for in the future, waiting for Zhao Wen to be taken to jail?" Jiang Gu replied, "Prison is better than death. Besides, if the power is handed over to Zhao Wen, with Zhao Li's character, he will not do anything to his brother, which will not happen the problem of blood brothers against each other. As for what happens in the future, it depends on Zhao Wen's destiny. Maybe he can meet someone high up to help clear the group's name. All in all, I think giving it to Zhao Wen is the best choice." Zhao Yunzi took the phone and began to think. At that moment, Ginger heard the nurse's voice on the phone. "Mr. Cho, it's time to take your medicine." Then Zhao Yunzi's voice came. "The nurse told me to take my medication. I'm hanging up now. Thank you for telling me this. It seems like I'll have to reconsider." Jianga smiled. "Well, you take your medicine first. Look, I don't realize I've told you so much. It's reasonable that I, an outsider, shouldn't dictate your family affairs." Zhao Yunzi also laughed weakly. "Don't say that. Only you, an old friend, can talk to me about these things. Thank you." The two then hung up. After that phone call, Ginger didn't think it was enough. One more dose is needed. That's the project to develop the new city, landing in Zhao Wen's hands. In this way, Zhao Li did not have any reputation in the group, while Zhao Wen had outstanding achievements. Coupled with what Jiang Gu had just said to Zhao Yunzi, in the end, the Zhao group could definitely fall into Zhao Wen's hands. Then it was time to launch his own revenge on Zhou Man. Jiang Gu searched the computer for a picture of the leader in charge of the new city's development, Jiang Yuming. Before turning on the system function, Jiang Gu thought about how good Jiang Yuming and Zhao Li's relationship was. If the relationship is very good, then he changed his relationship with Jiang Yuming to a close friend. Would his words not work? Another relationship that comes to mind for Ginger is that of leader and subordinate. If he was Jiang Yuming's leader and Jiang Yuming became his subordinate, wouldn't that be a one-sentence deal? Anyway, no matter if it was given to Zhao Li or Zhao Wen, the project would end up in Zhao Group's hands. That doesn't really put him in violation. Ginger thought about whether or not this relationship would have negative consequences for him, or subsequent trouble or something like that. After all, in officialdom, identity is very sensitive. After thinking about it for a moment, Ginger didn't expect any problems. Just try it. Ginger decided on that. Anyway, even if something went wrong in the future, with the ability of his system, he was confident that he could fix the problem. Jiang Ge then used the system's ability in his mind at Jiang Yuming's picture. When Jiang Ge used the system, he was communicating with it in a silent way in his head. Even if there was no one around, he wouldn't say anything. System, modify the relationship between me and him to leader and subordinate, with me as the leader. Ding character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is leader and subordinate. Ginger, as was his habit, waited quietly with his eyes closed. Soon, Jiang Yuming's call came. Leader, are you free tonight? I'd like to report to you about my work. Jiang Yuming's voice came from the phone. Honestly, Ginger didn't quite understand what that meant. How come the debriefing had to be tonight? No reporting during the day now? Jiang said in a deep voice. Comrade Yuming, I have an appointment with someone else tonight. Let's change the time. Good leader, Jiang Yuming said. Then I'll make an appointment for you another day. Jiang said into the phone. Comrade Yuming, today I saw on the news that you went to the airport to pick up someone. With your status, you should avoid suspicion. Jiang Yuming heart thumped. Said bad. The leader criticized him. Must be dissatisfied with this matter. He instantly said nervously. The leader is right. It's my negligence. I'll pay attention in the future. Ginger asked again. How is the bidding for the new city development going? Jiang Yuming replied. It's going well so far. There are 13 large domestic enterprises that have already confirmed their participation, and the bidding will take place in 3 days. Ginger, oh, so did any of our city businesses participate? Jiang Yuming replied while his brain raced, analyzing the intentions behind each sentence. Now he's come to the conclusion. First, Ginger is not happy with Zhao Li. Secondly, Jiang is very concerned about the city's enterprises, and the only one in the city to participate in the tender is Zhao Group, trying to land the tender in Zhao Group's hands, and not in Zhao Li's hands. Then, there's only Zhao Wen. The leader is looking toward Zhou Man. Jiang Yuming immediately replied, our city's Zhao Group also participated in the bidding, by their general manager Zhao Wen on behalf of the group to participate in the project. I think, the project is still in the hands of our local group is good. The fat water is flowing into other people's fields. Oh yes, Zhao Group's eldest son Zhao Li. This is not just back to China, but also ready to use the name of the group branch to participate. But I think, they are not a family well. Did not agree to a group to send a representative of the person is not on the line. Send so many people to participate in what is the use? Ginger froze. Did this guy reject Zhao Li? Aren't they on good terms? What about even picking up the airplane in person and sending out news? Or was it that this Jiang Yuming fellow had analyzed his intentions from just a few words of his own? Ginger felt that this was most likely the case. Otherwise, if he wasn't good with Zhao Li, could he go and personally pick up the plane and let the reporters take pictures? Ginger thought to himself. This guy is so analytical. It's really good. Anyway, Ginger was very pleased with the result and said to him, good. I won't ask too many questions about your work. You know, I do always recognize your abilities. Hearing the leader's approval, Jiang Yuming knew that he had gotten this right and inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for the leader's compliments. I will definitely keep up the good work and live up to the leadership's expectations of me. Well, that's all for now. After Ginger hung up the phone, Jiang Yuming immediately dialed Zhao Li's number. Zhao Li, don't come to that tender in 3 days. Why, didn't we have a deal? Zhao Li's somewhat anxious question came over the phone. However, Jiang Yuming didn't explain anything and simply said, there's no reason. For starters, Jiang Yuming hung up the phone directly, which made him sit on the chair and wipe his sweat, taking a long breath. Ginger was in a soothing mood after those 2 calls. It is a wonderful feeling to feel that things are under your control. He sat back in his chair and continued to think about something. And at that moment, Zhao Wen was in his office, not realizing how much of a favor his rival, Jiang Ge, had done him. He looked at his computer at the news of Zhao Li's return. In the photo, Jiang Yuming brought someone to personally pick up Zhao Li, and a few people took a picture together, all with smiles on their faces. How harmonious. Jiang Yuming personally went to meet him. Zhao Li, what the hell did you secretly do behind my back? Zhao Wen thought darkly in his heart. Thinking for a moment, he felt that things were not good. He had to do something. He called the 5 dragons inside his office. Mr. Zhao, you asked for me. After the 5 dragons entered the office, they felt that Zhao Wen's face did not look good. Zhao Wen said to 5 dragons, Zhao Li has returned to China. Go and bring him to my villa in the suburbs to rest for a few days, and don't let him out until the bidding meeting is over. 5 dragons froze, then asked, Mr. Zhao, your villa in the suburbs? Isn't that still unfinished? This villa area, wild mountains, villas are only built to framework. because the exposure of violations had to be temporarily suspended. To put it bluntly, it's a piece of shit. Zhao Wen is going to take Zhao Li there. Conditions are not good there. There's not even a bed. There's nothing to eat. Hearing Five Dragons' question, Zhao Wen glared at him fiercely. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Do you need me to say it a second time? Five Dragons knew that Zhao Wen was in a bad mood right now and didn't want to stir up trouble, so he immediately nodded his head and returned. Okay, Mr. Zhao. I understand. After leaving the Zhao Group's building, Five Dragons called a few of his minions, all of whom put on hoods. On a street, he directly pulled Zhao Li into the car and drove towards the suburban villa. The incident was seen by a number of people on the street and a short video was posted. In the video, there was no footage of Zhao Li being taken captive because it happened so fast at the time that there was no time to film it. By the time they pulled out their cell phones and started filming, the car was so far away that they couldn't even see it. The video is just the filmmaker filming the location after the incident and then dictating that a person was just walking down the street when suddenly a car came along and a couple of hooded ones got out and dragged the person to the car and took them captive. In broad daylight. It was horrible. Below the video, someone commented, he was there and he knew the man who was taken. That person was Zhao Li, the eldest son of the Zhao Group. Another eyewitness commented that yes, it was indeed Zhao Li, and that he had just watched the news about Zhao Li's return to China with his picture on it. The story quickly reached the ears of reporters and soon made local news headlines. Breaking news, Zhao Li, the eldest son of the Zhao Group, has been taken by masked men. This matter of course quickly reached Zhao Yun's ears. Lying in his hospital bed, he immediately called for a cell phone in spite of his body. He took his cell phone, hesitated, and then dialed Zhao Wen's cell phone number. Hey Dad, how is your health? Isn't it better? Otherwise how would you have the strength to call me? Zhao Wen's voice came from the phone. Zhao Yunza didn't have the time to pay attention to his concern, but asked directly and seriously, your brother was taken captive just after he returned to China. Do you know about this? Zhao Wen's expression revealed a hint of ferocity, and his tone feigned surprise. What? This is something I didn't know. Dad, could it be that an enemy took him away? My brother's temper is even more stubborn than mine. I've long told him to bring bodyguards when he goes out, but he just won't listen. Look, something has happened this time. A wave of anger rose in Zhao Yun's chest. He felt that the enemy would not strike at this time. Even if they were to do it, it would be after his death. Now that he's alive, they dare kidnap his eldest son? They don't have the guts. After hearing what Jiang Gu said earlier, coupled with his knowledge of his own son, as a father's intuition, he felt that this must have something to do with Zhao Wen, but now he's actually saying no, he doesn't know. In his eyes, is there any father left in him? Zhao Yunza said angrily, little one, you know, all my life, I've been doing this for you two brothers. If anyone dares to harm you or your brother, I swear, I'll make old Chen skin him with his own hands. Now you tell me, do you know where your brother is or not? A coldness rose behind Zhao Wen's back when he heard Zhao Yunza get angry. Still, he insisted, I really don't know. Hearing these words, a sense of powerlessness rose in Zhao Yun's heart. His health is failing and now, he can't even control his own son. The majesty and dignity of a father are all gone. It's amazing how life can be such a failure at the end of the day. Now that he was running out of gas, he had to make a compromise with his son. A decision he had actually made after talking to Ginger. Saying it now is just one more condition attached to it. Xiao Wen, I'm about to die. You're very much like me when I was young. I'm relieved that Zhao Group is in your hands. As long as you can make sure your brother is safe and sound, the equity in my hand will be given to your hand. I hope you won't let me down. Hearing these words, Zhao Wen was silent for a moment, trying his best to suppress his excitement, but his voice was still slightly trembling due to excessive excitement. Dad, don't worry, I just received the news. My brother is at one of my friend's house. As for the captivity and whatnot, it's all a joke that friend played with him, a kind of prank to welcome him back to the country. You know, young people nowadays, they just love to play these pranks and so on. Don't worry, I guarantee that my brother is safe. You can rest in peace and get well. Hearing these words, Zhao Yunza knew for sure that this was Zhao Wen's doing, knowing it clearly, but saying he didn't know before. But he did breathe a sigh of relief inside. When a man is about to die, he looks down on a lot of things. Watching them with these tactics is like an adult watching a child play a trick, and he can condone it all as long as the person is safe. Thank you, Vin. Zhao Yunza hung up the phone and lay on the hospital bed, his entire body becoming more and more depressed. Ginger didn't watch the news, but the news of Zhao Li's kidnapping still reached his ears. It was Ma Hongfeng who called to tell him. After getting this news, Kanga thought that this couldn't be Zhao Wen's doing, right? Quite possibly. Still, whoever did it, it might be just the ticket for him. Why? According to what Zhang Ge had learned from Zhao Yun's mouth, Zhao Li, as a person, was very kind and didn't care to use the kind of dark tactics that his father and his brother did, so it could be said that he was a good person. And then there's the fact that it's very capable. Even when he was abroad, he still managed to run his domestic relations well and make friends with a lot of big shots. Overall, a talent. Zhang Ge thought that if he took control of the Zhao group after he was an outsider, it was inevitable that those underlings in the group would be a bit disconcerted. Although one could cure them step by step, it was a bit of a hassle. One doesn't want to waste time on those minor characters, but if he can pull Zhao Li under him, through Zhao Li to manage this group, that is not the right name. Who within the group is not convinced by Zhao's status as the group's Grand Duke? Moreover, Zhang Ge managed the group and needed a henchman, like Li Yan and Ma Hongfeng, so that he could be free from worrying about those trivial matters, thus allowing yourself to pull back and do more of what you want to do. Being the boss behind the scenes is what smells best, and Zhao Li is a good candidate. Ginger decided to try. Even if it didn't work out in the end, he wouldn't lose out. The big deal was to find another suitable person. Ginger opened the photo of Zhao Li at the airport on the news and communicated with the system in his mind. System, modify the relationship between me and him to be that of a close friend. Ding, character relationship modified successfully. The current relationship is best friend. Ginger then began to wait. He thought, based on the first law of systems that he had summarized, even though Zhao Li had been kidnapped, from this moment on, he would try to contact himself by all means. As soon as he learned of his location, he could find a way to free him, win him over. Coupled with the system-bound relationship of a close friend, there was a high probability that he could convince Zhao Li. After waiting a while, the phone didn't move much. Ginger didn't wait any longer, so he took his cell phone in his hand and ran to the training room. Suburbia, halfway up a mountain, not even a soul in the wilderness. Instead, there is a patch of rotting villa buildings. To say that the scenery is not bad, by the mountains and the water, not far in front of a small river, there is an ancient bridge over the river. But it's just slightly desolate and not very popular. 5 dragons changed Zhao Li's car at an unmonitored place halfway down the road. Let the car that kidnapped him drive straight away somewhere else. He took a few of his minions and drove over the ancient bridge and into this rotten villa area. Taking Zhao Li into one of the villas, he brought him above a loft on the 3rd floor. Then men were sent in shifts to guard the stairway on the 3rd floor. As long as this stairway was blocked, if Zhao Li wanted to go down, he would have to jump unless he jumped 3 stories high. He believed that Zhao Li wouldn't jump. After all, they wouldn't do anything to him. Feed him and drink him, just imprison him for a few days, and then just let him go after the tender meeting in a few days. 5 dragons, with their hoods on, carrying 2 large pockets of food and mineral water, walked into the attic and dropped them in front of Zhao Li. Eat these for the next few days. Make do. And if you're thirsty, there's water here, and after a few days we'll let you go. The 5 dragons said to Zhao Li. Zhao Li surveyed the attic. Empty. Nothing. The wall just smeared a layer of cement. The floor is also cement. Fell a layer of dust. Everywhere dirty. Then he looked at the 5 dragons again and said to him boldly, "Who are you people? Quickly let me go, or I'll call the police." The 5 dragons walked over. Zhao Li was too shocked by the aura of the 5 dragons to move. The cell phone in his hand was directly snatched by the 5 dragons. "I'll hold the cell phone for you for a while and I'll give it to you when you leave." With that said, the 5 dragons walked down the stairs. Zhao Li watched him go and then peeked at the stairs. There were 2 minions guarding the bottom, but there was no one in this attic but him. Just now, he had said that he would call the police and asked 5 dragons to take the cell phone away, just to lower their guard, because in his pocket, there was another cell phone. He had 2 cell phones, one loaded with a foreign card, the one taken by 5 dragons. There was another one, loaded with domestic cards, hidden in the inside pocket of his shirt at this point. Seeing that no one was watching, he crouched quietly in the corner by himself and pulled out his cell phone. He was afraid to call for fear that his voice would be heard. Instead, he edited up a text message. In the corner, the glow from the screen of his cell phone shone on Zhao Li's tense face. I don't know if he's too nervous or too engrossed in writing a text message. Anyway, he didn't hear any footsteps. He was just texting while trying to turn around to see if anyone was there. As soon as he turned around, he suddenly realized that the hooded 5 dragons were standing right behind him. Zhao Li stood up with a yelp of fright, and his cell phone fell to the ground. The 5 dragons' cell phone clips 2 army green quilts, which were sent to Zhao Li to deliver the quilts. He searched. He couldn't be allowed to sleep on a concrete floor and not even have a cover. It can get cold in this part of the world at night, so don't give him any more frostbite. This was the Grand Duke after all, and he thought it best not to treat him too badly. Otherwise, if the 2 brothers make up in the future, he'll have to suffer for this. It's all a moot point. However, he didn't expect that Zhao Li had a cell phone in his hand. He dropped the covers straight to the floor and sauntered over to pick up the phone. Check it out nervously. If he calls the police, we'll be in trouble. We'll have to change positions quickly. But the 5 dragons check a pass. From the abduction of Zhao Li to the car. And then now, there is no record of any call. Tapping on the chat app didn't send a message either. Texting, he checked, and there was no texting. He looked at Zhao Li strangely. You're fucking squatting in the corner with a cell phone. It can't be that you still want to open a game at this time, right? What about playing? Sensing his confusion, Zhao Li forced out a smile. I'll just see what time it is. The 5 dragons glared at him, took the cell phone in their hands, and walked over to start searching Zhao Li. After searching once to make sure there was nothing there, he took his cell phone and walked out. Zhao Li's body went limp and sat in the corner, leaning against the wall in relief. Luckily, he reacted quickly, and after sending the text message, he directly sent the record to delete it. The 5 dragons didn't find anything. At the same time, he thought in his mind, Ginger, I risked my life to send you the message. You can come and save me. If I'm late, who knows what these guys will do to me. Then, in his mind, he began to calculate who had sent these people. Ginger had just been punching against the sandbags for a while in the training room when suddenly his cell phone, which he had set aside, ding-donged with the sound of an incoming text message. He walked over and picked up his cell phone and saw this text message. Ginger, it's Zhao Li. I've been kidnapped. I'm in a crappy villa area halfway up a hill, with a small river in front of me and an ancient bridge. Come save me. After reading the text message, Ginger immediately returned to the study and searched on the computer. Rotten villa area, halfway up the hill, with a small river in front of it and an old bridge. Found it. It's on a barren mountain on the outskirts of the city. Knowing the location, Ginger planned to send someone to rescue him. But who to send? There aren't too many available people in this area under his own command right now. Django wasn't going to send Leonore. He thought about it and came to the 4 bodyguards at the entrance of the villa. Can you guys go help me rescue someone? He's been kidnapped and I know the exact address. I think you 4 should be able to handle it. Inside the 4 bodyguards, one of them said to Ginger, I'm sorry Mr. Kong, our duty is to protect your personal safety, and that doesn't include going to the rescue. Ginger said, I can add money. How about that? Originally, Django thought that bodyguards were not just out to earn money. As long as the money was in place, they would definitely go. But I didn't expect these bodyguards to be quite responsible and refused outright. I'm sorry, we can't accept your request. I can't believe I disagree with. Ginger looked at them and was suddenly struck by an idea. 3 of these 4 bodyguards were the same 3 who recognized Leonore that day and were rabid fans of Leonore. Django then said to them, don't worry, when you guys go out, there's still Leonore by my side. You don't have to worry about my safety. If you guys want, I can have Leonore sign autographs for you when you get back. Oh, do you guys want to receive some fighting instruction from Leonore? I can talk to him. Besides, you guys can't just see yourselves dying, can you? Hearing Ginger finish those words, the 4 bodyguards, at once, were heartened. Leonore's fight director. This is the world mixed martial arts champion. As bodyguards they practiced fighting regularly and often fought each other. It could be said that the quest in each of their hearts was to make themselves stronger, tougher fighting skills. It will also better protect the employer. The opportunity to be mentored by the world MMA champion. That's an opportunity that not just anyone can have. Even the bodyguard, who wasn't a rabid fan of Leonore, was heartened. Thinking for a moment, the 4 of them passed glances to each other, all knowing what was on their teammates' minds. One of the bodyguards said, okay, we'll grant your request. Ginger smiled and gave them the address. Then he showed them a picture of Zhao Li and told them that this was his friend. Once that was done, the 4 bodyguards were ready to move. As they were about to leave, Ginger suddenly called out to them and asked, you 4 can do it, right? There will probably be a lot of kidnappers there, and maybe weapons. All 4 bodyguards nodded with steely eyes. Don't worry, trust our strength. Seeing how confident they were, Ginger let go of his heart. Then he said to them, after you see Zhao Li, you should first do this. One of you put on a hood. Don't let him see your face. Take a dagger, pretend to be a kidnapper, and want to kill Zhao Li. The other 3 will then rescue him and bring him to me. Got it? The 4 bodyguards listened with a strange look on their faces. How do you save a life and still have that one step? Seeing their hesitant expressions, Ginger said to them, don't forget that when you come back, you'll be able to receive fighting instruction from Leonore. Oh, hearing this, the 4 bodyguards nodded at once. Leave it to us. Then they set off. In the rotten villa area, Zhao Li has already guessed who is kidnapping him. It is definitely his own brother, Zhao Wen. He must have been trying to prevent himself from attending the tender. But, didn't Zhao Wen take care of Jiang Yuming? He had already been banned by Jiang Yuming from attending the bidding session. so why would he go the extra mile to kidnap himself? Could it be that the person who took care of Jiang Yuming wasn't Zhao Wen? Who was that? He really couldn't have imagined it. He knew full well, though, that if he were a hater, he couldn't have been so nice to him. He gave food and drink and a quilt. If he was really a hater, he probably wouldn't be a whole person now. Vengeance doesn't need to be wearing a hood at this point in time for fear of him recognizing it. If it was a kidnapper who was trying to get rich, he would have told him to contact his family to send the money by now. In this city, the territory of the Zhao group, he believed that there wouldn't be any kidnappers that stupid either. That's the kind of thing you can earn but not spend. All possibilities were ruled out. They must be Zhao Wen's men. This guy, Zhao Wen, even used this kind of tactic on his own brother. It's abominable. He stood by the attic window, gazing off into the distance, thinking about something. In the woods in the distance, 4 bodyguards were hidden there and saw Zhao Li with binoculars. Target sighted. 3rd floor attic. Subject secure. Then they changed positions and wandered through the woods to determine the number of kidnappers in the villa. 9 in total, all in the 2nd floor lobby. No weapons found. It was only 9 people, the 4 of them, with absolute confidence. Action. The 4 bodyguards catapulted toward the villa, quietly catapulted up the stairs to the 2nd floor, where the 2nd floor minions were sitting on the floor, some leaning against the wall, some simply lying directly on the floor, and others playing with their cell phones in boredom, not the least bit aware of the danger. The 4 bodyguards nodded to each other and charged straight up. Each one attacked towards the back of one kidnapper's head. 4 thumps, 4 thumps, 4 minions were directly knocked out. The others then reacted and immediately all climbed up. What for? They rushed up towards the bodyguards at once. The 4 bodyguards, however, were not the least bit afraid, and went up against them. The movements were simple and competent, and in no time at all they had each put down one of their minions, followed by a direct knockout. There were 9 people in total, and 8 of them fell in an instant. Just the 5 dragons left alone. 5 dragons thought, where the fuck did these 4 guys come from? Obviously practicing. At this time, the 2 minions guarding the path to the attic heard the sound and ran down. These 2 were not noticed by the bodyguards before because of their position, but that's okay, it's been put to 8, with 3 to go. 4 on 3, no pressure. 5 dragons' eyes were ruthless as they directly kicked a whip leg up towards one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard instantly raised his arm to block, but he didn't expect the guy's whip leg to be so powerful. As soon as his arm caught it, he felt a huge force and his entire arm went numb. At the same time his entire body fell to the side and hit the wall. He dropped that arm and shook it off, before bringing it up again in a fighting stance. The bodyguards looked at each other, knowing that this whippersnapper was a formidable character and they couldn't afford to be careless. They rushed forward and the 2 sides fought again. After a few rounds, 2 of 5 dragons' minions all fell to the ground and were knocked out. 5 dragons looked at his fallen minions and cursed a bunch of uncontested contraptions. Now he was the only one left to face the 4, but he still had no fear, and his whole body exuded a sense of battle. The 4 bodyguards saw that there was only one person left on the other side and gave each other a wink. 3 of them charged towards the 5 dragons. The other one, who had purposely changed out of his training uniform earlier, was wearing different clothes from the other 3 bodyguards, and a black hood. While his teammates fought with 5 dragons, he secretly fished out a dagger and rushed towards the upper floor. The 5 dragons were angry and anxious when they saw him go upstairs. Normally, he had no problem beating up 3 ordinary people, but these 3 guys in front of him were definitely not weak. It's not that easy to deal with. Where the hell did this awesome character come from? The 5 dragons don't know. He gritted his teeth and fought hard with the other 3. Zhao Li was very scared when he heard the sounds of fighting downstairs. He's been a chicken since he was a kid. Is someone coming to their rescue? Or is there another wave of more bad guys coming? He doesn't know. He was very concerned about his safety. Gradually, he only overcame the fear in his heart and slowly moved over towards the stairs, wanting to go down to see what was going on. At this time, suddenly a kidnapper with a black hood, like a big black rat, whooshed up and directly strangled his neck, while the dagger in his hand was against his neck. Zhao Li instantly panicked. His entire body instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and he was so weak that he opened his mouth to let out a string of sounds, but he was so scared that he couldn't even utter a complete plea for mercy. The kidnapper shouted at him sternly, "Don't move! If you dare to move, I'll kill you." How could Zhao Li dare to move? He could only let the kidnappers strangle himself, covered in cold sweat, not daring to utter a single breath. A short while later, there was no movement downstairs. The 3 bodyguards, covered in dirt, came up the stairs, obviously after a vicious fight. The kidnapper who was strangling Zhao Li immediately turned his dagger towards the 3 of them and roared in frantic rage, "Don't come over! Dare to come over, I'll kill him!" The 3 bodyguards rushed straight up. The dagger in the kidnapper's hand stabbed down directly towards Zhao Li's throat. Zhao Li's entire body was fucking stunned. Zhao Li felt at the time that today was the day he would die. But unexpectedly, a bodyguard held the kidnapper's wrist with one hand just in the nick of time, making it impossible for the dagger to go down by the slightest bit. At that time, the tip of that dagger was only 0.1 centimeters away from Zhao Li's neck. The bouncer then took hold of the robber's wrist and wrenched him straight to the ground, punching him in the temple area. The robber fainted. Zhao Li experienced a life-and-death moment as if he had walked through a ghost gate, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. A bodyguard grabbed his wrist and said, "Zhao Li, we're saving you from getting out now. Come with us." Zhao Li was pulled along by the bodyguard while asking, "Who the hell are you people?" The bodyguard replied, "Ginger sent us." Hearing Jiang Ji's name, Zhao Li was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude. The fear and tension in his heart also disappeared for the most part. Walking down the stairs to the second floor, Zhao Li saw the fallen robbers. By his clothes and build, he recognized the robber's boss at once. At that moment he was lying in a corner, half leaning against the wall, unconscious. Zhao Li signaled the bodyguard to stop as he walked over towards the 5 dragons and slowly removed his hood. It was not what he expected. This man he recognized. 5 dragons. It was one of Zhao Wen's men. "It's really you, Zhao Wen," Zhao Li thought in his heart. "Hurry up and go." The bodyguards led Zhao Li out of the villa to the outside of the villa area and drove over the ancient bridge towards the distance. In the villa, in the attic, the bodyguard who was pretending to be a robber opened his eyes and watched from the window as they drove off. He himself immediately climbed up and quickly left the villa. A jeep drove in at Ginger's villa. The car stopped and the 3 bodyguards led Zhao Li down. While they were on the road, they sent a message to Ginger that the rescue had been successful. Ginger also walked out of the villa at that moment. Zhao Li's white shirt, at this time, was stained with a lot of dust, and his Sven's face was also gray, and his eyes were not clean, stained with sweat and dust. His appearance was very lousy. When he saw Ginger walking over, he immediately ran over and hugged Ginger, surprisingly crying, "Woo woo, Ginger, you're not only my best friend, you're my savior. It's especially hard on my heart right now. Woohoo! My own brother actually tried to kill me. He tried to kill me. That dagger, at that time, was that close to my neck. I almost died. Woo woo." Ginger gently patted Zhao Li's shoulder, then silently gave a thumbs up to the several bodyguards behind him. They did a really good job, and that's what Ginger wanted. That's when the 4th bodyguard returned. He took off his hood and changed into the same training clothes as the bodyguards and stood with them. "Well, don't cry. Let's go inside and talk. It's okay, you'll be safe when we get to me," Ginger reassured Zhao Li. Zhao Li finally wiped his tears and followed Ginger inside the villa. Sitting on the chair, Jianggu said to Zhao Li, "You know, your brother wanted to buy my cannery. I didn't agree, and he even made a move on me. Do you know about Old Knife? Your brother sent him to cut off 2 of my fingers, and a guy called 5 Dragons stopped me on the road with 10 men with steel pipes and laid hands on me. If I hadn't been so lucky, I would have been screwed by your brother." When Zhao Li heard this, the expression on his face became even angrier. "It's so lawless, move to kill. It's too horrible. I really don't understand him more and more. If the Zhao group falls into his hands, I really can't imagine what else he could do." With a slight smile that didn't show at the corners of his mouth, Ginger stood up from his chair. Walking over, he patted Zhao Li's shoulder once again. "I'll ask the nanny to get you some of my clothes. You can take a shower and change into them first, and stay in my place to keep down the heat. There are bodyguards outside so you don't have to worry about security." Zhao Li had just been shocked and his mind was in turmoil. He needed to calm down first, so he nodded and accepted Jiang Ji's offer. Ginger called Auntie Li over and asked her to go find some clothes for Zhao Li, then walked out on his own. Right now Leonor's training can only be described as a warm-up. Now he had to keep his strength up and be ready for the unexpected. So it doesn't take much physical effort to train. Zhanga called Leonor to the entrance of the villa and said to the 4 bodyguards, "We'll go out first. Just guard the house. When we come back, I'll have Leonor give you guys an autograph." Ginger then turned to Leonor and asked, "Is that okay, Leonor?" Leonor nodded. "Of course." Ginger added, "They are avid fans of yours and would like to receive fighting instruction from you under you. What do you think?" Leonor smiled at them in a friendly manner. "Of course, it's no problem. I'd be happy to learn and spar with you guys in my free time." Hearing Leonor say that, the 4 bodyguards were naturally filled with joy. "It's a deal." Ginger then let Leonor drive his car and the 2 of them headed out the door together. The car naturally does not forget to carry 6 large Tibetan Mastiffs. Ginger went out this time to Silver Dragon Plaza, the biggest mall in their area. This is an asset belonging to the Zhao group, but according to Ginger's plan, in a few days, this place would be his. Come to the mall for 3 purposes. The first thing is to appreciate the asset that will soon be yours. The second was that Beha and Maple Blossom and the girls would be leaving soon, so he bought a few gifts for them to bring back. these days after training. They are the ones who give themselves massages to relax and bring them a gift as a way to show their appreciation. The third is that they need a masseuse for themselves when they're gone. This mall is surrounded by many stores and of course professional massage parlors. Ginger would like to find one here. Not to live in his house. Just to go there once a day. It's not far from his house, which is very convenient in terms of distance. Leonor pulled into the parking lot and the two got out. No Tibetan Mastiffs. They're not allowed inside the mall. Besides, with so many people inside the mall, it wouldn't be dangerous. Even if Xiaowen sent his men to get himself again, he wouldn't do it in a crowded mall. At most, I'd have to cut off a car on an unoccupied road or something. Leaving the Tibetan Mastiff in the car, Ginger lowered the window a crack so as not to suffocate the dogs. The two of them then walked inside the mall. As soon as you enter the mall, a buzz of activity greets you. The mall's loudspeakers were playing festive music, and people were strolling around the mall in groups, all relaxed and happy. There were moms and dads with their kids, families having fun. There were young schoolgirls and a group of classmates and sisters, exuding joyful laughter together. There were elderly couples supporting each other with hand-pulled carts loaded with freshly purchased vegetables. This mall is really popular. Ginger couldn't help but sigh in admiration. There were some gift stores on the third floor, so Ginger took Leonor on the elevator and pressed the button for the third floor. Ding! The elevator made a sound and stopped at the third floor. The two walked out to the third floor of the mall. But then Ginger realized something was wrong. How come there's no one on the third floor, and the store salesman is gone? Ginger walked to the middle of the third floor mall, from where he could see the other floors. Ginger peeked over the fence and looked down first, at the first and second floors, where mall security was evacuating customers. People were heading outside the mall. Everyone was quite cooperative, although they all had puzzled faces, but they didn't know what the security guard had told them. Looking up to the fourth floor, people were also being evacuated by security and quickly descending through elevators and escalators. Realizing that something was wrong, Ginger immediately turned around and led Leonor towards the elevator. As soon as they turned around, they saw four men with machetes standing at the elevator. Looking at them coldly, they all wore hoods, as was their custom. Ginger immediately turned around and led Leonor towards the escalator, but there were also 5 or 6 hooded, machete-wielding men coming toward them. Ginger wants to take the stairs, but that place was also blocked by 4 hooded men with machetes. Ginger's mood tensed and he reached into his pocket and touched on his cell phone. In the other direction, a man with 3 machete-wielding men came toward them. They were similarly hooded. The man at the head of the group is the one Xiaowen called Uncle Chen. The other machete-wielding men all approached this way as well, cornering the 2 Ginger men. Ginger really didn't expect them to do it in the mall. A dozen men with machetes, Zhanga thought. Even if Leonor was a world fighting champion, he would certainly not be able to beat them. Leonor, however, had an excited look on his face once again, and his tall body shielded Ginger behind him. Ginger, don't be afraid. Today is our practical training session. Instead of responding to what Leonor said, Ginger's eyes were fixed on the one who was the leader at the front of the line, and he silently communicated with the system. System, modify the relationship between me and him to read that he is my little brother. Ding! Character relationship modification failed. Sure enough, just as Ginger had guessed, the system's functions were not available to those wearing headgear. It seems that today he's figured out the third law of the system: you have to see the other person's face. Knowing that the system was ineffective, Ginger hid behind Leonor and pulled out his cell phone. He stored a picture of the character in his photo album. It's his ace in the hole. Ginger quickly clicked on the album and communicated with the system in his head. Even though Ginger was hiding behind Leonor, the movement of him pulling out his cell phone was still seen by the people on the other side. Don't let him call, one of them shouted. They all then accelerated towards this side. At this point, Ginger had finished communicating with the system. A response came from the system in his head. Ding! Character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is father and son. And the picture of that character was none other than Long Linping. Ginger then held his cell phone and said to Leonor, Leonor, give me a minute. I'll call for help. Leonor, however, had a relaxed look on his face. Against them, one of me is enough. Zhanga is more or less a little worried. People are all flesh. Still not afraid of machetes? As the saying goes, even the best kung fu is afraid of a chopper, let alone a machete. The other party had already rushed up and raised their swords to slash. Next to Ginger and the others was a gift store. In front of the gift store, the store had a couple of rockers set up to recruit kids. Leonor picked up a pleasant goat rocker with both arms and lifted it straight up. In one fell swoop, he slammed it toward the onrushing man. This rocking car is quite heavy. There must be more than 100 pounds. And then after Lei Ouo Nua fierce force smashed, the power is like a cannonball. Boom! A loud bang. A smash in the front of the man rushed above the chest, directly smashed him flying out backwards. It hit 2 or 3 people in the back. Downstairs, some of the evacuating customers seemed to hear something and looked up, but because of the angle, he didn't see much. Festive music was still playing in the mall, muffling the sounds from the 3rd floor. He listened carefully, heard nothing more, and continued toward the outside of the mall. And on the 3rd floor of the mall, the battle continues. Leonore once again lifted another huckleberry shaker and held it high in the air, making a gesture to smash it. The knife-wielding few in front were actually stopped in their tracks by fear. Someone on the side raised a knife and slashed. Leonore's huckleberry shaker smashed out at once. It smashed directly into the man's face, and the man fell to the ground, convulsing as the rocker pressed down on his head, blood slowly flowing out from underneath the rocker. That's when Ginger's phone finally rang. Ginger hit the answer button straight away. Several people on the other side saw that Django was connected to the phone and became anxious, slashing up towards Leonore in unison. Leonore was already too late to move the rocking car. His face was ruthless, and he even greeted the other several people with his bare hands, using his fighting skills to battle his opponent. A man's voice came from Ginger's cell phone in a very gentle tone. Ginger was very familiar with the voice, having heard it often on television. Ginger, do you forgive me now? I know I've wronged you in the past. I had to hide you as a bastard. I can make it up to you as long as you're willing to forgive me. Give me a chance, okay? Django said in his heart. What a mess. Bastard is bastard. What is not forgiven? Django instantly returned. I forgive you. I'm being chased by bad people now. Hurry up and send someone to rescue me. The other party's voice tensed up at once, and in his voice, there was a terrifying majesty and anger. Where are you? Tell me the location. 3rd floor of Yinlong Plaza Mall, Faitsu County, Linder City. Hurry up. If you're late, you'll be waiting to collect my corpse. I know. Hold on. A man bypassed Leonore and charged towards Ginger with his sword. Ginger slammed the cell phone in his hand directly into his face. Smashed. Ginger turned and ran toward the gift store off to the side. The man covered his face and rubbed it vigorously, and chased after him with his knife towards Jianggu. In an antique mansion, Long Linping watched the call break and slapped the manhwa table next to him. He immediately called out to the guards and instructed them, "Get me a call from Chief Proctor right away. Hurry." The guard immediately dialed the phone line to Minister Qian Weicai's phone, took the phone and handed it to Long Linping. Qian Weikai answered the phone, his mood more or less nervous. This is not a call that comes easily. Good day, Chief. I'm Qian Weikai, please. Before Qian Weikai could finish his sentence, he heard Long Linping utter an address in a very serious and angry tone. Then he said, there is a man named Jianggu inside. Give you 10 minutes to get him out in one piece. If anything happens to him, you'll spend the rest of your life in jail. Qian Weikai was dumbfounded at once. What is this situation? However, at this time, he didn't dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately responded into the phone. Yes, guarantee to complete the mission. It was only after hanging up the phone that Qianwei broke out in a cold sweat. This Ginger. Who the hell is he? It's amazing how much this great man cares. Qian Weikai didn't dare to delay and immediately dialed a phone number. Hey, there's a Silver Dragon Plaza in your neighborhood, the 3rd floor of the mall. Send all your men to me immediately, to rescue a man named Kong Gu. Then Qian Weicai's voice trembled slightly as he said into the phone, if anything happens to him, for the rest of our lives, we'll both have to spend the rest of our lives in jail. On the phone, the other party's voice also trembled, leader. This Jiang Gu. In the end, what is the identity? How is it still implicating us? Qian Weikai gruffly said into the phone, I can only tell you that this order was given by Long Linping himself. The person who answered the phone broke out into a cold sweat. He didn't dare to imagine that if someone Long Linping cared about were to have an accident in his territory, how many days would he have left to live in the future? An order was given. Dozens of black special vehicles loaded with heavily armed personnel, all heading towards Silver Dragon Square. In the sky, 2 helicopters were even deployed. The same flew towards Silver Dragon Square. At this time, the 3rd floor of the mall, Ginger ran inside a gift store. The man with the knife came in after him. In the middle of the store, there were a few iron shelves with some stuffed animals on top of them. Ginger ran to the other end of the shelf. The knife-carrying killer was at this end. As soon as Killer moved, Ginger ran in the opposite direction. Killer tries a few times, realizing he can't reach Ginger, and the two confront each other across the shelves. It's useless to run. You can't get out of this mall today. If you cooperate a little, I can give you a pain in the ass. Otherwise, in a moment, I'll make you beg for death. Killer verbally threatened Ginger as he looked for a chance to touch him. Ginger was now in a cold sweat. He really didn't expect that they would dare to do it in a place like the mall. These guys are crazy. He regretted why he hadn't made some preparations earlier, or gotten more bodyguards. What it boils down to, Ginger thought, is that he's too subdued. He thought that with his system, no one could hurt him at all, or, to be able to handle anything that comes your way. It was too late to say anything now though. He had to calm down and figure out how to deal with what was in front of him. What's bad about this is that these guys have a habit of wearing headgear when they cut people up. It's ruined by the headgear. If there was no headgear, Kangar casually modified a few of them to be his undercover agents, and let them just hack away at each other. Ginger figured that Rayono definitely couldn't be counted on right now, and he was having a hard enough time facing those people out there on his own. It's much better to face this one yourself than him. Leonor doesn't know if he can hold on. In Ginger's perception, how could bare hands not be able to fuck up so many with knives? He didn't want to die himself, and he didn't want Leonor to die. It would be a loss for Leonor to die here. Janga got him over through the system, and it felt just like, how can I put it? It's similar to snubbing someone over. He could have done without getting involved in all this. If Leonor died for himself, then Ginger would feel guilty for the rest of his life. So now Ginger's thoughts were that he had to find a way to take care of the people in front of him as soon as possible, and then find a way to help Leonor. With that thought, Ginger's fear disappeared. He said to the assassin, "You're from the Zhao family, aren't you? And I'll pay you 10 times what they pay you, as long as you save me and my friend out." Killer sneered, his eyes staring straight at Ginger, and didn't answer. Ginger continued, 100 million. Is that enough? I can add more if it's not enough. The killer continued to sneer, always looking for an opportunity to strike. The knife in his hand kept dangling in front of Ginger's eyes. He doesn't seem to care about money, or maybe he was so loyal to their leader that Ginger couldn't buy him off with money. Seeing that money was useless to him, Ginger told him, "Okay, I give up. I can't run away anyway, so just kill me, but before I die, I want to see you clearly, just to know what kind of person killed me. You take off the hood and I'll stop running and let you kill me." Killer didn't listen to Ginger and took the hood off. He laughed and pointed to his hood. "You can't take this off. You know why? We still have to get out after we kill you. And with this, the surveillance won't be able to capture our faces." Ha ha ha. Seeing that this didn't work either, Ginger wondered if he could find some kind of animal, even a mouse, to bite him, just to distract him a bit. There were store-sold baseball bats in a box not far beside his own. One could pick up a baseball bat and give him a hard blow to the head. Fuck, you're a human being and I'm a human being. I don't believe one blow can't knock you out. But there aren't any animals here either. Not even a mouse. Not even a fly. Ginger cursed them all for being too clean. Seeing that Ginger seemed to have gone off the deep end, the killer rushed over with his sword and slashed down towards Ginger. Ginger's mind was active, but her spirit was always tight. Immediately run towards the opposite direction as he rushes forward. The killer chased them around and the two returned to their earlier position once again. "Oh, pretty quick reaction. I don't believe I can't cut you today." "Oh." The killer stared at Jiang Gu. The posture was clear that he wanted to die with Jiang Gu. Ginger simply ignored him and concentrated on thinking of a way out. He saw animals. It's a very powerful animal, a big shark. All it takes is one bite to kill this annoying killer with one bite. But, alas, it's not a real shark. It's just a stuffed animal sold in stores. Plush sharks are soft and cuddly but useless. At this time, it suddenly occurred to Janga that his own system, which could modify the relationship with humans and then with animals. What about inanimate objects? Is it possible to modify the relationship? What relationship is available if you can? Ginger tries to get up. On the shelf next to Killer, there was a stuffed toy that was a blue plush figurine. They have 2 long legs, and 2 long arms, and 5 fingers on their hands. This thing is soft all over and it sure doesn't hurt to hit someone. But Ginger figured that if this thing could move, it could reach out and yank the killer's hood off. Then he'll be able to see the killer's face. When people come across life-threatening situations, there are always whimsical ways to survive that are born. Ginger stared at a stuffed man and silently communicated with the system. "System, modify the relationship between me and it to read that I am its master." The system's voice then sounded in his head. "Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is toy and owner." It really can. Ginger was secretly surprised that he had discovered a system feature. It is possible to bind a relationship with an item. Toys and masters? Ginger mused darkly. Plush people are considered toys. No problem. But this relationship, does it really work? The relationship, logically speaking, is that as long as one pays for it and buys it, the relationship between it and oneself is that of a toy and its owner. What's the point? Ginger began to follow the method of controlling animals, trying to control the plush man through his mind. "Fluffy man, remove his hood for me." Ginger secretly maneuvered up. However, it didn't work. The stuffed man was stupid and didn't move at all. It sat on the shelf with a goofy grin on its face, as if laughing at Ginger's whimsical idea. Ginger tried a few more times, But it didn't work. The plush man remained motionless. Ginger began to wonder if his idea would work or not. Stuffed animals are dead things. They have no life at all. So how can they move? At this point, however, Ginger pondered the word relationship again. Maybe the problem isn't with the plush man, but with the relationship he's modifying. The relationship between toy and owner doesn't work. So what about something else? Is there a relationship that allows one to manipulate the inanimate object that is the stuffed person? A word suddenly came to Ginger's mind. Controller. This word contains a great deal of meaning, and the meaning encompasses mastery, manipulation, control, and even absolute manipulation. What would the result be if you modified your relationship with the plush man to one of controller and controlled? According to the second law of the system that he had figured out earlier, this relationship between the controller and the controlled was mostly bad if used on people. This extremely unequal relationship can easily cause the other person to feel rebellious, so that they will want to end the relationship. But in the case of inanimate and unconscious objects, this problem does not arise. Without consciousness, there is no resistance. At the time, Ginger's mind was spinning fast, and all of the above thoughts were accomplished in just a few seconds. Ginger immediately experimented, using the system's abilities in his mind. Modify the relationship between me and it to controller and controlled. Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is controller and controlled. Hearing the sound of the system's successful modification, a trace of excitement flashed through Jiang Ji's mind. It really could be changed to this relationship. Then something different suddenly came into the mind. A feeling, or perception. He could feel a wonderful connection in himself and in that being plush man. Once again, Ginger tried to maneuver it up with his mind. This kind of manipulation is nothing like manipulating a sentient animal like a dog or a cat. When Kangar manipulated dogs and cats before, all it took was a thought, or a command given to them, and they would try to accomplish this on their own. But when it comes to manipulating a plushie, it's not as simple as a thought or giving a command. Rather, its every subtle movement had to be controlled by the Ginger intent. Ginger tried to maneuver up its long arms, and surprisingly succeeded. The stuffed man, who had been motionless, actually moved his arms, slowly reaching towards the killer's hood. Ginger brain got even more excited and continued to manipulate the 5 fingers of the plush man. Goes to grab at killer's hood, but just as it was about to grab the headgear, a sudden pinprick of pain came to Ginger's head. This pain, it hurts, but it's not unbearable yet. It's like a headache triggered when you don't sleep well. Now Ginger couldn't care less, endured the pain and continued to manipulate the plush man, and it worked right away. But as Ginger continued to maneuver, the pain in his head became more and more intense. What had been just a few pinpricks had now become almost several needles churning in the brain. Damn it, catch me. Ginger continued to maneuver as if he was desperate. The plush man's hand grasped the Slayer's hood directly, but it didn't grab it down. Its fingers were too soft. But at this point Ginger had to pause in his maneuvering because of the intense pain in his head. But that's when the Slayer noticed something strange overhead. He felt as if some small hand on his head was grabbing at him. He carries a few lives on his back, and sometimes he can't help but get carried away. But he had never encountered a more bizarre situation. But today he met. He jerked his head up and watched the stuffed man on the shelf above his head grinning at him. Because of the psychological effect, he found it surprising that the plush man laughed so horribly, so oozingly. Most of all, its long arms, and fluffy little hands, were gripping onto its own headgear. What the fuck? Something dirty. Killer was in shock. Goosebumps instantly rose on his body, and he hastily reached up to slap the small hand on top of his head. Good chance. Seeing that the plush man had managed to attract the killer's attention, Ginger stopped pursuing the idea of ripping off his hood. He interrupted his manipulation of the plush man, and the intense pain in his head receded like a tidal wave. In its place was a feeling of vertigo. Ginger bit the tip of his tongue as hard as he could, and the stimulation of pain cleared his mind instantly. As fast as he could, he sprinted toward the Slayer. In the process, the right hand grabbed a baseball bat inside a nearby box. Killer had just slapped the stuffed man over his head when Ginger's baseball bat came down hard on top of his head. With this strike, Ginger used his entire body and shined his dead hand. Bang! With a muffled sound, the assassin's eyes rolled over and he fainted towards the ground. Ginger didn't let up, holding the bloodstained baseball bat in his hand and slamming it down hard towards the killer's head. It must be mended. Mend until he absolutely won't wake up. A few slams and the killer's black hood was already covered in blood. The baseball bat in Ginger's hand cracked. Only then did Ginger throw the broken baseball bat in his hand to the ground, run to the box and pull out 2 more new bats, and run towards the outside of the store. The 2 baseball bats, one for himself to hold and the other, he held for Leonore. He figured if Leonore took a stick, he'd at least have a weapon. But just as he ran out of the store, Ginger was shocked by the scene before him. He saw Leonore coming this way, covered in blood. His clothes were cut up by the slashes, revealing him to be a strong, muscular man. The slashes on his body were shocking, and paired with his burly body, there was an inexplicable shock. Behind him were the killers who had fallen to the ground and died horribly. Ginger could tell at a glance. Miserable death. It wasn't just a normal coma or fainting, there was blood all over the floor. Each of them had a pool of blood underneath them, and their bodies showed an abnormal twist or depression. That's the kind of gesture that only comes from a broken bone or joint. On their bodies, or legs, or arms, there were breaks in some of the bones holding up their clothes and exposing them. The white bones were stained with red. Some had necks in an unnatural twisted state. It made Jianga feel in a trance that this place was like an ancient battlefield of killing, and Leonore was like a great general who was invincible and returned in blood. The mall was still playing festive music, which seemed to be turned up on purpose to drown out the sounds of the fight. The song goes, "Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie a red ribbon, wishing good luck to the kind people every day." Another wave of vertigo passed through Ginger's head as he watched the scene before him and listened to the song. Luckily, though, he was able to hold it together and was only dizzy, not fainting. Leonore quickly walked over to Ginger and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Ginger shook his head. "I'm fine. How are you?" Leonore was about to say something when suddenly the music came to a screeching halt and all the lights in the mall went out at the same time. A silence and darkness fell around them. Noisy footsteps came through the darkness. So many people. At the same time Ginger saw that there were countless red lasers shining on him and Leonore. The men shouted, "Don't move, hands up." Ginger immediately dropped both baseball bats and threw his hands up in the air. Leonore did the same, raising his hands high. Then there were officers in black combat uniforms, who ran over and took Ginger and Leonore by the arms, leading them towards the outside. Once outside, Ginger was finally able to see the scene. The entire mall was surrounded by countless black special vehicles, and a large number of special warriors surrounded the place. And in the sky, 2 helicopters' propellers turned, making whirring sounds. There were a couple of leading-looking figures running towards themselves with nervous and worried faces. One of them, wearing a gray jacket and glasses, even stumbled and fell to the ground. But he got up in a hurry and continued running. "You're Ginger, right? Are you okay?" The leader in the gray jacket surveyed Ginger with a nervous look on his face. Seeing that he had no visible trauma, he relaxed a little. A paramedic immediately came by pushing a stretcher. Ginger knew that these people were their own rescue. It must have been Long Linping who gave them the order. Just look at how nervous these people are. Only what Jianggu didn't know was whether Long Linping had said anything about his relationship with him. But it didn't matter if you said it or not. Now these people must know that their identity was unusual is all. Ginger pointed to Leonore and said to the man in front of him, "This is my friend." The paramedics immediately put both Ginger and Leonore on stretchers and were rushed to the hospital. To the middle of the hospital, lying in the ward, Jianggu realized that damn their county hospital actually has such a good ward. It's almost as good as any room in his cottage. This environment, this is not hospitalization, this fucking is simply a vacation it. There was a nurse lady on the side who didn't move an inch to look after them. Ginger felt very tired in the head. "How's my friend doing?" Ginger asked, turning to the nurse. The nurse immediately replied gently, "Don't worry, your friend is fine. A doctor is helping him with his wounds. He needs stitches, and he'll be fine after recovering for a while." It was then that Ginger realized how tough Leonore's fighting prowess was. It's too strong, taking on a dozen guys with machetes by himself and killing them all back. And he himself just needs stitches. How terrifying was his combat power without the restriction of rules. Knowing that Leonore was okay relaxed Ginger's mind. With another feeling of vertigo passing through his head, Ginger stopped straining his nerves and closed his eyes to sleep. After sleeping for 2 hours, Ginger woke up, feeling a surge of clarity in his brain, and all the vertigo from before was gone. In great shape, he began to think about the scene today when he took control of the plush man. There was no doubt that the tingling in his brain at the time, and the vertigo he felt afterward, were caused by his manipulation of the plush man. The feeling can be restored, though, simply by sleeping on your own. Ginger thought that perhaps manipulating inanimate objects took a lot of his mental energy. But manipulating a stuffed person could do that to you. So what was the point of the ability? Would one be able to manipulate inanimate objects better if one practiced? He communicated with the system in his head. "System, why do I get headaches and dizziness from manipulating plush people? How can I increase this ability of mine to better manipulate inanimate objects?" The system's reply made Ginger want to give it 2 slaps. The system said, "Congratulations, you have unlocked another new function of this system that can be used on inanimate objects. However, regarding the use of the system, everything needs to be thought out and figured out by yourself." Nima. Ginger cursed darkly, but this system on its own seems to be like that all the time, not providing any hints. Janga said in his head with some anger. "System, modify our relationship to change it to I'm your father. Will you then tell me? Instead of getting angry, the system returned mischievously. You can't see me, so you can't modify the relationship with me. Ginger was speechless. It seems like you still have to figure it out on your own. One step at a time. Ginger's mind began to drift. Can all items bind themselves to it? That should be fine for anything as small as a stuffed person, or a water glass, a fruit knife, a rock. But what if it's bigger? Cars, ships, rockets, satellites, a little bigger, mountains, rivers, sun, moon and stars. Is one not in control of all of them? The pattern, suddenly, is big again. At the same time, Django was secretly shocked by the power of his system's ability. That's just a horrible ability. Ginger had thrown his cell phone away earlier. He borrowed the nurse's phone and opened it to search out a photo. This photo, taken in outer space. In the photo is an azure planet, also known as the Blue Star, which hosts countless lives. Ginger silently communicated with the system in his mind. System, modify the relationship between me and it to controller and controlled. Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is controller and controlled. Ginger came to life. He looked out the window at the earth, the sun shining on the asphalt. I don't know if it was some kind of illusion or not, but he felt that he had really made a connection with the earth. But the connection, indefinable. No one has any substance. I can manipulate Blue Star? Ginger thought, wanting to start experimenting with it, but he subconsciously knew that if manipulating an object required mental power, the mental power required to manipulate a stuffed person was definitely not of the same order of magnitude as manipulating a planet. Manipulating a single stuffed person could make him feel pain like pins and needles. So if he were to manipulate the entire planet Blue Star, would his brain still hurt? It's like a level 1 going to fight a level 999 big boss. It's definitely a death wish. And Ginger doesn't know how to experiment. Manipulating the blue planet for what? Earthquakes or volcanic eruptions? Or a stall? Orbital deviation? Then the whole world would have to die, including himself. After thinking about it, Ginger still dismissed the idea for the time being. He cast his eyes out the window to an ambulance parked on the side of the road. Decided to experiment with it first. System, modify the relationship between me and it to controller and controlled. Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is controller and controlled. Success. Ginger began to secretly maneuver the ambulance, trying to make it move forward a little bit. However, the experiment did not work. Ginger tried several times but couldn't succeed. Not even that tingling sensation in the brain. Django felt that, according to his own understanding, it should be that his level was too low and his spiritual power was insufficient, so he could not control such a large thing. Ginger thought again about how exactly he could boost his mental power. Does practice really work? Ginger decided to try practicing more from the small stuff first. At that moment, the door to the hospital room pushed open and several people walked in. Qian Weikai walked in with a few people. Ginger, how are you now? Feeling better? Qian Weikai walked in and asked with concern while placing a delicate fruit basket in his hand on the table. They were followed by several people, some with fruit baskets and others with flowers in their hands. One of them had been the one he'd seen in front of them all, the leader in the gray jacket. Ginger didn't recognize them, but probably knew they were all big shots. Much better, Ginger replied. Qian Weikai walked over, stood respectfully by the bedside, and said, let's introduce ourselves first. My name is Qian Weikai. I'm the head of the Prod Ministry. This is our Fei Jin's first hand. And this is. The introductions went around. Much as Ginger had guessed, they're all big shots with big names. The nurse sister on the side was also very shocked. She knew that the people who could live in this ward were not ordinary people, but she didn't expect that all these people had to be respectful to Jianggu. What is this young man's identity, anyway? Only after the introduction did Qianwei say to Jianggu, what's going on today? Look, can you tell us? We can also talk to. The higher-ups have an explanation. Ginger casually replied, didn't you catch the thugs? Just ask them. No. Qian Weikai showed a hint of difficulty and said to Jianggu, those people are all dead, not a single survivor. Although Ginger knew that they had probably all died tragically, Ginger was still a little shocked to get the exact news. At the same time it occurred to him that the one he had fucked over with a baseball bat was also dead? That's too much of a no-hitter. It's over. Your own hands are not clean. Jianggu looked at Qian Weikai several people to be so polite to him, so he told them, the thing is, I went to the mall with my friend, and I was surrounded by them. Jianggu briefly said it, and Qian Weikai's few people nodded. Only then did Qianwei say to Jianggu, don't worry, we found out the identities of all those people. Each one of them carries a murder on their backs, and with their deaths, it's considered that you and your friends have done the people a favor. In this regard, you should not have a psychological burden. Ginger nodded. Qian Weikai continued. We also found out that they are from the Zhao group. Don't worry. I have to punish the Zhao group severely. Zhang this disagreed and said to him, Zhao group, you do not move. I have my own arrangements. When Qian Weikai heard Zhang Ge say this, he didn't have the good sense to say anything else. So he nodded. Well, then if you need anything, feel free to tell me. With that he handed over a business card, which Ginger took in his hand. Ginger told him, I dropped my cell phone at the mall. Can you get it back for me? Qian Weikai immediately nodded. No problem. What model is your cell phone? Zhang told him the model and color, and Qian Weikai immediately sent someone to find it. Only then did Qian Wei say, after this experience, I can never let this happen again. I've sent you some people to protect your safety 24 hours an inch. As the words were spoken, the door to the ward opened and there were 20 strong lads trotting in a neat line, standing straight on either side of Ginger's hospital bed. They all wore camouflage uniforms with a lean and determined look in their eyes. Zhang looked to their waist, bulging inside the clothes, thinking that this is not afraid of the real thing. This time one is really absolutely safe. Qian Wei then instructed some more words like get some rest before he left with the people. Only 20 lads remained in the ward, standing straight on either side of Ginger's bed. Ginger. Not long after, someone walked in with a cell phone and asked Ginger to make sure it was his. Ginger brought it over and nodded. It was his own. The man then left. The cell phone screen is broken, but it works. It didn't take long to get the phone before a call came in. Ginger recognizes that the number is Long Linping's. He answered the phone. Long Linping's voice came from the phone. Zhang Ge, are you alright? Are you scared? Ginger said, it's fine. Long Linping said, that's good. That's good. You've been worrying me a lot. I have a personal bodyguard. I've already asked him to rush to your place. He'll be there soon. From now on, wherever you go, bring him with you. Got it. Zhang Ge secretly said good guy. Long Linping's personal bodyguard. That has to be the world's top. One's bodyguards are really growing. But after what happened this time, Zhang Ge fully recognized the importance of bodyguards. And naturally, the more they came, the better. Then Long Linping added, in the future, no matter what you have, not only can you call me directly, but you can also talk to him, and he will solve it for you. Got it? Ginger nodded. Good. Long Linping then sighed. Zhang Ge, I'm really happy that you're willing to accept my help now. Not wanting to say anything more to him, Ginger said into the phone, I'm still a little dizzy. I'd like to take a nap first. Long Linping immediately replied back. Good. Then you go to sleep first. I won't bother you. How about this? I'll send a few brain experts over to give you a checkup. Zhang Ge thought this is not so. Said to the phone, no, I'm really fine. I'll be fine after some rest. Then I'll hang up first. Long Linping's tone carried some doting. Fine. Then you should rest first. Ginger finally hung up the phone. The phone had just hung up when there was a knock on the door outside the hospital room. Ginger motioned for one of the lads next to the hospital bed to open the door, which opened and a man dressed in a black mountain suit walked in. He was tall, at least 185 centimeters or more. His body was standard, not fat or thin. He walked up with the wind and walked towards Zhang Ge, especially his eyes, which were really similar to those of an eagle, revealing sharpness. Nothing seemed to escape him. He took a quick look from the moment he walked into the ward, catching everything in it in his eyes. Hello Zhang Ge, I am the bodyguard sent by Long Linping, code name Tianyi. I will be the one to protect your safety from now on, the man said to Ginger. Ginger sized him up and thought, you came so fast. I'm afraid you didn't fly a plane? His age is probably more than 30 years old, and not as young as the 20 young men next to Zhang Ge, but looking at the acting style has a very calm and steady momentum. And what's the code name Sky One? A bit of an unknown quantity. As for his strength, Zhang Ge had no doubt. After all, it was the person sent by Long Linping himself, and had once been his own personal bodyguard. Definitely the top in the world. Ginger stepped out of the hospital bed and asked the nurse, where is my friend's room? I'll go see him. Just next door on the left. The nurse's sister replied. Ginger walked out of the ward and towards the next ward, with Tenchi and 20 lads close behind him. In Leonor's hospital room, his wounds had been treated and he was resting in his hospital bed. Django walked over to him. He wanted to say something to Leonor. He remembered that Leonor had worn gloves the last time he fought, reasoning that he didn't want to kill anyone lest his fists be too heavy. But this time he killed so many people. I wonder what is in his heart now. Ginger wasn't going to lie to him and say that the men weren't dead or anything like that. He was sure that Leonor was fully aware of the severity of his own hand and knew in his heart what had happened to the men. Thank you Leonor, you saved my life. I also want to say sorry to you for having to kill someone because of me, Ginger said to Leonor. Leonor looked at Zhang Ge. his expression revealing a hint of worry. What I'm worried about now isn't that I killed someone. After all, they killed me first. What I'm most worried about is, will I go to jail because of this? Or get into a lawsuit? After all, a dozen lives. Hearing that Leonor was worried about this, Zhang Ji's mood instead relaxed and turned to a smile. You don't need to worry about this at all. You know what? Those people's identities have been checked out clearly. They are all murderers with murder cases on their bodies. And for you to get rid of them is completely for the sake of the people. And you are simply a hero. Moreover, we did it completely out of self-defense. Hearing Ginger say that, Leonor instantly relaxed. He saw the men following behind Ginger and asked curiously, they are? They're the new bodyguards. Ginger introduced them. Tenchi shook Leonor's hand and said, as expected of a world-class mixed martial arts champion, you're great. Leonor wasn't sure about Tianyi's bottom line, but he could sense from him that he was definitely a powerful person. Not just in fighting, but perhaps in every aspect. Then the doctor walked in. Ginger asked him about Leonor. The doctor replied, the wounds have all been treated. You can be discharged today. Go back and recuperate. Don't do any strenuous activities so as not to tear the wounds. It will grow back in almost half a month. During this period, you need to change the medicine and check the condition of the wound on a regular basis. If it's not convenient for you to come to the hospital, you can leave an address and we'll send the medical staff there. The service was unparalleled. So Ginger gave him the address of the villa, and the doctor said he'd send someone there every 2 days. When all is said and done, Leonor can be discharged. He was very happy himself. After returning to the villa, Jang-gu thought of Leonor's car is still in the shopping mall parking lot. The car parked there is fine, but the 6 large Tibetan mastiffs he raised are still in the car. Have to get them back. Ginger then took the keys to Leonor's car. The 20 boys in camouflage stood straight in front of the villa from the moment they arrived. Ginger walked up to them with the car keys. Which one of you is the captain? One of the lads immediately stepped forward. Report, this is the captain. Please instruct. His expression was very serious, as if he was on a mission, and he refused to relax for a moment. Jang-gu was more or less a little bit uncomfortable. This whole thing makes himself look like some kind of leader. Ginger asked him, what's your name? Report, Zhang Chang, the captain replied. Jang-gu said to him, Captain Zhang, from now on, you'll listen to Tianyi's arrangements. You should have confirmed his identity when you were in the hospital. Yes, it's been confirmed. From the time Tianyi entered the ward, this Zhang Chang contacted Chen Weikai, who then contacted the top, which confirmed Tianyi's identity. This identity had secretly shocked Zhang Chang for a long time. It was a complete honor in his eyes to obey his orders and work under him. Ginger then gave him the keys to Leonor's car and said to him, the car is in the Silver Dragon Mall parking lot with 6 dogs in it, so send someone to drive it back. Yes, Zhang Chang took the key. It was handed over to a member of the team and sent him on his way. Although the team member was a complete stranger to the Tibetan Mastiff in the car, but the Tibetan Mastiff won't bite him, because the order Ginger gave them is still there, and as long as Ginger doesn't order them, they won't bite. After arranging the matter, Ginger saw Tenchi holding something in his hand and placing it in various parts of the villa. He had felt all over the villa, inside and out. From the moment he had entered it, Ginger couldn't help but secretly sigh. This is called professionalism. At this moment, Tianyi was placing a black, round metal cake on the villa's fence. Ginger walked over to him and asked, what is this? Tianyi replied, this is a detector that can accurately capture the signals of strangers. So if someone comes in, I'll know. Ginger nodded and asked with great curiosity, does it sound an audible alarm or something? Tenchi looked at Ginger and held up a finger. They emit signals, and I have a chip implanted in the tip of my finger, and when it receives the signal, it emits a weak electric current, and through the current, I can tell not only that someone has entered, but exactly how many there are, and their precise location. Ginger nodded his head repeatedly after hearing this, raising his thumb in praise. High tech. Then Ginger said to Tianyi, those lads at the door, I've put them at your command. Tenchi glanced toward the door and nodded. Janga felt that Tianyi acted not at all as nervous as those lads at the door, but instead had a very casual feeling. Talking is pretty normal, chatting too, but beneath this apparent casualness, his eyes seemed to know everything. After placing those detectors, Tianyi pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Jang-gu. Ginger took it in her hand and looked at it. It was a red card with a dragon spent on it. This is from Long Linping. There's no limit, so feel free to swipe it, Tianyi said. Janga took the bank card and was guessing the amount inside when he was surprised by Tianyi's sentence. What do you mean? No limit on random swipes? Are you that bossy? This genius kind of surprised Ginger. It took a while for Ginger to come to terms with it. After thinking about it, this kind of handiwork, and indeed in line with the identity of Long Linping, not worthy of his. But after Jianga thought about it, there didn't seem to be anything to brush up on. Jianga wasn't short of money himself now, and could afford whatever he wanted on his own. Ginger then put the card away for himself first. At this time, Zhao Li walked over quickly from Leonor's side. He saw that Leonor was covered in gauze, so he asked him what happened, and Leonor told him a little bit about it. After hearing this, Zhao Li hurriedly walked over to Jiang Gu and said to him, "Jiang Gu, is it someone sent by Zhao Wen again?" Ginger nodded. "That's right." Joel asked, "So what are you going to do?" Ginger laughed. "I'll do whatever he does to me." Zhao Li was silent. In the evening, Ginger lay alone in bed, and outside the window were the straight figures of two bodyguards. Zhang Sik should not be so, standing guard at night, but Zheng Chang insisted on it, and since they were on a shift, Kang Gu went along with it, although Jiang Gu told them to follow Tian Yi's command, though Tian Yi didn't give them any orders or tasks, so they take it at their own pace on their own. As for Tian Yi, he slept in the room next to Jianga's, eating and sleeping as he should, acting as if nothing had happened. Thinking it over, Ginger got out of bed and walked over to the window and closed the curtains, then back to his bed, a random orange in his hand from the table. Ginger leaned back on the pillows and placed the orange on top of her covers. With the soft glow of this nightlight, he began to train the new features of the system he had discovered today. System, modify the relationship between me and it to controller and controlled. Ginger communicated with the system in his head. The system's voice then came in his head. Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is controller and controlled. Ginger stared at the orange and began to maneuver it. The orange moved slightly, floating slowly, a centimeter or less. The tingling sensation in Ginger's head came again. He endured the pain and continued to maneuver until he had that orange lifted about 5 centimeters. The excruciating pain in his head finally became too much to hold on to, and Ginger had to stop. The orange then falling onto the covers. A wave of vertigo passed through Ginger's mind, and she was very sleepy. He casually took the orange to his pillow and dove under the covers to sleep. Before he went to sleep, he thought about how he seemed to have really grown in this ability. The orange was a little heavier than the stuffed man's arm should have been, and while the control of the stuffed man only moved its arm, the orange, on the other hand, floated right up. It seems that practicing plus sleeping is effective in making this ability stronger. But in the end, just how strong could he become, where his limits were, and whether he could really control a planet? Ginger didn't know. What he knows now is that this exercise has rather changed his habit of sleeping late, and practicing a little makes him sleepy as a thief. Thinking about it, Ginger fell asleep without realizing it. When he woke up the next day, Ginger's brain was clear and he was in excellent shape again. Even Ginger felt that his perception had improved, and the world became clearer and more thorough to him. Ginger thought that it might have been the practice or the fact that he had a good night's sleep. Today, Janga took Tanny out and went to Silver Dragon Plaza and saw that the mall was open for normal business. Ginger nodded in satisfaction. Reports about the affair have been sent out on the internet, saying that 2 groups of bad guys fought in a third-floor Armageddon, and that all the dead were bad guys, none of the good guys. Anyway, none of the mall's customers were implicated. The mall has also deployed extra security guards to protect every customer. The comments below were all serves you right, good death, and so on. Ginger bought some stuffed people at the mall and put them all in the car. Then, it was back to Ice Fei and found Li Yen. Li Yen, print out a contract for me. The acquisition contract as well as the equity transfer. Jianga said to Li Yen. Li Yen nodded. Okay, Mr. Jiang. While printing the contract, Li Yen turned to Jiang Gu and asked, Mr. Jiang, I heard that you and your friend were inside the mall yesterday and were rescued, right? Are you guys okay? Ginger smiled. It's fine. I'm not fine. Li Yen then stopped worrying and focused on getting the contract. Not long after, the contract was printed out and handed over to Ginger. Ginger then left with the contract. Back at home, in the evening, Ginger pulled the curtains closed and continued to lean on the bed to practice. Today he wanted to manipulate the plush man to test if his abilities had really improved. He placed both the stuffed man and the orange on the table, with the stuffed man sitting leaning on the teapot and the orange between its legs. Janga then communicated with the system in his mind. System, modify the relationship between me and it to controller and controlled. Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is controller and controlled. Ginger then proceeded to try and maneuver the stuffed man to grab that orange. Manipulating a stuffed person is a little different than just manipulating an orange to float. Manipulating the plush man's fingers to perform grasping motions requires much finer control. Django thinks it'll make him better at practicing. The plush man's arm slowly raised as Ginger maneuvered it. Needless to say, the scene was a little scary in the nighttime setting, but Ginger knows he got it on his own, and he's not afraid of it at all. The plush man's arm moved towards the orange and soon grasped the top of it in a surprisingly somewhat fluid motion. Ginger then maneuvered the plush man's fingers hard enough to grab the orange. At that moment the tingling in his head came again. Ginger continued to maneuver, the plush man's fingers slowly exerting themselves as if they had bones. It then raised its arm slowly and literally grabbed the orange in its hand. Success! It hurt more in his head, and Ginger stopped in a heartbeat. The orange fell onto the table with a slight clatter. The plush man's hand fell helplessly to the table as well. The familiar dizziness in Ginger's head came again. Ginger couldn't help but get a little excited, just the last time. The fingers of the stuffed man he was maneuvering were still so feeble that they couldn't even grasp the killer's hood. And now, after just 2 practice sessions, its soft hands can grab oranges. Your own progress seems to be pretty fast. With a hint of excitement and anticipation of what was to come, Ginger went to sleep. When he woke up the next day, Ginger once again felt refreshed, his mind clear, and the feeling was soothing. Today is the day, the 6th of them, Maple Blossom and North River. Leave. Ginger called 2 bodyguards to take them to the airport. Ginger, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. We're leaving, bye. Mapleflower smiled at Ginger and waved her hand. Several others waved goodbye to Ginger. Ginger gave each of them a gift, a stuffed person wrapped in a gift box, the 6 plushies, all bound by Ginger to the relationship of controller and controlled. What's the point of that? Though, Ginger couldn't tell. Anyway, the system has no limit on the number of bindings, so just bind whatever you want. And there was one more thing that Ginger realized in his practice. It is an item that is bound to you and can be manipulated even if you are not looking at it. And there seems to be no limit on distance. Ginger then sought to have them brought back to their country, so far away, and try to maneuver a little more on his own to see if he could still make contact. After waving goodbye, the girls also made a promise with Ginger to come back once a year. This is something that Ginger is not opposed to at all. It's nice to have a party for nothing. They then left in a car. Ginger turned around and went back into the villa. There are 2 big stories in Linder today. It's what Ginger has been waiting for. First, the bidding for the development of the new city was over, and Zhao's group succeeded in winning the bid. Secondly, Zhao Yunzi passed away due to cancer and all the shares in his hands were handed over to his second son, Zhao Wen. With a 44% stake in hand, Zhao Wen has full control of the Zhao group. After seeing these 2 messages, Zhang Guo had some inner joy that his chickens had finally fattened up. He called Zhang Chang and said to him, "Go and arrest someone for me and bring them here." Ginger tapped the map on his cell phone and pointed to a deserted mountain on the outskirts of the city. Zhang Chang was a little hesitant, not knowing if he should go or not. After all, he was only given orders that Ginger's identity was so important that he had to protect it with his life. But he didn't know exactly what Ginger was and if he should listen to him at all. After all, he didn't feel good about arresting someone for something like this. Seeing his hesitation, Zhanga said to him, "Don't worry, I just want to talk to him about something. If you don't want to go, I can call Chen Weikai and ask him to give the talk." Zhang Chang thought for a moment and looked at Tian Yi, who was standing behind Zhang Guo, as if asking him what he meant. After all, Tian Yi was in a higher position than him. As long as he nodded, then he himself was obeying the order, and just went straight to it, not needing to think about anything at all. But Tenchi didn't nod or object. Zhang Guo saw Zhang Chang's meaning and said to Tian Yi, "You let him go." Tian Yi nodded with a bland expression and told Zhang Chang, "Go." Yes, Zhang Chang immediately obeyed. Ginger secretly spat in his heart that his words didn't work as well as his bodyguards, but by all accounts, Ginger could understand. After all, Zhang Chang was unaware of what he really was. Zhang Chang immediately set off with the 2 men, but Zhang Guo called out to them, "Change your clothes into civilian clothes." Zhang Chang immediately led the men to change into civilian clothes and then set off. Leonor's injuries were still fresh, but he still fulfilled his promise to instruct the 4 bodyguards in fighting in the past 2 days. Those 4 bodyguards are now a little bewildered. Since Tianyi and Zhang Chang they came, they saw these people waist bulging, guessed that this is afraid that there are real guys. The 4 of them are beginning to think what's the point of staying in, but under Leonor's tutelage, all of their fighting skills had improved quite a bit. This time Ginger will not take Leonor out and leave him at home. With Tianyi and 2 of Zhang Chang's team members, they set off. Tianyi don't know where to get a black limousine, classic car like front end. 2 small red flags inserted in front of the license plate is white. Drive to the road, other cars have to give way. No one dares to add a traffic jam. Zhanga seeks this car on what the world's top luxury cars are counted, what cattle and horses. And then the expensive car in front of this car also have to bow their heads, carried in the car, along with Zhou Li. "Where are we going?" Zhao Li asked. "You'll see when we get there," Ginger replied. On the deserted mountains in the countryside, the grass was sparse, and a flock of crows flew through the sky and landed on a tree not far away. Zhao Wen was panicked when he was arrested by Zheng Chang with his men. With his hands tied in front of him, he thought to himself how his 4 burly bodyguards were so unbeatable, put in a few times by these 3 guys. Then he was grabbed in the car and taken all the way to this deserted place. Could it's an enemy coming for revenge? As Zhao Wen rambled on, he saw Jiang Ge walking over with a few people. Zhao Wen instantly realized who today's enemy was. I can't believe it's him. Ginger. Ginger got him a couple of times, unsuccessfully, but Ginger didn't fight back. He thought that Ginger was just a guy with no balls. How would he dare to fight him? But now he realized that he was really very wrong. Look at today's situation. The general public really cannot get out. I do not know how he will retaliate against their own. Zhou Man is worried. Holding something in his hand, Ginger told the people behind him to wait a short distance aside and walked over to Zhao Wen himself. In his hand, he held a contract and a pen. Facing Zhao Wen, Jiang Ge didn't say much and directly handed over the contract and pen. Sign this or there's a cliff behind you and you'll fall. Somehow, this light tone of Ginger's voice caused Zhao Wen to panic even more. He looked back, and there was indeed a high cliff behind him, the kind you can't find if you fall off. He took the contract with both hands and looked at it, then looked up with shocked eyes at Ginger. This guy is so mean. Opened his mouth to ask for his entire stake in Zhao Group. This guy, one had really underestimated him all along. So, it wasn't that he wasn't going to make a move, but had he been waiting for this time? If you don't make a move, you take away all he has. He looked at Ginger, and for a moment he couldn't even speak. A moment later, with the slightest hint of sweat seeping from his forehead, he swallowed and said to Ginger, "Can we discuss this a little more?" Ginger said faintly, "There's no negotiation. I'll only give you 10 seconds. Not far away, Tianyi was faintly watching this scene with a cold expression. He kept his hand in his arms, though, and seemed to be holding something. If Zhao Wen suddenly went crazy and attacked Jiang Ge, he would immediately step in to protect him. As for what he does, he doesn't seem to care, except for Ginger's life. Ginger then started counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Zhao Wen was getting panicked inside. He was very torn. After all, his father's stake had fallen into his hands, and had not yet been warmed up. And then there's the fact that he's not even in control of Zhao's group for half a day. And he hasn't done anything yet. Who would be happy to just hand over their equity and take their 10% with them? But if you don't pay, your life will be lost. He thought Ginger would really be pushed off the cliff by him. If your life is gone, there's nothing left. But he also has a feeling that even if he signs this contract, Jiang Ge will push him down. He didn't seem to be alive today. Just as Jiang Ge counted to 1, Zhao Wen suddenly spoke. This contract, even if I sign it, it's useless because he's invalid. The transfer of equity to an outsider must be agreed upon by shareholders who collectively own more than 50% of the equity. I only have 44% myself. Even if I sign it, it's useless. This was a problem that Jiang Ge had known for a long time, which was why he had brought Zhao Li here. The 10% in Zhao Li's hand, plus the 44% in Zhao Wen's hand, that's 54%. Over 50%. The contract will be effective. Ginger had someone call Zhao Li over. When Zhao Li saw Zhao Wen, his expression had some surprise. Zhou Man. But then he thought of what Ginger had said to him. What Zhou Man did to him, he did to Zhou Man. Brother, help me. When Zhao Wen saw Zhao Li, it was like seeing a savior, and he opened his mouth to call out for his brother. Zhao Li already understood what this was probably about. He walked over towards Zhao Wen, ignoring his pleas for help, and took the contract from his hand. Soon, he finished reading the contents of the contract and looked up at Ginger with some shock in his eyes. Ginger, this. Jiang Ge didn't need to beat around the bush. He believed that Zhao Li was a smart man and completely understood what he meant, and directly said to him, sign the contract with your brother. Zhao Li froze for a long time and said to Ginger, Ginger, I understand why you're doing this. I can sign this contract. However, can I have a request to let Zhao Wen live? With Jiang Ji's knowledge of Zhao Li, he wasn't surprised at all that he said this, and even expected it. He nodded at him with a bland expression. I promise you, but after the contract is signed, I want you to become the general manager of Zhao's group and help me manage Zhao's group. Zhao Li breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although it seemed to him that Zhao Wen had once tried to kill him, as well as Jiang Ge, he still couldn't do anything to watch him get killed, as long as we can save his life. As for the equity and these extraneous things, let's consider it as his punishment. He knew in his heart what bad things Zhao Wen had done over the years. He even felt that this punishment was too light for him. Let's hope he can make a fresh start in the future. Joel thought and nodded at Ginger. I promise. After saying that, Zhao Li signed his name on the contract. The contract was then handed to Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen simply had no choice but to sign the contract now. After signing it, Zhao Li took the contract to Jiang Ge. Jiang Ge received the contract. The corners of his mouth smiled lightly. At this time the entire Zhao group has completely belonged to his hands. Zhao Wen was especially nervous at this time. He was afraid that after Jiang Ge got the contract, he would still renege on the appointment he had just made to and would still kill him. Ginger didn't though. Ginger turned around with the contract in his hands with panache. Let's go. Seeing Jiang Ge behave like this, Zhao Wen and Zhao Li were relieved in their hearts. Zhao Wen thought in his heart, Jiang Ge, you're still too young, still not ruthless enough. If I were you, I would never let myself go. If you can't fix me today, I'll definitely fix you next time. He watched as Ginger led Zhao Li and the people he brought with him towards the distance. A big stone in my heart finally fell to the ground. With a hint of joy from the aftermath, he headed forward. However, just as he had taken a step, a flock of crows suddenly flew in the sky. They actually lunged straight toward his face. Their claws and mouths attacked his face in a frenzy. Zhao Wen was shocked in his heart and subconsciously took 2 steps backward. But suddenly his feet fell down into the middle of the cliff. Ah! In the process, he let out a scream. When Jiang Ge and Zhao Li heard them, they all looked back, but they only saw a flock of crows flying away, and they couldn't see Zhao Wen's figure at all. Zhao Li hurriedly ran back to look for it, but he found nothing. The cliffs were so high and covered with so many weeds that a person falling off would not be visible from above. Where's Zhao Wen? Zhao Li looked for half a day and asked Jiang Ge in a very puzzled manner. Ginger spread his hands and made an innocent expression and said, how do I know? It should have run away. Zhao Li's puzzled eyes once again thought about exploring the side. However, only some messy weeds and trees were seen swaying in the wind. He thought about it and nodded. This Zhao Wen guy must have run away on his own. After all, Ginger had let him go. So what was he doing here if he wasn't running? There was more than one way down this wild mountain. He definitely didn't dare to take the same road as Jiang Ge, so he ran the other way. As for the scream, who knows, maybe it was scared by the crows. Zhao Li then followed Ginger as he continued toward the outside. Getting in the car headed towards the city. Ginger was in a good mood as he looked out the window. Those crows, of course, were not an accident, but he had secretly bound the master-pet relationship with them and secretly ordered them to attack Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen had tried to harm himself 3 times, and had even threatened his life, so of course he would not let him go. As for agreeing to Zhao Li before, it was just to stabilize Zhao Li. The car drove to the city, and Jiang Ge first sent Zhao Li to the Zhao group to take care of the group's affairs, then returned to his villa. Sitting alone in a chair in the back garden, Ginger admired the beauty of the flowers blooming in the sunlight and thought about what he had recently experienced. Since he bound the system, it was just over half a month. He already had the universal goddess Zhang Nuanan as his girlfriend, the world's top bodyguard Tianyi to protect his safety, and the identity of the crown prince. Although it was said to be illegitimate, right, but it was good enough to use. Assets. Zhao's group 44% of the shares. According to the market value, how can there be a 50 billion? Oh yes, there is also an unlimited bank card. If this thing wants to brush, it is estimated that $1 trillion can be brushed out. But where can you get something that expensive? Besides, last year, the national GDP was just over $100 trillion, and he swiped $1 trillion, which is equivalent to 1% of the gross national product, and Long Lingping shall not find himself. What's all this money for? Money, or spend their own most solid, tens of billions of dollars, enough to spend his life with then. In short, Ginger felt like he was missing nothing. Later in life, it's all about enjoyment, then researching and studying the system, practicing that ability to manipulate objects, and otherwise doing whatever else you want to do. He thought to himself that he kinda missed that female tiger, and with the matter of the Zhao group over here settled, he decided to go and check on it. And at this moment, Jiang Ge was not the only one who had that female tiger in mind, and his wanting was not missing, but a different emotion altogether. Kaiyun City. Inside a certain luxurious and extreme villa, an old man looked at his treasured wines, one of which was made of transparent crystal for the body of the altar, and inside the altar, there were many valuable medicinal herbs soaking, among which, there were also a few slightly yellowish bones. The liquor was also soaked to the color of gold, golden and translucent. The old man looked at the little wine liquid left in the altar, and said to the servant next to him, "This altar of wine, it should be renewed. The medicinal herbs inside have been soaked once, and the efficacy of the medicines have all been consumed almost. All of them are given to me to be replaced with the new ones, especially this tiger bone, to be put in some more." The servant nodded in agreement. The old man then sighed, "Hey, this person is old. The body cannot, either waist pain or leg pain. Just point to this tiger bone wine. I can stand up and walk. Activities, the old waist is not so painful. Ha ha." The servant seemed to have thought of something, and said to the old man, "Master, I'm afraid it's not easy to buy this medicine. Tiger bone. The old man turned his head to look at the servant, but a glint flashed in his eyes. If you can't buy it, go and fight it. Wasn't it on the news some time ago? A female tiger and 2 tiger cubs were found. Send someone to hunt that female tiger and make me wine. Yes. The servant immediately nodded and retreated. Ginger sat in a garden chair and made a video call to Zhang Nannan. After the call was connected, Zhang Nannan's stunningly beautiful face appeared on the phone. She first raised her white, slender hand to greet Ginger and then said with a smile on her face, "Big bad. It took you so long to remember to call me. If you don't, I'm going to get angry." "Ha," said she, puffing up her cheeks, pretending to be angry, but her eyes were full of laughter. Seeing her adorable appearance, Janda couldn't help but have a smile on his face as he said, "It's not for you. Besides, you didn't call me." Zhang Nuanan instantly spat out her tongue mischievously at the cell phone. "Oops, I've been really busy lately." Ginger asked, "Busy with what?" Zhang Nuanan immediately complained to Jiang Gu about the hard work. "That side has just finished a program. This side has to rush to this program. You do not know. This is a reality show. I came to still have to do farm work. Yesterday, I chopped wood, fed the chickens, and brushed the cows. It's exhausting." Then Zhang Nuanan proceeded to whisper, "I'm now picking up your phone calls or hiding in the bathroom to secretly pick up. Outside is still filming it. He. Ginger looked at Zhang Nuanan, who was wearing a blue jacket with a t-shirt with a bear printed in the center. Ginger then said to her, "Why don't you take your coat off and show me the bear on your shirt?" A hint of redness flashed across Zhang Nuanan's face. "Badass. What do you want?" Humph. "Don't think I don't know what you want to do, but I'm still participating in the program, and it's still filming outside." Ginger said, "It's okay, that's what makes it exciting." Zhang Nuanan, "You. Well, that can only be looked at." Subsequently, 2 large white rabbits appeared in the middle of Zhang Ji's cell phone screen. Zhang Nuanan to participate in this reality show is live. At this time the audience watching the program has not seen Zhang Nuanan for a few minutes, suddenly anxious to launch pop-ups. "Where's my Zhang Nuanan? I haven't seen her for 3 minutes. How can I live without her? Throw the cameraman box lunch on the floor for me. What's he doing filming other guests instead of Zhang Nannan? I didn't come here to watch those people. Zhang Nuanan, my goddess must be tired. Let's all take it easy and let her get some rest. Goddess, come on out. Woohoo." Ginger read it and then smiled contentedly, and Zhang Nuanan's face was already streaked with red. Jiang Gu added to Zhang Nuanan, "I don't have much to do lately. I plan to go and look at that tiger again. When I come back I'll look for you. After all, you were the one who came to me before. Next time it's time for me to look for you to go." When Zhang Nuanan heard that Jiang Gu was going to come to her, she immediately smiled with anticipation and happiness. "Okay, then you have to keep your word. Also, when you go to see the tiger, you must be very careful. Don't get eaten by the tiger." "Got it. Don't worry." Ginger nodded. Then Lin Hot said to the screen, "Then I hang up first. This program is live. I don't see for a while those viewers are going to rush me. And then the director will also look for me." Ginger nodded. "Okay, then you go ahead and get busy. I'll call you back. Bye." Zhang Nannan hung up the phone. She straightened her clothes and walked out of the bathroom and inside another room. It took the camera to catch her. And at that moment, the blush on Zhang Nuanan's face hadn't dissipated. She picked up a couple of corn cobs and said to the camera, "We're going to take the corn now and feed it to the chickens a little bit. And this kernel is going to have to be picked off and we're going to feed it to the chickens while we do it." With that she took the corn stalks and headed toward the yard, the camera hurrying behind her to keep up. The audience, in turn, continued to launch pop-ups. Zhang Nannan finally came out. "I want to see the goddess picking corn. I want to see the goddess feed the chickens. Why is Zhang Nuanan's face so red? What did she just do? I should be tired. This program is called the hell of the guests. Whoever comes will have to work. It must have tired my goddess. Her face is so red. My heart aches. Goddess Zhang Nuanan is working so hard, but she looks even more beautiful when she blushes. That's right. The way the goddess blushes is just too good. Beautiful." After hanging up his cell phone, Ginger casually put it in his pocket and called Tanny aside. Ginger knew that wherever he went, he was sure to follow. "Just tell him, I'm going to see the tiger. Shall we drive or buy a ticket?" Tian was a bit puzzled. "Watching a tiger?" Ginger nodded. "It's that wildlife nature reserve that was established some time ago." Tenchi nodded though he was puzzled. "Drive." Ginger said. "Okay, then we'll prepare a little something first." Ginger and Tanny drove out to the mall and purchased 500 pounds of the best beef. He felt that he drank someone else's tiger's milk last time, so he had to bring something with him this time. You still have to catch whatever you want to eat in the wild, so how nice to bring some to it yourself. After returning to the villa, Janda asked Auntie Lee to cook all the beef. boiling it in white water with less salt. He thought, the tiger has never eaten cooked food in the wild. Isn't it good to eat some cooked food for a change? Cooked food should be better digested than raw food. It should like it very much. The beef went down, and Ginger sent out a lot of ice packs. That way, when you're on the road, you don't have to worry about spoilage when you cover all the beef with an ice pack. Ginger was planning to leave as soon as the beef was cooked. It was quite far away, and it should be exactly nighttime when he arrived. It's dark at night going into the mountains. The trails are bad, and it's scary. He then planned to stay in a hotel in town for one night once he got there, and then head into the mountains early the next morning. Just as the beef was cooking, a phone call came from Li Yan. Li Yan doesn't usually call herself, so I don't know what's up. Jiang picked up the phone and Li Yan's voice came out. Mr. Jiang, there's something in the company that needs you to take an idea. Jiang thought, the company usually things are Li Yan dealt with. This time this has encountered what happened. She can't handle it? Ginger said into the phone. What is it? Li Yan said. Our branch side has one of the biggest clients. It's the Zhao Group in the city. But just today, their group made 2 major shareholding changes. And now we don't even know who their new chairman is. This person is very mysterious. And it's said that he's not even a member of the Zhao family. I'm worried that this will affect our future cooperation. So I think you should be the one to pay a visit to their general manager. After all, you're the general manager. It's better for you to take the lead. It'll look like we're not paying much attention if we go. Ginger laughed. That's it. Ha, I thought it was something. For Bingfei Company, especially Chen Bingfei. Zhang Ge was still grateful. Although this sister was system-bound, Zhang Ge still had a soft spot for her. And since she had helped herself, she would just consider herself repaying her from this. Zhang Ge smiled blandly and said into the phone, Li Yan, this matter will be left to you. It will be fine for you to come out and talk to their Zhao Group's general manager. Li Yan's somewhat unbelievable voice came from the phone all of a sudden. Mr. Jiang, I am just the vice president of our branch. The other party is the general manager of the group, the boss of $100 billion group. Will he see me? Will do. Just go in peace. Ginger said into the phone. Li Yan was a bit puzzled. How could Mr. Jiang be so sure? She was about to ask Ginger about it, but Ginger just hung up the phone after that. Li Yan a burst of puzzled plus speechless. This Mr. Jiang really puzzled. After Ginger hung up the phone, he dialed Zhao Li's phone number. After the phone was connected, Zhang Gu said into the phone, Zhao Li, I have an assistant, Li Yan, who is the vice president of the branch of the Ice Fei Company. She will represent the Ice Fei branch to go and talk to you about a piece of business. So meet me then. On the phone, Zhao Li immediately agreed. Okay, no problem. Then Ginger added, business-wise, give her more support. Got it? Joel nodded. Okay, understood. Ginger thought for a moment and added, give me a call when you guys talk. Zhao Li nodded again. Okay, got it. After the beef was cooked, Zhang Ge had the beef cut into large pieces placed in a large stainless steel basin, moved to the trunk of the car, covered with a layer of plastic wrap, and then put ice packs to bury it. That way it's ready. 500 pounds of fresh beef. After cooking it actually shrunk quite a bit, and there was only a little more than 300 pounds left, and I don't know if it was enough for the tiger to eat a few meals. Zhang Ge thought, that is, let it taste it, for the wild tiger cannot feed too much, in case it raised lazy will not hunt. Then how to live in the wild in the future. After loading up the beef, Ginger took Tianyi along with him. The car he drove was the one Tianyi got, and he called it driver, Zhang Chang. It was just the 3 of them all together. This was to see a tiger. Zhang Ge didn't want to bring too many people. And where was there any enemy left now? Zhao's group's matter is solved. Now Zhang Ge has no enemies at all. Peaceful world. Not so much fighting and killing. Bring too many people is useless. Moreover, even in case they encountered any bad guys, just the 2 of them, Tianyi and Zhang Chang, would be enough. As for Leonore, the injury isn't healed yet, and Ginger has told him to rest at home. Zhang Chang drove the car, so Zhang Ge sat in the back seat, while Tianyi sat in the seat next to Zhang Ge, with nothing to do on the road. Zhang Ge chatted with Tianyi and asked him, Tianyi, can you explain your code name to me? Why is it called Tianyi? Originally, Ginger thought it might involve some kind of secrecy or something that he wouldn't say, but I didn't expect that it wasn't a secret. And Tianyi spoke directly about it. Our internal bodyguards are divided according to strength levels. There are a total of 36 topmost bodyguards, graded according to heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, with 9 code names for each level. Of the 36, the first in line is Heavenly 1, while the last is Yellow 9. Zhang Ge was a bit shocked when he heard that. So, you're the most powerful one among the 36 top bodyguards? Tenchi nodded without modesty. Yes. Zhang Ge was a bit surprised. He knew that Tianyi was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Long Linping is too good to himself, isn't he? Sending him the top bodyguard directly. What kind of treatment is this? Not only Jiang Gu, even more shocked was Zheng Chang, who was driving in front of him. He has heard of the grading of this bodyguard, and of the 36 slots, none of them are top-notch experts. All of them are geniuses selected from the elite of the elite. No, one simply couldn't call them geniuses because even geniuses couldn't squeeze in. One should call them perverts. Too perverted. And Tianyi actually managed to stand out from all those people and get the Tianyi codename. How strong must it be? What shocked him even more was that Tianyi had been sent to protect Jiang Gu. So this Ginger, what's his status? Anyway, he can't even think about it. Now he felt that it should be a great honor for him to drive for Ginger. In the back seat, Ginger turned to Tenchi again and asked, "So what was your original name?" Tenchi shook his head. "That's classified." Ginger, "I can't believe those just now weren't classified. Instead the name became classified." "Okay, then he'll stop asking and ask something else." Ginger asked again out of the blue, "So can you beat Leonore?" Tianyi replied, "If it's in the ring and there are rules and restrictions, then you'll have to fight to find out. If it's under the ring and there aren't any rules, he's just like an ordinary person in my eyes. Not to mention me, even Huangjiu could easily finish him off. But his fighting strength is something I recognize very much. That world mixed martial arts ring, it's still very gold." Zhang Dan nodded after listening, thinking that what Tianyi said should be right. Under the ring, there is no restriction on the rules, so wouldn't he be able to hold a gun? In front of that thing, even Kung Fu is no good. Ginger turned his gaze out the window of the car as it drove along the highway with flocks of birds flying not far away. Ginger then secretly used the system to bind a bird to become his pet. Then the control bird went and pecked a bird next to it. Two birds fly and fight. Ginger took control of another bird and ordered the two of them to mate up and have more chicks, I guess. As for whether the two of them were male or female, Ginger had no idea. All the way to their destination, the trio checked into one of the most luxurious hotels there. By the time the next morning rolled around, Ginger was ready to head into the mountains. Zheng Chang drove them to the place where they entered the mountain. Before he even reached the ground, Ginger saw that the hill had been completely fenced off with brand new barbed wire. Not far ahead, another kiosk stopped them. There was a staff member inside the pavilion who said to them, "The front won't allow you to enter anymore, so please go back." Zheng Chang directly showed him an ID, and after the man looked at it, he immediately let it go. Still driving to the place where Ginger got off last time. "It's a walk ahead." Getting out of the car, Jiang Gu said to Zheng Chang, "The three of us will carry the beef in first, put it inside some, and then you can just come back here and wait by yourself." "Yes." Zheng Chang nodded in agreement. The three of them put the beef into their backpacks and carried it together towards the mountain. At that moment, in another part of this mountain, three men carrying shotguns cut the barbed wire fence with a vise and crept into the mountain. The three of them walked into the mountains, and when they got to about the same place, Ginger had them all put their beef on the ground. "When the time comes, just let the tiger come out and carry it by itself. It's too heavy to carry." The location here would be at the edge of the tiger's range. Jiang Gu then let Zheng Chang go back on his own. Jiang Gu had about 20 pounds of cooked beef on his back in his bag, and continued towards the mountain with Tianyi. On the way, Tingyi looked at Ginger and asked, "Aren't you afraid a tiger will bite you?" Ginger replied bashfully, "It's okay, the tigers here are good friends with me." Tianyi was a bit puzzled, but didn't ask anything more, just followed behind Jiang Gu, his eyes constantly sweeping around. When he walked, he only had one hand swinging while the other stayed close to his waist. It was not a deliberate movement, but a habit. The hand close to the waist was used to draw a weapon at any time. The last time Ginger went to the tiger's den, he was carried in by the tiger, and when he came out, he followed his bear friend out, and now he doesn't remember the way to the tiger's den at all. It could only be from memory, following a general direction inward, hoping to encounter the female tiger. But after walking until mid-morning, Ginger still hadn't encountered it. How big is the range of a tiger in the mountains and forests? Ginger doesn't know. I've heard it's huge. Huge, hundreds of miles in every direction. But Ginger felt that the mother tiger, now with her cubs, shouldn't be able to run too far. Just hang around the neighborhood. You'll always come across it. And at this time at the entrance of Zhao's group, Li Yan brought a female colleague with her, and walked into the Zhao's group building with a somewhat nervous mood. After she called Ginger yesterday, she tried to contact the staff at Zhou's group, but I didn't expect that the other party actually agreed to meet with her painfully, and it was the general manager of the group who personally met her. It more or less made her feel flattered. With a small company like theirs, it used to be that some project manager would just contact her, but I didn't expect that this time it was actually the group's general manager who personally met her. She couldn't help but ponder whether There is something wrong with the cooperation? Or was there something your side did poorly that caused the other group's general manager to personally step in to end the cooperation? That doesn't seem to be the case either. If you want to terminate the cooperation, why don't you just send someone to say so? Why does it have to come from the GM? How to think is not right. Li Yan was puzzled. With trepidation, the two were brought to Zhao Li's office by a beautiful female assistant from Zhao Group. When Zhao Li saw the two of them, he immediately courteously got up to welcome them. Li Yan Li is always right. Welcome to the two of you. Quickly have a seat. Both Li Yan smiled politely and shook Zhao Li's hand before sitting down. Zhao Li then had his assistant pour them tea. Li Yan thought to herself, Zhao's group. This new general manager is actually so young, and their attitude towards them is quite good. Courteous look. It seems to be a young and talented person, but without realizing it, he suddenly thought of Ginger. In terms of being young and talented, our Mr. Zhang doesn't seem to be bad. He's also very caring and helps farmers. But Mr. Zhang doesn't seem to have a high position as the general manager of this group, right? But it doesn't matter. Mr. Zhang is so talented. In the future, Mr. Zhang will definitely be able to surpass him. Thinking about this, Li Yan suddenly realized that her thoughts had flown and she immediately pulled back to reality. Looking at Zhao Li, who was looking at her with a smile on his face, Li Yan didn't have any fluctuations on the surface and smiled as she opened the door to Zhao Li. Mr. Zhao, regarding the cooperation between our two sides, our company attaches great importance to it. In fact, this time, it was supposed to be our general manager, Mr. Jiang, who came to see you in person. However, he wasn't able to come to see you due to his physical discomfort, so I beg your pardon. Mr. Jiang specially instructed me to greet you. Zhao Li smiled and waved his hand somewhat cheerfully. It's fine. It's okay. We're all old partners. It's not the same who comes. Li Yan smiled and said tentatively to Zhao Li. Mr. Zhao is really a straightforward person. So let's continue our mutual cooperation as before. But who knew that Zhao Li shook his head? This won't work. We still need to talk about this aspect of cooperation. Li Yan and the colleague she brought with her both tensed up at once, waiting for Zhao Li to write. However, Zhao Li paused and said, since our cooperation is so good, we can't continue according to the previous one. It should be expanded. Our chairman personally said that the number of orders we give you in the future, triple it. Li Yan was stunned. You know that Zhao Group is the biggest client of their branch. Orders like this triple at once, don't even think about it. This could generate millions more in profits for their branch in a year. And, he went so far as to say that the chairman of the board had asked for it himself. Is that the current mysterious chairman of the Zhao Group? Who the hell is he? Why would he care about this little business? You have to know that the projects of Zhao's group are big projects of tens of billions of dollars like the new city development. Why would their chairman care about this little thing with Bing Fei? Sensing Li Yan's surprise, Zhao Li took out his cell phone and said to Li Yan, our chairman said to give him a call when we're almost done talking. He might have something he wants to say to you in person. So please wait a moment. After saying that, Zhao Li dialed Zhang Ji's phone number. Li Yan's entire body is a bit baffled. Why would the chairman want to speak to her personally? Does he know himself? Although he couldn't figure out what was going on, Zhao Li's phone had already dialed out, so Li Yan had to wait quietly on the sidelines. In the mountains, Zhang Ji's cell phone rang, and pulled it out to see that it was Zhao Li calling. Where they are now, there should be no signal. This cell phone, though, was given to him by Tenchi, saying that it had a signal wherever he was. The contact information of Tanny and Zhang Chang was also stored inside, making it convenient for Jiang Ge to call for help in case of an accident. In addition, this cell phone has many other functions. There is a strong lighting function, as well as life detection function, crisis detection function, automatic call for help and first aid function. This is a special department's number stored inside. No matter where it is, Jiang Ge just dial it. Immediately there will be dozens of helicopters out to rescue it, as well as launching Zhang Ji's positional information to Tianyi and so on. Despite its power, it doesn't look bloated at all, and it's as good looking as any high-end smartphone sold on the market. Jiang Ge connected the phone. The phone came Zhao Li's voice. Jiang Dong, the cooperation has been negotiated. In the future by the Ice Fei Company's orders increased 3 times. Do you see still satisfied? Li Yan was listening on the side. Their chairman is also surnamed Zhang. Actually with their Mr. Zhang a surname? What a coincidence. But it was just the same last name. So Li Yan didn't think much of it at all. Jiang Ge thought about it. Triple orders are okay, right? And said into the phone, okay, that's it. You give the phone to Li Yan. Okay. Zhao Li nodded, then handed Li Yan the cell phone in his hand and said to her, our chairman has something to say to you. Li Yan took the phone with a puzzled face and put it on her ear. Hello Jiang Dong, this is Li Yan. On the phone, Jiang Ji's pleasant voice came. Li Yan, the negotiations are still going well, right? Ha ha. Hearing this familiar voice, familiar accent, Li Yan's eyes suddenly filled with shock. Mr. Jiang, I can't believe it's you. You're that new mysterious chairman of Zhao Group. Li Yan's entire body was surprised to death. How could she not have imagined that Mr. Jiang and Mr. Jiang Dong were actually one and the same person? Ginger laughed into the phone. What's wrong? Is it because I can't? Are you still satisfied with the triple order you guys talked about? If not, I'll ask him to increase it again. Li Yan quickly said. Enough is enough. Triple orders are enough to keep us busy. No need to add more. Jiangga smiled. Li Yan is quite contented. However, Jianggu also knows that the order of this thing is not the more the better. All of a sudden the orders skyrocketed. It is inevitable that there will be a production failure. Triple is not too much, not too little, just right. Ginger said into the phone. That's good. Ginger was making a phone call while walking through the mountains when he suddenly realized something. Far ahead, there seemed to be 3 men sprawled in the grass, with what appeared to be shotguns aimed in their hands. Their guns were pointed at the other side of the hillside, and Ginger couldn't see that way from this side where his view was blocked by the hillside, so he didn't know what kind of prey they were aiming at. Yet, Ginger could realize what was wrong. This is the territory of the female tiger, so could it be the female tiger that they are aiming at? Ginger immediately hung up the phone and yelled over to the other side. What's up? Originally, Jiangga thought, this is a protected area. It is impossible to allow hunting. These 3 people must be poachers. Poachers, if they are found, they must be scared to run away. After all, this thing is caught but will go to jail. That's why it was shouted. Whether it would scare them off or not, at least it would stop them from shooting first. However, Jiangga did not expect that these 3 poachers would be so bold that they were discovered but still did not flee. Just looked back and turned their heads to aim their guns again. In fact, Ginger's shout did startle the 3 poachers. But they don't want to just give up on this opportunity, for their shotguns were at that moment aimed at the very prey they were looking for. The female tiger. You know that big boss, but paid a high price to hire them to hunt this female tiger, and then shave off the bones to make wine. Not only the bones, but also many parts of the tiger body. That big boss is very like tiger liver, tiger gallbladder, tiger kidney, tiger whip. He would eat them to replenish his body. They didn't know if they really worked, but it was enough that the big boss himself believed in them and was willing to spend the money. There's really a lot of money this time. If they successfully hunt this female tiger, each of them will get $3 million. $3 million. That's more money than many people can save in a lifetime. For the 3 of them, it was also a chance to get rich. With this $3 million, they could just go home and retire, live a good life, and not have to worry for the rest of their lives. It had been hard for them to get a feel for this tiger since they had entered the mountains, and they had smeared tiger dung on their bodies, which would keep the tiger from smelling the unfamiliar odor they were carrying. It was with great difficulty, again, that they were able to find such a perfect position to set up their guns and take aim. The mother tiger, with her 2 cubs, was resting. He was lying in the grass basking in the sun, next to 2 guard pups who were play fighting, not the slightest notice of the danger behind them. As soon as they pulled the trigger, 3 million each, it would be half of what it is. But I didn't expect that suddenly a kid shouted and interrupted them. But they weren't willing to just stop and waste this great opportunity. One of the 3 poachers, the oldest, in his 40s, is called Laogua. After the 3 of them saw Ginger, Laogua was the first to look back at their prey, the female tiger. The female tiger also heard Ginger's shout and suddenly stood up, her eyes looking around but not seeing anything. I don't know if it could remember that it was Ginger's voice, but it could hear the emotions expressed in that cry, the implied impatience and warning that represented danger. Wary, he decided to change places and was about to walk away with his 2 guard cubs. Laogua got a little anxious and said to the 2 men next to him, "Don't mind them, beat the tiger first. It's already startled. If we let it go this time, it won't be so easy to find next time." The other 2 were also overwhelmed by money, and said, "Who cares if you have no one? Let's beat the tiger first, and we'll talk about other things later." The 3 men re-picked up their guns and aimed them at the female tiger. These 3 men had hunted in the mountains before, and there was no mention of their skill in marksmanship, especially Laogua, hunting for 20 years of old hunters, a shotgun used out of the ordinary, within 100 meters of where to hit. People say that is shot, even a flea can hit. The mother tiger walked quickly towards the back of the tree, but the 2 mischievous tiger cubs didn't seem to realize the danger. They were too playful and didn't follow the mother tiger closely. The mother tiger had to stop and look back, trying to summon her tiger cubs to follow. That's all it took to stop. It was the perfect opportunity to shoot. Bang bang bang, 3 shots rang out as the 3 poachers pulled the trigger together. This distance, less than 100 meters. The tiger's so big target. At this time and standing still, the three are confident. This round of shooting will hit the target. But the result was very strange to the three of them. After the gun went off, both the tiger and the tiger cub were frightened, and in a blink of an eye they ran into the forest and disappeared. There wasn't even a single drop of blood on the ground where the mother tiger had just been. The three suddenly looked at each other, all seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Actually missed? Lagwo was the first to let out a question. The other two were wide-eyed as well. It shouldn't be. It's fine if one of us misses. How come all three of us miss? One of the poachers with a green woolen hat said. There was one poacher left, with a tattered brown woolen hat with two large ears on either side that hid his entire face. The guy with the brown hat had some horror in his eyes and stammered to the other two. Well, it seems to have been hit by an evil spirit. When I just fired the gun, I suddenly felt that there was some kind of force that lifted the muzzle of my gun. The bullets all hit the sky. At this time, the other two both flashed a hint of panic in their eyes, as this feeling was also shared by both of them. They were obviously aiming quite accurately, but all of them, at the last moment of firing, the muzzle of the gun inexplicably lifted upwards a bit, as if it was being held up by a transparent hand. It was just a flick that caused their bullets to deflect an unknown number of times. Lagwo instantly looked serious and thought, will it anger the mountain god? People like them, who often went into the forest, were very concerned about the esoteric sayings and many taboos. He wondered if he had messed with the mountain god by not worshipping it this time when he was afraid of being discovered after entering the mountain. That's an ominous sign. Just as the three of them were surprised by this, Tianyi had quickly approached towards them. After they fired, Django gave the order to Tenchi. Tianyi, catch them for me. This was the first time Ginger had ever seen Tianyi strike. He moved very quickly, like a cheetah, and approached towards the trio in an arc around the side. Just when the three poachers were very surprised because they missed this, Tianyi had already appeared on their side. Ginger also ran towards them from the front. It was still a bit of a distance from there, with some trees in between, so Ginger wasn't worried about them attacking his problem with a shotgun. As soon as he saw them pick up a gun, Ginger hid behind a tree is all. However, it is expected that they will not be so bold as to really dare to shoot people with a shotgun. And then the offense will not be as simple as poaching. Although Janga ran in a straight line and Tianyi ran in an arc, but just as Janga had just reached the halfway point, Tianyi had already reached the three poachers. Ginger couldn't help but think, this guy is still a human being? This action is too fast. And he was running in a position where he was using the terrain and trees to cover his figure. The three guys across the street didn't even see him go by. It was as if Tianyi's figure had appeared beside them in an instant. Tianyi lightly kicked with his foot, but the movement was so dry that the shotguns in the hands of those two hatted poachers were directly kicked out. Only then did Lagwo react, and hurriedly raised the shotgun in his hand. Although he didn't want to hit people, but it was still okay to scare them. The shotgun in Lagwo's hand was aimed directly towards Tianyi. However, before he could align it, Tenchi kicked out again and kicked on top of his shotgun. Pa! Lagwo then felt his hands were shocked numb. This kick also do not know how much force contained. The shotgun in his hand immediately out of his hand, flew into the distance. The other two hooded poachers climbed to their feet and tried to go pick up their shotguns, but Tenchi caught up with them in 2 strides, and in a few simple maneuvers put the 2 men on the ground. Tianyi then blocked in front of them, casually picking up a shotgun on the ground, clicking it twice and skillfully loading it, before aiming it at the 3. Nobody move. Put your hands up, Tianyi coldly said. The 3 of them saw Tianyi's stance, and then once they saw how skillfully he was playing with the shotgun, they instantly knew that they had stumbled upon a tough opponent today. I just don't know what this stubble does and how it fights them. Thinking about it, the 3 of them honestly raised their hands in the face of Tianyi's gun and stood together, not daring to move a muscle. Lagwo squeezed out an awkward smile at this time, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and said to Tianyi, brothers, let's have a good conversation. Ha ha ha. You see what this is doing? Go out our friends. Friends. Tianyi didn't say anything, just coldly held the shotgun. That's when Ginger came panting. This section of the road looks not far, but are uphill. Jianggu after running really feel quite tired, but just looked at the day one is running to the real easy this thing look and do with their own feeling is not the same. If he hadn't been training with Leonor for a while, I'm afraid he would have struggled more to run. Ginger first took 2 breaths and calmed his breath, and looked in the direction where the 3 poachers had just fired. There was nothing, and no blood was seen on the ground, which meant that they had all shot blanks, and only then did Ginger let go of his heart. Turning to the 3 poachers, he questioned, what were you just fighting about? The 3 people's eyes cooed and swirled, and they didn't look honest. Lagwo replied with a smile on his face, it's nothing, we're just fighting a rabbit. Taking the liberty of asking, you 2 are? Ginger said directly, we are from the reserve. specializing in catching you poachers. Hunting rabbits? Why do you need to come to the reserve to hunt rabbits? What's the point of pulling a rabbit on me? Once they heard that it was the people from the protected area, the three of them immediately showed bitter faces, thinking that it was probably over. They were going to be arrested. But on second thought, it's okay, after all, they didn't hit anything, there's no incriminating evidence. They'll be out in a few months at most. However, they are not willing to lose this opportunity to get rich. If they are arrested, their $3 million each will be lost. Labwa's mind began to be active, thinking of something to do. When Jianga looked at them, he tried to swindle them a bit and said, "Not so bold, daring to come to the reserve to fight tigers. Do you know how many years you'll be sentenced like this?" Hearing the word tiger, the kid with the brown hat among them immediately stammered and denied. "You, don't talk nonsense. Where did we hit a tiger? Didn't you see it? Nothing was hit. You can't spit blood." Jianga sneered in his heart and said, "I don't know why you didn't hit it." Having just seen them ignore his shouts and turn back to try to shoot, Ginger realized something was wrong, then used the system to bind the shotguns in the hands of the three of them, making himself the controller of the shotguns. That's what maneuvered the muzzle of the shotgun up a bit the moment they fired. After practicing every day before bed, Ginger could already maneuver to lift the muzzles of 3 shotguns at the same time. It was just a slight bit, but the thing about muzzles is that once they're off by a bit, the bullet is off by a lot more. That's what caused them to miss. Otherwise, I really don't know what they would have caused. As to whether it was a tiger they were fighting, Ginger guessed, but he didn't see it. Ginger said to the guy in the brown hat, "Still not admitting it, are you? I saw the tiger run just now." The guy with the brown hat deadpans, "It's really not." Originally, at this point, Jianga did not want to say anything more to them, ready to call Zheng Chang to come in and take the three of them away and be done with it. It was time to sentence in jail and not think too much about it, as long as the tiger is okay. But at this time, Labwa suddenly smiled and said to Jianga, "Brother, you see that there are no outsiders here. Can we discuss something?" Looking at him as if there was a deeper meaning hidden in his smile, Ginger asked, "What is it?" Labwa opened his mouth and said, "See if you can release us. Just pretend you didn't see us. I can pay for it. $1 million. What do you think?" Hearing that number, Ginger felt something was wrong. Poachers do nothing more than hunt for money and sell their game. But what poacher could come up with $1 million at once to buy himself off? The three of them seemed to have a purpose that was not as simple as mere poaching. Could it be that there's some big rich boss behind it? If that was the case, and there was some big boss who for some reason went out of his way to spend a lot of money to hire someone to hunt the female tigers, then Ginger would definitely not let him go. No matter who it was. Now that Ginger has someone, there's no need for anything to be solved by himself. Facing 3 poachers, if he had to obtain information through the system's ability to bind a friend relationship with them, it would only make Jianga feel sick. Leave such things as interrogation to Zheng Chang and the others. He directly said to Tian, "Call Zheng Chang in, take them out for interrogation, and investigate everything on them for me." Yes. Tian nodded his head and immediately communicated with Zheng Chang through the miniature microphone on his collar. After the communication, Zheng Chang said he would come immediately. Tian's gaze inadvertently caught sight of a certain place behind Jianga, a lush bush that at first glance looked nothing out of place. But Tian's gaze found a pair of eyes hidden among them, a pair of eyes of a beast with an absolutely unkind gaze, the eyes of a tiger. It was staring at itself. Tian's body tensed up and reached into his arms, pulling out a silver pistol and aiming it directly at the bushes behind Jianga. That piece of shrubbery in the distance of Jianga is also a dozen meters away. I do not know when it even noiselessly ambushed there. Such a distance for a tiger. It is just a matter of seconds. If it dares to Jianga unfavorable, then he will not hesitate to pull the trigger under the finger. Jianga had rarely seen Tian so tense, and he turned his head in the direction he was aiming, searching carefully for half a day before he spotted the pair of eyes hidden behind the bushes. It was it, the female tiger, and Ginger recognized it immediately. It turned out that although the mother tiger was scared away by the sound of gunshots, she heard the voice of Jianga and smelled his breath. She put the 2 cubs in a safe place and quietly returned herself. Only, it saw that there was more than just Jianga. Beside Jianga stood Tian, and not far from the side there were those 3 poachers. And cautiously it didn't come out directly. "Tian, don't shoot," Jianga said to Tian, while raising his hand to block the line of Tian's gun, as if he was afraid that Tian would be too nervous and pull the trigger. Seeing that the gun line was blocked by Jianga's hand, Tian's body immediately took 2 steps to the side, the muzzle of the gun in his hand still aiming at the tiger. "Don't block it. If it pounces, I have to keep you safe." At this moment, Jianga and Tian's attention was all on the tiger, but the 3 poachers next to them actually forgot to run away because they saw what Tian was holding in his hand, which really scared them. Pistol. This thing is not like a shotgun, and it's definitely not for the average person to own. Lao couldn't help but think. What are these two people's identities? Is this really someone from the reserve? It can't be. How could someone from a protected area have something like a pistol? Seeing that Tianyi was still so nervous, Janga instantly smiled at him and said, "Don't be nervous, this tiger knows me. We are good friends. It won't bite me." Tenchi didn't directly say that he didn't believe it, but the way he still held the gun showed his skepticism. "Don't turn your back on the tiger, ease back behind me," Tian said to Ginger. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Janga smiled and said, "You don't believe it, do you? Think about it. Would a tiger in a zoo bite a keeper? My relationship with it is even better than the tiger in the zoo with the keeper. This way, you stand still. I'll walk over and show you." With that, Ginger slowly walked towards the bushes. Tianyi wanted to stop it, but he was afraid of startling the tiger and didn't dare to make too drastic a move, so he had to hold the gun tightly and move slowly to the left front, looking for a better shooting position to make sure that in case the tiger suddenly launched itself, he would be able to hit it in the eye with a single shot. For a beast like a tiger, if you attack anywhere else, one shot is simply not enough to kill it or incapacitate it, so you can only try to attack a vulnerable part like the eye in the hope of causing it to escape with injuries. Once when he was on a mission, he had no choice but to shoot and attack a wild boar that had gone crazy. 7 shots. 7 shots all hitting the boar's body and head before it fell to the ground. And the boar was still charging at him before it fell to the ground. The previous shots not only didn't kill it, but instead stimulated its animalistic nature even more, causing it to launch its onslaught even more frantically. A beast like a tiger, he thought, would have to be even more difficult to deal with than a wild boar, and it might take 2 magazines to kill it completely. The 3 poachers next to him were also shocked by Zhang Ji's bold behavior. This is a nature reserve. The tigers here are wild tigers, with wildness in their bodies. They live in a completely natural and wild state without human intervention, but it is far from the kind of artificially bred tigers in the zoo that can be compared. You should know that the tigers in the zoo are basically fed by the keepers to become waste tigers. The wildness in their bodies has receded, and some of them are too lazy to move, and they just eat and sleep all day long. So how can they be compared with the wild tigers? This young man dared to come so close to the wild tiger, and in their opinion, was simply going to his death. Although Janga had a video with the tiger posted online before, not everyone had seen it. For example, Tianyi, who didn't often go online, hadn't seen it, and neither had these 3 poachers. At this point the 3 poachers were waiting to see if Ginger would be killed by a tiger bite. Ginger was already close enough to be less than 3 meters away in the shrubbery. The tiger was still lying behind the bush, making a state of ambush while hunting, and its whole body seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to strike at any moment. The closer Janga got, the more nervous Tianyi became. Although he had absolute certainty that he could accurately hit the tiger's eyes, he couldn't guarantee that Janga wouldn't be injured by the tiger. Their distance was just too close. However, Tianyi noticed a detail. That is, the tiger's eyes simply ignored Janga completely. Not that it didn't see Janga, but it seemed that it didn't have any hostility towards Janga, and Janga wasn't in any danger to it, which is why it was able to put its attention, not in the least, on Janga, as if it had ignored him completely. The tiger's eyes, which were fixed on him, seemed to regard him as the greatest danger. Could they really be good friends? Tianyi couldn't help but think. Janga had finished playing close to the shrubs by now, and stretched out one to the tiger, saying to it, "Come out. Don't be afraid. Tianyi is my friend. He won't beat you up." Then Janga pointed at the 3 poachers and continued, "Those 3 guys are the bad guys. But don't worry, Tianyi has already subdued them." Ginger's hand reached into the bush and rubbed it directly on the tiger's big head, while the tiger showed no displeasure and allowed Ginger to touch it. Whether it was Tianyi or the 3 poachers, they were all surprised by this scene. This guy, how did he make friends with a wild tiger? Tianyi couldn't help but think. And then there was old Gua, who couldn't help but marvel. Is this a tiger or a silly roe deer? At the same time, he thought to himself, could it be that this tiger is just so good-tempered that anyone can touch it? How about I try touching it too? But when he saw the tiger's unintentional look over, he immediately dismissed the idea. After seeing this scene, Tianyi slowly lowered the gun in his hand. The tiger also seemed to understand Janga's words and jumped out from the bushes, rubbing its big head on Janga's body, as if it also missed Janga. Janga felt the mother tiger's affection with himself and couldn't help but think, it feels like a middle-aged tiger at its age. In a few years, if it can't hunt anymore, it will be eliminated by nature and die of starvation in these mountains and forests. And what if it comes back to poachers? It's so dangerous here. If only I could keep it. With my current status, it shouldn't be too much to keep a tiger at home, right? Turning to the mother tiger, Ginger asked, "Where did your 2 tiger cubs go?" After hearing this, the she-tiger turned in the direction behind the bushes, and Ginger followed. Tian-yi wanted to follow from behind, but Jianggu stopped him. Tian-yi, you watch them here. Don't let them run away. No need to follow me. I'll be back in a while. Tenchi thought about it and nodded. As bodyguards, while it was important to protect the safety of the target person, there was another rule, and that was that they could not restrict the behavior of the protected person, in which case their job as bodyguards would lose its meaning. He said to Ginger, if anything happens, remember to press the call button on top of your cell phone at the first opportunity. The cell phone that Tianyi had given to Jiangga had a one-button call for help. Ginger nodded and followed the tiger deeper into the forest. Tianyi glanced at the three poachers and picked up the three shotguns on the ground, then sat down under a tree, tossing the shotguns aside and resting with his back against the tree trunk and his eyes closed. The three poachers looked at each other, trying to escape while they could. Tianyi, however, seemed to be able to guess their thoughts with his eyes closed as he slowly spoke. I received orders to guard you, so I will strike down any of you who dares to escape. The three of them didn't know if Tianyi was serious about what he said, but they were all frightened and stood still, not daring to move. Instead, Tenchi leaned against the trunk of the tree and closed his eyes as if he were asleep. A few moments later, the three poachers looked at each other, and Laohua cautiously opened his mouth and asked, please, may I ask who the hell you guys are? You guys aren't from the protected area, are you? How could someone from the protected area have that pistol? Tenchi didn't answer him, as if he hadn't heard him. All three of them wondered if Tenchi was asleep. The poacher with the green hat took a cautious step, trying to escape. There were many fallen leaves on the ground, and when he stepped on them, they made a subtle ringing sound. The person next to him hastily tapped his shoulder, and pointed at Tianyi. Gesturing continuously, he looked back, and saw that Tianyi had already raised his gun up. He was so scared that he immediately withdrew his foot, and the three of them stood still without daring to move. Tianyi put the gun down again and continued to close his eyes as if he was asleep. But this time those three didn't have the slightest idea of daring to run. Jianggo followed the mother tiger walked quite far. In a hidden place, knee-high weeds from inside, found two small tiger cubs. Both of them are at this time seems to be tired of playing, is huddled together to sleep. The mother tiger sat over and licked them, and both tiger cubs woke up, and when they both saw Ginger, they came to life and hugged both of Ginger's pant legs and practiced tearing them. Naughty guys. Ginger picked the two of them up in one hand. These two little guys ate with a round and bulging stomach, and they really weighed a little bit when they were picked up. At this point the female tiger licked her paw and headed off to their right. Ginger thought at first that it was going home, the same cave they were in before, but when Ginger saw the mother tiger's somewhat parched stomach, he suddenly seemed to understand something. He followed and asked to the female tiger, are you hungry, going to hunt? Seeing how flat your stomach is, you haven't eaten anything today? The female tiger merely stopped and looked back at him before turning her head and continuing toward the front. Zhang Gudong thought that it was not easy for the mother tiger to not only hunt and feed herself, but also to feed her two tiger cubs. Looking at the two of them with these round little tummies, and then looking at the mother tiger's deflated tummy, it should be that when there wasn't enough food, it was all given to the two of them, and the mother tiger herself ate some of the leftovers, or didn't have anything at all to eat. It was reasonable to say that since it could give birth to cubs, it meant that there was at least one male tiger in this forest, but Jiangga had never seen him, and he didn't know where the male tiger had gone and if he was still alive. Ginger thought that motherhood, a biological nature, not only flourishes in human mothers, but also manifests itself more stockily in animals. When he bought roasted sausages to eat once before, it was a stray dog that he had seen. From its drooping udders he could tell that it was a female dog that had just given birth. It was drenched in the rain and looking around for food. Its fur was dull and thin. It looked hungry and a little malnourished. However, when Jiangga threw the two roasted sausages in his hand all over it, it didn't even take a bite of them. Instead, it immediately took them in its mouth and ran away. Jiangga was a little curious at that time and followed over to have a look. He saw it running inside an abandoned broken wood house, carrying the roasted sausage to his children to eat. It was a litter of puppies. There were 4, furry, all were fed by it with bulging stomachs. 2 roasted sausages were wiped out by the little pups in no time, while it didn't have a single bite to eat by itself. After that, it seemed tired and didn't go out looking for more food, but lay down on its back and curled up in a dry place, shivering slightly from the cool wind of the rainy night. Ginger looked saddened and purposely ran back to the little roadside stand where he had bought the grilled sausages. Rebought 8 grilled sausages for $20. Didn't let the vendor sprinkle the peppers, and then carried them back to that shabby woodshed there and put them on the ground. Ginger watched as the bitch ate with her pups, wiping out all 8 kielbasa in no time. The bitch eats the most, and it looks like he's really hungry. When he went back he told his then girlfriend Luzhu about it, and Lu Zhu ended up scolding him for wasting his money and giving him a look of disdain. And these things were not mentioned. Later, when Jiangge was resting, he remembered the bitch family and rode his bicycle to see them again. But it turned out that the broken firewood house had been torn down and flattened, and the bitch family had disappeared, and he didn't know if there was still a place where they could take shelter on a rainy night, and whether the bitch would still be able to find food without any problems. Ginger said to the female tiger, "You come with me. I'll take you to find food, and I've brought you a gift that you'll love." The mother tiger looked at Ginger and wondered if she could understand what Ginger was saying. Still, when Ginger signaled for it to follow him, it did. Jiangge led it back to the position it had just been in, and when Tianyi heard the commotion, he opened his eyes and saw that Jiangge had returned, and immediately stood up, regaining his spirited demeanor, with not a trace of fatigue in his eyes. Seeing Jiangge holding 2 tiger cubs in his hands, Tianyi's eyes were slightly surprised, but he didn't ask anything more. Jiangge said to Tianyi, "Zhengchang came in quite far. We'll take the tiger to eat beef now." Just in time to bring the 3 of them out to Zhengchang. "Yes." Tianyi nodded his head and signaled the 3 poachers to walk ahead. The 3 of them didn't dare to act in the slightest in front of Tianyi, so they had to obediently walk in front. Tenchi unloaded their shotgun cartridges and hung them around the necks of all 3 of them after the super to take them out together. Caught this time, the 3 of them admitted that it was better to go out, no matter whether it was handed over to the reserve or the police station. They weren't afraid. Anyway, they hadn't shot anything and their shotguns were legal. At most, they would be detained for a few days and then they would be done with it. And anyway, no matter who asked, it was unlikely that they would ever tell the truth about their employer. The big boss, the wealth status and identity of that big brother was in existence that they absolutely did not dare to mess with. In this way the 3 poachers walked in the forefront. Jiangge and Tianyi walked side by side behind them, while the mother tiger is followed by the side of Jiangge. The 2 tiger cubs Jiangge hugged for a long time arm is really a little bit unable to carry. Simply put it 2 down to follow the back of the mother tiger. Everyone walked all the way to the place where the beef was kept, just as Zhengchang walked here. As soon as Zhengchang saw the tiger behind the few people, he was startled and reached out to pull out the pistol in his arms, but he didn't really want to shoot. Pulling out his gun was just a subconscious reaction. After all, the tiger was clearly just following Ginger and didn't show any intention of attacking anyone. Zhengchang held his gun tightly in his hand but didn't raise it up. Instead he turned to Jiangge and Tianyi and asked, "What's going on here? Why did you bring the tiger?" Jiangge didn't explain anything to him, but directly led the tiger to the boiled beef and said to the tiger, "Look, this is the gift I brought you. Eat it, I have more in the car afterward." The female tiger didn't seem to have eaten such meat before, and showed some caution, walking over to the beef and sniffing it, but hesitating to take a bite. The 2 little tiger cubs, however, directly nibbled on it, perfectly interpreting an idiom called wolf swallowing tiger swallowing. The mother tiger didn't stop the 2 tiger cubs, but she herself still refused to eat as if she had some concerns. Jiangge thought about it. Simply give it a demonstration up, lying on the ground and gnawing a large mouthful of beef, which is boiled in water. Although there is little flavor, but it does have a different flavor to eat. The beef flavor is very heavy. The more you chew, the more fragrant. Ginger chewed vigorously, swallowed a large mouthful of beef, and said to the female tiger, "Look, I've eaten it too. It's beef, cooked and ready to eat. Eat it." The female tiger looked at Ginger, before she lowered her head and took a big bite. Ginger was very happy to watch them feast as a family, letting them eat here. Jiangge called Zhengchang over and brought him aside, some distance away from the 3 poachers, where they couldn't hear him when talking, and Jiangge asked Zhengchang in a low voice, "Tianyi told you about those 3 guys, didn't he?" Zhengchang immediately nodded his head, said that they are poachers. How dare they come to the protected area to hunt? How bold. Jiangge nodded and said, "They are 80% here to hunt tigers, and after I caught them, they even opened their mouths to offer $1 million to try to buy me off, trying to get me to let them go. These guys are definitely not ordinary poachers. I guess there must be a rich big boss behind them. No matter who it is, you interrogate him for me, got it?" "Yes," Zhengchang replied dryly. Ginger asked again, "Have you ever done any interrogation before?" Zhengchang replied, "Done it, before I carried out a rescue mission. At the scene I captured a terrorist. Need to get the location of the hostage from his mouth. Is that I interrogated out? Only what? Straight up," Ginger said. Zhengchang immediately returned, "Yes, only the means were not compliant. I used violence in the heat of the moment, and although that mission succeeded in rescuing the hostages, I was still punished upon my return." Jiangge smiled slightly, patted Zhengchang's shoulder and said, "I think, sometimes to deal with bad people, appropriate use of a little violence is okay. The important thing is to have a degree." These three guys should not have terrorists to resist building. Ha ha. I think you can grasp this proportion. Zheng Chang nodded. Understood. Zheng Chang knew that Zhang Ji's meaning was very clear. These three poachers were definitely not as guilty as the terrorists. So when using violent means, they had to restrain themselves. At most they would only hit them twice. What mattered was the language of intimidation. When he interrogated that murderous terrorist, but directly with a bullet to break his toes. 3 toes, using 3 bullets. When he aimed at the 4th toe, the terrorist directly confessed. Zheng Chang walked quickly towards the 3 poachers, leading the 3 of them to the bottom of a slope not far away and started interrogating them. Zhang Ge watched the tiger eat the meat here. After a while he heard a few miserable screams of poachers coming from the bottom of the slope. The screams were quite miserable, but Zhang Ge felt that there must be an exaggeration in it. Then another poacher was heard shouting, "Who the hell are you people? You're abusing the lynch mob. It's against the law." Then came Lao Gui's shout, "You're definitely not from the reserve. We've committed a crime and we recognize it. So hand us over to the police." Zhang Ge smiled after hearing this and sat on a rock and continued to watch the tiger eat the meat, quietly waiting for the result as a few more screams came from it. After a while, the 2 tiger cubs ate their fill first and played aside, and the mother tiger was about to eat the rest of the meat. When Zheng Chang walked back with the 3 poachers, the 3 poachers had no injuries at all on their faces, and their bodies looked fine. They didn't know where Zheng Chang had hit them, but they certainly didn't hit them too hard, as could be seen from the fact that the 3 of them were still able to walk properly. Zheng Chang walked over to Zhang Gu and said, "It's all been asked. The 3 of them really came here under the employment of a big boss who promised to give them $3 million to come and hunt this female tiger and bring the body back." Ginger asked, "Bring it back for what?" Zheng Chang replied, "Taking tiger bones to make wine. According to them, that big boss is old. His health is not very good, and he often needs to drink tiger bone wine to nourish his body." Ginger gazed over to the female tiger, who had finished her meat by now and was licking her paws to wash her face. He recalled that the mother tiger once forcefully took himself into the cave, really like a worrying old mother to treat himself, to see that he does not eat it to catch back the prey, but also give himself to drink tiger's milk. In the middle of the night also sleep badly, in their own run out of the time, but also to bring themselves back to the grips, for fear that they are lost. Ginger felt that it compared to a human. That is, it couldn't speak, but every time you spoke to it, it seemed to understand what it meant. They are intelligent creatures, so powerful, free, beautiful and graceful. Such wonderful creatures, and the big boss is going to kill them and dig up the bones, just to feed his body, to make wine. Is that fair? It's so unfair. A wave of anger burned in Ginger's heart. If he hadn't come to see it on his own whim, wouldn't it have really died under their shotguns? And that big boss is the culprit. Dare to kill my tiger mom. I need to make you pay. That big boss. Who is it? Ginger asked in a flat tone. But inside, he suppressed his anger. Zheng Chang replied, "He is indeed a big shot. Chairman of the Mao Wine Group, Gao Shenyang. It's him." To say that this name, Zhang Gu is not familiar with, but the great name of this Mao Wine Group can be said to be unknown in the country. With a market capitalization of $2 trillion or more, it is the company with the highest market capitalization among the domestic A-share listed companies. Absolute number 1. If you want to talk about the ratio of money and profit, if he calls it second, no one dares to call it first. How lucrative is the Maui Group? The gross profit margin reaches over 90. Other companies can't even dream of it. A bottle of 500 milliliters of white wine can be sold for more than $1,000. On this price, the market cannot buy. There are people who rush to buy, want to buy from time to time, have to increase the price to buy. A bottle of easily can be sold on 2,000. The ones that are a little more vintage are easily 3 or 4,000. 4 or 5,000. In the past, Zhang Ge didn't understand from time to time what was so good about this wine. 1 or 2 bottles topped his month's salary, and those rich people drank it all in one meal. And now Zhang Ge still didn't get it. After all, he had never drank it before, and didn't even know what it tasted like. Zhang Ge said to Tianyi, "Mao Wine Group is in Kaiyun City, right? Last time I said I would go to see Zhang Nuanan. It seems like her filming for that reality show is also in Kaiyun City. Originally I wanted to stay in the forest with the tiger for 2 more days, but now I won't stay. Let's take a trip to Kaiyun City." Before leaving, Ginger took someone to carry all the beef off the car and up the hill. The 3 poachers also contributed. Zhang Ge then let Zheng Chang hand them over to the people of the reserve, and in the end, it was up to the law to say what punishment they should receive. On the way back, it was still Zheng Chang who drove, with Zhang Gu and Tianyi sitting in the back seat. Zhang Ge said to Tianyi, "You give a word to the side of the protected area and ask them to deploy extra manpower to guard it so that the poachers don't go back in." Knowing that Ginger was very attached to that tiger, Tiani nodded and made a call. The call wasn't directly to the protected area, and Kangar sounded and felt as if it was to one of his subordinates or assistants or something. Tenchi told the person on the other end of the phone what happened in a commanding tone, and the caller said yes. Then Tenchi hung up the phone. A call was then made directly to the head of the reserve. The person in charge received the call and at first did not know the identity of the other party. But when the other party indicated his identity, the person in charge was directly scared out of a cold sweat. This turned out to be someone from the military, and at a very high level. Yes, I know. I will definitely deploy more manpower and never let the poachers take advantage of the situation again. Don't worry, even if there are thieves in my house, I will never let those thieves take another step into the reserve. The person in charge immediately swore a promise, and after the phone hung up, he not only took off his glasses, but reached up and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In theory, he, the head of the protected area, could not have any relationship with the military side, and even if he was given an order, it was not the military's turn to give it. However, he knew clearly, if this matter is not done well, the protected area's side of the accident again, that big brother used up the relationship. He minutes to lose the hat on his head, to go to a place where there is no freedom to go to a kind of extremely regular life. He immediately drove to the reserve himself and assembled all the available men under his command. Start working on the defense of the reserve. Listen to me, the authorities are aware of this incident and are taking it very seriously. Next, all of you get in the spirit and patrol in groups 24 hours a day. Also, the grant for our reserve has arrived. Immediately install cameras all around the periphery. Make sure there's not a single dead corner. Just as they were about to make their move, 3 camouflage-painted trucks drove up in the distance and stopped in front of them, from which 30 to 40 camouflage-clad, loaded warriors descended. They ran toward the head of the reserve, clutching their guns. Many thoughts floated through the head honcho's mind at that moment. This isn't coming to get me, is it? Catch me not so much. Did they know about my withholding of appropriations? It's over. It's really over. It's my first time doing this kind of thing and it's only been less than a month and I've been found out? I really won't dare to do it again. Oh. One of the men in camouflage uniforms walked up to them and asked, "Who is in charge of the reserve?" The man in charge immediately raised his hand and said sheepishly, I'm. The camouflage-clad warrior said, "We've been ordered to perform temporary guard duty on the reserve, so please cooperate." Once the person in charge heard that he wasn't here to arrest him, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Cooperate. We will definitely cooperate to the fullest extent. At the same time, he couldn't help but be very puzzled in his heart. What the hell is going on here? It's just a few poachers. Is it necessary to make such a big commotion? I heard that those 3 poachers were captured by a mysterious person and sent to us. Could it be the identity of that mysterious person? What exactly is his identity? In the car, Janga listened to Tiani finish his phone call and asked to Tiani, "I want to retire a tiger. Do you think it's okay?" Tiani glanced at Janga with some surprise, but his surprise was not at Zhang Ji's idea of wanting to pension off the tiger, but rather at Zhang Ji's willingness to ask him what he thought beforehand. Tiani said indifferently, "According to the regulations, it's against the law to privately raise a tiger. I don't recommend it." Ginger nodded, thoughtful. In fact, even Tiani didn't know exactly what Jianga's identity was. He only knew that his relationship with Long Linping was not ordinary, and that Long Linping cared about him very much, or else he wouldn't have sent him, Tiani, to protect him. According to such a status, Tiani knew that even if Jianggu really wanted to retire the tiger, no one could control him. Who would dare to arrest him? But instead of sticking to his own ideas, Jianga followed Tiani's advice. "You're right, we don't dare to break the law, but it's legal for zoos to keep tigers, right?" Tiani froze and nodded. Ginger was trying to protect the tiger all right, but he wondered if it would really be good for the tiger to actually keep it around. Is a tiger that has lost its wildness still called a tiger? So he came up with the idea of building a safari park of his own and keeping the tiger in it, which would ensure its safety and would not make it lose its wildness and its dignity as the king of beasts. Jianga immediately took out his phone and dialed Zhao Li's number. After the call was connected, Zhao Li's voice came from the phone. "Dong Jiang, what are the instructions?" Jianggu said. "Didn't the group take the project for the development of the new city? You go and buy that barren mountain on the eastern outskirts of the city and build it into a safari park." Zhao Li couldn't accept Zhang Ji's jumping ideas for a moment. How could he suddenly build a safari park? He briefly thought for a few seconds and said into the phone, "Jiang Dong, that piece of barren mountain area is not small, and the traffic is not convenient. Building in it requires a lot of materials. Just the transportation fee of the material is extremely waste cost, and there is not close to the city, although it is slightly closer to the upcoming construction of the new city, but the new city to build to prosperity at least 5 or 6 years or more. We are there to build the zoo. How long will it take to recover the cost? That's a problem. But Jianga said without any concern. It should be built at any cost. And also, the zoo should be divided into two areas. An area open to the public for tourists to enjoy, and another area, which is my private living area, in which you will build a villa for me. Jolly was speechless for a while. Isn't this nonsense? However, who let Jianggu be the group controller? He can only agree. But some of the things, he must tell Jianggu clear. Jiangdong, I will follow your meaning. As soon as possible to come up with a set of programs about the design of this zoo. I will also let the design department of the people to give a few sets of programs for you to choose. But there is one thing I have to tell you ahead of time. This zoo project, from the purchase of land to the construction of the project, all need to be cash. The zoo project, from land purchase to construction, requires cash support. But the new city development project we contracted requires our group to advance funds. So if both projects start at the same time, our group's cash flow may have a big problem. If there are cash flow problems and the new town development project is delayed, it will be detrimental to our reputation and the group's reputation. This will have a considerable impact on our group's reputation and development. Jiang Ge nodded. Jolly was able to make things so clear to him, and it wasn't a shame that he had asked him to manage the group. But is the money thing a thing for Ginger now? He hasn't touched a penny of his unlimited bank card at home. Jiang Ge said in a firm tone to Jolly, don't worry about doing it. There's no problem with the two projects being carried out together, and I'll fix it once there's a problem with the cash flow. Hearing Jiang Ge say that, Jolly felt that he would feel relieved to do it boldly. The chairman had said so. What else did he have to worry about? Okay Dong Jiang, I'll get on with it. Hang up the phone with Jolly. The car has been on the highway, although Zhang Chang driving not slow, speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour. But the car is very quiet, almost cannot hear the noise caused by the vehicle speeding. It seems that the car sound insulation effect is very good. Ginger remembered something and dialed another video call to Beha on his cell phone. The video soon connected and Beha was lying on his bed, holding up his cell phone to greet Ginger. Hey Ginger, I'm being lazy and haven't gotten up yet. Haha, you won't laugh at me, right? Ginger smiled, seeing the stuffed man he'd given her sitting right next to Kataha's pillow, which was exactly why Ginger had video called her. Django spoke to Beha as he spoke. Haha, no, I'm just calling to see how you've been doing, while secretly maneuvering the plushie to make it move. He would experiment to see if his ability was still effective at such a distance apart. The result was a very smooth way to get the plush man's arm up. Ginger nodded darkly and lowered its arm. And through this experiment he judged that manipulation had nothing to do with distance, even though they were two countries apart. He manipulated the stuffed man just as much as he would have manipulated one at his side. But as if he'd seen something on his cell phone screen, Beha turned his head abruptly to look at the stuffed man, but found nothing. She turned to Ginger with some surprise. Is it my illusion? Just now this plush man seemed to move a little bit. Ginger, is this plush man you gave me motorized? Ginger shook his head in defense. No, it didn't move. You're looking at it wrong. Beha picked up the plush man and shook it to make sure there was no problem with the plush man. Then he gave an apologetic smile to Janga. I'm sorry, it's me who's too sensitive. I've just been lying on the bed reading horror comics. He. Ginger smiled and talked to her some more before hanging up. However, after hanging up, Ginger remembered the scene of manipulating the plush man just now, and he seemed to have a different feeling more than anything else. What was this feeling? It was as if one knew the construction of this plush person completely, even including how many hairs it had in total on its body. It seemed that one only needed to have a thought to know. Ginger was experiencing this feeling for the first time, and he wondered if it was an illusion. He had just moved the thought and got a number in his mind. 135,052. He didn't know if the number was accurate though. After all, there was no way he could actually count how many hairs there were in a stuffed animal. But it sparked Ginger's thoughts. One is the controller of that plush person, and being the controller means that one can not only manipulate it, but also have a full understanding of it, which is what makes one a controller. What did a comprehensive understanding mean? Ginger thought to himself. It meant that he could not only see the outside of the plush man, but he could also easily see through its inside. Every single piece of velvet that filled it, even say every molecule, every atom that made up the velvet, he could sense and manipulate it. Though right now he didn't perceive the level of molecules, and there was the fact that he hadn't had that perception before, and today was the first time he had it. Ginger thought that this should be the result of his practice. By practicing every day before going to bed, his mental power became strong, so he got the ability to perceive the person being controlled. As long as one continues to practice, then one can achieve complete knowledge and manipulation of a controlled person. As for whether or not he could actually reach the level of molecular manipulation, Ginger was just a guess, and he wasn't sure if he could actually reach it. If one were to say that through constant practice and strengthening one's spiritual power, one could really reach such a level as manipulating molecules and atoms in the end, then one could simply not become a human being, and at that point, one would be a complete creator, an omnipotent god. For now, however, Ginger still treated himself as a human, and was still very curious about the perception ability he had just gained, so he decided to find something else to experiment with. He saw a combat watch on Zheng Chang's wrist in front of him holding the steering wheel. He secretly communicated with the system in his mind. System, modify the relationship between me and that watch to controller and controlled. The voice of the system in his head followed. Ding, relationship modified successfully. Currently the relationship is controller and controlled. Ginger closed his eyes and silently felt the watch. Suddenly, a transparent virtual image of that watch appeared in Jenga's mind. Jenga could not only clearly see the appearance of the watch, the strap, the dial, the hands, he could also clearly see the internal structure of the watch. This is an electronic watch. Jenga could see the chip inside, the button batteries, the screws, and every tiny part inside. Jenga could see it clearly, but when Jenga wanted to further gather his thoughts to a part, wanting to further see a more microscopic world, that's when that familiar feeling of dizziness struck. Jenga didn't want to give up and continue to gather his thoughts, but a sudden sharp pain in his head struck him, causing him to instantly disengage from the state of perception and open his eyes to return to the normal world. It seems like you still can't rush it, so keep practicing and try again after a while. Perhaps he accidentally screamed when he had a headache just now. Tian-E asked with concern. What's wrong with you? Are you alright? Ginger shook his head and said, it's fine, just a bit of a headache. I'll squint for a while. Ginger lay down in the back seat and took a nap. After waking up, the car is still on the highway. Jiang's dizziness and headache has completely disappeared. The brain is clear, very sober and soothing. He looked at Tenchi next to him, still sitting there with his eyes staring out the window, and Django asked, how long have I been asleep? Tianyi turned his head, looked at his watch and replied, 1 hour and 25 minutes. Ginger asked snidely, aren't you sleepy? Aren't you bored? Tianyi shook his head lightly and continued to turn his head to look out the window. Zhanga didn't care about him and asked Zheng Chang, how long before we arrive? Zheng Chang said, there's still an hour before we enter our city. Should we go home first or go straight to the airport? Ginger thought for a moment and said, go straight to the airport. Okay. Zheng Chang nodded before concentrating on driving. I have to say that Zheng Chang is really a commendable veteran driver who drives fast and steady. Zhang Gu idle nothing to pull out his cell phone to look at the news. Do not know. I'll look shocked. Today's news are national events. The number one hot topic is when will China's chip constraint situation be lifted? Zhanga clicked to see. Probably the content is, chip this kind of thing. Need photolithography to build. Our country photolithography this piece cannot. And the world's top photolithography machine difference of several generations. Cannot make that kind of high-level chip, so it is subject to others. Chips have to spend money to buy. As if you want to buy other people's chips still have to beg people like that feeling. How suffocating. The following comments are also some hot-blooded young people. One after another shouting in support of self-developed lithography. He is willing to donate money and so on. What an enthusiastic netizen. Ginger couldn't help but give him a nod. But commenting and liking, or even donating money, doesn't really help the cause much. The research and development of that kind of high-tech stuff requires not only a lot of time and money, but also the world's top talents. And it can't be done overnight. Even the experts in the news said that they want to catch up, at least 10 years, which means that the situation of China's chip being restricted by others will continue for at least another 10 years. It's going to be a tough decade. Ginger saw it, but he smiled at the corner of his mouth and scratched up the news, which contained an illustration of the world's top photolithography machine developed by a certain country. Ginger smiled and saved the picture directly to her phone. Hot second news. Is the latest generation of fighter, the 6th generation of stealth fighter debut first flight, not only extremely fast, and stealth ability is very strong. Flying to other countries, radar cannot be detected. Even if you see, your aircraft cannot catch up with this fighter. Into the airspace of other countries is to play. Want to come when you want to go. You cannot take his way. According to an expert's comment on the news, China is still stuck in a 5th generation fighter, 1 generation behind others, with deficiencies in all aspects of capability. However, this expert Jiang Gu did recognize, is quite famous on the network, by the majority of netizens affectionately known as the bureau chief of Professor Zhang. Prof. Zhang once claimed, he's just a retired old man who doesn't know anything. It's all nonsense. In fact, this Prof. Zhang is very powerful, and there are some confidential things that he just doesn't talk about. Others call him a big fool, sometimes clearly said that their own aircraft and ships are very backward. Other countries listen to believe. In fact, Some things have been very advanced. After the debut of the often let some countries shouted to be deceived. So he said in his mouth, China's warplanes in the end is not stuck in the 5th generation. Jianggu is a question mark. After all, some of our country like to hide things. Just like playing the landlord to hide the two kings. The key moment will make the king of bombs. Directly let the opponent shocked dumbfounded. Zhanga doesn't care how many generations our country is. First save that photo of the 6th generation of the MiG fighter in the news. After saving 2 photos, Ginger's insides began to stir. As long as one understood all the inner workings of that photolithography machine as well as the 6th generation fighters of the MiG through the controller's ability, wouldn't it be possible to produce a drawing? He himself then gave this drawing to the country's experts, so look, I do not believe that they cannot build it. In any case, one is doing one's country a favor. On a smaller scale, he had taken a card from Long Linping and a top-notch bodyguard, so this was considered a reward for him. He turned off the news and started at the first photo. The photo of the photolithograph moving the system's capabilities. System, modify the relationship between me and it. Controller and controlled. Ding, relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is controller and controlled. With excitement, Zhanga slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind, the translucent image of the world's most advanced photolithography machine appeared in his mind. Many densely packed parts are revealed on the inside of the machine. This thing is too complicated. Zhanga couldn't help but spit out a sentence in his heart. However, he used his mind to look all over the interior and realized that he could see all the structures and parts clearly and at a glance. And, for those parts, it looked as if his brain had automatically added notes to it, and he could instantly know the name of the part, what it did, what it was made of, and what size it was. What does it mean to be in control? Ginger thought darkly. In control of everything. Jianggu immediately opened his eyes first and asked to Tianyi and Zhang Chang, is there any paper and pen? Oh, preferably larger white paper. And a drawing board with a pad of paper would be best. Faced with such a request from Jianggu, Tianyi shook his head indifferently. Zhang Chang also looked embarrassed. There really isn't any. Seeing that Zhang Chang had already gotten off the highway and was about to head through the city to the airport, Jianggu said to him, find a store and go get me one. Yes. Zhang Chang didn't ask why and directly nodded in agreement. Not long after, he found a stationery supply store, parked on the side of the road and ran to the store to get what Ginger wanted. A drawing pad, a packet of A3 paper, several pens, including automatic pencils and tracing pens, and erasers. Zhang Chang sent the things to the car and asked Zhanga what else he needed. Zhanga looked at it and said that these are enough. Zhang Chang got into the car and then continued to drive. Ginger just sat back, holding the drawing board, took a piece of paper and put it on top, and started to sketch up the inner workings of the photolithography machine. He first used an automatic pencil, thinking that after all, it is hand-drawn, and it is good to erase if you make a mistake with an automatic pencil. But what he did not expect was that the first stroke had a problem, and the straight line could not be drawn straight at all, and he forgot to let Zhang Chang buy a ruler. Zhanga so drew a 3D structure of the parts out, but due to the problem of drawing, and this is in the driving car, so the drawing is a little crooked. Zhanga cannot help but shake his head. This way, even if you give the experts to see they cannot understand it? Tianyi glanced at what Jianggu had drawn and asked curiously, what kind of animal is this you've drawn? Is it a sheep, or a rabbit? Jianggu was speechless for a moment and gave Tianyi a blank look, almost breaking his defenses inside. I'm a part. Okay, where it looks like sheep and rabbits. Ginger roared in his mind, then realized, this is a sheep's head, this is a sheep's body with a little tail. Indeed a bit like erase and redraw. After redrawing 2 more strokes, Ginger erased them again, thankfully using an automatic pencil, and drew the exact same thing he saw. This does not work. We must think of a way to do. You say go buy a ruler again. With a ruler to draw also have to calculate the proportion. Drawing too slow. The internal structure of this thing all draw down. Their own estimate of more than a month to draw. It wasn't impossible to say that he had buried himself in painting for 2 months for the sake of his country. But Ginger felt that there should be a faster way. He stared at the automatic pencil in his hand and suddenly had an idea. Drawing your own lines that are not straight and not drawing well can be completely attributed to your lack of control over the automatic pencil in your hand. What would it be like to say you became the controller of this automatic pencil? Thinking of it and trying it out, Ginger immediately communicated with the system in his mind, modifying the relationship between himself and the automatic pencil to become the controller and the controlled. Subsequently, Ginger seemed to have a sense of spontaneity about using this automatic pencil. He dropped an automatic pencil in his hand on the paper and a straight line was drawn in 1 stroke, and he could feel that the length of the line, scaled 5:1 to the true size of the part, was accurate to the micron level, to the penny, of course, drawn on paper. The measurements are at most measured to the millimeter level, but Janga, after drawing in the side to mark the exact value, is. The automatic pencil in Ginger's hand then rustled on the paper, and in a short while a portion of the part was drawn very perfectly on the drawing. On the side, Tianyi looked at it and revealed a faintly surprised expression, but seeing that Jianggu was undistracted, he didn't utter a question and was only silently shocked for a while. I did not expect Jianggu also have this hand. Indeed, some deep hiding, even the vehicle driving and braking, will not affect the brush in the hands of Jianggu. This hand painting ability is also too strong. In no time Ginger had filled an A3 sheet of paper, but it was a sheet of paper that was less than a tenth of the whole. Jianggu was about to replace the second piece of paper and continue drawing when Zhang Chang said in front of him, "The airport is just ahead." Jianggu first put aside the drawing board and pen and paper, and took out his cell phone to send a message to Zhang Nuanan to confirm if she was in Kaiyun City. Ding dong. Zhang Nanan's reply was sent immediately. "It's Colorado City." "Why?" Ginger typed back. "I'll see you." Zhang Nuanan immediately happily sent several happy cat emoticons. After confirming it, a few people drove into the airport. Jianggu folded up the drawn drawing and put it in his pocket, and said to Zhang Chang, "I'll just go with Tianyi. You can drive back by yourself, and when we come back, I'll give you a call." "Okay." Zhang Chang nodded in agreement. Zhanga and Tianyi bought a plane ticket and flew all the way to Kaiyun City, and when they got off the plane, the warm air of the south came on their faces, and Zhanga looked up at the blue sky, which was a nice and good weather. Ginger's inertia would have preferred a taxi. Instead, Tianyi turned to Zhanga and said, "There's a car I've arranged outside the airport." Jianggu instantly realized his current status. How could he still use a taxi? Where to go without a special car? Following Tianyi to the outside of the airport, a black red flag limousine was parked there waiting for them. Seeing the two men approaching, a young lad in civilian clothes came down from the car, stood straight in front of the car, waited until the two men approached, saluted at the two men, and opened the door for the two men. Ginger smiled at him and joked with Tenchi, "Is this one of your men?" Tianyi didn't deny it, and got into the car with Zhanga, both of them sitting in the back, with the young man sitting in the driver's seat, in charge of driving. Before the car started, Tianyi took the lead and asked, "Did you bring the information you were told to collect?" The boy immediately returned, "Bring it on." Saying that, he took out a craft paper pouch inside the car's storage box and handed it to Tianyi. Tenchi casually handed it to Ginger. Zhanga took the file bag. The surface of the bag is not written anything. "Do not know what kind of information." To Tianyi puzzled asked, "What is this?" Tianyi replied, "Aren't you coming to look for Gao Xinyang? I had someone collect some information about him in advance, and this is some of the illegal things he has done." Jianggu mentally praised Tianyi, then opened the file bag and pulled out a bunch of documents with basic information about Gao Xinyang and a few other things. For example, he has adopted 70 mistresses, and there are photos of those mistresses on it. And Jianggu looked at them, and every one of them is youthful and beautiful, and the youngest one is only 18 years old, and her age is even younger than Gao Xinyang's granddaughter. And Jianggu couldn't help but cry out for sins. There is also the fact that Gao Xinyang's waist has problems, often pain unbearable. The body also has some basic problems, high blood pressure, diabetes and so on. Jianggu thought, this old lecher, raising so many mistresses, waist does not hurt the strange. Because of the back pain and physical reasons, Gao Xinyang obsessed with eating some nourishing recipes, such as tiger bone wine, rhinoceros horn wine, stewed pangolin, to wild bear bile as medicine, specializing in eating some of the things on the body of the protected animals. According to the information, he not only specializes in hiring his men to go to collect these things, but also often spend a lot of money through the underground channels to buy these things from some poachers. And in these years, because of his suffer, there are countless wild protected animals that have been brutalized by him over the years. I don't know if it's because of Ginger's ability to make friends with animals, but Ginger felt very heartbroken when he saw the text of these animals being killed, as if the ones being killed were his friends. Originally, he thought that Gao Xinyang had only sent people to hunt tigers, but he didn't realize that he had mutilated far more wildlife than just one tiger. The young man in charge of driving asked Tianyi, "Where are we going now? Are we going directly to go to Gao Xinyang?" Tianyi looked at Jiangga, who handed the information to Tianyi and said coldly, "Don't bother looking for him, just give the information to the relevant authorities and let him go to jail. To deal with this kind of person, do you still need to step in yourself?" Dealing with him was just a matter of words, and he would die without even realizing what kind of people he had messed with. Yes, Tianyi finished the information, then handed it to the young man in front of him and said, "This is something you can do." Yes, the lad in front of him results in the information, starts up the car and drives towards the relevant department. Soon after arriving at the place, The young man parked the car and got out of the car holding the information belt and walked towards the inside, while Jianga watched from the car with Tianyi. Soon, the young man returned empty-handed, sat down in the driver's seat, and reported to the two behind him, "It's all been arranged. No surprises. Gao Zhenyang will be arrested today, and these offenses will at least have him sentenced to 10 years or more." Jianga nodded faintly. Gao Zhenyang, pampered, so old, has been living the most privileged life. This all of a sudden let him go to squat 10 years in prison. Similar to the sentence of death, it is estimated that not up to 10 years will be dead. Jianga took out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Nuanan, asking her where she was, and Zhang Nuanan sent Jiang Gu a locator. The most luxurious hotel in Kaiyun City that was claimed to be a 7-star hotel south of Kaiyun. The name is quite elegant. I wonder what it's like inside. Ginger said to the young man driving, "Go to the south of Colorado Hotel." Yes. The young man immediately started the car and drove towards the south of Colorful Clouds Hotel. The place where this young man went to hand in the information just now is the Wildlife Conservation Bureau, a place responsible for managing the protection of wildlife, and their leader, named Huang Shang. This piece of information created an uproar within Huang Shang. It's not this profile itself, but the person who came to deliver it. This person, but in the name of Tianyi to deliver the information. Huang Shang for the title of Tianyi. Long heard of? This is Long Linping's personal guard. Not only was he in charge of Long Linping's defense, but he was also often arranged by Long Linping to handle things. Tianyi's meaning, in their opinion, that was Long Linping's meaning. My God, this Gao Zhenyang. What has he done to alarm Long Linping? In fact, it's not that he didn't know about all these things that Gao Zhenyang did, but he just never bothered to investigate. Why? Because an investigation won't help. Gao Zhenyang's status, in Kaiyun City, was that of a living god of wealth, and the tax revenue he contributed to the city every year was an astronomical figure. For this kind of person, the city can't wait to hold him up. How can they go and arrest him? And Gao Zhenyang and some city leaders have a good personal relationship. He went to catch? He is nothing. Big leader's a word. He cannot move Gao Zhenyang. In fact, he had a very complex emotion within him towards Gao Zhenyang. A kind of hatred in it. The origin of the hatred. From a meal. That time Gao Zhenyang in the family mansion set up a private banquet. Invited some big leaders to go to the banquet. He was also invited. At the time, Huang Shang felt, even a little flattered. After he went, and those that big leaders drink at the same table, there is some trepidation. After 3 rounds of wine, the banquet on the pot of soup, Gao Zhenyang smiled and let everyone taste. The leaders drank, naturally full of praise. In fact, mostly out of politeness or politeness. You go to the banquet cannot say that the soup is difficult to drink it, but there was meat in the soup, and no one could tell what kind of animal it was. That soup. Huang Shang didn't drink it. He could tell at a glance that it was the meat of a pangolin. At that time, Huang Shang was very disgusted with the banquet, but in the way of the leaders but he can only make a smiling face, watching them eat and drink, but do not dare to say what it is at the banquet. Gao Zhenyang drank a lot of wine, and his breath was so strong that he personally gave Huang Shang a bowl of soup, placed it in front of him, and said to him, "Why don't you drink the soup? I've heard that Director Huang knows a lot about animals. He used to be a senior student in animal protection. Come and taste what kind of soup is this?" All the gazes at the banquet table were directed toward him, and some of them were even more meaningful. Huang Shang looked at the bowl of soup, and the few pieces of meat in the bowl. He picked up a ceramic spoon and slowly took a spoonful of the soup, but he was slow to bring it into his mouth. "What's wrong?" Gao Zhenyang stared at him, his eyes dark and sharp. Huang Shang looked at the gaze of the other leaders on the table, forced out a smile, put the spoon in his hand back into the bowl, and said, "I don't need to drink this soup. At a glance I know it's wild duck soup. Now that wild ducks can be artificially farmed, drinking hot soup is especially good for feeding, and it also has the effect of sobering up the alcohol. Mr. Gao specially stewed the wild duck soup to entertain us. He is really heartfelt, but I just saw this table of delicious food and couldn't help but eat a few more mouthfuls. Now my stomach has been filled. I really can't drink it." You all are laughing. Laughing. After Gao Zhenyang heard this, he slowly laughed. The more he laughed, the louder he laughed, and everyone else at the table laughed as well. Gao Zhenyang reached out and patted Huang Shang's shoulder, then sat back down in his seat. Someone at the banquet said, "Mr. Gao still keeps asking us to guess, so it's wild duck soup." Gao Zhenyang nodded his head and laughed. "That's right, it's a mallard duck, but this is no ordinary mallard duck." Someone asked, "How is it not ordinary?" Gao Zhenyang said, "This kind of mallard duck can make holes, ha ha ha." "Oh, there are still mallards that can make holes? That's really uncommon, ha ha." At the banquet, everyone was drinking and pushing the cups, but Huang Shang did not say a word, and drank a mulled wine alone. When the banquet dispersed, Gao Xinyang sent everyone to the door of the villa. There is a cold wind blowing through the night. Huang Shang, a cold wind cannot help but clear his mind a lot. Call his family to pick up their own. Everyone else had drivers waiting in their cars and were walking towards their cars. And just as Huang Shang was making a phone call on the side of the road, a leader walked up to him. This leader, the director of affairs of Kaiyun City, called Zhao Handong, is also the person who single-handedly promoted Huang Shang. Huang Shang had always had great respect for him and hurriedly wanted to open his mouth to greet him. But before Huang Shang could say anything, Zhao Handong laughed, imitating Gao Xinyang's tone of voice, and said with a slight mockery, "A mallard that can shoot holes. Does he think he's Zhao Gao? Giving us a show of pointing out a deer as a horse?" Oh! Huang Shang heard the leader's meaning, which was mocking Gao Xinyang, smiled and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Leader, that's not a mallard duck at all. It's a..." His words were interrupted by Zhao Handong, who said, "Today's banquet made you uncomfortable, didn't it? Next time he'll definitely invite you again, so I'll block it for you." Huang Shang immediately nodded. "Thank you, leader." Then Zhao Handong said, "There are still many poor counties in our city. This year we have to fight a war of attrition. Want to eliminate poverty? It's not easy." Huang Shang didn't know what Zhao Handong was trying to convey, so he had to silently wait for the following. Zhao Handong then said, "Do you think that this meal I eat for nothing? Gao Xinyang for the cause of our city to eliminate poverty, but donated a lot of money. I also came to give him a face. I came to this trip, but for our poor people to pull another 5 million donations. $5 million. How many poor families can help? He likes to eat a duck that makes holes. Let him be. What do you say, Huang Shang?" At that time, Huang Shang's heart was as cool as the evening breeze outside. He nodded. Zhao Handong patted his shoulder and walked towards his car. Later, Huang Shang never went to attend Gao Xinyang's banquet again. But what happened that night was really vivid in his mind, a thorn in his heart. He held in his hand the piece of information sent by Tiany's men, and thought in his heart that he would pull out this thorn with his own hands today. He first dialed Zhao Handong's number. "Huang Shang, what is it?" Huang Shang suppressed his excitement and said into the phone, "Leader, Gao Xinyang is suspected of the crime of buying and selling and killing wild protected animals. I have the evidence. I'm going to arrest him today." The phone Zhao Handong a silence. Half a day before returning, Huang Shang those evidence, accurate? You then investigate the investigation. Do not get it wrong. If the evidence is solid, it should be arrested. But before determining the authenticity of the evidence, I still recommend that you do not act impulsively. Huang Shang knows the meaning of the leader. Wants to protect Gao Xinyang, but now he has the bottom line. It is not good for anyone to protect. He said into the phone, "Leader, this evidence, it's from Tiany's people." What? Hearing this name, even Zhao Handong, who had experienced many great storms, couldn't help but exclaim out in shock, and then asked cautiously, "The people from Tiany, did they say anything else?" Huang Shang replied, "Didn't say anything, only about Gao Xinyang, and also said that for such criminals who mutilate wild protected animals, they will never be tolerated." Zhao Handong breathed a sigh of relief, and then fell silent again. He really couldn't figure out a little bit. What kind of protected animal had Gao Xinyang eaten? Can alarm to Tiany there? Is it eat giant panda or eat northeast tiger? Tiany's meaning, mostly Long Linping authorized. Fucking Gao Xinyang is lawless. Is not accidentally ate Long Linping's pet? Anyway, he can't bail him out this time. And no amount of donations will do any good. It's called self-inflicted evil, isn't it? He immediately said to Huang Shang, "Have your men moved out yet?" Huang Shang said, "Not yet." Zhao Handong immediately said eagerly, "Why don't you hurry to arrest someone? What are you waiting for? I'm telling you, this time the action should be swift, but we can't let the wind get out and let the suspect escape." Huang Shang, face confused, said, "Worthy of being a leader? This attitude change is also too fast. Do not call Gao Xinyang, directly called suspect, no matter what." Getting an affirmative answer from Zhao Handong, Huang Shang was still very elated. "Yes, I'll take the people and set off now." Wait, Zhao Handong, however, called out to Huang Shang again and asked, "Do you know where Gao Xinyang is right now?" Huang Shang froze. He had just been thinking of going to Gao Xinyang's house to arrest him, but he hadn't thought about the issue of whether he was at home or not. He replied, "I don't know." On the phone, Zhao Handong said, "Wait, I'll ask you." After saying that, Zhao Handong's phone hung up. Huang Shang was searching for something. Zhao Handong hung up for less than a minute. The call came back. He's in Building 4 of the Hot Springs District, his mistress's house. Huang Shang immediately acted like a general receiving military orders, his emotions immediately rising, and he replied in a loud voice, "Yes, guarantee to complete the mission. Hanging up the phone, Huang Shang immediately deployed all his personnel and drove straight to the Hot Springs neighborhood, Hot Spring District. Inside a certain room, Gao Xinyang was lying on the sofa with his arm around a woman whose age was so close to his that she could be his granddaughter. His hands were not honestly touching up and down, when suddenly there was an urgent knocking sound from outside the door. The woman immediately raised her head to look at the door and asked Gao Xinyang, "Who is it?" Gao Xinyang held onto the sofa and stood up slowly, his tone unpleasant. "I'll see who's so ungrateful to come knocking on the door at this time." With that he walked towards the door and opened it. The door had just opened, when suddenly Huang Shang rushed in with his men, and a few of them directly backhanded Gao Xinyang against the wall. The woman in the room let out a scream of terror. Huang Shang said to Gao Xinyang, "Gao Xinyang, we're from the Wildlife Management and Protection Bureau. You're suspected of the crime of trafficking and killing wild protected animals. You're under arrest." Two staff members escorted Gao Xinyang by the arms left and right, making him turn around, and only then did Gao Xinyang see who was coming. "Huang Shang, do you not want to live? Dare to grab old me? Do you know what place this is? In Kaiyun City. No one dares to touch me." Gao Xinyang. Despite his age, Gao Xinyang shouted this sentence with great vigor, and he stared at Huang Shang with eyes full of anger, as if he was an aged but not overbearing lion. Huang Shang, of course, also returned with great vigor, "Don't be delusional. No one can protect you this time. Take away." The group then directly grabbed Gao Xinyang and left. Escorted to the car, Gao Xinyang said to Huang Shang, "I want to make a phone call. I have the right to call my lawyer." Huang Shang signaled his men to let him fight. Gao Xinyang opened his own cell phone, and the first call was made towards Zhao Hanong. He thought to himself that he would definitely make this dog Huang Shang look good later, daring to arrest him, and rushing into his lover's house to arrest him, making him lose face in front of his lover. This face, he must get back. However, after his phone dialed out, the ringer rang twice, and the other party not only did not answer, but also directly hung up the phone. Gao Xinyang unwillingly dialed again, and was refused to answer, and then dialed again. Couldn't get through, as if he had been blacked out. Gao Xinyang instantly realized a hint of bad luck in his heart, and he flipped through the address book again, calling the phone to another big leader and refusing to answer. Gao Xinyang was a bit flustered, and after calling 5 or 6 people in a row, all of them were refused to answer, and he was completely flustered inside all of a sudden. Things are so out of the ordinary, so out of the ordinary. What the hell is going on here? He looked at Huang Shang with shocked eyes, but Huang Shang just turned his head away, but his face just showed a faint smile, the smile that belonged to the victor. Gao Xinyang unconsciously had cold sweat seeping out of his forehead. His voice trembled as he asked Huang Shang, "What exactly happened? Why isn't Zhao Hanong answering my calls? Why?" Huang Shang turned his head and asked, pretending to be puzzled, "Didn't you just say you were going to call your own lawyer?" Gao Xinyang, the whole person is dumbfounded. His brain is rapidly thinking. The problem should not be in Zhao Hanong. Can make them all dare not answer their own phone. Certainly more energy than Zhao Hanong. In the end, who is it? In the end, what kind of person wants to mess with himself? What kind of gods have you messed with? Gao Xinyang suddenly realized his own smallness. The past inner pride suddenly disappeared. Once he thought he was a python in Kaiyun City, coiled in the city. Even if the dragon came here have to coil, the tiger came to have to lie down. But this time he really realized that he was wrong. The original really big people to engage themselves. They do not even know the name of others. One doesn't even know in what way one has pissed people off. Maybe it's just that people look at them in a bad way. To that person, getting himself killed is simpler than crushing an ant. Just a matter of people moving their mouths and saying one sentence casually, but it will make him pay a heavy price. Zhang Ge got out of the car, looked up and surveyed the building of the South of Colorful Clouds Hotel, which was shaped like a cloud. I do not know what kind of metal material was used on the surface, and under the sun's irradiation reflected a strange warm stream of light, with an aura that perfectly matched this warm southern city. Beautiful. Superior. This was the first impression Ginger had of the hotel inside, thinking that Zhang Nuanan was inside this hotel building and that he was about to meet her. Zhang Ge was in a very happy mood and walked towards the front door of the hotel. When Zhang Nuanan sent himself the location, he gave him the word to call her when he arrived and she would have her assistant come down to pick him up. Welcome to the South of the Colored Clouds. As soon as Zhang Ge led Tian Yi and his henchmen into the hotel lobby, a row of welcoming ladies bowed to welcome them. Zhang Ge looked at the welcoming ladies. All of them had slender figures, delicate faces, and wore tight cheongsams that outlined their figures. Ginger nodded to them and found a seat at the lobby, where a staff member approached them and politely asked if they were dining or staying. Ginger told her to wait for someone, and then the staffer didn't bother them again. Ginger dialed Zhang Nanan's number and it was quickly answered. Ginger, have you arrived yet? So soon? Zhang Nuanan's sweet voice came over the phone. Zhang Gu joked back, of course, to see you I cannot be fast. I'm right here in the lobby. Why don't you come down to pick me up yourself and call your assistant, and you directly tell me the room number. I can just go up by myself. It's so troublesome to use someone to pick me up. Zhang Gu is also casually so, but Zhang Nuanan still patiently explained, oops, the hotel is too many people. I go out is not inconvenient well. On the commission you let the assistant to pick up the hello, up I compensate you not well. No one to pick up the words of the hotel staff will not let you upstairs. The elevator but also swipe the card it is only the guests have a card here. I've already told my assistant to go down, and she's not going to be able to get a room. I've already told the assistant to go down. She'll be here soon. You wait patiently. Faced with such a patient explanation, what else did Ginger have to say? Agreeing, okay, I'll be right here in the lobby on the couch by the window. After hanging up the phone and waiting for a short while, a chubby girl came over and politely asked, excuse me, is this Mr. Ginger? Ginger nodded and said, yes. The girl continued, I'm Zhang Nanan's assistant. Let me take you up. Her room is on the 27th floor. Okay, thanks. Ginger replied politely, standing up and taking Sky one of his men to follow the assistant towards the elevator. The assistant looked at the two people together with Ginger and didn't ask anything more. After entering the elevator, he pressed the 27th floor and then took out a card and swiped it. The elevator then started to go up. Waiting for the elevator to arrive, Zhang Gu casually asked to Zhang Nuanan's assistant, isn't Zhang Nuanan filming a reality show? How did he come to this hotel? The assistant returned, oh, that program has finished filming. Isn't this just the end? The program effect is very good. Our company's boss, as well as the program's director, investor, and some guests, today, here to set up a celebration banquet. Everyone together to celebrate. Zhang then nodded and asked thoughtfully, oh, that's so. So is Zhang Nuanan going to attend the celebration banquet as well? Will you guys be drinking? The assistant smiled and replied, Zhang Nan is the #1 guest of the program. Of course she has to attend the celebration banquet. But don't worry, Zhang Nan never drinks on such occasions. She then blocked the side of her face with her hand and made a whispering gesture and said, sometimes when the investors and our company's president give her a toast, it's me who blocks it for her. Ginger smiled and said, thank you then. The assistant said casually, thanks for nothing. I'm on such good terms with Heathen. However, she thought in her heart, I blocked the drinks for Zhang Nan, why did he thank me? What exactly is his relationship with Zhang Nan? Could it be? As if realizing something in her mind, she turned to Zhang Gu and asked, you and Zhang Nuanan are just ordinary friends, right? Zhang Gu froze. I didn't expect Zhang Nuanan's assistant still didn't know the relationship between the two of them. Was it Zhang Nuanan who didn't tell her? He remembered that once when he made a video call with Zhang Nuanan, a makeup artist lady saw it, and Zhang Nuanan even said it was fine. Could it be that even if Zhang Nuanan let the makeup artist know about their relationship, she didn't dare to let her assistant know about it? So it seems that she didn't trust this assistant that much. Ginger then nodded at her assistant. Yes, a friend. Upon hearing that answer, the assistant's expression was somewhat of a general relief. Luckily it's not a boyfriend, she thought. In fact, she is not only Zhang Nuanan's assistant, but also her agent. Zhang Nuanan around the big and small things are responsible for her to take care of. Zhang Nuanan's career is just like a day. It is the time of prosperity. This time she cannot be exposed to gossip, have a boyfriend, fall in love and so on. If Zhang Nuanan really dating boyfriend, and this matter was exposed, then Zhang Nuanan's pure goddess image can be all ruined. Fame must be greatly affected. She glanced at Zhang Gu and secretly thought, although he is currently an ordinary friend with Zhang Nuanan, but she will have to be careful and watch out for him a bit in the future. After all, Zhang Nuanan has never asked a man to meet her in a hotel room, and the fact that this kid can be invited to the hotel by Zhang Nuanan shows that she has already taken a liking to him. She must nip this bud in the bud for him, and try to let him see Zhang Nan as little as possible in the future. Ding, a crisp sound rang out. The elevator reached the 27th floor. The door of the elevator slowly opened. The assistant led the three of them out of the elevator. Zhang Gu followed the assistant with a smile on his face, but he didn't know that the assistant had already regarded himself as an enemy. The corridor was all covered with red carpets. The walls on both sides were all beautifully decorated. And following the corridor, they came all the way to the door of room 2709, where the assistant knocked on the door and said softly, Hot Xin, I've brought your friend. The door was quickly opened, and Zhang Gu once again saw Zhang Nuanan's absolutely beautiful face, and was still deeply stunned like the first time he saw it, and his heartbeat instantly sped up a lot. Zhang Nuanan was wearing a red dress with delicate makeup on her face, prepared for the celebration banquet later. As soon as she saw Jiang Gu with a slight hint of coldness on her face, her eyes immediately lit up as if they were sprouting little stars, and her face instantly blossomed with suppressed joy. She instantly took Jiang Gu by the hand, grasped it with both hands, and said, "You've finally come." The assistant's face darkened when she saw this scene. Her worst fears had finally happened. But in front of Zhang Nuanan, she couldn't say anything. She could only think of any way that she could secretly make bad moves to break up the two of them. Zhang Nuanan pulls Zhangga into the house, but Tianyi walks in right behind him, and Tianyi's men see Tianyi come in. Zhang Nuanan had wanted to hug Jiang Gu. When he saw the two people, he froze and the hug stopped. "These two are?" Jiang Gu turned around, saw these two light bulbs also followed in, said, "You two are really see things this time do not know to avoid a well. Those two are my bodyguards." Jiang Gu helplessly explained to Zhang Nuanan, "What are you hiring a bodyguard for?" Zhang Nuanan asked, "This is not to earn some money. See, those big bosses have bodyguards. I also hire two to have a good time." Jiang Gu answered carelessly, then said to Tianyi, "Do you two want to go outside and wait? Or you two go to open a room to rest for a while is also okay." Tianyi glanced at Zhangga, did not say anything, just a pair of sharp eyes constantly surveyed the interior of the room, walked up in the room, carefully checked the restroom, behind the curtains, balcony, closet and other locations, carefully checked one side of the side before his eyes signaled his men, the two of them together towards the outside of the room. While walking he also said to Zhangga, "We'll just be in the doorway. If there is any situation, feel free to call out to me." Then the two walked out and stood outside the doorway, one on the left and one on the right. Zhang Nuanan was a bit surprised by the situation and said to Jiang Gu, "It feels like this bodyguard of yours is so professional looking." Zhangga, facing the beauty in front of him, who cares about anything else, said, "Don't mind them," he said and reached out towards Zhang Nuanan for a hug. Cough. A cough came from behind him. It was Zhang Nuanan's assistant, who was still standing in the room staring at the two. Ginger was speechless for a moment. Are people so uninterested in things these days? Zhang Nuanan said somewhat awkwardly to her assistant. "That, Sister Lian, why don't you also go out first?" The assistant's face was unhappy, but he didn't say anything, just pointed to his watch and said to Zhang Nuanan, "There are still 5 minutes before the celebration banquet starts. You can't let the investors and the director, and the president of our company are waiting for you alone." Zhang Nuanan nodded and said, "I know, I'll be right there." She then looked at her assistant, silent and all. The assistant walked out helplessly and closed the door to the room. She looked at her watch. Only 4 minutes left. Just come out. She didn't what the two of them could do in there for 4 minutes. Inside the room, the two embraced for a moment before Ginger's hands wandered unsteadily. Zhang Nuanan looked at the time and stopped Zhang Ji's movements, saying, "Good boy. There are still 3 minutes left. I can't be late or it's impolite. It's too troublesome to take off this set of clothes and then put them on again. It's too late. It's better to wait for the celebration banquet to be over. Just wait for me here. You can call room service to send up the food. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Just count it as my treat." Zhangga let go of Zhang Nuanan and laid himself down on the bed, wistfully saying to Zhang Nuanan, "It's okay, we can do something that's not too late for 3 minutes. Zhang Nuanan's pretty face blushed slightly as she asked, "What are you referring to?" A few moments later, Zhang Nuanan acted on what Ginger said. Ginger closed his eyes and felt himself transform into a vast plain. On the vast expanse of the earth, there grew a sky-high tree that seemed to have a heart and life, its body constantly beating and emitting a scorching aura. The blazing sun scorched the earth, baking everything red and making the giant tree suffer as if it were on fire, longing beyond measure for the manna to come. But there was no manna, only a giant appeared. The giant was dressed in red, and she spotted the gnarled tree. It was so tall that the giant couldn't help but feel sorry for it. So that the tree would not die of thirst, the giant took the tree into his mouth, wrapping it in his oral cavity and moistening it with his saliva as a way to escape the burning sun. The tree was nourished in the giant's mouth, rejuvenated and glowing with even more vitality, as if it were about to explode, pulsing even more violently. 3 minutes later, Zhang Nuanan stood up and covered her mouth, looking at Jiang Gu with a blushing face and letting out a burst of ah sound. Ginger smiled at her and said, "Well, I didn't keep you long, did I?" Zhang Nuanan glanced at her watch. Her eyes couldn't help but widen for a moment. It was already time for the celebration to begin. Her beautiful eyes glared at Jiang Gu as if she was complaining about Jiang Gu for making her late. Then she directly picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table and quickly walked towards the door. Boom! The door closed with a bang, and only Jiang Gu was left alone in the room. He straightened his clothes and lay on the bed, with Zhang Nuanan's pillow that he had slept on underneath his head, his eyes staring at the ceiling out of his mind. He seemed to be thinking about something. A faint aroma came from the pillow, the smell of Zhang Nuanan's hair, smelling so warm and charming, just like Zhang Nannan. He thought that Zhang Nannan, such a goddess, had now become his girlfriend, and the two of them had already shared the same bed. Zhang Ge felt that he was immoral. The affair was immoral from the start, and was bound directly to him using the system. Ginger suddenly felt despicable and a shameless villain. He was not the person who won the beauty in a bright and honorable way, but he used an almost thought-control kind of means to force Zhang Nuanan to fall in love with himself, and he also did something nasty to him, which was too ungentlemanly, too immoral, and it was simply both despicable and shameless. This matter was dominated by him from the beginning to the end. He was enjoying himself, but he hadn't thought about it. If he said that there was no binding of the system, then would Zhang Nannan still treat herself like this? Would she still be in love with herself? Would she still show good feelings on her own? Zhang Ge felt that it would not be at all. He and she would not even know each other. And how could they fall in love? After blaming himself for a while, Zhang Ge thought again. With his current ability, he wants to make which woman he wants. He is simply a god. And why should he kidnap himself with the morality of mortals? Zeus, the king of the gods in Greek mythology, could fuck whoever he wanted. Did he ever consider the feelings of the other person? Zeus was fine with standing high on Mount Olympus looking down at the earth, and when he saw any beautiful woman, or even a beautiful man, he had to go and turn into something to mate with him. He turned into an eagle and took the beautiful man Ganymedes, who was playing with him, straight back to Olympus to make love to him. He turned into a bull, snatched the beautiful princess Europa away to an uninhabited continent, and gave birth to 3 children. He turned into a swan, came to the Spartan queen who was bathing, raped her, and caused her to lay 2 swan eggs. But these are stories that have since been passed down as beautiful and are considered classics. Why doesn't anyone condemn it? But it's because Zeus is a god. Ginger thought that he should simply stop calling himself God King Zeus and change his name to Stallion Zeus or God King Teddy. Something like morality is nothing more than something that mortals use to bind themselves. These are some of Zhang Ji's random thoughts. He knows, after all, the myth is just a myth, not something that really happened. In fact, according to the logic of the words, the system's function is not brain control, and cannot completely control a person's thinking. Zhang Nuanan still has an autonomous mind. If she stops liking Django and breaks up, Django will never use a second bind on her. After rambling for a while, Zhanga thought that Tianyi and that henchman of his were still outside the door. It was mealtime. He was a bit hungry. Tianyi and his henchman must be hungry too. Zhanga got down from the bed, walked to the door and opened it, saw that Tianyi and his henchman were really still standing on both sides of the doorway. Zhanga said to both of them, "You two come in first. I'm going to ask the room service to ask for a menu to see what kind of good food is available in this 7-star hotel. So feel free to order whatever you two want to eat. It's on me." The two of them walked in and Ginger picked up the hotel's internal phone in the room and got the front desk, then asked about the menu. After Zhang Nuanan walked out of the door of her room, she quickly followed her assistant and walked towards the banquet hall. She slightly frowned and swallowed what was in her mouth, unscrewed the cap of her mineral water bottle and took a sip of water to rinse out her mouth, her eyes looking towards the tiles on the wall while she did so, using them as mirrors to see if there were any stains on her face and clothes. "Hurry up and go over," the assistant said to Zhang Nuanan while walking quickly. "Don't let the investors say that we are playing big names." And our general manager Wang, the heart of the smallest, before the company had a debut of a newcomer, very beautiful, and quickly gained 10 million fans. She felt that she was red, so she didn't put general manager Wang in the eyes. And in the end, how is it? It's still not cool to the core. Now being snowed in by the company, it's hard to feed herself. Zhang Nuanan nodded. That thing she knows, that newcomer called Blue Feathersweet, indeed very beautiful. Zhang Nuanan think, if on the beauty, Blue Feathersweet can be said to be on a par with her, or even slightly better than her kind of. That kind of beauty, even she a woman see all the heart. But I don't know because of what happened to provoke their company's biggest boss, Wang Yusheng. Since then the company did not arrange any performances for her, did not allow her to participate in any programs, no activities. At the height of her popularity, she was benched and her acting career was kind of completely buried. The last time I saw her at the office, it was when she asked her for a loan, saying she had no more money to live on. Zhang Nuanan lent her $20,000. The next day her assistant Lian knew this, immediately went to find the Blue Feathersweet, the $20,000 back. She also warns Zhang Nuanan to stay away from her and not to help her in any way, lest she draw fire. After that time, Zhang Nuanan hadn't seen her again, and that was because she was busy outside all day making movies, TV dramas, and participating in various programs. As for Blue Feathersweet, although they suffered from this unfair treatment, they were unable to leave the company because when they first debuted, they signed a contract with the company that was valid for 20 years. If she terminated her contract early, she would have to pay the company a large sum of money for breach of contract, and that sum of money would be a sky-high price, which she couldn't afford, so she would have to be snowed in by the company until she could get out of this company's control 20 years later, when her face was old and she would be out of this company's control, and by that time, no one would remember her. Zhang Nuanan understands one thing from Lanyu Sweet. Sometimes they stars are shining in the eyes of outsiders, called goddess by countless people, but in front of the company and capital, they are nothing. While talking, the two people's footsteps accelerated by a few more points. Fortunately the banquet hall is on this floor. Not far from them, said they have arrived. Zhang Nuanan borrowed the reflective tiles on the wall to check herself again. There is nothing wrong with her clothes and makeup, and the corners of her mouth have not been stained with anything strange. She and her assistant pushed open the door and walked in. I'm not late, am I? Zhang Nuanan revealed a drop-dead gorgeous smile and walked within the room. No one showed displeasure with her, it wasn't a formal occasion, and being a minute or two late was nothing at all. Not late, we just sat down as well. Miss Zhang Nannan is radiant. She is really more beautiful than on TV. An oily investor laughed. Zhang Nuanan smiled politely without losing his manners. The assistant next to him came up and told him the name of this investor. Zhang Nuanan said back to him, "Thank you Mr. Lin for the compliment. Hot xin. Take your seat. We're all here, so I'll raise a glass first." A fat-headed middle-aged man said, then raised his glass. He was the president of the company Zhang Nuanan belonged to, Star Ocean Entertainment. Wang Yusheng. As the largest entertainment company in China, Wang Yusheng has signed a number of popular artists under his command, and can be said to control half of the mainland's entertainment industry. After Zhang Nuanan and his assistant, Sister Lian, were seated, all of them raised their cups together, and after Wang Yusheng said a few words, the banquet began. This table is very big. There are 30 to 40 people sitting in a circle. Zhang Nuanan and his assistant are sitting with those women. Most of them don't drink alcohol, so they drink some fruit juice. Men were next to men, pushing drinks and the atmosphere was not bad. This kind of occasion, Zhang Nuanan experienced more than once. In the company surprisingly there is a special training to teach them how to face this kind of occasion, so Zhang Nuanan coped with it quite easily. During the period, there were investors with 2 wine glasses, insisting on clinking one with Zhang Nannan, but they were all blocked by the assistant, Sister Lian. There were quite a few people present, and the toasts were not forced. They all drank one with their assistants and were done. Zhang Nuanan ate the dishes on the banquet table. All he could think of was, will Zhanga be hungry in his room? This dish is so delicious. Go back and order one for Zhanga to try. He will definitely like it, and so on. The banquet lasted for 2 hours and finally came to an end. And after sending the guests away with a smile, Wang Yusheng walked towards Zhang Nannan with the smell of alcohol. Hachin, come to my room later. I have something to tell you about work. Zhang Nuanan was thinking that it was not easy for the banquet to end and he could go back to find Zhang Gu, but he did not expect him to come and say that there was something wrong, and his heart was instantly cooled for a small moment. Zhang Nuanan thought, in general, talk about work things seldom go to talk inside the room, are in some workplace to talk about. How could he ask himself to go to his room? It wasn't like you couldn't go into a room and talk sometimes, though, but it was always with a third person present, and she had to have her assistant with her. And there was no way she was going to be alone in a room with another man. Zhang Nuanan glanced at Sister Lian, who was standing right behind her, making her heart much more solid, and asked Wang Yusheng, Mr. Wang, what's the matter? Can't we talk about it here? Wang Yusheng had a serious face, as if something very important had happened, and said to Zhang Nuanan, this matter is very important. It must be talked about in my room. Ah Lian, in a moment, you accompany her to come over together. Assistant Sister Lian nodded. Okay Mr. Wang. Wang Yusheng then walked out of the banquet hall. Zhang Nuanan saw that Sister Lian had already agreed, so she didn't say anything else. Anyway, the two of them went together, accompanied by an assistant. After Wang Yusheng left, Zhang Nuanan turned to her assistant and asked, Sister Lian, do you know what's going on? The assistant's eyes fluttered a little afraid to look directly into Zhang Nuanan's eyes. She pretended to look out the door and said to Zhang Nuanan, it should be the matter of you privately accepting the endorsement. That matter Mr. Wang knew about it and was quite unhappy. Zhang Nuanan nodded. At that time, she privately agreed to give Red Abundance canned goods endorsement. It is indeed not in line with the company's process, but this matter, she will give an explanation to the company. If the company wants money to be used as Zhang Nuanan's endorsement fee, then she will pay out her own money and give it to the company. No matter what, she agreed to Zhanga's matter. She has to help him to the end. And this matter is also to enhance Zhang Nuanan a lot of positive image, is also considered to be beneficial to the company. she felt with the company is not impossible to discuss. Thinking of this, she brought her assistant along towards Wang Yuxing's room. After knocking on the door, Wang Yuxing opened the door. He seemed to have washed his face and was drying it with a towel. The two of them walked in. Wang Yuxing closed the door to the room, casually threw the towel on the chair, walked inside the room and sat on the bed. Sit, Wang Yuxing said to the two. Zhang Nannan and his assistant sat on the sofa. Wang Yuxing looked at Zhang Nuanan's absolutely beautiful face, and his blood seemed to turn hot. He opened his mouth first and asked to Zhang Nuanan, "Do you know what you were asked to come here for today?" Zhang Nuanan spoke. "Mr. Wang, is it about me taking endorsements?" Wang Yuxing drinking mouth some scoop, but still try his best to say clearly, "No, that counts for something hot xin. You are now red. With those who just debuted is not the same. Some of the power, the company will be put to you. That endorsement what canned goods, right? It's still free. Feel free to take it. The company won't stand in the way." Zhang Nuanan didn't expect him to say that and was relieved, smiling and saying, "Thank you, Mr. Wang." Wang Yuxing asked again, "Do you know why you are popular?" Zhang Nuanan thought of several answers in her mind, all about her own excellent conditions and her hard work, but saying them out loud was a bit of a self-promotion, and she didn't open her mouth. Wang Yuxing patted his chest with his hand, but was oblivious to the fact that the fat on his body trembled with each pat, and said, "It's because of me. I, Wang Yuxing, can make whoever I want red, and whoever I want cool. Hot xin. You're a hard worker. I hope you can cherish your current position and don't go down the old path of Lanyusweet." With these words, Zhang Nuanan couldn't understand what he was trying to express at all. Just when he was drunk, he smiled awkwardly, stood up and said, "Thank you Mr. Wang and the company for cultivating me. I will continue to work hard, then I won't bother you to rest." With that she headed for the door, wanting to leave the room. However, Wang Yuxing's voice came from behind. "Do you know for what reason Blue Yuxing was snowed in by the company?" Hearing this, Zhang Nuanan couldn't help but stop in his tracks and turned around to ask, "What's the reason?" Wang Yuxing looked at Sister Lian and asked her, "You didn't tell her?" Zhang Nuanan saw Sister Lian still sitting on the sofa and shook her head, not saying a word. Zhang Nuanan immediately spoke out and questioned, "Sister Lian, you knew about this? Why didn't you tell me?" In her eyes, long ago when the assistant Sister Lian was her friend, Sister Lian in addition to her somewhat strict, usually no matter what is to help her deal with the well-organized, encountered some things she did not understand. She has also asked Lian's sister things how to deal with. Seniority deep Lian's sister can always give her a reliable advice. After so many years, walking together, in her heart Sister Lian was not only her assistant, but also a friend and teacher. There are some whispers, she also often talked to Sister Lian. Lian knew almost everything about her except for what was going on between her and Ginger. But about the blue feather sweet, Zhang Nuanan had once asked Sister Lian, but Sister Lian didn't tell her, hiding something from her. It's a feeling like you've discovered that your most trusted friend is lying to you about something. Lian remained silent, as if she had something to say that she had no way of saying. "What exactly is the reason?" Zhang Nuanan asked again. Seeing that Sister Lian didn't answer, Wang Yuxing couldn't hold back any longer and only felt his blood rushing up as he directly said, "Because Lan Yu Sweet refused to be suborned by me. Hot xin. If you don't want to end up in the same situation as Lan Yu Xian, I think you know what to do." Hearing the word subterfuge, Zhang Nuanan's eyes widened at once, her eyes full of horror. She didn't expect that the reality was so dark. In the past, he had heard some rumors, but he thought those things were all blackmail, and how could such things still happen in a society that was now governed by the rule of law? But she was proved wrong, and when it happened to her, she realized that all the rumors she had heard before were true. Wang Yuxing said again, "Hot xin. As long as you stay here with me for the night, by tomorrow morning, I'll make sure that your future career soars and becomes a big hit. How about it? Come over." When Zhang Nuanan saw Wang Yuxing with a smile on his face, she immediately felt a wave of nausea surging through her heart, and she uncontrollably dry heaved twice, a completely instinctive reaction of her body. Then she hastily stepped backward, wanting to escape the room as quickly as possible. But when she turned around, she didn't know when Sister Lian had walked to the doorway and blocked it. Zhang Nuanan often had to control her diet in order to maintain her figure, and her slim figure was no match for her burly assistant when it came to strength. Even the assistant simply stood there and she couldn't push. Zhang Nuanan asked her assistant with an incredulous face, "Sister Lian, what are you?" Sister Lian replied, "I'm sorry Hot xin. I can't let you end up like Lan Yu Sweet. I've been working hard for you for several years. It's not easy for you to get the hotness you have now. It's not your own efforts. There's also mine. I can't let your and my efforts just go to waste. Hot xin. Don't be afraid. Wang will always treat you well. It's not that hard." After this night, everything will be fine. Zhang Nuanan shook her head and looked at Sister Lian, who was blocking the door. The once familiar Sister Lian, who could be relied upon, once her mentor and friend, had instantly become so strange. She turned around and saw that Wang Yuxing was walking towards him, and he had already unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a full body of fat. She turned her head to look at Sister Lian and said in a begging tone with tearful eyes, "Sister Lian, get out of the way. Let me out, okay? I beg you, Sister Lian," she said as she tried to pull her assistant away with her hands. But her assistant's weight was there and she couldn't even pull him away. Wang Yuxing had already walked over, and she had to give up her position in the doorway and was forced into a corner. Wang Yuxing said as he approached her, "Alright, stop fucking pretending. You women, one of you is a fucking bitch, acting in front of me? I've seen it a lot. In the end, I've had my fill of them, and when I run out of traffic, I come here to beg for sex, just like a bitch, let me tell you. Except for that stupid woman, Blue Feather Sweet. All the female artists in the company have been stalked by me. Does that make you feel better?" Zhang Nuanan was cornered by him, with nowhere to run. She panicked and pulled out her own cell phone, wanting to call for help, but Wang Yuxing saw her pull out her cell phone, suddenly rushed over, grabbed her wrist, snatched the phone from her hand, and saw that the phone was to make a call to a person called Zhang Gu. The phone had just dialed out, and hadn't yet been connected, and he didn't care who it was. He directly pressed the hang up button, and then turned the phone off. Anyway, the call didn't connect, so who knows what's going on, and even if it does, what's the point? By the time he gets here, he'll be long gone. And who's Ginger, a friend of Zhang Nuanan's? What's he going to do if he comes? Ha! Oh, I'm telling you, today I'm going to fuck you. Wang Yuxing roared at Zhang Nuanan with the strength of his whine, and Zhang Nuanan used all her strength to break her wrist free in Wang Yuxing's hands and ran towards the other side of the room. Wang Yuxing let out a strange laugh and chased after her. Sister Lian stood in the doorway, watching what was happening in the room, and silently turned her head to the side, pretending not to see anything. Zhang Gu in the room, with Tianyi. 3 people finished eating. The waiter is cleaning up the tableware, is thinking about how Zhang Nuanan has not yet come back, then casually asked to the waiter, Zhang Nuanan, to participate in the celebration of the banquet how is not yet finished. They eat so long? The waitress knew that Zhang Nuanan was staying in this room. Zhang Gu, they should be her friends, and also knew that Zhang Nuanan and the girls were organizing a celebratory banquet today, and she even went to serve the food when it was served. So she replied, "It's already over, my colleagues, and they're clearing up the table." Zhang De nodded after hearing this and casually gave an O and didn't think much of it, searching for Zhang Nannan, who should be dealing with something else at work. But just then, Ginger's cell phone rang and then immediately hung up. He pulled out his cell phone and saw that it was from Zhang Nannan. He was a bit puzzled and dialed the phone back to ask what was going on, but a mechanical voice came from the phone. "I'm sorry, the user you've dialed is offline." Zhang Gu instantly realized that something was wrong. Could it be that Zhang Nuanan had encountered something? Turning to the waiter, Ginger asked, "Did you see Zhang Nannan after the celebration?" The waitress shook her head. "No, I wasn't there at the time, but I have a few co-workers who were pouring drinks for them. Why don't you ask them? They're cleaning up in the banquet hall right now." "Where is the banquet hall?" Ginger immediately asked. The waitress replied, "It's on this floor. Go out and turn right. Go to the head and turn right again and you'll be there. 2788 is the banquet hall." "Thank you." Zhang Gu immediately took Tianyi and Lu Hao out of the room together and walked towards the banquet hall. Lu Hao was the name of the henchman that Tianyi had brought in, and Zhang Gu had never asked before. Just now, when the three of them were eating together, the three of them soon arrived at the banquet hall and asked the waiters inside. Someone said that they saw Zhang Nuanan going in the right direction with her assistant after the banquet ended, but they didn't see where to go. The waiters on this floor not only knew Zhang Nannan, but even her assistant. Zhang Gu led Tianyi and Lu Hao immediately towards the right direction. While walking, Tianyi said, "This side isn't the direction of the elevator." So Zhang Nuanan didn't take the elevator. She's still on this floor. She should be inside the front few rooms. The front corridor is visible at a glance, and on either side of the corridor, there are 4 rooms each on one side, for a total of 8 rooms. 8 rooms is not too much. Zhang De is trying to knock on the door one by one to go over, but suddenly, there is some kind of sound coming from it, as if a woman is begging for help. This hotel soundproofing is very good. Some of them can't really hear. Still following the sound, Ginger immediately found the room, turned the doorknob, but couldn't open the door. You have to swipe your room card to open the hotel room door outside. Once again, a woman's scream came from inside. This time Ginger heard it clearly. It was Zhang Nanan's voice. It was inside this room. All of Zhang Ji's blood and chi suddenly surged to his head. He hit the door twice and felt like there was something blocking the door. It didn't open. He was so angry that he took a step back and kicked the door hard. Bang! A loud bang. The door was kicked open. A fat woman at the door was kicked to the ground. It was Zhang Nuanan's assistant. Why was she blocking the door? Zhang Gu couldn't think too long. He rushed into the room and saw Zhang Nuanan being cornered by a man, clutching a broken porcelain cup in her hand, facing the man and preventing him from approaching. She had tear stains on her face and her expression was full of panic. The man in front of her, shirtless and revealing a fat body, cornered her. Zhang Gu instantly understood what was happening inside this room. This dead fat pig. It seemed that he was about to do something bad to Zhang Nuanan. He lifted a thick glass ashtray on the coffee table and charged toward the man. Wang Yuxing saw Zhang Gu angrily walking towards him, carrying an ashtray in his hand in a furious manner. A hint of panic appeared in his eyes and he shouted at Zhang Gu, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Zhang Gu didn't answer and swung the ashtray directly towards Wang Yuxing's head. Thud! With a muffled sound, Wang Yuxing's head directly opened up. He wailed and fell down covering his head in pain. Ginger mounted him, the bloody ashtray in his hand slamming down towards his head one after the other. Wang Yuxing did not have the power to resist in the slightest, and could only hold his head with both hands, and let out a miserable scream. Just like killing a pig. In the back, Sister Lian looked at this situation, afraid that it will make a human life. Lying on the ground, she hurriedly took out her cell phone, wanting to call the police, no matter what. She wanted to stop Jenga first before saying. However, before she could dial the phone, Tianny came to her side and took the cell phone directly from her hand, confiscating her cell phone. Then Tenchi walked to the door and silently closed the door to his room. Zhang Nuanan's heart burst with excitement when she saw Zhang Gu rushing in. Finally someone had come to save her. And this person was Zhang Gu, the one in her heart. Her heart was also very relieved when she saw Wang Yuxing being violently beaten by Zhang Gu on the ground. However, Zhanga has not stopped until now. She is a little worried that Zhanga killed the person. That can be a murder case. Zhanga will not become a murderer? She stopped Ginger on the sidelines. Ginger, don't fight. It's not worth it if you get killed. Zhang Gu looked at Zhang Nuanan, knowing that she was fine, then stopped and stood up, the ashtray in his hand casually thrown aside, getting blood everywhere. He took Zhang Nanan's hand and asked with concern, "Are you alright?" Zhang Nuanan shook her head and cried headlong into Zhang Ji's embrace, venting her aggression. At this moment, Zhang Gu felt that even if their relationship had started immorally, so what? At this moment, only he could protect her. Not only now, but in the future. He was the only one who had the strength to protect Zhang Nuanan, so that she wouldn't be wronged or hurt for the rest of her life. A delicate flower needs a big tree to shelter her from the ravages of sin, so that she will never be ravaged by sin again. What's the point of dwelling on the morality of those beginnings yourself? If he hadn't bound himself to her, then today Zhang Nuanan would have been raped by this dead fat pig. Compared to this, Zhang Nuanan would be 1,000 times happier following himself. From this moment on, Ginger no longer dwelled on the morality or immorality of the system's ability. Since God had given him this ability, what he had to do was not to tie his hands, but rather he should use it to his heart's content. Experience it to his heart's content, and while experiencing it, give some help to some people, such as saving Zhang Nuanan at the hands of this dead fat pig today. After comforting her for a while, Zhang Nuanan was able to stabilize her emotions and dried her tears, but she still couldn't stop sobbing a little, and Zhang Gu helped her to sit on the sofa to calm down. Wang Yuxing, who fell on the ground, sat up leaning against the wall at this time. He tore the bedsheet off, picked up the shirt on the ground, covered his bleeding head, and said fiercely to Zhang Gu, "Do you know who I am? I am Wang Yuxing, the president of Star Ocean Entertainment. You beat me up like this. I'm telling you, this isn't over today. It's not over. It's not over. And I didn't say it's over." Zhang Gu walked towards Wang Yuxing and picked up the bloodstained ashtray on the ground once again. Wang Yuxing immediately panicked a little. Don't fight, don't fight. Ginger sneered and dropped the ashtray on the floor. This time he was just scaring him. He didn't want to hit him. If you want to violate Zhang Nuanan, you can't just beat her up and forget about it. Wang Yuxing saw Zhang Gu drop the ashtray, turned toward the door, thought he was ready to go, staring at him from behind, secretly thinking how to get out of this bad anger. The big deal is to spend a sum of money to get him killed. Spend more money. He also want to get out of this bad breath. But he didn't realize that instead of walking away, Ginger walked over to the man he was with, pulled a pistol from his waist, turned and walked back. Wang Yuxing immediately thought in his mind, "Fake, right? How could they have a gun? This is a fake gun, right? Zhang Gu pulled out the pistol on the waist of Tianny, walked to Wang Yuxing in front of him, directly raised the gun aimed at Wang Yuxing's head. At this time, Wang Yuxing a handful of doubt that this is not a fake gun, but also on the other hand, very worried that this is a real gun. In case it's a real gun, Who are they? How come they have guns? Triads? Feeling Wang Yuxing's complicated facial expression, Jiang Gu said to him, animal like you shouldn't live in this world. I'll send you to your death. I'm the world's cleaner, sweeping the world of garbage. Wang Yuxing was really scared. He could feel Zhang Ji's tone, a hint of madness in his flatness. He's crazy, Wang Yuxing thought. This guy must be holding a real gun, just with this aura, this tone of voice. It doesn't emanate without a real gun. Looks like we really messed with a tough guy today. Don't shoot. I was wrong. I beg you. I really know it's wrong. Woo woo. Wang Yuxing begged for mercy at Zhang Gu, tears coming out of his eyes. As Tianyi watched this scene, he just stood in the doorway and calmly watched, not making any stops. His mission was to protect Zhang Ji's safety. Anything that did not threaten Zhang Ji's safety, he did not have any power to stop. Zhang Gu didn't have the slightest ripple in his heart in the face of Wang Yuxing's plea for mercy. He calmly opened the safety of the pistol, which was taught to him by Tianyi before, and then pointed the gun at Wang Yuxing and directly pulled the trigger. Don't! Zhang Nuanan stopped Ginger again at this time. Why do you guys have guns? Zhang Nuanan asked, turning to Ginger. Zhang Ji's heart fluttered as he thought to himself, although he had already placed his killing intent on Wang Yuxing, he shouldn't kill in front of Zhang Nuanan. He put the gun back. Wang Yuxing was so scared that his face was pale and his pants were wet. Ginger smiled at Zhang Nuanan and said, it makes sense for the professional bodyguard I hired to have a gun, doesn't it? Zhang Nuanan said seriously to Jiang Gu, then you cannot beat him to death. I do not want to see you become a murderer. Then in the future I will only go to prison to see you. I don't want to do that. I still want to live with you in the future, traveling together, eating together. I also want to give you a child. Ginger, put the gun away. Will you? Django nodded silently as he listened, walking over to Tenchi and handing him back his pistol. Then he signed Zhang Nanan's hand and opened the door to walk out of the room. Tianyi and Lu Hao followed behind and politely brought the door with them. Back to Zhang Nuanan's room. Sitting on the sofa with his arm around Zhang Nuanan, Jiang Gu suddenly thought of something, and asked Zhang Nuanan, wasn't your assistant present? And she didn't help you? She didn't help you? She just stood by and watched you suffer like this? When I kicked the door in, she seemed to block the doorway? Speaking of her assistant, Zhang Nuanan revealed a sad expression. She never thought that Sister Lian would not only not help her, but would become Wang Yuxing's accomplice. Moreover, Sister Lian knew what Wang Yuxing did from the very beginning, and also knew that Wang Yuxing's claws would eventually reach out to her, but she never told her. Under Jiang Ji's questioning, Zhang Nuanan finally told what happened, and Jiang Gu listened to it from beginning to end, feeling very angry in his heart. The assistant that Zhang Nuanan trusted betrayed her and prevented her from escaping the room. And that Wang Yuxing, who has suborned so many people, really damned. Zhang Nuanan says he wants to take a shower to calm down, and Zhang Gu tells Tianyi and Lu Hao to get their own room, and they'll stay here for the night. Tianyi asked Lu Hao to go and open a room right next door to Zhang Nuanan's room. Tianyi was worried that Wang Yuxing would bring someone to retaliate, so he was going to take turns with Lu Hao and the two of them would take turns guarding the door of the Zhangga and take turns resting. In the afternoon, Zhang Gu had been in the room with Zhang Nuanan. And after Zhang Ji's companionship and chatting, an afternoon had passed, and Zhang Nuanan's mood had returned to normal, recovering from the state of shock. Yet, she was still worried about what would happen later. She and the company has a contract, now cannot directly leave the company, and Wang Yuxing is the company's president. In the future to avoid meeting, if Wang Yuxing again on her want to do something wrong how to do? Around her, there was not even a single trustworthy person. Zhang Gu laughed and comforted her. Don't worry. Today I scared Wang Yuxing. A short period of time he did not dare to do anything to you. The company cannot leave, but you can take a leave of absence. Right. You'll pretend to be sick for half a month's leave. This period of time are with me together. By my side I will protect you. We will talk slowly about the things in the future. Zhang Nuanan nodded and sent a message to his colleagues in the company, saying that he was taking half a month's sick leave. The colleague didn't know what Zhang Nannan had just gone through, but with a big name star like Zhang Nannan, she couldn't say anything. She just returned a good one. She would go talk to the company. After taking her vacation, Zhang Nuanan was all relaxed and hugged Zhang Ji's arm, snuggling into Zhang Ji's shoulder. It was a good thing that Ginger was there, or else she really didn't know what to do about this matter, or even had no one to talk to about it. With Ginger by her side, she felt indescribably safe, as if she didn't have to worry about the sky collapsing. Obviously he's also in his early 20s. How come he's so secure and reliable? I really chose the right guy, she thought. In fact, what Zhang said to Zhang Nuanan was just to comfort Zhang Nuanan. That's not what he thought in his heart. Half a month. Sick leave. Slow down? None of it exists. What Ginger wants is to solve the problem once and for all. to get to the root of the problem. In the evening, Janggu told Jang Nuanan to go out to make a phone call. Janggu opened the door of the room and walked out, and saw Lu Hao guarding the door. Ginger asked him where Tanny was and came next door to find him and said to him, "Tanny, can you help me find where Wang Yuxing is?" Tianyi was resting on his bed at the time, and when he heard Jiang Ji's question, he then got out of bed and stood up. Yes. He walked out of the room and down the hallway toward the distance. Jiang Ge looked at his back, suddenly felt that Tianyi, this person is quite attractive. Really ruthless people do not talk much, should not care about things he never do not care, should not ask never ask, do things very reliable? He is too much like this kind of bodyguard. Jiang Ge returned to Zhang Nuanan's room inside waiting for news. Less than 10 minutes Tianyi came to knock on the door. After Jiang Ge came out, Tianyi said to him, "Wang Yuxing in the rooftop. Just him alone. This guy and the contact person want to buy your life." Ha! Jiang Ge heard that Tianyi that expressed how much contempt for Wang Yuxing. He this Tianyi no, one to protect people, can also be the kind of minions he contacted hurt? This is not funny. Jiang Ge thought about it and shouted into the room. Hot xin. My bodyguard lost his cell phone. I'll go find it for him. Ask the front desk if anyone picked it up. Lu Hao was guarding the door. I'll be back in a while. Oh, good. The room replied with Chapter Noonan. Jiang Ge let Lu Hao guard the doorway and led Tianyi into the stairwell towards the rooftop. The height of this hotel is not very high, the highest on the 27th floor. In the upward climb a layer of stairs, it will be to the rooftop. Here is not open to the public. Usually the door is locked. Also do not know Wang Yuxing from where to get the key. Open the door of the roof. He chose to make the call from the roof of the building precisely to avoid people. After all, something like buying a murder can't be overheard by others. But he didn't realize that this just facilitated Ginger's actions. Pushing open the door to the roof of the building, a gust of wind blew in, and Django and Tianyi arrived on top of the roof. At this time it is already evening. The sunset in the distance stained red sky clouds. Beautiful. There is a wind on the roof of the building, huffing and puffing. Wang Yuxing lying on the edge of the fence, dialing the phone, and did not notice that behind the roof of the building more than 2 people. Jiang Ge led Tianyi over to behind Wang Yuxing. Who are you calling? Jiang Ge suddenly opened his mouth and gave Wang Yuxing a jump. Wang Yuxing immediately turned around, saw Jiang Ge and Tianyi, and immediately hung up the phone, saying sheepishly, "No, a call to the family." Anything? Jiang Ge thought to himself, you are supposed to call your family, but he didn't say anything. Instead his eyes searched up on the roof of the building and found a piece of steel pipe of about 1 meter, walked over and picked it up. Then he carried the steel pipe towards Wang Yuxing. Wang Yuxing instantly thought of the scene in the room today by Jiang Ge brutal beatings. The afternoon he was in the hospital stitches for the afternoon. Now his head well wrapped in gauze. He still wants to do it to himself? Wang Yuxing was a bit scared and said to Jiang Ge, "Look at me like this. You've hit and beaten. Pretty much forget about it. I've already gotten my punishment." Ginger said faintly, "Is that so? I don't think the punishment is enough." Then swung up the steel pipe towards Wang Yuxing body smashed. Wang Yuxing raised his arm to block. The steel pipe smashed in his small arm, issued clang 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 sound, smashed a few. Wang Yuxing arm is full of bruises, but he did not fight back. For one thing, his physique is also not qualified to fight back with the young and strong Jiang Ge, and secondly, behind the Jiang Ge also stood a Tianyi. The physical son of the body at a glance is not a good deal with the players. He wouldn't be able to beat 2 people no matter what, and right now he couldn't climb 2 steps of stairs without gasping, let alone fight. Besides, Ginger still has a gun. So as long as he doesn't pull it out, a few hits are fine. He then thought that Jiang Ge was just venting the anger in his heart, and that he would bear with him and let him beat him a few times and then he would get over it. He also thought, don't look at the arrogance of you now, give the kid, I'll wait. He had wanted to find someone to get Ginger killed, but now he had changed his mind, and it wasn't as simple as getting him killed. He's going to make those catch Ginger, and he's going to take the stuff himself and beat Ginger severely and violently. Let him taste the taste of being beaten. This would release the indignation in his heart. Jiang Ge's steel pipe hurt more than one at a time. He really couldn't take it anymore. With a crying voice, he begged for forgiveness. Please don't hit me. I can give you compensation. You tell me. How much money do you want? As long as you stop. Jiang Ge stopped his attack, gasping for air, lifting the steel pipe and pointing at the fence at the edge of the roof of the building that was more than a meter in height. He said to Wang Yuxing, do you think I'm short of money? Want me to stop? Right. Fine. As long as you climb on top of this fence and stand on it for a minute, I'll let you go. Wang Yuxing held the fence and looked at the bottom, and said to Jiang Ge with a difficult face, don't be like this. It's too dangerous to stand on it, in case I fall down. Ginger threatened. It's fine if you don't stand. Then let me hit you 100 more times. Wang Yuxing really cannot afford to be beaten by Jianga again. Forced to do nothing, he chose to climb the fence and stand on it for a minute. Ginger looked down at the fence he was trying to climb, facing the street, with people coming and going below, and said to him, "Come climb this way." Wang Yuxing walked over, and Jianga looked for the side of the hotel, a brick-paved empty space below, and there was no one. Ginger signaled him to climb on this side. Wang Yuxing's obese body climbed up with some difficulty, stood up trembling, and said to Jianga, "You keep your word for 1 minute." Jianga took out his cell phone and tapped a countdown. The countdown of 1 minute had already begun, and held up his phone to show Wang Yuxing. "That's right, just 1 minute." Wang Yuxing gave a dark breath to himself, maintaining his body's balance while keeping an eye on the countdown on Zhang Ji's cell phone. Above the fence is actually not narrow. If the height is not so high, there is no psychological pressure. A normal person standing on it for an hour will not fall off. Running back and forth on it is no problem. Wang Yuxing made himself not to look at the height so high outside. He paid attention to the time, and soon 30 seconds passed. 30 seconds to go, he thought in his mind. It's not that hard. At that moment a gust of wind blew by, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall down the stairs. His body swayed at once, and he crouched down, his body weight pressed down, and his hands held on the fence to stabilize himself. Although he didn't fall, but this made him shocked out of a cold sweat, and his close clothes were wet with sweat all of a sudden. Squatting doesn't count. Ginger's voice came and pressed pause on the cell phone screen. Wang Yuxing looked at the time. 24 seconds left. Just hold on a little longer. It's almost time. Wang Yuxing secretly cheered for himself, then slowly stood up. But he experienced what it meant to spend seconds like years, because he didn't know when the wind would blow again. He was all tensed up, his mind on high alert, as Ginger pressed the start button again and the countdown continued up from 24 seconds. Finally, 20 seconds passed. There was no more blistering wind blowing like just now. Wang Yuxing looked at the countdown. There were still 3 seconds left. 2 seconds. 1 second. The countdown is over. A minute had passed, and he was still standing nicely on the fence, not falling. Wang Yuxing bent down and said to Jianga, "1 minute is up. We had a deal." Jianga turned off his cell phone and put it into his pocket, then nodded at Wang Yuxing and said, "That's right, come down, I'll let you go." At that moment, Wang Yuxing was surprisingly happy in his heart for a moment, and the nerves and muscles that had just been tense suddenly relaxed, and he was ready to come down. But just at this time, Jianga swung up the steel pipe and smashed at him again. Wang Yuxing was surprised by this sudden attack, and immediately subconsciously blocked with his hand, but his body lost its center of gravity and fell towards the outside of the fence. He instantly stared at Jianga with wide eyes. The eyes were filled with extreme unwillingness and anger. "You tricked me!" He let out a roar of extreme anger, but his body fell towards the stairs, his entire body falling into the air, with nothing around to grab onto. He felt the approach of death, his hand flailing wildly but only catching air. He looked at the sky, and above the fence, Ginger, holding onto the fence, was looking at him with a smile on his face. In that instant, Wang Yuxing was willing to trade everything he had to let Jianga die. It was so ruthless. However, his wish could not be realized. Bang! Loud bang. Wang Yuxing fell to the brick floor and fell into a puddle of mud. Even in death, his eyes of resignation and anger remained open, staring at the sky in bewilderment. Ginger put his head back, picked up a tattered rag on the roof of the building, wiped the pole he was holding in his hand, and put it back in place. Then he said to Tianyi, "Mr. Wang, the general manager of Star River Entertainment, because of the attempted rape, was so ashamed after his conscience came out that he jumped off a building and committed suicide. Alas, if I had known this, why would I have done it in the first place?" Tian said as he looked at Ginger. "The police will be suspicious of the bruises from the beatings on his body." Ginger said, "It doesn't matter. They can't arrest me without evidence anyway." Tianyi said indifferently, "If you wanted to kill him, why did you lie to him and say that you would let him go if you stood on the fence for a minute?" Ginger said, "I just love to see him get his hopes up and then finally dash them. People like that not only deserve to fucking die, they deserve mental torture." Tianyi looked at Jianggu and said with a serious face, "I think you might need to see a psychiatrist. Do you want me to contact one for you?" Ginger shrugged. "Fine. I'd like to go deeper into my heart too." With that, they headed for the stairwell. Tenchi followed Ginger back to the 27th floor, walked Ginger back to the door of his room, all the way, then back up the stairwell, back to the roof, and over to where the steel pipe Ginger had thrown down had been. He thought about it and picked up the pipe and headed downstairs. A few minutes later, he returned to the 27th floor and wanted to go and change the guard with Lu Hao, but he saw that Jianggu was still standing at the doorway and didn't go in. Ginger turned to him and asked, "What did you go back for again?" Tianyi looked at Jiang Ge, faintly smiled and said, I have seen the bold, but I have not seen the bold so big. The murder weapon dare to casually stay at the scene of the crime. Really good. Ginger, I scrubbed. Tianyi shook his head and didn't say much to Jiang Ge, only saying, I've helped you hide it, but this matter, I'm going to report it to Long Linping. Jiang Ge looked at Tianyi, and after a moment, he seemed to know that he couldn't change Tianyi's mind, and dryly and wrongly nodded his head, took a deep breath, as if he was ready, and said to him, all right, you can report it to him right now, and I'll just wait here and listen to what he has to say. Tianyi took out his cell phone and dialed Long Linping's phone number. The phone rang twice, before it was answered. Long Linping's calm voice came from the opposite side. Tianyi, what is it? Tenchi weighed his words and whispered into the phone about the day's events. Until the end of the speech, Long Linping was listening quietly. After listening, Long Linping did not comment on Zhang Ji's getting Wang Yuxing killed, but a murderous aura erupted from his flat tone, causing even Tianyi to be secretly shocked. God damn it! Someone dares to have mischievous intentions towards my future daughter-in-law. Tired of living. Tianyi heard this sentence. Really was Long Linping that tone of voice contained in the killing a shock? To know that Long Linping but really seen the big waves of people. The heart has long been cultivated to face all things are not shocked. Even the crisis between the international, have not made Long Linping so angry. As a former personal bodyguard of Long Linping, he knew that this time Long Linping was really angry. His anger, Tianyi believed that no one in this world could withstand it. Subsequently, it was Tenchi who understood the literal meaning of the words. Daughter-in-law? Zhang Nuanan is his future daughter-in-law? And Zhang Nuanan is Ginger's girlfriend. Wouldn't that mean that Jiang Ge was Long Linping's son? Oh my god. This news was tantamount to a heavy bomb that exploded in Tianyi's mind. Tianyi then realized how important Zhang Ji's identity was. No wonder Long Linping had sent himself to protect him. He immediately felt how sacred this mission of his was. He knew about Long Linping's family. He only knew that he only had one child, a daughter, who was now studying abroad. A few years older than Jiang Ge, he had once participated in a mission to escort her, so he knew her. However, he had never really heard that Long Linping had a son, and when combined with the different surnames of the two of them, there was only one conclusion: Jiang Ge was Long Linping's illegitimate son. That's some big, shocking news, and Tianyi instantly understood that Wang Yuxing was really 10 lives were not enough for him to die. On the phone Long Linping then said to Tianyi, that Wang Yuxing, damn it, in the future, don't let Jiang Ge do anything like this. You do it. Tianyi nodded at once. Yes. Then Long Linping's tone suddenly became much milder and said, the matter of the psychiatrist. You arrange it for him. I haven't been by his side since he was a child, so I don't know what he's been through. Is Jiang Ge beside you? Give him the phone. I'll have a word with him. Yes, right next to it. Tianyi handed over his cell phone to Jiang Ge, who couldn't hear Long Linping's words just now and didn't know what he said to Tianyi, and accepted the phone with a slightly apprehensive mood. Hey, Jiang Ge, I understand your feelings on this matter, but you have to know your status. There are some things that can't be too out of the ordinary. Do you understand what I mean? Long Linping said in a serious tone. Got it. Ginger nodded in response. Then Long Linping said to him, if there's anything in the future, leave it to Tianyi. I've already told him. If you have time, next time we'll make an appointment. I'd like to meet you. What do you think? Okay. Ginger had little reason to refuse, so he had to agree. But he was still very happy in his heart. This time, Long Linping's attitude was beyond his imagination. He had thought that Long Linping would be angry at what he did, but it turned out that he wasn't. Since he was so nice to himself, it was fine to meet him. That's all for now then. I still have some things to take care of, Long Linping said. Bye. Ginger hung up the phone and sighed in relief, handing the phone back to Tianyi and giving him a smug smile. Tianyi also laughed and said to Jiang Ge, don't be complacent. He approved the psychiatrist thing. I'll find you a top expert to treat you properly. Ginger made a disinterested face and said, I'm not sick, so what's the treatment for? Tenchi said, you can't do something like that on the roof without some mental illness. Jiang Ge shrugged his shoulders, or a face of indifference. He can have what mental illness, at most. It is just a little bit of psychopathy. No big deal. But here's the thing. Ginger's plan isn't finished. Things haven't been resolved to the root cause. Zhang Nuanan signing is with the Star Ocean Company signed. A Wang Yuxing died. There may be the next Wang Yuxing. The third Wang Yuxing. Want to completely solve the problem? That is to control the Star Ocean Company in their own hands. Then Zhang Nuanan's work by their own words. He said vacation on vacation. No one can then control Zhang Nuanan through the contract. The only way things can be considered a perfect solution. As for the method of controlling Star Ocean Company, Jiang Ge had already planned for a long time ago. The method was simple and rough. That is, to directly buy it down, and act as the president of Star Ocean Entertainment himself. Jang-gu said to Tian-yi, the card that Long Linping gave me. I put it inside the drawer of my bedroom. You send someone back. Take that card and buy Star Ocean Entertainment for me. Trinity nodded. Okay. Underscore 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 underscore. A few days have passed and the entertainment industry has made several big news stories in a row. The first one is, Wang Yusheng, the former president of Star Ocean Entertainment, jumped to his death. The official notice that came out identified it as a suicide, but there are some folk rumors that Wang Yusheng suffered beatings during his lifetime, bruises all over his body, and was forced to jump off the building. In response to this rumor, many netizens have said, great news, I've heard that Wang Yusheng has wrecked a lot of teenage stars, so he must have messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with, and was retaliated against, and he deserves to live a couple of times. Pure passerby. Spectating and eating. There are a few clean ones in the entertainment industry, the darkness of which we civilians don't understand, and it's possible that they were done in by their competitors. This news looks like a suicide. There must be a hidden conspiracy behind it. Upstairs this LD, I've been stalking you for over half a month now. You're a fucking news story commenting on conspiracies behind the scenes. Old conspiracy theory. Ha ha ha, let's make a CP for the two upstairs. It's good that this fat pig died. I've been looking forward to his death for a long time. Do you guys know that there was a star who was particularly hot? Called Blue Feathersweet. Simply pure goddess. It's his company. But she was hidden by the company when she was the hottest. My favorite goddess. I never saw her again. I don't believe you when you say there's no such thing as a fat pig behind this. Upstairs I support you. One of my classmates' cousin is working in Star River Entertainment. I heard that it is Wang Yusheng order to hide Blue Feathersweet. Too bad. At first I can also like her. On the face value is no less than today's universal goddess Zhang Nuanan. Although I also like Zhang Nuanan. Comments are all kinds of fluff and say whatever they want. And the second big news. Star Ocean Entertainment has been bought out by a wholly owned mystery man. So who's the big boss behind it all? Comments section netizens again each show their skills. Said whoever acquired. Whoever the mysterious big son of the family so-and-so rich second generation and so on. There was also a lot of talk, but no one guessed Ginger. After all, Ginger wasn't famous either, so of course they couldn't guess on him. In other news, there is a new president of Star River Entertainment coming on board, but strangely enough, Star Ocean Entertainment has not disclosed the name of the new president. There are so many journalists poking around through their connections within Star Ocean Entertainment, trying to get an exclusive, but strangely enough, even many of the insiders don't know who their new president is, which is a strange thing to say. Who the hell is that? Many netizens who follow the entertainment industry are once again speculating, and at this point, not to mention them, even Zhang Nannan was kept in the dark. Zhang Nuanan also knew about these news through her colleagues within the company. At this time she was walking with Zhang Gu in the park of Kaiyun City. Today, probably because of the working day, there were not so many people in the park. There was a flock of wild ducks and a few white swans in the park's creek. Zhang Nuanan held Zhang Ji's hand and walked along the river, looking at the wild ducks and swans in the river, as if he was thinking of something in his heart. Who do you think is so rich to buy our company outright? Is that new president the same person who bought the company? Zhang Nuanan spoke all the questions in his heart in one breath to Zhang Gu. Ginger laughed and replied, I'm not an immortal. How would I know? Zhang Nuanan was still thinking about this matter. After all, it was related to her future career. However, she also felt that no matter who sat in that position, it was definitely better than Wang Yusheng. Suddenly, Zhang Nuanan received a message on her cell phone, which was sent to her by the company's presidential assistant. The message said that at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the new president wanted to see her and asked her to go to the office. Zhang Nuanan messaged back to ask the president's assistant who the new president really is, but the president's assistant returned that she didn't know. This left Zhang Nuanan speechless. What kind of person was so mysterious that even the president's assistant didn't know? The president's assistant gave her back. She also just received a phone call from the president, only to hear his voice, not to see his person. If not the acquisition of information above that phone number. He thought that he received a phone call from a liar. After Zhang Nuanan finished communicating with the president's assistant, he looked at the time on his cell phone and realized that it was already 2:30. Ginger asked, pretending not to know anything, what's wrong? Is something wrong? Zhang Nuanan said, that new president said he wants to see me. Might be at the company by 3 o'clock. I'd like to see what this new president really is. Ginger said, it's only half an hour, so I'll give you a ride. Okay. Zhang Nuanan nodded, and the two of them walked towards the exit of the park. while Tanny and Lu Hao just kept following the two of them not far away. When they got to the car, Zhang Gu and Zhang Nuanan sat in the back seat. Lu Hao was in charge of driving, and Tanny sat in the passenger seat. Go to Star Ocean Entertainment. Ginger spoke. Lu Hao then immediately started the car and drove towards Star Ocean Entertainment. Star Ocean Entertainment's headquarters was in Xinhai City, a super first-tier big city in the country. But in Kaiyun City, there was also a branch. Just now the president's assistant said to Zhang Nannan, is to let her go to the branch's president's office. She said she was also present, waiting to witness the new president's face. The car quickly drove to the downstairs of Star Ocean Entertainment. After Zhang Nuanan got out of the car, he said to Zhang Gu, then I'll go first, you go back to the hotel and wait for me. I would have liked to walk around the park with you in the afternoon, but I can only do it another day. But she didn't realize that Ginger had also stepped down from the car, walked over to her, and said to her, why don't I accompany you inside? Zhang Nuanan froze for a moment and said, that's not good, you're not from our company. Ginger said, I wasn't afraid that new president would bully you. Zhang Nannan pondered, no way, there are so many people in the company. But once she remembered what happened in the hotel that day, her most trusting assistant was present all. At that moment, she was a little worried again, as if that incident had created a psychological shadow for her. Ginger said, I'll just stay with you. I'm not doing anything, just say I'm your bodyguard. Zhang Nuanan thought about it and immediately agreed happily. Okay, then you can accompany me. Zhang Nuanan walked inside the company, and Jiang Gu made a show of following behind her as a bodyguard. Behind Jiang Gu, followed by two bodyguards. They are bodyguards. A few people just walked into the Star Ocean Entertainment Company, took the elevator and came directly to the 33rd floor, the floor where the president's office was located. Zhang Nuanan tidied up her makeup in the elevator, and after the elevator door opened, she stepped on her high heels and walked towards the president's class office. The door was open. She walked to the door and looked inside first, only to see a gorgeous woman in professional attire, the president's assistant, Yang Ling. When Yang Ling saw Zhang Nannan, she immediately called her in, and Zhang Nannan asked her, where is the new president? Yang Ling looked puzzled. I don't know, it hasn't come yet. At that moment, Zhang Gu nonchalantly walked into the middle of the office and sat down on the president's leather boss chair. Zhang Nuanan was talking to Yang Ling, and when she saw Zhang Gu sitting there, she immediately jogged over and pulled Zhang Gu up. What are you doing sitting here? In case the new president sees you, it's not good. Zhang Gu had an innocent look on his face. I'm tired of walking, so I'll just sit down and rest. Yang Ling asked suspiciously to Zhang Nannan, who is this? Zhang Nuanan could only follow what he said in front of the company and said, he is my bodyguard. Yang Ling is also speechless. This bodyguard looks so unprofessional, but after all, it was the person Zhang Nuanan had brought with her, so she couldn't say too much, and just said politely, Mr. Bodyguard, there are seats in the next office as well, so why don't you go there and take a rest? Ginger laughed and decided not to tease them. But honestly, it was kind of fun. He sat in that president's seat again and said to them, don't wait, I'm your new president. Zhang Nuanan walked over and stretched out her slender hand, reaching under the table. She secretly twisted it on Ginger's thigh. Ginger let out a "oh," and his body slumped down, his hands covering his thighs. Yang Ling asked with some concern, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? In her heart, she thought that this bodyguard that Zhang Nuanan had found would not be mentally challenged. Zhang Nuanan's hand was twisting Zhanga under the table. Yang Ling couldn't see it. Now she pulled her hand out and gestured at Yang Ling with an apologetic face with her finger on Zhanga's head, as if she was saying again, ignore him, he's got a brain problem. Yang Ling said in her heart that usually high and cold goddess Zhang Nannan, how could she find such an unreliable bodyguard? She was very speechless, but after all, it was Zhang Nuanan who found it himself, so she couldn't say anything. Maybe there was something over the top about him. Zhang Nuanan tugged on Zhanga's arm and yanked him up from his chair, directly pulling him out of the office beyond, and Zhanga didn't exert any effort. Otherwise how could she pull him? Zhang Nuanan twisted also does not hurt, but Jiang Gu is know how to cooperate, no matter twisted pain or not, must show a very painful look, preferably equipped with screams. In this case, the woman will get lighter and lighter, and vice versa will be more and more heavy. Zhang Nuanan pulled Zhanga to the door and whispered to him, Zhanga, stop. If you're tired, I'll take you next door for a rest, okay? Ginger Heart said, I tell the truth, no one believe it, right? Okay, I'm going to take a break next door and see where you can find your new president. Ginger then nodded. Zhang Nuanan wanted to take him to the next office. When passing through the doorway, the presidential assistant in the house, Yang Ling, saw it. She also arrived. Zhang Nuanan also came. These people are all here. The new president, why has not yet appeared? She just thought she'd give him a call and ask what was going on. But after the call was dialed, the cell phone in Ginger's pocket rang. Yang Ling looked at Jianggu in the doorway and seemed to realize what. There was a look of surprise and confusion. Jianggu heard his cell phone ringing and pulled it out of his pocket. At a glance he knew who was calling. He turned his head to look inside the president's office. Yang Ling was looking at him as if she was petrified with her cell phone raised. Ginger pressed the answer button. Hello? The voice came out from the microphone of Yang Ling's phone, and Yang Ling instantly realized that the young man in front of her, the one who claimed to be Zhang Nuanan's bodyguard, was their new president. Zhang Nuanan also noticed the two of them looking at each other, but she didn't seem to realize what was going on at this point. Waving her hand at Zhang Ge, come over here. Don't look. Yang Ling walked over towards Zhang Ge. Her high heels stepping on the brown solid wood floor made a thud 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 sound. She walked in front of Zhang Ge, and said respectfully to Zhang Ge, good day, President. I'm sorry, there was a little misunderstanding just now. This time, it was Zhang Nanan's turn to be petrified. You, what did you just call him? Yang Ling replied seriously to Zhang Nuanan. Hot Xin. He is our new president. Jiang Gu. Yang Ling then spat out in a small voice. You even hired the new president to be your bodyguard. How dare you? Not. Zhang Nuanan immediately looked at Jiang Gu with a surprised face, his mind filled with question marks. Jiang Gu could feel her doubt, smiled and explained, after the last time, I'm not afraid that you'll be bullied by your superiors. No, I sold your company down, and I'll personally be the president, so no one will be able to bully you anymore. And your contract, no one will be able to constrain you with a contract anymore, because from now on, Star Ocean Entertainment, I call the shots. Zhang Nuanan looked at Jiang Ge, an inexplicable burst of emotion. Tears unconsciously flowed out of her eyes. She directly jumped into Zhang Ji's arms, moved to cry. A sight of the president's assistant is also to see understand. This wave of dog food came to the sudden defense, but also what bodyguard? That which is the bodyguard this is clearly the boyfriend These two are shelved for an idol drama, or the domineering kind. The sour rotting smell of love is so pungent. It made her nose sore as a single woman in her 30s. At this time, Yang Ling suddenly realized that the company seems to have a rule that artists can't fall in love casually to come. But on second thought, what regulations Now Jiang Gu is the president. Regulations or not, he said it counts. Zhang Nuanan touched for a while, suddenly realized that there are people on the side. Let people see how embarrassing Then she hurriedly wiped her tears and stood up from Jiang Ji's arms, and asked to Jiang Gu, where did you get so much money? Buying Star Ocean Entertainment costs a lot of money, right? Jiang Ge replied unconcernedly, didn't I say it? I made some money doing business and didn't spend much, which accounts for less than 1% of my total assets, right? Zhang Nuanan's skill points were probably all added to her talent and face value, and she wasn't too sensitive to this aspect of numbers, only knowing that this should be a lot of money, but with little concrete concept. However, Yang Ling on the side was different. As the president's assistant, she was not just a flamboyant person. As a highly talented student, she was extremely sensitive to numbers. She knew that Star Ocean Entertainment's acquisition price was $80 billion, even if it's 1% of his total assets. Wouldn't that bring Kanger's total assets to a horrifying 8 trillion? What kind of concept is that? Musk, the richest man in the world, is only worth a little over a few $1 trillion, and his assets alone compare to 7 or 8 of the richest men in the world? And the world's richest list above are some of the older people? The age of the youngest also have 50 years old, and Jiang Ge is just the early 20s. How can he have such a big fortune? If Ginger wasn't talking out of his ass, she really didn't dare to imagine what kind of a person Ginger really was. He must be the son of some big family, she thought. Let's talk about work, Ginger said as he walked into the president's office and sat down on the president's chair. This time there was no one to stop him. President, what are your orders? Yang Ling and Zhang Nuanan both walked in. Yang Ling opened her mouth and inquired to Jiang Gu. Jiang Ge said to Yang Ling, that assistant of Zhang Nuanan, Sister Lian. What's her full name? Her last name is Jean. Her full name is Jean Lian. Yang Ling replied. Jiang Ge cannot help but nod. This name is named. No wonder never heard don't call her by her full name. It's always called Sister Lian or Alian. Dare I say it? The full name is really hard to say for this reason. For Jean Lian, Jiang Ge had no intention of letting her go. If it wasn't for her at that time, Zhang Nuanan wouldn't have been pitched into Wang Yuxing's room and narrowly escaped the scourge. This woman was as hateful as Wang Yuxing in Zhang Ji's opinion. Call her into my office, Ginger commanded. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Yang Ling immediately dialed the phone and called Jinlian to come over and Jinlian hadn't known why the new president was seeing her. The new mysterious president, who had just taken office, had called her over. Could it be that something good was happening? After all, she hadn't been with the company for a short time, and was indeed an agent with credentials and strength. Jinlian purposely changed into a new outfit and came to the president's office. And as soon as she saw Zhang Gu sitting in the president's seat, she was dumbfounded. And there was Zhang Nuanan present. To Zhang Nuanan, she really has no face to see her again. As soon as Zhang Nuanan saw Jinlian, she also showed a complicated expression and turned her head to the side, unwilling to see her. Yang Ling said to Jinlian, "This is our company's trusted president, Mr. Jiang." "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Jinlian greeted somewhat sheepishly. Zhanga didn't beat around the bush with her and said to her, "Jinlian, you're fired, and I just called the police, so you're waiting to be taken away by the police comrades to be investigated." Golden Lotus realized at once that she had done something wrong, that what she had done that day, blocking the door, had created a crime, and that, more than once, she had done this kind of thing. Retribution had finally come, and now she had not only lost her career, but was also about to be arrested by the police, which caused her mood to hit rock bottom, and her legs nearly collapsed to the ground. In fact, since she heard the news that Wang Yuxing jumped to his death, she had begun to panic. Wang Yuxing, this kind of person she knows too well. Extreme egoism. How could this kind of person commit suicide? About this news of a wind rumor she also heard in the ears. He felt that one of the claims is the most likely. That is, Wang Yuxing was retaliated to be forced to jump off the building. Since that time, she hadn't slept well in the past few days. After Wang Yuxing messed with Zhang Nuanan, he was retaliated on the same day. So what's next? Could it be her? So she had spent the last few days down there in extreme panic and worry. But she hadn't expected that retribution would come so soon. "Mr. Jiang, please can you not call the police? My life will be ruined if the police come. Please, Mr. Kong, hot xin, please help me to say something. It seems that on the basis of our previous love, please can you forgive me this time? Just once, please hot xin." Golden Lotus directly fell to her knees and begged for mercy. Kneeling on the ground, Jinlian had a miserable look and cried. And those who did not know thought that she had suffered as much as she had been wronged. For Jinlian's begging for mercy, Zhanga was not the slightest bit moved, and even had a hint of pleasure in his heart. The more miserable the look, the happier he was. Ginger thought, this can't be why he needs to see a psychiatrist, can it? Zhanga looked at Zhang Nuanan. He was a little worried that Zhang Nuanan would be impressed by such a tragic situation. After all, sometimes, the kind-hearted always have a soft heart. Zhang Nuanan heard Jinlian shout, turned his head and looked at Jinlian, who was kneeling on the ground and crying. The former sister Lian had fallen into such a miserable state. Zhang Nanan's heart was also hard. However, she replied to Jinlian, "Don't beg me. I won't forgive you. Do you know how desperate I was inside the room? I was also crying and begging you to open the door. Did you open the door for me? The ending now is the punishment you deserve." Lin Hot's eyes reddened as she uttered the above words, and when she finished she walked out of the office and into the unoccupied conference room next door, sitting down in a chair to calm herself. Seeing that it was hopeless to turn to Zhang Nannan for help, Jilian's last glimmer of hope was dashed down. The police came, and Tenchi told them something, then just took Jinlian away. It was only after sending Ginger away that Ginger felt perfect about the whole thing. After Zhang Nuanan stayed in the conference room for a while, she heard the commotion outside, opened the door a crack, and saw the scene of Jinlian being taken away by the police. At this moment, she instead calmed down inwardly. She opened the door and walked out, returned to the president's office, and said earnestly to Zhanga, "Zhanga, thank you." Ginger smiled gently. "You're welcome." In that moment, Zhang Nuanan saw Zhang Ji's smile, and she felt that Goddess of Fortune stood behind her in order for him to meet such a good man. After settling the matter of Jinlian, Zhanga sat on a chair, crossed his legs, deliberately made a bossy appearance, and said to Zhang Nuanan, "Hot xin, do you want to take a vacation or do you want to work? Feel free." Zhang Nannan was amused by Zhang Ji's appearance and said with a meta voice, "Only the Zhang Nannan at work is the perfect Zhang Nannan." Ginger nodded and quirked. "Ouch, not bad." Then Ginger turned to a serious tone and continued, "I'm going to have to find you a new assistant then." Zhang Nuanan said, "Why don't I choose myself at the company? I have the right person." Ginger nodded. "Okay, if you say so." This matter will be left to Zhang Nuanan's own choice. What about her work matters? Zhang Gu also does not ask questions. In the future, she will be able to work more freely. Will not be because of the company's oppression. To pick up some do not like the show or drama. Zhang Nuanan was of course very happy. At this time, she leaned over to Zhang Ji's ear and said to him mysteriously, "Zhang Gu, do you want me to find you a second room? You're such a good husband. I can't enjoy it alone." Zhang Gu was stunned, his eyes shocked at the smiling Zhang Nuanan. his brain running fast, thinking whether this will be a trap. Ginger smiled sarcastically and said, "Is 1 second house enough? What about a third room, a fourth room, a fifth room, and a sixth room?" Zhang Nuanan's slender jade hand directly grabbed on Zhang Ji's ear. "Good. You really are not honest. Even want to find so many rooms. Can your waist stand it?" Yang Ling, who was silently drinking water on the side, almost didn't spurt out when she heard this. With an aggravated look on his face, Ginger said, "Didn't you tell me to look for it? If I tell you to look for it you will look for it. Then if I tell you to die will you die?" Zhang Nuanan laughed while unrelentingly questioning. Ginger immediately replied with eyes full of sincerity, "Yes, I will. I'm willing to do it for you." Although she knew that Zhang Gu was telling lies, Zhang Nuanan's hand couldn't help but loosen from Zhang Ji's ear, and she couldn't help but let a hint of redness fly on her face. "You're a mouthful. I really can't help it. Ha ha ha." Ginger couldn't help but laugh in triumph. But Zhang Nuanan suddenly said seriously to Zhang Gu, "Seriously, I don't mind at all if you find me a sister." Not knowing how she suddenly started this topic, Ginger continued to call out immodestly, "I'll get you 10. Zhang Nuanan didn't continue, but turned to Zhang Gu and said, "Zhang Gu, now that you're the president, help Lan Yu Sweet. When she wasn't even a debutante before, she was my good sister, and then she was snowed in by the company up until now. I really feel unfair for her." Regarding Blue Feather Sweet, Zhang Gu had already heard from Zhang Nuanan. He knew that she had refused Wang Yuxing's subterfuge and had ended up being snowed in. For such women, Zhang Gu was holding an attitude of admiration. After all, in the entertainment industry this big die stuff, who can guarantee that they are out of the muck and not stained? So far Ginger knows about Zhang Nuanan and Blue Feather Sweet, and that gesture of Blue Feather Sweet facing the darkness alone and not giving in was even more touching to Ginger. "Help, definitely help. Yang Ling, go and call Blue Feather Sweet to my office," Zhang Gu said. Yang Ling immediately went to do it. After the Blue Feather Sweet suffered unfair treatment, although cannot leave the company, but she does not come to the company from time to time. Want to find her to come over, but also have to make some effort. Zhang Gu instantly thought of what Zhang Nuanan had said to him. It couldn't be that he was referring to Blue Feather Sweet, could it? Half an hour later, Yang Ling walked into the president's office with Blue Feather Sweet. As soon as he saw Blue Feather Sweet's appearance, Zhang Gu was immediately shocked by her beauty. It turns out that a person's face value can really go straight to the sky. She was dressed in a plain outfit, a light blue dress that seemed to accentuate her melancholy. Although her face was only lightly made up, it was equally beautiful. As a result of the experiences she had suffered, her face wore a faint indifference, and deep in her eyes was the world, as if she had long ago seen through the world, and was disgusted with all the hypocrisy. The passion in her heart had long since been frozen deep within herself, and only then would she not be betrayed and hurt again. She just stood there, as if all the world's prosperity had nothing to do with her, carrying a transcendent aura that left the world behind. Zhang Gu felt that if Zhang Nuanan's beauty is a peach blossom in the spring breeze, then the Blue Feather Sweet is the delicate white pear flower after suffering from the ravages of the storm, so quiet and beautiful. Let the heart pity. "Good day, Mr. Jiang." Blue Feather Sweet opened her mouth lightly, greeting Jiang Gu softly. Her voice was like a light wind over the sand, her tone light as if the wind was blowing ripples, without a hint of currying favor or hope. "Blue Feather Sweet, you've told me all about Hot Xin. In the future, the company will restore all your resources and won't let you suffer any more injustice," Zhang Gu said to Lan Yu Sweet. From that moment on, it was as if there was an extra light in Blue Feather Sweet's eyes. "Really?" she asked softly. "Of course it's true," Ginger said again. In an instant, tears fell from Lan Yu Sweet's eyes without warning. She wiped her eyes, smiled embarrassedly and said, "Thank you Mr. Jiang." After the flat tone, there was a huge outburst of emotion. All the aggression and persistence that had been going on all along, all of it turned into tears and exploded out at this moment. Ginger couldn't help but be a bit infected by such a scene as well. Rubbing his eyes with moist eyes, Zhang Nuanan's eyes were similarly moist, and he walked over towards Lan Yu Sweet, reaching out to embrace her in his arms. It was a comforting hug that was far too long overdue, but now it had finally materialized. Yang Ling is also infected by this atmosphere. On the sidelines of the nose sour, the heart thought Wang Yuxing, you are really not a fucking thing. It is good to die. In the evening, Zhang Nuanan said that he wanted to receive Lan Yu Sweet, and booked the top hotel in the city. Inside the private room, there was a table full of delicious delicacies, and Zhang Nuanan, who usually didn't drink, took the initiative to raise his wine glass and said to Lan Yuxuang, "Yu Shuang, I wish you an early return to the peak of the hotness, and you're going to be even hotter than before." Blue Feather Sweet itself character is a little introverted. One quietly, at this time also picked up the wine glass. returned the toast, hot xin, thank you for helping me. If not you, I simply cannot survive over. Once I asked you to borrow money was known by your assistant. She was afraid that I implicated you. The next day went to ask for the money back, but you still quietly let your makeup artist to send the money back to me, said Lanyu, sweet eyes red again. Zhang Nuanan hastily stopped. Let's not mention the things in the past. Happy today. Don't cry. Blue Feather-Sweet rubbed her eyes to reveal a sweet smile and nodded. Aha! Both of them took a drink. There were just a few people at the table besides Zhang Nuanan and Blue Feather-Sweet, and of course Jiang Ge, who also called on Yang Ling, Tanny and Lu Hao. On the other hand, stood behind Jiang Ge with an unflagging look. Jiang Ge turned back to the two men and said, you two sit down and drink together. What are you afraid of? Tenchi said nothing. As soon as the sky refused, Lu Hao dared even more. Finally Jiang Ge compromised. If you really can't, can you two just sit and have some dinner with us? I won't let you drink. Tianyi then nodded and agreed to sit at the dinner table. Lu Hao was also pressed into a chair by Jiang Ge, and the big guys ate together. Due to the addition of the two of them, Zhang Nuanan took the initiative to move her seat so that the two of them could sit next to Jiang Ge, while she ran to sit next to Blue Feather-Sweet. Lan Yusui took the initiative to raise her glass and said to Jiang Ge, Mr. Jiang, I'll toast to you. How could Jiang Ge not accept this kind of beautiful woman's toast? Lifting the wine cup to signal a drink. Blue Feather-Sweet was similarly dry, but didn't want to be choked because she drank too quickly and coughed violently, causing her chest to shake. Zhang Nuanan patted her down, and it took a while for her to slow down. Sorry to make everyone laugh. Blue Feather-Sweet didn't know if it was from drinking or if it was caused by shyness. Her face was slightly red. That day Jiang Ge was very happy and drank a lot of wine, during which he saw Zhang Nuanan whispering in Lan Yusweet's ear, and Lan Yusweet looked towards him from time to time, blushing and lowering her head to show one smile after another. Is it hard to see yourself? Ginger rambled. After the banquet, Jiang Ge stayed another night with Zhang Nuanan, and the next day, he was ready to go back to his own city. Star Ocean Entertainment, this side of the company's normal operation on the line. The president of this thing, usually do not have to use, to a dog can be. Without him the company runs as usual. Zhang Nuanan and Blue Feather-Sweet are also going to throw themselves into their work. When it was time to leave, Zhang Nuanan and Blue Feather-Sweet sent Jiang Ge to the airport together, and the two women held hands and waved goodbye to Jiang Ge. After I finish filming this movie, I'll bring you Tian together to find you, Zhang Nuanan said to Jiang Ge. Jiang Ge was naturally happy and nodded. Okay, ha ha. Getting on a plane back to Linder City, Ginger returned to his villa. After a period of time, his safari park has been under intense construction. Jiang Ge and Zhao Li gave him the many programs, chose the most expensive one, but also proposed to build a private soccer field and basketball court in it. No special reason. Is more like these two sports just. The cannery's beverages have also been developed, and the first batch of new products has already entered the market. In fact, the cannery and drinks these bring him income. For his current assets are not worth mentioning, but Jiang Ge do not want to let go of them, because this field is related to the income of the local growers. With him, the growers of the yellow peaches will not worry about selling. Life is not so kind of burden. Leonor's injuries had also healed long ago, and the strong one once again followed behind Jiang Ge, becoming his right and left guardian with Tianyi. His photolithography machine and the drawings of the 6th-generation fighter plane of the United States have also been drawn. 2 drawings, placed inside the backpack he carries, has not been handed over to the country. Of course, this backpack is usually carried by Tianyi or Leonor. He wanted to wait for Long Linping to meet with him and hand it to him personally, but he didn't expect that Long Linping didn't look for himself during this period of time, so he should be too busy. On this day, Jiang Ge brought his right and left guardians and Zhao Li to the soccer field and basketball court that was built for him, looked at the beautiful scenery of the surrounding mountains, nodded his head, and said to Zhao Li, it's really well built, with the beautiful scenery and the wide view. It's just a pleasure to play soccer here. Zhao Li Hart said, of course, good. I do not know how you think must be in the mountains to build a soccer field and basketball court. This shitty place to find a piece of flat land is not easy. In order to build these 2 venues, you know how much money spent to fill the land. It's so rich, so free, so trenchant. Of course this could only be thought about in his mind. He didn't dare to say it directly. Zhao Li asked, Dong Jiang, you didn't come here today just to see this, right? Ginger smiled, looked at the bright weather with a warm breeze, and said to Zhao Li, of course not. I'm meeting 2 friends today to play soccer and basketball. Is building this here just to play ball with your friends? Joel thought to himself. Just as he finished speaking, he saw 2 helicopters flying in the sky, one on the left and one on the right, coming from different directions. Ginger looked at the helicopter and said, they're coming. Zhao Li looked at the sky and thought to himself, What friend is such a big shot, to fly a helicopter here? However, when the two helicopters landed, Zhao Li saw the two people who came down from the helicopter. Zhao Li was dumbfounded. Nice guy. These two are your friends? Zhao Li couldn't help but ask out loud in shock. Even if Zhao Li didn't pay much attention to the sports world, he knew these two people. A Big Yao, and a Messi. Two, both of Ginger's favorite ballplayers. One who plays basketball and one who plays soccer. Zhangde used the system to modify the friendship relationship with them and gave the appointment here today. Ginger then played soccer with Yao on the soccer field and basketball with Lionel Messi on the basketball court. And Ginger ended up winning both. Hey, just play. To Zhao Li are looking confused. This fucking. As he was having a good time, Tiani came over and said to Zhang Ge, the psychiatrist who made an appointment for you has arrived and is at your house. When do you think you'll see him? Ginger had never seen a psychiatrist and was very curious about this aspect, and wanted to meet one to see what psychiatrists were all about, and if they were as good as they were rumored to be. Then he invited Big Yao and Messi to be his guests at his house, and as best friends, neither of them excused themselves, and after playing for a while longer, they followed Ginger home together. Back at home, Zhangge told the two of them to make themselves at home, as if they were their own home, and Dajeo said that the doorframe of your house is too short, he does not want to go inside, and would like to play in the garden. Instead, Macy dives into the kitchen and says she's going to make Ginger a handmade treat from Argentina. Zhang Gu in his study to see the psychiatrist, is a female doctor, wearing a simple light-colored civilian clothes, the age of a more than 40 years old, always with a faint smile on his face, from top to bottom with a gentle temperament, so that Zhang Gu cannot help but feel a wave of affectionate feeling. Hello doctor. Ginger was the first to greet. That psychiatrist introduced herself. Hello Ginger, my name is Lin Yu. You can call me Sister Lin. Come and have a seat. Tiani told me you need to see a psychiatrist. Today is not a formal appointment. I just want to come and get to know you first, so it's easy for me to make some preparations. Is that okay? Ginger sat down on the couch and nodded. Yes. In fact, what Zhang Ge didn't know, from the moment he entered the door, Lin Yu had already been observing him through a professional perspective. And what she said under her breath that it wasn't a formal appointment was also meant to make Zhang Ge drop his guard in order to better observe his essence. The doctor continued. You can say whatever you want. Whatever comes to mind. No need to hide anything, okay? Ginger continued to nod. Yes. Well Ginger, I see you just got back. What did you just go and do? The doctor asked. Play ball. Ginger replied. Can you be more specific? With whom and what kind of ball? The doctor continued to ask. Playing soccer with Big Yao and basketball with Messi. Ginger replied. The doctor froze for a moment and asked. Are these two you're talking about, the Big Yao and Lionel Messi I know? Ginger nodded. Aha, they're at my house. They came back with me. Big Yao's sunning himself in the garden and Macy's cooking for me. Do you want to meet them? No need. The doctor said, still with a faint smile, and then wrote something in a notebook with a pen. Then the doctor asked, do you have many celebrity friends? Ginger replied very cooperatively. As long as I want, all the stars in the world are my friends. The doctor nodded and wrote down something else in his notebook. Another asked, how is your relationship with your parents? Ginger replied, it's pretty good except when it's bad. The doctor nodded and wrote down something else. Some more simple questions were asked, all of which Zhang Ge answered honestly, and at the end of the day, the doctor took out a blank A4 paper, placed it on the desk, and said to Zhang Ge, I heard Tiani say that you're very good at drawing. Can you draw a picture for me? Ginger stood up from the couch, walked over to the desk, picked up a pen, and asked the doctor, draw what? The doctor suggested to, can you draw me a picture consisting of a house, a sun, and a tree? Okay. Ginger nodded and drew. Instead of using the system's ability to bind the controller with the pen, he just drew. He drew a house first, a square with a triangular roof on top. The house had windows and a door. The lines were not as straight as his drawing paper. The doctor frowned slightly, watching quietly from the sidelines. Then Ginger drew a very tall and thick tree inside the house, which broke through the roof and grew branches and leaves on it. And then Ginger drew the sun into the house, crowding it so full that it almost burst the house. The doctor watched from behind, his frown deepening. Zhang Ge drawing suddenly rose a wave of inexplicable annoyance. Brush strokes suddenly aggravated, drawing spiral lines on the paper, and then draw faster and faster, until the whole house is painted, which stopped. The irritation in his mind suddenly disappeared at this point. Ginger picked up and held the drawing to show the doctor. Then asked, is this normal for me? Doc, one last question for you. Do you have any dreams? The doctor asked. Ginger thought for a moment and said, say whatever you want, right? The doctor nodded. Ginger said to the doctor, I want all the bad people in the world to fucking die. The world doesn't need prisons at all. Anyone who commits a crime, just shoot them, no matter if they are thieves, robbers, rapists, or queue jumpers, shoot them all. This would make a perfect world. One world. Human life isn't really that important, just like animals in nature. Like hares for example. Many die every day. But who cares? The doctor gave a silent look of surprise in his mind. Living up to his reputation as an expert didn't show half as much on his face. When Ginger finished speaking, she held out a hand to Ginger and said, "That concludes my diagnosis. Congratulations, Mr. Ginger, you're not sick." Ginger shook the psychiatrist's hand and looked surprised. "I'm not even sick here?" The psychiatrist nodded, still with a gentle smile on his face, and said to Ginger, "According to my analysis, you have a rebellious personality, a potentially antisocial personality, and a tendency towards violence, as well as a little bit of a rage disorder that is only triggered at certain times. For example, when you see or encounter something unfair happening, this can cause you to have destructive tendencies, such as wanting to blow up something or someone or even the whole world. You strive for perfection, hate evil, and are a bit depressed psychologically. But all of this is okay. It's all normal, as long as you know what's right and what's wrong and can control yourself. The cause of these personalities of yours is, I think, a psychological shadow suffered in your childhood. If I am not mistaken, there was a time between the ages of 8 to 16 when you had a very depressing time, perhaps suffering from domestic violence or violence at school. Which one was it? Ginger's thoughts suddenly went back to when he was 13 years old and in the 6th grade. Both, he replied. At that time in school, he was bullied by a bad student, and when he came home and told his father, he was greeted with a scolding from his father. Father scolded him for being useless and wouldn't fight back himself. He was still bullied later, but never told his parents again and suffered in silence. This depressing period didn't end until I moved to middle school and changed schools. In retrospect, that period of time was indeed a particularly depressing time. But then after he went to junior high school, he slowly seemed to have faded those unpleasant things into oblivion. After all these years, he thought he had long forgotten those things, and even when he thought about it, he was very blasé, as if it hadn't happened to him. But now he realized that what had happened during that time had long since turned into a shadow burned into his heart, melting into his character, never to be torn away. When he grew up he knew that what his father did at that time was not right. But perhaps adults also have adults not easy. And then his father's temper changed a lot. Without the previous irascibility and irrationality, he could choose to forgive. But he remembered that once the little brute that bullied him, he could not help but rise from the bottom of his heart a hatred. That time Janga in the town to go to school. That bully his student's family is in the town. I heard that he stopped going to school a long time ago, married and had a child. Ginger thought to herself, why should he still have a wife and children and live a peaceful life as if nothing had happened, while she has to bear this psychological shadow for the rest of her life? On what grounds? What do you lack in yourself now? Money? Power? Women? He doesn't lack any of them. The only thing he lacked was the oath he secretly made in his heart when he was bullied when he was young: it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. It was that one sentence that sustained him through that darkest time in his life. 10 years had now passed and now he was going to fulfill that vow. After Django thought about it for a while, he said that he was worthy of being a professional psychiatrist. It only took a few words to find out the shadows in his psyche. He said to the psychiatrist, "Doctor, thank you. I understand what you mean. I'm going to seek revenge on the kid who bullied me at school back then, and make him suffer 10 times and 100 times more." The doctor couldn't hold it together any longer this time, looked at Ginger with a shocked face, opened his mouth, and thought for a moment before saying, "No, I want you to find the shadow and overcome it. I didn't tell you to go to." Ginger interrupted her. "That's right. Won't I be free of shadows after I get my revenge? Doc, hey?" Ginger didn't wait for her to finish and walked out. The psychiatrist picked up the picture of Ginger, looked at it, and then chased after her with a worried look on her face. However, whatever she said again, Junga couldn't listen to her, and eventually the psychiatrist had no choice but to leave on her own. And on her way out she instructed Tiani to keep an eye on Junga, or else she didn't know what he would do. Tian Yixin said, "I don't have that kind of power." Tenchi finds Ginger and asks how Ginger is feeling. Janggu couldn't help but give Tani a thumbs up, praising him without mincing words. "Tani, you found this psychiatrist who's really absolutely brilliant. Professionalism-wise really invincible. I just had a brief chat with her and I discovered my true heart. Really bull." Tiani nodded suspiciously as he remembered Lin Yu's appearance when he left. Janga said to him, "Go and help me check out someone who should be living in our town right now. I was in the same class with him in the 6th grade of elementary school. His name is Luo Humin." Yes, Tiani accepted the mission without any hesitation, although he didn't know what Django was doing checking up on an elementary school classmate. As soon as Tenchi walked out, Macy walked towards Ginger with a plate of steaming food. Ginger, come and taste the food I made for you, Macy said with an excited face and an expectant look in her eyes, as if waiting for Ginger's compliments after tasting it. Ginger looks at the plate of food that looks like fried potato fries. Could it be that there is something hidden in it? He took the plate in his hands and went to the back garden to join Big Yao and Leonor to savor this Argentinian delicacy made by Messi himself. Ginger picked up one and put it in his mouth and ate it. Not only does it look like, but it tastes like fried potato fries. Turns out it's a plate of French fries. The potato strips were different sizes and cut unevenly. Some thick like Leonor's arm, some thin like one of Ginger's hairs. Of course, there's just a little bit of hyperbole in that description. Anyway, this plate of fried potato fries was a mix of thick and thin. Some were burnt, while others still had a hard core in the center and tasted undercooked. The three of them, Ginger and Leonor and Big Yao, all took a bite and stopped eating. What's wrong? Is it not good? Macy questioned the trio with a quizzical look. Ginger replied with a hard look on his face. Macy, in the future, you'd better play soccer properly. Don't ever change your profession to become a chef. Ha ha ha. A few people were amused by the comment. What the hell is Messi changing his career to become a chef? Messi himself laughed. Let's go. I'll take you to eat the Dragon Kingdom's food, Ginger said. The four of them laughed and headed outside. Ginger booked a private room at the top restaurant in the city and the four of them had a beautiful meal. After dinner, the busy Big Yao and Macy are leaving. Next time you go to my house to play, my house has a big door frame, Da Yao said jokingly as he patted Zhang Ji's shoulder. It seems to be mocking Ginger for being a dwarf. Jiang Gu is also helpless. 1 meter 86 big, standing in front of 2 meters 26 tall Big Yao heel, really with a dwarf-like. Ginger returned unconvincingly. Have you ever read the story of the lamb and the giraffe? Big Yao knew what Jiang Gu meant and let out a ha ha ha, a burst of laughter and then left. Ginger had someone drive them to the helicopter. Messi hugged Ginger and said, I admit that my cooking still needs work, and next time I invite you to Argentina to taste our real cuisine. Ginger nodded and said, no problem, but when Maisie was on her way out, she returned and asked Ginger, very curiously, what is the story of the lamb and the giraffe anyway? Ginger couldn't help but smile at Maisie's curious look and told him, it was that there was a broken down house with grass growing on the roof, and when the giraffe and the lamb saw it, they wanted to go and eat the grass, but the roof was so high that the lamb couldn't reach it, and could only watch the giraffe eat it. The giraffe laughed at the lamb for being too short to eat the grass on the roof, but the grass on the roof was soon eaten up, and the lamb found that the inside of the house was also full of grass, so it burrowed in and ate the grass inside, but this time the giraffe could not eat it because it was too high to burrow in. This story tells us that growing tall has its advantages and growing short has its advantages. Macy listened and nodded with both hands. Yes, this is a really good story. Today I learned another story about your dragon country. It's not a waste of time to come here. Ha ha ha. Messi then got in his car and followed Big Yao away. After Zhanga returned to the villa, he saw that Tiani had already returned. He came over to Zhanga and said, that elementary school classmate of yours, Luo Humin, is currently a farmer. He relies on growing yellow peaches for a living, and he planted a batch of early ripening yellow peaches, which are being pulled to the Hongfeng canning factory in a tractor to be sold at this moment. After hearing this, Zhanga grimaced and pulled out his cell phone to dial Ma Hongfeng's number. Luo Humin drove the tractor down the street, the bucket pulling a car full of yellow peaches. They are in plastic baskets, neatly yards in the car. Luo Humin while humming a little song, while smiling and roadside acquaintances to greet. Today he was in a very good mood. And now the red abundance of canneries to collect yellow peaches to the price of high. He calculated that the car should be able to sell 20,000 yuan. After the sale of the money after the buy a bottle of wine at night, and then go to the delicatessen to buy a kilogram of pig's head meat, so that the daughter-in-law fried 2 dishes, a good drink on a pot, pork to buy the East Street, his family's pork brine and fragrant and glutinous, West Street that is not good, hard texture not to mention, eat into the mouth and a fishy flavor. The days will get better, he thought. Came to the door of the Red Abundance Cannery. Luo Humin stopped the car, raised his hand with a smile and greeted the doorman. Let him open the door. Usually the doorman once he saw the car pulling the yellow peaches to know that the farmers to sell the yellow peaches, and immediately opened the door to catch up with the acquisition of the season. Do not have to drive them in. The factory at the door directly on the receipt of the people. But this time, the doorman waved his hand at him and said to him, go back. The plant manager says he won't take your yellow peaches. Luo Humin froze, pulled down the handbrake and jumped off the tractor, walking suspiciously to the doorman and asking at him, why don't you collect it? Doesn't your factory always take yellow peaches? The doorman turned to him and said, didn't you hear or understand? I thought we didn't take yellow peaches at the plant. just not yours. Now Luo Humin was even more puzzled. Why? How good this yellow peach of mine is. It's sweet and big. Why don't you accept it? Doorman did not have time to chat with him. He heard the book is listening to it. Impatiently said, how do I know? The factory director said you ask him to go. You kid is offended by our factory director, right? Oh. With that the doorman went back inside his cabin and closed the door directly behind him. Luo Humin frowned, and the good mood he had just felt fell to the bottom. I didn't offend factory director Ma. He scratched his ears and thought, but he couldn't figure out where he had offended the factory director. Did I offend a relative or friend of the factory manager somewhere? He thought hard, but never remembered exactly who he had offended. The door of the factory was closed and he could not get in at all, so he had no choice but to drive the tractor home. In the evening, Luo Humin sat alone on the table drinking wine. The table is not the daytime thought of pork, only a plate of fried cabbage left over at noon. His wife Song Xiaomei asked why the yellow peaches did not sell. Is it during the daytime desertion? Did not go to the red abundance of canned goods factory? Luo Humin told her about the daytime, but the incident happened really weird. Luo Humin himself cannot say what is the reason. His wife did not believe him, that he was lying. The two had a big fight. Luo Humin finished a bottle of loose wine by himself and lay down on the bed to sleep. The next day, Song Xiaomei proposed to go with Luo Humin pulling yellow peaches to go to a trip to the Hongfeng cannery to see if Luo Humin is lying or not. Luo Humin also wants to prove that he said is true, with his wife driving a tractor together toward the red abundance of canned goods factory. The 4-year-old was placed at their grandparents' house. After arriving at the entrance of the red abundance cannery, the doorman really didn't let them in, and now Song Xiaomei was also puzzled. She jumped off the tractor, pulled out a few full, large yellow peaches from the basket, and walked over toward the doorman, shoving them directly into his arms and asking politely, Grandpa, can you tell us why the factory won't take our family's yellow peaches? The doorman saw that Song Xiaomei spoke politely and courteously, and was also very well behaved, so he said in a nice voice, you have to ask the factory director in person before you can do it. I guess your family has offended the factory director. Song Xiaomei immediately asked worriedly, then, Moncler, can you let me go in and ask the factory manager? The doorman looked at Song Xiaomei and then at Luo Humin, who was on the tractor looking this way, and said, you guys drive the tractor to a different place first. Don't block the doorway. I'll call you and ask. Song Xiaomei revealed a smile and said, thank you. She waved her hand to signal for Luo Humin to pull the tractor aside to make way for the gate entrance, then waited quietly for the results of the gatekeeper's call. In the factory manager's office, Ginger is there. They're looking through the cameras at the main entrance. Ma Hongfeng received a call from the doorman and asked Jianga, who was on the sidelines, let her in? Ginger thought about it, nodded, and said, let her in. I'll talk to her. After Ma Hongfeng told the doorman said, okay. Then he hung up the phone. Turning to Song Xiaomei, who was waiting on the sidelines, she said, the factory manager wants you to go in. Song Xiaomei's face was happy as she walked over to Luo Humin and said to him, I'll go in and ask the factory manager what's going on. You wait here. Luo Humin was a bit worried. You're going in by yourself. Why don't I go in with you? Song Xiaomei immediately stopped him and said, you've offended someone. What are you going in for? Besides, what if our yellow peaches are stolen? You watch out here. I'll go ask what's going on. After saying that, Song Xiaomei walked towards the factory. The doorman opened the electric door a little for her and let her walk in. Song Xiaomei arrived at the factory manager's office and knocked on the door. Come in, Ma Hongfeng said. After Song Xiaomei came in, she saw that there were two people in the room, a Ma factory manager she recognized, and another young man she only looked familiar with. However, she had something on her mind, so she didn't think about who that person really was, and asked Ma Hongfeng, Plant Director Ma, did Humin offend you in some way? Why didn't he accept our yellow peaches? If so, I'll apologize to you on his behalf. As you know, it's not easy for us to grow some yellow peaches. Our family of 3 lives on this selling some yellow peaches. Jiang Ge saw Song Xiaomei, but recognized her at once. It turned out that when they were in the 6th grade of elementary school, they were in the same class, and at that time Song Xiaomei was quiet, a little girl who did not love to talk much, and a turn of the eye is now in her 20s, but she has already married and had children. I didn't realize that she had married Luo Humin, the bully of the year. Ma Hongfeng said to her in accordance with Jiang Ji's meaning, this factory, it's Mr. Jiang who has the final say, ask him. Song Xiaomei looked at Jiang Ge, still not remembering who he was, and said full of politeness, Mr. Jiang, what's going on here? Jiang Ge looked at Song Xiaomei. She is now really grown up, with the previous thin appearance of a big change. Not tall, she looks out of the very good behavior, especially the chest, the development of a very great, wearing a plain dress, no makeup, head tied with a simple ponytail. Although there is no alarming dress up, but there is a very close to life, exudes the beauty of nature. Jang-go first didn't answer Song Xiaomei's question, but said to Ma Hongfeng, "You go out first, I'll have a few words with her alone." Ma Hongfeng got up and walked out, leaving Jang-go and Song Xiaomei alone in the room. Song Xiaomei was slightly nervous. In his eyes, Jang-go was the big boss, while she was just an ordinary civilian. "Sit down." Jang-go gestured for Song Xiaomei to sit down. Song Xiaomei sat down with some restraint, and Jang-go looked at her for a moment and said to her, "I know it's not easy for your family to grow yellow peaches, but your husband once messed with me, so there's no way I'm going to take your family's yellow peaches." Song Xiaomei immediately said tightly, "Mr. Jian, how did he mess with you? Can we apologize to you? How about I call Luo Hu Min over to personally apologize to you?" Ginger shook her head. "He hurt me so much that it can't be fixed with a simple apology." Song Xiaomei didn't know what to do, and in her heart she cursed Luo Hu Min for how in the world she had messed with people, causing their family to suffer retribution now. She begged at Janga, "How else do you think we can forgive him? If I really can't, I'll kneel down for you." Song Xiaomei said, even directly to Jang-go kneel down. Jang-go quickly walked over to help her up, said to her, "You do not need to be like this. Let's put it this way. I'll make a condition. If you agree, I'll let the factory take your family's yellow peaches." Song Xiaomei stood up and looked at Janga and asked, "What conditions?" Jang-go came to Song Xiaomei's ear, whispered to her. Song Xiaomei immediately as if electrocuted to step back. Face brush became red. Eyes incredibly looked at Jang-go said, "How can this be? I am a person with a child. If my husband finds out." Ginger smiled and said, "What's not to like? As long as we don't tell anyone, how would your husband know? You don't want your yellow peaches to be unsold, do you?" Song Xiaomei considered for a moment and was hesitating when Janga suddenly reached over and grabbed at her. The room was violently engaged. Ma Hongfeng curiously listened to the sound coming out of the office, and thought in his heart, "Good guy. What is this movement? There is no face to listen to. Listen to the critique of the critique a little longer." Half an hour later, Luo Humin in the tractor next to wait a little anxious. His wife went in already more than half an hour. How not talk about it? What is she doing inside? He wanted to go in and take a look, but he was worried that the cart of yellow peaches would be left unattended, so he had to patiently continue to wait outside. Another half an hour has passed. Song Xiaomei has not come out. He is really a little anxious. Walking around the factory door, he wanted to take out his cell phone to give his wife a call, but suddenly thought of her cell phone a few days ago. He wanted to wait for this batch of yellow peaches sold and then buy her a new cell phone. Now she did not have a cell phone on her body at all. Incredibly upset, he sat down on the curb and smoked a cigarette. After another half an hour, the ground in front of him cigarette butts have been thrown all over the place. Luo Humin finally couldn't help it. He wanted to go in to see. He quickly walked to the front door, thinking that he wanted to directly break in. Who blocked it is not good to make. Inside the factory manager's office, the big battle was finally over. Song Xiaomei put on her clothes, wiped the sweat from her face, looked at Jiang-go, suddenly remembered something, and said with some surprise, "You're Jiang-go, right? We were in the same class in elementary school." Jiang-go looked at Song Xiaomei and smiled, saying, "You finally remembered me." Song Xiaomei blushed slightly, revealing a petulant expression, and said, "Jiang-go, you've turned bad." Ginger smiled and said, "How can I get you if I'm not bad? How about it? Was I just awesome?" Song Xiaomei blushed and said, "Hate it." Then, as if she remembered something, she said to Jiang-go, "I have to hurry out. My husband is still waiting outside. I came in for so long, he should be waiting impatiently." After a pause, she asked uneasily, "This is a good time to collect our yellow peaches, isn't it?" Ginger nodded. "Have your husband bring the car in?" Then Ginger casually asked, "How did you get married to Lo Humin?" Song Xiaomei replied, "Other people introduced. That time the age of small, only 19 years old. My parents promised me to marry." Ginger asked, "So do you regret it?" Song Xiaomei replied in a relaxed tone, "Regretted it more than once. But what's the point of regretting it? Divorcing him? You marry me?" Ginger came right back with, "I don't want a used one." Song Xiaomei puffed up her mouth in anger and raised her fist to hammer on top of Janga's chest. Knock knock knock. Ma Hongfeng knocked on the door and said to the inside, "Mr. Jian." Luo Humin rushed in. Song Xiaomei tidied herself up and immediately walked towards the door, opening it and also turning back to Jiang-go. "I'm leaving." Then she walked out of the office and towards the factory's main entrance. Ma Hongfeng walked in with his head lowered, pretending not to look at Jiang-go, coughed twice and said, "The battle was quite intense just now." Ginger smiled and hammered Ma Hongfeng. Song Xiaomei quickly walked to the front door, stopped Luo Humin who rushed in, and scolded him, What are you doing? Going crazy here? When Luo Humin saw his wife, he stopped in his tracks and asked, what are you doing in there? Not coming out for so long. I thought it was doing something. When Song Xiaomei heard him say that, she immediately questioned in a bad mood. What for? What do you think I'm doing in there? Luo Humin egged down and said, it's nothing. When he saw that his wife was sweating a lot and her hair was a bit disheveled, he asked a bit cautiously, why are you sweating so much? Song Xiaomei replied, it's not because you messed with people. I'll make amends to them. How can apologizing be sweaty? Luo Humin continued to pursue the question. Song Xiaomei replied in a bad mood, the boss of the factory asked me to move the cans for 2 hours. I'm exhausted. Look at you. Not only do you not feel sorry for me, but you just know to ask questions. Luo Humin immediately smiled at his wife and said, oh, it's like this. Hard work wife. Hey, but did he say where I offended him? Song Xiaomei said, that's not true. It just means I'll forgive you if I'm allowed to move canned goods for 2 hours. Then in that case, they are willing to accept our family's yellow peaches? Luo Humin asked with some surprise. Song Xiaomei nodded and said, don't go get the tractoring yet. Hearing this news, Luo Humin was instantly bursting with happiness. Holler, I'll go now. Immediately ran out to drive the tractor. Luo Humin's tractor drove in. The plants people collected all his yellow peaches, sold a total of $23,000, exceeding Luo Humin's psychological expectations. The factory directly to the settlement of cash. Luo Humin with a large handful of money happily walked to his wife's side, said to her, daughter-in-law, today is really thanks to you. This price is really good. I thought I could sell 20,000 would be quite good, but it turned out to be an extra 3,000. Tomorrow I'll buy you a good cell phone. Yellow peaches sold money. Song Xiaomei is also very happy, but she said to Luo Humin, or do not be too expensive phone. Buy a cheap hundreds of dollars can be used on the line. The child is 4 years old, has been because of our family has no money, has not yet been to kindergarten. Other children 3 years old on the other children to go to the small class. The money to stay to find a kindergarten for the child at. Luo Humin giggled and nodded. Okay, listen to your daughter-in-law. Then, daughter-in-law, let's go buy a caddy of pig's head meat, right? Song Xiaomei couldn't help but smile as she looked at his silly face. Okay, I'll buy you another bottle of wine. Hey, wife is so nice, Luo Humin said with a smile. The two of them drove off happily home in the tractor. A few days later, Luo Humin and Song Xiaomei found that the town's kindergartens do not accept his children, and even the next town do not accept. They asked. They said that the park is full, but after some inquiries, they realized that the kindergarten is not full, but just do not accept their children. This matter can be Song Xiaomei anxious. She also blamed this incident on her husband Luo Humin, scolding him, how many people have you offended in the end? Luo Humin was also puzzled by this matter and had no idea where the root of the matter occurred. Of course, this matter is also Jianggu told people to do. The use of means is very simple. As long as the kindergarten director of those several kindergartens to stuff a little money is enough. For Ginger now, a little money is a number those gardeners can't refuse. You ask if it's worth it for Django to spend all that money just to straighten someone out. Ginger felt it was worth it because he was happy. Luo Humin thought about it, and could not figure out who he had messed with. Who was so capable of interfering with his family's affairs at every turn? Could it be that he had offended God? That day, Luo Humin obeyed his own mother and followed her to a village 30 miles away to visit a goddess in the hope of dissolving the demonic plague on him. Instead, Ginger took advantage of the situation and slipped into his house. Song Xiaomei and her son were at home. The door was not closed. Jianggu walked into her house. Song Xiaomei was hand-washing clothes in the yard before she saw him. Jianggu, why are you here? Song Xiaomei was surprisingly a little surprised to see Jianggu, standing up and shaking off the laundry detergent bubbles on her hands. She smiled and greeted Jianggu as he entered the house and said, come in and have a seat. Ginger smiled and nodded as he walked into the house, Tenchi following behind carrying a black leather bag while Leonore waited outside in the car. After entering the house, Jianggu saw that although their house was shabby, and there were not many decent pieces of furniture in the house, and there was a 4-year-old child, but even so, his house was still neat and clean everywhere. Needless to say, this must be Song Xiaomei's credit. Jianggu thought to himself, Luo Humin does not deserve such a virtuous wife. He came this time with only one purpose, and that is to let Song Xiaomei leave Luo Humin, so that they divorce. Song Xiaomei made tea for both Jiangda and Tianyi and brought it over to the two of them, turning to Jiangda and asking, why are you here today, you big boss? Is there something going on? Jianggu took the teacup without drinking it, casually placed it on the table, and said to Song Xiaomei, I'm not thinking of you. Song Xiaomei couldn't control a smile on her face at once and said to Jianggu, don't be like this, the child is here. Jianggu looked aside to the little boy. From the moment he entered the room he had been curiously sizing him and Tianyi up. The boy looked like his mother. His eyes and nose resembled Song Xiaomei's, but there wasn't a hint of Luo humans. But once he remembered that this was Luo Humin's seed, Jianggu hated the house a little and couldn't help a wave of loathing rising within him. Song Xiaomei said to the child, "Yang Yang, go play at your grandmother's house. Mommy has to entertain the guests." "Good boy." The little boy listened obediently and ran out on his own. Then Song Xiaomei's eyes that looked at Jianggu leaked out a cry of ambiguity. But in the way of Tianyi's presence, she didn't make any moves. "Come what may. Let's eat here for lunch. I'll go out and buy some meat and vegetables and come back, so you can taste my handiwork," Song Xiaomei said and went to the closet and took out a metal box. Took out a few $100s from it, clutched it in her hand and wanted to go out to buy food. Ginger cut her off and said, "Don't bother. I just wanted to come and talk to you about something." He looked to Tenchi, who understood and placed the purse in his hand on the table and walked out of the room. Jianggu moved closer towards Song Xiaomei and said, "Let's do some business first." After a round of venting, Song Xiaomei said to Jianggu with a flushed face, "You're really bold. Not afraid of my husband coming back to catch you in the act?" Ginger laughed. "What am I afraid of if you're not afraid?" Song Xiaomei gently hammered Jianggu. "You're bad." Song Xiaomei then asked Jianggu, "By the way, what did you just say you came to see me about? It can't be just to do this, right? You're a big boss now, and you're also tall and handsome. I don't believe you'll but a woman." Jianggu said to Song Xiaomei, "I came here to adopt you. You divorce Luo Humin. Go and be a mistress with me. I'll buy a villa in the city for you to live in, and I'll give you $20,000 a month. What do you think?" Song Xiaomei looked at Jianggu, as if she felt that Jianggu was joking, and said with a smile, "And can live in a big villa, and don't have to work, and have $20,000 salary every month. How can there be such a good thing? Even if there is, it's not my turn." Instead of explaining, Ginger simply opened the purse on the table, revealing the stacks of cash inside, said, "If you don't believe me, I can pay you for a few years first. Now you should always believe." When Song Xiaomei saw so much money, she instantly realized that Jianggu wasn't joking, but she was very puzzled. She had married and had a child. What did Ginger see in her? Or is that just what Ginger is good for? But she is still a little hesitant. For Luo Humin, she thought about it, there is no attachment. So many years, although it is a husband and wife, but she has never loved Luo Humin. At best, it is a partnership. The one thing she couldn't let go of was her child. "What about my baby?" she asked to Ginger. Ginger said to her, "Let's throw the baby to Luo Humin." Song Xiaomei hesitated for a moment and said to Jianggu, "No. In fact, this child is not Luo Humin's. It was born to me and someone else. Only he doesn't know. I'm afraid that he'll beat the child to death in the future if he realizes that the child doesn't look like him." Ginger, "I didn't realize there was a hidden agenda. Whose is that?" Ginger asked curiously. Song Xiaomei answered with some embarrassment, "It's my cousin's. That year he came to our house to play during his summer vacation. And then." Ginger couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "That's good." Immediately after Song Xiaomei immediately explained, "But don't worry, we never came back and forth after that summer vacation. My cousin has now gone out of town to go to college, and I have never told him about the child. He simply doesn't know." Jianggu feels indifferent. After all, he is not Song Xiaomei's husband. The cuckold is Luo Humin's, and Jianggu even feels a little relieved. "You take that kid," Ginger said. "I've heard that lately you can't find a kindergarten for your child to attend, and that you can go to a better one when you get to the city. Make a statement. I'm only asking this once." Song Xiaomei pretended to be reserved for a moment, then immediately nodded in agreement. Jianggu smiled, zipped up the bag on the table and lifted it up, saying, "I'll keep the money for you for now. I'll give it to you when we get to the city. Get ready. I'll arrange for a car to come and pick you up tomorrow. You don't need to bring any of your living items. There's all of them there." "So soon." "Good." Song Xiaomei nodded. Ginger then left her house with her bag. The next day, Luo, who followed the village people to do odd jobs, orchard nothing when he often go, so a day down can earn $100. He thought that although his brain cannot, reading a mess, but the body is very strong. He is still young, as long as not afraid of hard work and diligence. Plus the family has a virtuous wife, well-behaved son. The day will be better and better. Early in the morning Luo Humin went out, usually a full day of work, until the evening sun went down before coming back. In the morning, the car Ginger had arranged for was parked in front of his house. Song Xiaomei walked out holding the child and carrying a small suitcase in her hand. She put the suitcase into the trunk first and then sat into the car holding the child without any attachment. Some people in the village saw the child in arms get into the black limousine, but the glass was black and they couldn't see who else was sitting inside. The vehicle started and slowly drove out of the town and down the highway. Jiangge was sitting in the back seat of this car, next to Song Xiaomei and her child. You told him? Ginger asked. Who? Song Xiaomei asked rhetorically. Lo Hu Min. Ginger said. No. I'm afraid to tell him that he can't accept it and will hit me. He has hit me before. I just left him a letter telling him that I'm breaking up with him. He definitely doesn't agree with the divorce, so the formalities haven't been done yet. I want to go back and do the divorce formalities with him later on when time has passed and he has slowly figured it out. Ginger nodded. Song Xiaomei suddenly held Jiang Ji's hand with both hands and said to him, I will rely on you in the future. You cannot lie to me. Ginger pulled his hand out, gave him the pocketful of money at his feet, and said, No way. When they arrived in the city, the car stopped in front of a villa, and Jiangge took Song Xiaomei out of the car. Song Xiaomei was so excited to see the luxurious villa of her dreams that she was on the verge of tears. She put the baby down and held his hand as she looked around inside. You'll be staying here from now on, so familiarize yourself with it. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. After Jiangge said that, he got into the car. Song Xiaomei sent Jiangge to the car before going back to continue admiring the villa and the pocket of money. Enough for her and her child to live carefree for years. She sat on the couch, thinking about the future, her heart full of joy. Luo Humin worked all day, returned home, but found that his wife and children are not at home. The door is not locked. He was tired and hungry. In the past at this time he had gotten off work and his wife had dinner ready and waiting for him. What was going on today? He couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart and huffed out of the house, heading towards the one next door, which was his parents' house. Luo Humin thought, no one at home and did not lock the door, must be next door, but to the next door around, but did not find his wife and son's shadow. To his parents he asked, where did Xiaomei and Yang Yang go? The door is unlocked. Both his father and mother replied, I didn't see it. Luo Humin cannot find people. The heart is even more angry. The old man outside the hard day, back even a shadow cannot see. See how to pack you later. He walked outside and wanted to ask at another neighbor's house, but in front of his house there was a man from the same village who said to him, what did Xiaomei do with her child today? I saw her get into a black car that looked expensive. Luo Humin was puzzled. What kind of car? I don't know. Their family business has never had such a rich relative. Can have such a luxury car. Ah, the family has a car is his great-uncle's family. There is a minibus, but it is not black. It is white. Ah, he realized that there seemed to be something wrong, and returned home wanting to give his father-in-law's side a call to ask. The last time he said to buy his wife a cell phone he had not yet bought, so it is not directly contact Song Xiaomei. But when he entered the house, before he could make a call, he realized that there was a piece of paper pressed under a teacup on the table. After he picked it up and read it, he went into a rage and kicked the old wooden table, which was not sturdy at all, in the face. With a crash, the table collapsed and the teacup warmer on the table fell all over the floor. He also didn't care. As if he was crazy, there kicked towards the door, picked up a chair and smashed everything in the room, venting his anger. After a flurry of venting, he looked at the mess in the house. A strong sadness welled up in his heart. He was still holding the letter that his wife had left him. He looked at the letter and knelt on the ground and cried out in pain, hissing loudly, God, who have I offended in the end? Why do you want to punish me like this? Good things do not go out. Bad things spread 1,000 miles. Luo Humin, wife with a child with a rich man, ran a story. Soon spread throughout the town. Even a few nearby towns have heard. Luo Humin, now out of a door, cannot lift up his head. He felt that this incident is too embarrassing. Simply the face of their family have lost all the face. Now he walks on the road and feels that people are laughing at him and pointing at him. Luo Humin could only try not to think about it all. Walking with his head down and not making eye contact with anyone. He did not intend to find his wife and children. Simply do not know where to look for. The people who saw the car that day, focusing on the crowd, did not remember the license plate number of the car. A vast world. Where to find? Although this incident made him quite a blow, but life must go on. When Song Xiaomei left, the money they sold yellow peaches that day also took away. That is their family's entire savings. After this incident, his mother was so angry that she became ill, and his father sighed all day and refused to leave the house. He decides to go to work in the city alone. At least their people don't know him. There's not as much ridicule, and he has to earn money to pay for his sick mother's care. After he came to the city, he got a job at Zhao Group's construction site and became a bricklayer. As he worked diligently on the construction site, he became quiet and seldom talked to other workers, and when people talked to him, he only dealt with them politely. As he moved bricks, he often thought of his wife and son. Where had they gone? Will they ever come back? At night, with a tired body lying in the company's simple dormitory, often secretly wiping tears. The next day, the eyes red and swollen to go to work. Zhao's group of construction site treatment is not bad. Tube food. Housing. Food can often see neat. Luo Humin in the construction site to do a month. A penny did not spend. The wages all saved. Today he got a call from his father and found their foreman, saying that he had a family problem and was quitting to quit working here, and hoped to get his paycheck settled. The foreman was impressed with this down-to-earth young man and settled his wages directly. 6,000 yuan in full. In cash. Luo Humin thanked the cheerful foreman repeatedly, and then left the site with the money. This construction site is where Jianga built the safari park. Because it is remote from the city, there is no bus stop, and if the workers want to go to the city, the most common means of transportation is the tricycle that pulls work in front of the construction site. For 20 bucks you can be hauled to the city, as opposed to 40 or 50 for a cab. Luo Humin looked for a tricycle, and the master talked about the price, $20 to pull to the bus station. He wanted to take the car home. Pulling the work of the master nodded his head to agree, greeted Luo Humin on the car, pulling him traveling on the road. During the period Luo Humin found that today the master of this pulling work is quite young, does not seem to do this line of work. This kind of work, usually only the elderly to do. A day down not too tired, but also cannot earn much money. If you're a young person, you can earn more than this at any job. However, Luo Humin did not ask more questions. Now he was full of his own family affairs. How can he have the leisure to care about other things? Out of the sight of this road is very bumpy. Luo Humin sitting on the tricycle, head down full of heart. After traveling for some time, the car's bumps continue. Luo Humin realized that the road from the construction site to the main road is very short. To the main road is very flat after the highway. How is it still so bumpy? Puzzled, he lifted his head toward the outside of the car window and realized that it was a barren hillside outside, and that they were driving on a gravel-paved mountain road. Hey, where are you going? Not to the bus station, Luo Humin shouted towards the driving master. The driver of the car ignored him and continued to drive forward. Luo Humin looked around. Deserted. Immediately realized that things are not right. This tricycle is modified. Is burning oil, running fast, strong, otherwise it cannot go this kind of mountain road. Even if the car sits two people, walking on this gravel road, the speed is still very fast. But Luo Humin couldn't care less. Opened the car door and jumped down. Fell on the gravel road and rolled several times before stopping. The body was choked by stones out of a number of wounds. The clothes were also scratched. He touched the money in his pocket. Fortunately the money is not lost. He reached out to cover his pocket and climbed up. A burst of pain bared his teeth. He saw the tricycle stopped, driving the young man out of the car. Reached out from the car to pull out a steel pipe. Toward him over. His mouth also cursed. With a steel pipe pointing at him threatened, "Do not run. Dare to run I kill you. This is a robbery." Luo Humin did not expect to meet such a thing. He did not want to make more trouble. Covering the money in his pocket and ran toward the bottom of the mountain. But within a few steps, there was a white broken gold cup poured from the bottom of the hill toward him. Parked not far in front of him, from the car down several young boys, carrying steel pipes in their hands. Luo Humin was instantly stopped and had nowhere to run. He covered his pockets while backing up, in a very nervous mood, and asked the men, "What do you do?" "I'm just a part-timer. I don't have any money." Who knows those who do not say anything? All towards him rushed up. The hands of the steel pipe nonchalantly fell towards him. Luo Humin faced so many people surrounded by people, simply powerless to resist. One hand holding his head fell to the ground. The other hand in the tightly clutched his pockets, shouting, "Don't fight! Don't fight!" In the confusion he didn't know who had put a bag over his head and he couldn't see anything. He felt himself being pulled up by the men and yanked to the car. The bang of the door slamming, and then the gold cup truck started up, taking him towards who knows where. Luo Humin had no idea what the hell was going on, and he cautiously voiced out, "Where exactly are you taking me?" With that, just by asking, he was greeted with a hard slap on the head from who knows who. "Keep quiet if you don't want to get beaten." Luo Humin didn't dare to ask, and could only wait quietly for them to take themselves to an unknown place. The car does not know how long to drive. After masking his head, Luo Humin felt that he not only lost his sense of direction, even the perception of time is also confused. He simply cannot judge the car in the end traveled for how long, only to know that in the end the car sinks all the way to the bumps, go all the way to the bad road, and finally stopped. Someone tugged Luo Humin to put him out of the car, and then it is the sound of the vehicle closing the door to go far away. Luo Humin felt them gone, reached out to unlock the bag on his head. There is a rope under that bag, tied to his neck, is a deadbolt. Luo Humin unraveled for a while before it unraveled. The bag from the head off. The bag is cloth. A set of after. Nothing can be seen, as long as the location of the nose has a few air holes. Otherwise he will simply be suffocated alive. he could no longer see the car. Surrounded by a barren mountain, even more desolate than the place where he had just been beaten. Surrounded by only a few low seemingly malnourished trees, and a few weeds sparsely drilled out from the cracks of the rocks, and there was not a single bird in the sky, as if the birds did not want to fly to this barren and impoverished place. Luckily the money is still there, he thought. From the time of the beating, to the time he was dragged to the car, his left hand had not left the pocket where he had put his money, and he reached out to go and pull his money out and look at it, but as soon as he did so, he realized that the money in his pocket had disappeared at some point. Where's my money? Luo Humin's heart immediately went cold, as if he was poured over his head with a basin of ice water. He reached for his other pockets, rummaging through them all over and over again, finally accepting the fact that the money had been snatched away, and squatted down powerlessly. Not only the money, but his cell phone was taken as well. Luo Humin lay on the ground staring blankly at the sky, thinking in near despair, God, do you want me to die? After lying there for a long time, the cold stone choking his bones and the steel pipe on his arm where it had struck him was hot and painful. The sun was getting more and more out of focus, and it seemed to be about to set. Luo Humin climbed up, thinking that no matter what, he couldn't spend the night here. He had to find a way to get down the mountain. He found a road and saw that there were car tire tracks on the road, and he knew that this would be what the Gold Cup truck had left behind, and that if he just followed the road down, he would surely be able to get down the mountain. He followed that path until the sun went down. The night on the mountain was pitch black with no light at all, but he could see dense dots of light in the distance amongst the blackness. That must be the direction of downtown, he thought. But walking the mountain road at night is not so easy. Surrounded by darkness, he can only walk very, very slowly, for fear of unknowingly going the wrong way. Fell down the mountain. Plus there were many more forks in the road, so he had to choose by feel. That night he himself did not know how to come over, only know that he did not realize that walking was particularly tired and sleepy, and fell asleep. When he woke up the next day, he woke up to the cold air from the mountains in the early morning, and he saw that he was lying on that little mountain road, cold and hungry. Luckily it was dawn and he could finally see the road clearly. He continued to walk up the mountain road. After walking for some more time, he felt some familiarity in front of his eyes. His feet were paved with stones. This seemed to be the same place where he was beaten. Luo Humin walked over and tried to identify the place where he had been beaten as best he could, searching carefully on the ground, fantasizing whether his wages would have fallen here and would allow him to retrieve them again. But things were disappointing. He didn't find the money. He looked into the distance. This whole road looked alike. Maybe he was looking in the wrong place. He moved forward and continued walking, his eyes searching the road as he did so, hoping to pick up the money. When oncoming a black luxury drove towards him, Luo Humin stood on the side of the road, giving way to the car, but the car stopped in front of him, and two people stepped out of the car. The one in front of him he recognized and could tell at a glance that it was Ginger. Ginger, it's you. What are you doing here? Luo Humin was very surprised to meet his old classmate here. Zhang Ge looked at Luo Humin's miserable appearance and said to him coldly, Luo Humin, do you still remember what happened in the past? When you were in school, you always bullied me and took pleasure in beating me up. Luo Humin embarrassed smile, slightly apologetic, said, why? That is a child thing. That time small do not understand. Mention it why. Now we have grown up. You see, are driving this kind of car. This car has to how much money ah? Luo Humin looked at Zhang Ji's car and marveled, then turned to Zhang Ge and asked, I didn't expect to meet you here so coincidentally. Can you give me a ride down the mountain? You may not believe me when I tell you. I was robbed yesterday and was left on the mountain for the night. Looking at the way he was rambling on, as well as his attitude of not caring about what had happened, Zhang Ge suppressed his anger in his heart and said, yes, those things may be in the past in your opinion, but I can't forget them. I still remember one time, you deliberately threw me towards the podium, in front of the whole class, several times, as if you were very imposing, and you sharpened a pencil and deliberately stabbed me in the face, which broke several holes in my face, and when I went home and my father asked me what was wrong, I didn't dare to say anything. Another time, in chemistry class, you took a piece of iron and burned it on an alcohol lamp, and burned it on my hand. But you didn't let me scream out for fear that the teacher would find out. I still remember the look in your eyes when you burned me. I begged you not to, but you ignored me, said Ginger lifted his hand up. There was a burn mark on the back of his hand. 10 years later it was still there. It would never heal for the rest of his life. Luo Humin, however, said with a surprised look on his face, did I do those things? I didn't remember those things long ago, and you actually remember them so clearly. The corners of Zhang Ji's mouth revealed a cold smile. He realized that the original for Luo Humin, these things were so much insignificant, so small that he would not remember at all. Maybe what he did on that day was forgotten the next day. As if you forgot what you ate for lunch on a certain day in the 6th grade of elementary school. But for Jiang-gu himself, these things are unforgettable, and will always be remembered with incomparable clarity. Jiang-gu said in a cold tone, "It doesn't matter if you don't remember, but you have to know that at that time, I swore in my heart that it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Now I'm here to settle the score with you. Those insignificant trifles you thought 10 years ago, 10 years later today, I'll double it back to you." Luo Humin then realized the purpose of Jiang Ji's visit here, but he didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. What could Jiang-gu do? At most, fight with him? Isn't it normal for kids to play around? It's amazing that Ginger can remember those things for 10 years. He's so careful. Luo Humin showed a hint of disdain towards Jiang-gu and said to him, "I don't have time to talk to you about this right now. You don't know. I've been annoyed to death lately and have encountered a lot of difficult things. Let's talk about those things of yours later." Ginger asked him with a sneer in his mind. "Really? What kind of difficult situation have you encountered?" Luo Humin thought Jiang-gu heard. "We'll put aside those small things to sympathize with him," told Jiang-gu. "My wife ran away with the child with someone, but also took away the only 20,000 yuan left at home. My mother angry and sick. I came out to work for her to see a doctor. Yesterday I received a call from my father. Said he was not feeling well. I collected the wages, want to go home, but I did not expect to meet the robbers. 6,000 the money salary is all taken away." Said he was almost on the verge of tears, as if he had been wronged by the heavens. He thought that Jiang-gu might help him for the sake of his old classmates, for the sake of him being so miserable, and that he must have a lot of money if he could drive such a car. If only I could win his sympathy and get his help, he thought. After all, in his impression, Jiang-gu is a very kind person, very helpful. Classmates borrow a what eraser pencil or something, he will borrow, even if you break it does not matter. Also very honest, honest to the same as stupid. What others say he believes. However, I didn't expect that Jiang-gu didn't show the slightest bit of sympathy. Instead, he smiled and said to him with a calm expression, "I know all of these things." "How do you know?" Luo Humin was a bit surprised. "Because I had those things done," Ginger replied coldly. "What?" Luo Humin looked at Jiang-gu with a shocked face, as if he couldn't believe that Jiang-gu would do such a thing. However, Ginger continued, "The day you went to sell the yellow peaches, it was also me who didn't let anyone collect them, because I was the boss behind that factory. Also, do you know why I finally let them take it in? Guess what your wife did in there during those 2 hours she was in there?" Kang-gu looked at Luo Humin with a smirk on his face. Luo Humin looked at Jiang-gu, thinking about the abnormality his wife showed that day, going in for 2 hours and coming out with her sweaty, messy hair. Then the factory agreed to take his yellow peaches. Luo Humin thought about it, and was instantly enraged. "Jiang-gu, I can die you!" Luo Humin roared. Crazy like rushed up towards Jiang-gu, lifting his fist huge towards Jiang Ji's face smashed over. Looking at Jiang-gu about to be attacked, Tanny standing behind Jiang-gu did not make a move. And in the SUV parked not far behind him, Leonore did not get out of the car to help either, which was Jiang-gu's intention. Facing the school bully who used to bully him, Jiang-gu wants to knock him down himself. He wants to prove to himself 10 years ago that Luo Humin is not that scary or powerful. As long as he is determined and swings his own fists, he can defeat him. Jiang-gu unconsciously used the fighting techniques that Leonore had taught Black him, and with a short stance, he dodged Luo Humin's fist, while Jiang-gu's head fist slammed towards Luo Humin's nose. With a muffled sound, Luo Humin's nose was sore, and 2 nosebleeds immediately flowed out. He subconsciously covered his nose and stepped back, but Ginger's fist smashed over again from nowhere. "Come on, weren't you great before? Fight me!" Jiang-gu roared. His entire body was like a machine ignited by anger, swinging both fists at Luo Humin in a frantic attack. Luo Humin was also angry at being beaten. In his eyes, Jiang-gu was the weak sheep that had once allowed him to bully him, and he himself could easily put him down just by making a move. Luo Humin bent down and pushed Ginger away a distance, and while Ginger was charging again, he slammed his fist into Ginger's face. But the angry Ginger couldn't even feel the pain at this point, and instead of dodging his punches, he swung his fist up towards his face in the same way. Ginger threw punch after punch until he knocked Rohuman to the ground, and then kicked Rohuman hard in the stomach with his foot. Luo Humin fell to the ground. The body was kicked curled up into a prawn look, and Jiang-gu gas has not been eliminated. Turned his head and then picked up a 20 to 30 pounds of stone by the side of the road, lifted up towards the Luo Humin's body smashed over. Ah! The stone hit Luo Humin's back heavily, causing him to let out a yell of pain. Jiang-gu once again turned to the side of the road to pick up stones. Piece by piece to Luo Humin body smashed. Has been smashed 10. Jiang-gu only stopped. The burst of strenuous activity had taken a lot out of him. and he stopped where he was, gasping for breath, lifting his arm and wiping the sweat from his forehead, sweating from the fight. At this time, the anger in Jenga's heart has also disappeared. Luo Humin was stoned, body full of bruises. He is really afraid of Jenga here to stone him alive. Now he is lying on the ground. His eyes do not dare to meet with Jenga at all, for fear of once again evoking the anger of Jenga too. Leonor walked over and inspected Jenga's face where Luo Humin had hit him. There was a slight bruise where the eye socket was. Leonor patted Jenga's shoulder and shook his head. I didn't teach you to fight like that. You should have been able to dodge that punch. Ginger looked at Leonor and smiled a little and said, it's fine. Looking at Luo Humin in this state right now, Jonggu was in a good mood. In Leonor's car, there were also a couple of minions, which were Matson's men. Ah Song used to be Zhao Yun's personal bodyguard. After Zhao Yun's death, after Zhao Li took over the group, he wanted Ah Song's group to be demobilized, but Jiangge decided to keep them in the group. And the person, Ah Song, had been in charge of Zhao Li's protection. And these few juniors are the beloved henchmen that Jiangge asked Ah Song to send. After all, there were some dirty jobs that it wasn't appropriate for Jiangge to let Tianyi or Zheng Chang and the others do. Jiangge waved towards the car, and several juniors immediately got out and ran over. Jiangge looked at Luo Humin and said to his minions, tie him up for me. Yes, the juniors immediately replied in unison, immediately taking out ropes from the car and tying Luo Humin up. This was the first time they had worked for the real boss of the group, and they all wanted to perform well and leave a good impression on Jiangge. Ginger, what are you trying to do? What are you tying me up for? Luo Humin screamed at Jiangge in a panicked manner while he was tied up. Ignoring him, Ginger commanded his minions to take Luo Humin towards the mountain, and Ginger followed, arriving at the edge of a cliff. The minions brought Luo Humin to the edge of the cliff. Luo Humin took a look at such a high cliff. His heart was crumbling with fear. Jiangge, what are you doing? You let go of me, Ginger said faintly to his minions. Push him off. Hearing these words, Luo Humin instantly broke down emotionally and cried out, begging for mercy at Jiangge. Jiangge, don't, I'm begging you. Woo, I don't want to die. I still have my father and mother at home. They are in bad health, still waiting for me to go back to cure them. Ooh. Jiangge raised his hand to signal his little brothers to wait, then said to Luo Humin, it's okay not to mention your parents. Mentioning them makes me even more angry. It's not worthy of them to raise such a son like you. I still remember that time, when you bullied me. Once I went to tell the teacher called both your parents to the school, wanting to let them control you. It was busy farming time, and your father rushed to water the fields and came to school wearing a pair of rain boots. I remember that day very clearly. Your father had a roll of dry tobacco in his mouth and his rain boots were covered with mud. Your mom came along too. When I talk about it, I still remember the disdainful look in their eyes when they looked at me, as if I was causing them trouble and interfering with their work. The homeroom teacher called you and me, along with your parents, to the office and criticized you. And that's when your father said two things to the teacher that I remember particularly well. One line reads, if we don't water the fields, the river will be robbed of all its water. And the other, isn't it normal for children to fight? What's the point of having a teacher if you have to go to the parents for everything? Later, when I walked out of the office, your father pointed at me and said, next time, I'll see you to death. You little brat. Your mom put her arm around you and didn't half blame you. She brought a flowered jacket and draped it over you, saying that it was cold at the end of the school day and to remember to put it on after school. And then they both just left. Then you beat me up hard again for telling a teacher and threatened to get me killed the next time I dared to tell a teacher. Luo Humin listening to this, feeling the eyes of Jiangge to kill, his heart is even more panicked and helpless. He never thought that what he did 10 years ago will usher in retaliation 10 years later. Let his family die. He can only shed tears begging Jiangge not to let throw him off the cliff. But Ginger was unmoved by his agonizing pleas. Don't worry, after I get you killed, I'll go see your parents. I'll tell them the news that you're dead and see how they'll feel. Ha! After Jiangge finished speaking, he waved his hand outward at his minions, who immediately understood Jiangge's meaning and directly threw Luo Humin off the cliff. Ahead. The air was filled with Rohuman screams getting farther and farther away until they finally came to a screeching halt. Ginger patted the dust on his clothes and led the men back to the car, driving toward the bottom of the hill. The foreman at Luo Humin's workplace knocked on the door of Luo Humin's parents' house, carrying a box of milk. Who is it? Luo Humin's father opened the door, looked at the site foreman dressed in black, and asked suspiciously, who are you looking for? Is this Luo Humin's house? You are Luo Humin's father, right? That's right, you are? Somehow, as soon as he heard that it was about his son, Luo Humin's father suddenly had a trace of ominous foreboding in his heart. The site foreman first handed the milk in his hand to Luo Humin's father and said to him, I'm the foreman on Luo Humin's site. I'm sorry to be the one to inform you of the bad news. Luo Humin was robbed on his way home and fell off a cliff and died. Boom! The milk that Luo Humin's father had just received in his hand fell to the ground. Are you telling the truth? Unwilling to believe it, he pressed again. The site foreman nodded silently and took out $2,000 from his pocket, handing it to Luo Humin's father and said to him, when the incident happened, he wasn't at the site, but on his way home, so our site doesn't have any responsibility for this incident. This $2,000 is a little bit of our thoughts. Your condolences. After saying that, he stuffed the money in Luo Humin's father's hand, turned around and left. Luo Humin's father looked at the hand of $2,000, and fell on the ground of the box of milk, like a wooden statue petrified there. In the courtyard, Luo Humin's mother slowly walked out holding onto the wall and weakly asked his father, what's going on? Tiger Min he. Luo Humin's father did not know how to speak. This thing happened too suddenly. His heart has been telling himself that this is not true. Maybe it is wrong, but that ominous feeling of foreboding is more and more real. In fact, from last night he felt as if something bad was going to happen. A night did not sleep well. Did not expect to hear such bad news today. Luo Humin's mother seemed to have sensed something as well. Her eyes instantly became moist. What happened to him? Humin, speak up. The old couple embraced each other at the gate and cried. Ginger watched the scene from a short distance away and smiled at the corner of his mouth as he turned around and returned to the car. The foreman of the site just now was the one Janga had told him to go to, and the milk and the $2,000 were given according to Janga's wishes. Janga think after all, people died son well, and is in their own company's construction site to finish the death of their own when the boss shall not give some compensation. Well, compensation is $2,000 in fake money plus a box of expired milk. Ha! Benevolence to the end of the righteousness. Let's go, Ginger said softly. The driver started the vehicle and slowly headed off into the distance. As for Luo Humin's parents, Janga will not care. Let them live in pain for the rest of their lives. Back at the villa for a few days. This day Ginger lay on the grass in his garden, thinking about what was missing in his life, and thinking about it, nothing. To say that there is it, that is, in adolescence, did not experience that kind of youthful love. That time he was secretly in love with a girl in the next class, but never confessed. If life can be repeated once, he will boldly tell her what she wants. Into or out of success does not matter, but in reality, life is never simply impossible. It became a small regret in his youthful memories. But who dares to say that there are no regrets in life? Life's sweet and sour in the composition of our life. There are regrets of life is complete, but it would be nice to experience that youthful feeling all over again. Dong dong ding ding dong dong dong. Zhang Ji's cell phone rang and took it out to see that it was his aunt calling. Kong Ji's father had a sister, who was also Kong Ji's aunt. When Jianga was small, his aunt was only 17 or 18 years old. At that time, everyone in the family went to work in the field, and only his aunt brought him home. Not only to take care of him at a young age, but also to cook for the family. He had been close to his aunt since he was a child. She married close to his family, one in the west and the other in the east of the village, and Kongo went to her house to play when he had nothing else to do. Ginger immediately answered the phone. Hello, Auntie. Instead, my aunt's urgent voice came from the other end of the line. Ginger, come back and ask Xiaoyun what's going on. Her teacher said she was going to jump off a building at school, but her classmates stopped her. Your aunt and I rushed to the school to get her back, and now she's locked herself in the house, not telling us anything, and I don't know what's going on. She's so young. What's wrong with her? You come back to help me ask. Persuade her, maybe she can talk to you. Jianggu immediately stood up from the grass after hearing this and said into the phone, Auntie, don't be in a hurry. I'll go back here. I'll be there in an hour. Okay, how are you going to get back? Want your aunt to pick you up? Auntie asked. No, I'll drive. Then drive slowly. Okay, I got it. Hanging up the phone, Janga also thought in his heart what was going on. Can make his 15-year-old cousin want to jump off a building? Cousin's name is Jiang Yun, and Jiang Gu. This cousin's feelings are particularly good, often played together as a child. And now, although grown-up do not often see each other, but occasionally family gatherings to meet the kind of cordiality, is anyone cannot be compared. Auntie also knew about her cousin's feelings for her cousin and that's why she called Ginger for help. What on earth has happened to the cousin? Janga thought while letting Tiani go to drive the car. This kind of thing he can just go by himself. At most, he will bring a Tiani with him. Leonore will not. Tiani quickly drove up to Ginger in his car and drove towards his aunt's house. On the road Janga was thinking. 15 years old this age. It is the time of the flowering season, rainy season. Could it be that the cousin is in love at school? Fell out of love? After all, that's the way it is sometimes at this age. The feeling of losing love is like losing the whole world. And it's possible that you can't think about it for a while. After speeding all the way to his aunt's house, Tianny said he'd just wait in the car. And Janga got out of the car by himself and headed toward his aunt's house. And in this house, Ginger entered the door and saw his aunt with red eyes, hold behind the door of his cousin's room saying something, but the cousin in the house still refused to open the door. My aunt was also sitting in her chair a little downcast. Her own little cotton girl was so sad for some reason. And as a father, that was the hardest thing of all. Auntie saw Ginger coming and nodded to him. Ginger walked in front of that door, knocked gently and said, "Little Cloud, I'm your brother. Let me in. Tell me what's going on. If you don't want your mom and dad to know, I can keep it a secret. We're all worried about you like this. Your mom and dad just want to make sure you're okay." After a few words, I didn't realize that the cousin in the room returned. "I don't want to talk to anyone. Just go away." There was a sob in his voice. Janga persuaded for a while longer, but no matter what he said, his cousin refused to open the door, and his aunt and uncle were very anxious and kept trying to get his cousin to open the door. Janga thought for a moment and put a stop to the two of them, saying, Auntie, calm down for a moment. Cousin should just want to be alone right now. If we keep knocking on the door like this, it will only make her mood worse. You guys go to the other room for a while. I'll think of a way to do it." Aunt and aunt listened to feel reasonable. Listened to Zhang Ji's persuasion to another room. Zhang Ge looked at the former lively and lovely cousin into this appearance. The heart is also very bad taste. I do not know she has encountered what sad things, but if she doesn't speak up, neither she nor her family can help her. We'll have to find a way to make our cousin willing to talk. Zhang Ge looked at the room. Hanging there is a picture frame, which has the aunt and uncle when they got married, and the cousin a few years ago to take a portrait photo. The photo of her is still a smiley little girl, a smile very much from the innocent and lovely. Although my cousin and I are very close, after all, I'm a boy, so maybe my cousin's mind is more willing to tell her best friend, who is also a girl, and it's inconvenient to tell me? Ginger thought to himself. He used the system's ability on the photo. Modify the relationship to become BFFs. Ding, character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is bosom friend. Although Ginger couldn't turn into a woman, a male best friend was possible, if only his cousin would ask. After the relationship was modified, Ginger once again went and gently knocked on her cousin's door. "Little Cloud, is it okay to talk to me about something?" This time, the cousin did open the door, and she stood right in the doorway with a face of aggression and sadness, tears hanging on her small face, and her eyes were red from crying. Jiang Ge watched the scene, his heart immediately seized up, and walked into the room wanting to comfort his cousin. Cousin hugged on his waist, incomparably aggrieved and cried, "Brother, I don't want to live. Someone at school is bullying me. Oh. The clothes on Janga's chest were wet from crying. Comforted for a while, stabilized his cousin's emotions first, closed the door. The two sat on the edge of the bed, before Janga asked, "Who bullied you in school? How did they bully you?" Only then did the cousin begin to talk slowly to Ginger. It was only after hearing this that Ginger realized why her cousin had originally jumped to her death. "What happened was that my cousin got good grades in school and often hung out with a male student in their class who also got good grades, either in a relationship or the two of them often discussed topics together. There are a few little too many girls in the school, and one of them, a big sister, likes this male student, and when she sees that her cousin is not only a good student, but also walks so close to him together, she becomes jealous and goes after her cousin. They took her to the restroom, beat and scolded her, forced her to take off her clothes, and took a video, saying that if she didn't do as they said, they would send the video to the whole school to watch. And their request is for their cousin to have an open relationship with a punk student at school and be his girlfriend. The purpose of their doing so is to make the cousin completely away from that male classmate, and at the same time to make that male classmate completely dead to the cousin, completely cut off their relationship. But the cousin did not agree to their request, and there is no way to make them delete the video, so they had no choice but to think of this stupid way, jumping off a building to kill themselves and get it over with. After hearing about this matter, Zhang Ji's anger came up. How ridiculous was the purpose of those few little two young girls doing this, but just for this purpose. What they did was able to ruin the life of a good student, even forcing a young girl who was only 15 years old and in her flower season to commit suicide. Bloody hell, Ginger's psychosis had struck again. "Brother, what do you think I should do? The video is still in their hands. In case they send it out, then do I still have the face to live?" Cousin asked to Ginger. Janga gently patted his cousin's thin back comfortingly. "I'll think of a way for you on this matter. I'll have them delete the video. It won't be seen by anyone. Don't worry." "Really?" There was a hint of hope in his cousin's dark eyes. "Really, I promise." Ginger nodded with conviction. "Don't go to school for a few days. Just stay home and rest until you hear from me. Okay?" "Aha." The cousin nodded. Seeing his cousin's school bag on the headboard, Ginger took it and said to his cousin, "Write down the names of your bullies for me." Good. Cousin took out a pen and paper from her school bag and wrote down the names of 3 people, then told Ginger which name was which. The first one was the big sister, and the next 2 were her little sisters. The cousin said there were 6 people blocking her in the restroom, and 3 others she didn't recognize. Ginger nodded, tore the note off and put it in his pocket, and got up to leave. When he left the room, Janga looked back at his cousin and found that she was looking at herself hopefully. Janga smiled and said to her, "Although you don't go to school in these few days, you can't fall behind on your homework. You need to study on your own at home. Do you know?" The cousin nodded. In fact, Janga felt that these few days of study were not that important. The reason why he said so was to make her subconsciously feel that this matter was no big deal. Everything would pass, so that she would not think about it every day and worry about it. Walking out of the room, Janga came to the room where his aunt and uncle were. The 2 of them were fretting and immediately both stood up when they saw Janga come in. Aunt, don't worry. Xiao Yun is fine. I just went into the house. She told me everything. In fact, there is no big deal. It is that she had a conflict with her classmates at school, and she was not able to think for a while. Anyway, don't worry about this. I'll go to their school and solve this problem. You are at home for a few days. Do not ask Xiao Yun anything, and do not say her the said I have told her. I've told her everything I need to say. Just make her some good food and go out with her. Just wait for me to hear about school. After saying that, Ginger wanted to leave. The aunt turned to him and said, "Why don't you let your aunt accompany you?" Janga shook his head. "No need. This kind of thing adults can only go to the teacher. But between the students the teacher can't control too much. It's useless for you to go. You guys don't care? Don't worry about it. Just leave it to me." "Alright then. When you come back auntie will make you a good meal." "Slow down Jianggo. Come back and I'll slaughter the family's goose and stew it for you. Let's have a drink." Auntie also greeted Jianggu. "It's a good thing we have Ginger, or they wouldn't know what to do about this whole thing." Aunt and uncle thought. Ginger returned to the car and pulled a slip of paper out of his pocket, looking at the name on it, and turned to Tenchi. "Get me a status. I want to go to school. I'm going to be an interloper in the 3rd class of the 2nd year of the city's first high school." Tiani looked at Jianggu with a puzzled look. "You want to go to school at your age? You're in college, right? 23 years old and going to middle school as an interloper?" Ginger nodded. Tiani didn't ask anything else, started the vehicle and drove towards home. After sending Janga to the villa, things he proceeded to do. The next day, Jianggu entered the city's first middle school as an interloper, which is divided into junior high school and high school. Jianggu to enter the 2nd year of junior high school. Tiani changed his age, and now Jiang Ji's ID card is 15 years old, 8 years younger than his real age. Ginger walked into the middle of the campus with his new book bag on his back. In the past, when Jianggu studied, it was in this school, but now after going in, it feels like a big change. Before even a decent playground are not. Now the playground repair and big and beautiful. The original teaching building is also refurbished. Looks like a new cover. 2nd year class 3. Ginger walked towards the classroom by the route he remembered. When I got to the bottom of the school building, I didn't expect to find a female teacher waiting for me. "Are you student Jianggu?" the teacher asked cordially when she saw Jianggu walk up. Jianggu glanced at the female teacher, not much older than himself, with long straight black hair, wearing a black wide-legged pants underneath and a white chiffon blouse on top. She was quite pretty and elegant. "I'm Ginger." "Hello teacher." Ginger greeted politely. The teacher smiled at him and said, "I'm MS. Lee from the 3rd class of the 2nd grade, and I'm responsible for teaching history. The principal told me that you've grown rather large. I didn't realize that you really look this big. Are you really only 15? Ginger nodded silently. The teacher went on to say, "Your homeroom teacher called in sick today, so it's up to me to pick you up in his place. Let's go to the classroom first. This is history class. Do you like history?" the teacher said as she turned to lead Ginger up the stairs to her classroom. Ginger followed, watching the teacher's back as she went up the stairs, and replied, "Not like it." "Why don't you like it?" "Because my old history teacher was so ugly." The history teacher suddenly stopped, turned to look at Ginger, smiled, and then said, "Then I hope you'll fall in love with history while you're here." Then he led Ginger inside the classroom. Ginger introduced himself briefly at the podium and casually found an empty seat at the back of the room and sat down. The students are very curious about this new interloper, especially when Jianggu is talking about his own age. The class students are revealed unbelievable look. This is really 15 years old? After sitting down, the teacher began to lecture. Janga also had to listen to. After listening to, Janga think this teacher speak history speak really good, quite refreshing. The history of the big and quite, not right, Is both vivid and interesting? 2. After one class, the bell rang. The teacher said class was over, and then walked out of the classroom. There were a few curious students in the class, so they gathered up towards Janga, asking with one mouth left and one mouth right, "How did you grow up so big? What did you eat to grow up? What school did you transfer from? Dude, your dorm is 107, right? Same dorm as me. Hey buddy, go to the bathroom with me?" Janga looked at these classmates and asked at them, "Who is called Zhang Zhanghao?" The student's eyes looked towards Zhang Zhanghao, and someone else called out to him, and Zhang Zhanghao, who was sitting in the front seat, stood up and walked over. "What's wrong?" Janga looked at Zhang Zhanghao. His appearance was quite beautiful, a gentle boy. "Your name is Zhang Youngho?" Ginger said. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Zhang Zhanghao was a bit puzzled. "You come with me, I have something for you," Ginger said and walked out. Zhang Zhanghao suspiciously followed him out and came inside the building. "What do you want with me?" Zhang Ge turned to look at Zhang Zhanghao. He was the boy that his cousin had talked about as the one who had a good relationship with him, and what had happened to his cousin was actually because of him. But Zhang Jebi is not looking for him to settle accounts or what. After all, he did not do anything wrong. The real culprit is that a few little too much, but the classroom is 15 minutes. Not enough time for Zhang Ge to go to them, and so on after school. Zhang Ge is now looking for Zhang Zhanghao. In fact, to see what kind of person he is, as well as how his attitude toward his cousin's cell phone. "Are you close to Ginger Cloud?" Ginger asked. As soon as Zhang Zhanghao heard Zhang Yun's name, his expression showed a hint of worry as he asked Zhang Ge, "You know Zhang Yun? What is your relationship with him?" Ginger smiled and said, "We're from the same village." Zhang Zhanghao nodded. "Oh, no wonder you are also surnamed Zhang. I am quite close to Zhang Yun. Do you know how she is now? Is she okay now?" Looking at Zhang Zhanghao's worried look, Zhang Gu said, "She's fine. Do you know why she jumped off the building?" It wasn't a secret that the matter of Zhang Yun jumping off the building was all over the school, and Zhang Zhanghao's worry about Zhang Yun stemmed from this. He shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that she was fine a few days ago. How could she suddenly want to jump off a building? Usually Zhang Yun would tell me anything, but this time she didn't say anything to me. I don't know what's wrong with him." Ginger nodded and asked again, "Do you know Su Angel? What's she like?" Zhang Zhanghao replied, "Su Anchi? Isn't she in class 7? I don't know her well, but I know her. She doesn't have a good reputation in school. She often comes into contact with some social people and bullies people in school. There used to be a girl in school who jumped to her death. I heard that it was related to her, and she was the one who forced that girl to jump, but I don't know what exactly. At that time that incident was quite a big deal. We all thought Su Anchi was going to be expelled from school, but then nothing happened. She went to school as usual, because I heard that her father is from the city education department. There was another jumper in the past?" Janga was a bit surprised by this news. It seems that this school is quite messy, and that incident is also related to Su Anchi. It seems that Su Anchi has been bullying people for not a day or two. She is a repeat offender. At this time, Zhang Zhanghao suddenly thought of something and asked Zhang Ge, "Your Zhang Yun jumping off the building won't just be related to Su Anchi, right?" Ginger shook her head and smiled. "I don't know. What would you do if it was true that Su Angel was involved?" Ginger asked. Zhang Zhanghao thought for a moment and replied, "If it was really caused by Su Anchi, whatever I say, I'll go to her and ask her about it." "Why did you bully Zhang Yun?" "I can't deal with her though. Third-year Sunton is the godbrother she recognized. It's useless even if you go to the teacher. I heard that our principal is afraid of her father. Then the only way is for Zhang Yun to transfer to another school. But I'll accompany her. I'll transfer wherever she transfers to." Hearing this response, Ginger asked her, "You like Zhang Yun?" Zhang Zhanghao instantly blushed a little and said, "No. What are you talking about? I'm just on better terms with her." Ginger smiled gently. How much this teenager's youthful appearance resembled his own once upon a time. At that time of their own, some words just cannot speak. Love can only be hidden in the heart. Even if two people like each other are also hidden. Only from that a look, a small action to pass the heart. That feeling is very beautiful to recall, but after growing up can no longer be experienced. A girl passed by them and said to them, "What are you two talking about? It's time for class. Ginger, go back to class." In that moment, it was like going back to years ago, when that innocent young girl said to herself, "Ginger, it's time for class. Go back to the classroom." Suddenly, Janga felt that this girl, and once she seemed to, Ginger followed the girl back into the classroom and sat down in her seat. Right behind this girl, the teacher came in. This class was language class. The language teacher held a pile of test papers and called out to the girl in front of Janga, "Li Nianshi, help the teacher hand out these test papers." So her name is Li Nianshi. So fitting for a little girl. Jiang Ge thought silently. "Okay teacher." Li Nianshi walked up to the podium, took the test paper in the teacher's hand and read the names. One by one, the students came forward to receive the test paper. They saw their scores. Some of them hung their heads. Some of them fell back with a smile on their faces. Janga's desk is a quite strong young man. Took the test paper very happy to run back. Janga took a look at his score. Good guy. 35 points. That's all you're doing? You're amusing yourself, aren't you? After handing out the test papers, the teacher said from the stage, this exam, Li Niancher got full marks, especially her essay, which was very well written. I'll read it to you below, so everyone can listen and learn. The students clattered a round of applause, and Li Niancher sat in her seat, straightening her back, with a smile on her face, seeming to enjoy this moment of glory very much. The teacher read, the title she wrote is My Little Fluffy Ball. Little Fluffy Ball is the name of my pet. It came to my house from last year. It's a puppy. It especially likes to lick my feet. As she read, Li Niancher put her head down and blushed a little, as if she was a little embarrassed. Ginger silently communicated with the system in the background. Change the relationship between me and her to first love. The system's mischievous voice immediately sounded in his head. Be a man. She's only 15. In his head, Ginger replied, that's right. Wouldn't 15 be just right for a first love? The system said, you really deserve to die. Wish you an early death sentence, oh dear. Ding. Mission relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is first love. After class, Jianggu sat in his seat, looking straight toward Li Niancher in his eyes. Li Niancher happened to turn back. Her eyes met. Her face suddenly red. Looking at Jianggu revealed a smile. At that moment Jiang Ji's heart almost melted. I did not expect to be able to re-experience this moment after adulthood. This life is really worth it. Ginger remembered his cousin again and turned his head away, looking out the window in contemplation. After a while, feeling someone next to him poking himself with his finger, Kanggu turned his head to see Li Niancher standing by his table. What's bothering you? She asked with a shy smile on her face. Ginger nodded. Well, I'm a little annoyed right now and need a kiss to get better. Li Niancher's luxuriant fingers covered her mouth, and she suddenly laughed, and said somewhat shyly, then you wait for me after school. Then immediately turned around and ran back to her seat to plop down. The moment she turned around, Jianggu clearly saw that her face was very red. By the end of the school day, Ginger wasn't waiting for her. Li Niancher couldn't find Ginger and went home lost. Jianggu found Suanchi in the grove outside the school, when she was mixing with a few social boys, punching and kicking a girl in school uniform. Stop. Ginger walked over. A few society boys gathered towards Ginger. Who are you? What's the matter with you? Ginger said to the beaten girl. Go away and go home. The girl climbed up and tried to leave, but Suanchi called her from behind. No leaving. Who told you to leave? The girl stopped in her tracks with some fear. Ginger said, go away, all right. I'll take care of the rest. Suanchi added, don't you dare leave. Don't you dare leave, I'll make you worse tomorrow. The girl was too scared to move her feet and lowered her head so low that she hid herself inside her own hair and cried. Suanchi looked at Janga provocatively, as if declaring her victory. Janga did not say anything else when he saw this, but directly made a move, and fought with those social boys, and in 3 punches and 2 kicks, he put a few of them down on the ground. Just like you guys. You still dare to bully people? Janggu copied a stone and smashed an arm off for several of them. Several youngsters knew that they had run into a tough guy. They all cried and started begging for mercy. Big brother, spare us. I really know it's wrong. Woo woo. Will there be bullying in the future? Don't dare. Really don't dare. Janga said. That won't work either. I'll get a few of you killed here today, even if it's for the sake of the people. He weighed the large stone in his hand and said, don't worry. The weight of this stone is sufficient to smash the back of your head for a moment, and a moment will pass without pain. Said. Janggu carrying the stone toward a young man walked over. At this time a few young people all scared crazy. This is met how perverted ah. A few people body goosebumps have risen. Sweat hairs all stand up. Backbone whooshing cold air. They could not care less about the pain of the arm fracture. All immediately climbed up and desperately ran outside. While running also shouted help ah, help. Another boy was so frightened that he hit a tree and fell to the ground. His 2 noses dripping blood, mixed with snot and tears, he called to his companions to give him a hand, but no one paid any attention to him. Ginger called out from behind. I'm coming oh. The boy squealed in terror, got up and continued to run away. Django walked towards Suanchi. Suanchi was still not afraid and said to Zhang Lin unwillingly, don't think I'm afraid of you. If you're capable, you can really get me killed. She looked to the girl next to her. If you can't get me killed, I'll make it worse for her tomorrow. Ginger laughed. Ginger said, do you know Ginger Cloud? Suanchi's expression was still ho-hum. Recognize. What's wrong? Did you come here for her? Oh, I still have a video of her fruity body. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee that this video will be seen by the whole school tomorrow. Ginger grabbed Suanchi's wrist and her other hand grabbed her big arm. Suanchi struggled up frantically and raised her foot to kick at Ginger. Janga's hands forcefully wrenched outward, directly breaking her arm from the elbow. Suanchi immediately stopped struggling. Pain let out a painful scream. Tears involuntarily flowed out. She looked at her broken arm, and then her eyes changed to look at Ginger with awe and disbelief. She could never believe that Ginger would lay such a heavy hand on her. The girl in school uniform on the side saw the whole thing, and the person was scared silly, just covering her mouth in place, not daring to let herself make any noise, seemingly drawing the attraction of Janga to her. Ginger looked over at her and asked her, "Aren't you going home yet? Still want to keep watching?" The girl looked at Suanchi, who at that moment cast a look of help towards the other, as if she wanted her to help call the police. The girl, not sure if she had gotten her point, turned her head toward the outside, her steps getting faster and faster, and by the end of the day she was running desperately. Ginger asked, "Do you think she'll call the police for you?" Suanchi still had to show off at this time and said viciously, "You dare to touch me? Do you know who my father is? My dad, Su Jinwang, is the director of the city's education bureau. If you dare to touch me, I'll let my dad arrest you, send you to jail." Ginger just blandly said, "Get your cell phone out." Suanchi had to take her cell phone out. Ginger said, "Call your dad and tell him you've been kidnapped." Su Angel dialed her dad's number and it rang several times before it connected. "Angie, Dad is in a meeting. Later Dad will call you back." "Dad, woo woo." Suanchi cried her heart out, and her dad panicked. "Angie, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Tell Daddy. Daddy will do it for you." "Angie." Suanchi managed to forcefully stop crying and sobbed. "Dad, I've been kidnapped. Dad, come and save me. He twisted my arm." "Woo woo." "What?" Su Jinwang immediately became anxious. A surge of blood rushed straight to his head. His entire head roared, and a buzzing sound came from his ears. "Where are you?" he immediately asked. Just at this time, Jianggu snatched the phone over and put it to his ear. "Su Jinwang, your daughter is a murderer, causing her classmates to jump off the building and almost killing my sister. Today I'll make her pay for one life. Do you understand? Don't, I beg you. I'll give you whatever you want. How much money do you want? Do you want a house? I can give you a villa. Do you want a job? I can arrange for you to be in the education bureau. I'm the director of the education bureau. Please, let my daughter go." Ginger said, "I'll give you a chance to educate your daughter in front of me. Since you're the head of the education bureau, I'm sure you're very good at education, aren't you? There must be a way to educate your daughter well." Su Jinwang heard. "Feel hopeful, no matter who the other party is, as long as the meeting, he must get killed this beast who dares to hurt his daughter. Okay, where to meet? Just give me an address. I'll rush over right away." Su Jinwang said. "Don't bother." Ginger said, "It's just in your office." After saying that, Ginger directly hung up the phone. Su Jinwang, however, was a bit confused. He couldn't be kidding. Could he, a kidnapper, dare to come to his office, looking for death? Su Jinwang couldn't figure it out, but he thought about it and immediately dialed the police. "Hey, this is Su Jinwang from the Education Bureau. My daughter has been kidnapped." Janga returned the cell phone back to Suanchi. Suanchi was also confused. Now her arm was numb with pain. As long as she didn't move, she wouldn't feel the pain. She put her hand on her chest, not daring to move. She also wondered if this guy really had the guts to take her to her dad's office. Janga wrapped Suanchi's arm with his clothes and hung it around her neck, then called and told Tianni, "Let's go to the Education Bureau. I want to see their director. Call and inform." After Tianni made contact, he drove over and picked up Ginger and Angela Su. At this point, Suanchi sitting in the back seat no longer dared to speak. Su Jinwang received a notice from above that a big shot was coming to see him, telling him to get ready to meet and receive him well, and not to make any mistakes. Su Jinwang was puzzled. What kind of big shot can make a big provincial leader pay so much attention? He personally called him to instruct him, and not even knowing what his identity was, the big leader seemed to be very secretive about it, just telling him to receive it well. He had never heard the big leader use such a tone, as if Long Linping was going to personally inspect. No way. Why would Long Linping want to inspect his little city education bureau? Besides, it's a bad time for the big guy to be here. The damn kidnapper even said he was coming. At this time, Su Jinwang suddenly had a bold conjecture in his mind. This big shot couldn't be the kidnapper who abducted his daughter, but the idea was just born before he vetoed it himself. How is this possible? It can't be. But he always had an unsettling sense of foreboding, right down to the big guy. How could he be in the mood and have the time to receive him when his own daughter was now kidnapped? He stiffly dialed back to the leader who had just come to the phone, wanting to ask what his identity was, and in the end, the leader, seeing his repeated questions, just said 2 words, Prince. Hanging up the phone, Su Jinwang was dumbfounded. Prince. Tianyi drove his car slowly to the entrance of the Education Bureau, and the entire staff of the bureau was already standing outside the door to greet him under the leadership of Su Jinwang. It's confirmed that this is the license plate, as the leader said when he was instructed earlier. In the car sits the Crown Prince. Su Jinwang is sincerely afraid, not knowing why the Crown Prince had come to this little shithole of his. All he could do was to receive him with the highest level of courtesy, but there were some places where time was too short to set up. He also hoped that this prince would hurry up and leave after the inspection. He still had to save his daughter. The car door opened and Tenchi got out first. Then Ginger came down. Su Jinwang saw Jianggu and said to himself that this is the Crown Prince. The temperament is just different, but he didn't expect another person to get out of the car. And it was his daughter. Su Jinwang instantly froze on the spot. Ginger walked over to Su Jinwang, who was in a daze, and said, Go to your office. That section of the road is very short. But Su Jinwang walked very slowly, as if he had walked his whole life. On the way he looked back from time to time to look at his daughter. Suanchi also looked at her father from time to time. Both of them were silent. It seems that both of them knew that a big trouble was coming. When he arrived at the office, Ginger sat down on the leather sofa for guests. The director's secretary brought up good tea with a fresh aroma. Without waiting for Jenga to say anything, Su Jinwang himself said to his men first, All of you go out first. Everyone walked out and closed the door behind them. Su Jinwang flung himself on his knees in front of Jianggu and began to slap himself furiously. Pow! I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm not human. It's all my fault. Jianga, however, didn't mean anything by his performance and just said lightly, Director Su, I came to see you educate your daughter, not to see you educate yourself. Su Jinwang stood up trembling and looked at his daughter. Suanchi was already full of tears but didn't dare to cry out. She didn't know what Jianga's status was, only that he must be very high, or her father wouldn't have been so. It was the first time he had ever seen his father like this. Su Jinwang slapped towards his daughter's face, using 10% of his strength and not holding back at all. He knew that he was afraid that this was the last chance to save his daughter, and that the harder he hit her, the more likely it was that Ginger would let her go. She almost killed the Crown Prince's sister? Su Jinwang remembered what Jianggu said on the phone. Then wouldn't the Crown Prince's sister be Long Linping's daughter? I'll beat you to death, you fucking child. Slap the crap out of it. Slap after slap. Suanchi, from crying out at the beginning, was finally slapped and fell to the ground, both faces swollen like a pig's head, almost losing consciousness. Stop. Ginger walked over, crouched down and said to Su Angel, No, it's wrong? Suanchi became incomparably well behaved at this time and sincerely apologized to Jianggu. I'm sorry. I know it's wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Ginger said, The video of my sister's roti. It's in your phone? Well, does anyone else have it on their cell phone? No more. Sure. Okay. Good. Ginger nodded and said, Delete it. Suanchi immediately took out her cell phone and nimbly deleted the video and emptied the recycle bin. Su Jinwang was even more shocked at the sight. What kind of life-threatening things has this daughter of his done? After deleting it, Zhanga patted Su Jinwang's shoulder and said, I'm leaving. Su Jinwang was trembling as he watched Zhanga leave, and when Jianggu was out the door, he collapsed on the floor in a paralyzed state, and with a palpitating heart, he looked at his own daughter and couldn't help but slap her fiercely again. The next day at school, gym class, sitting by himself in the shade of one of the trees, Ginger looked at the energetic middle schoolers and sighed at how great youth was. A beautiful figure walked towards him. It was Li Nianshi. She looked at Jianggu with some grudging eyes. Where did you go after school yesterday? How come I couldn't find you? Ginger sat upright and told her. Sorry, something came up after school yesterday. Oh, Li Nianshi stood still, not knowing what to think. Zhanga reached out his hand, pulled her sleeve, made her sit beside him, and said to her, Are you unhappy? Unhappy that you didn't kiss me yesterday? It's okay, I'll give you a kiss now. After saying that, Ginger pointed a finger to her cheek. Li Nianshi glanced at Jianggu and couldn't help but break into a smile. A layer of redness flew on her face. Shameless, who wants to kiss you? Seeing her smile, Ginger didn't say anything else, just looked up at the blue sky and enjoyed the moment. Suddenly his face enjoyed a touch of softness, warmth and softness, just a momentary sensation that would last a lifetime. It was Li Nianshi, who kissed Zhanga as if she were a dragonfly. Then her face turned red and she flew away. Looking at her back as she ran away, Jianggu touched the cheek she had kissed and sighed once again. Youth is so good. Death penalty, death penalty. The system kept screaming in his head. System, Modify the relationship between me and her to ordinary classmates. Jianggu said. Why? The system asked. It's come to this, and you're not going any further? Don't say you have a clear conscience. If you had a conscience, you wouldn't have done this in the first place. Ginger shook his head and said, just experiencing the moment just now is enough. That's what my unbelievably innocent, youthful youth was like. After a pause, Ginger added, it's not like what they show in some movies. I don't get fucking making teen movies that always have abortions. Ding character relationship modified successfully. Current relationship is, ordinary classmate. After half a month, Suanchi dared to go to school, and only then did the swelling on her face almost subside. She was like a different person, becoming very honest, well-behaved, and even a little coy. However, Ginger wasn't going to stop there, probably because he was mentally ill. He called her to the grove outside the school and asked her again, now do you know what's wrong? Suanchi naturally nodded her head honestly and said, I really know I'm wrong. Ginger said, too late to know. A swarm of wasps suddenly appeared and wrapped Suanchi up, frantically attacking her, stinging her and biting her. This wasp is poisonous, and Suanchi's whole body swelled up beyond recognition, and she finally died in agony. Su Jin Wang was also found guilty of some crimes and was dismissed from his post and sent to prison. When his cousin returned to school, Ginger left the campus and said goodbye to this brief journey of reminiscing about his youth. He returned to his zoo and spent his days in the company of tigers, lions, black bears and other fierce animals. One day, Ginger suddenly should explore his talent. Everyone has something they're good at doing, he thought. It's just that a lot of people go through life in mediocrity and never get a chance to tap into their strengths. I love to listen to music. I used to work all the time but I didn't have the chance to learn. Maybe I'm a buried musical genius? He used his connections to modify many of his close friends, brought in Lang Lang to teach him to play the piano and Zhou Dong to teach him music, and after a few weeks of learning, the two gave up. Ginger, however, is not discouraged. If music doesn't work, then I'll paint. 10 of the world's top painters have gathered to teach the techniques of Djangoization. After a few months of painting, they suggested that Ginger change careers. I just don't believe it. Born to be useful. This line is not good for another line. I'll find what I'm best at. After trying a dozen trades, Ginger got 10 of the top writers in the world to teach him to write. 10 teachers, all of whom had won the Nobel Prize for Literature. After teaching a bunch, they and Ginger himself sensed his talent. So my gift is authorship. Teachers say, if there are 10 levels of writers, you're only at the 3rd level right now. But don't be discouraged. It's already very talented. You know, there's nothing hard about writing a book. It's just a matter of thinking, and then writing, and that's all you need to do. You can write about all your own personal experiences, or you can write about the fantasies in your head. Just keep writing and you'll be a great writer. Finally finding his talent, Ginger was very happy. After sending off the teachers, he decided to write down his experience. What he experienced is not exactly a legend. He found a random website on the internet and started writing his story. The title of the book will be named after my ability. It's called Urban. I can modify character relationships with one click.